Euthanasia continues to the end. A fading into the universe, beginning with death as the brother of sleep, was thus placed around life. This cosmic feeling as a whole, even in its mechanistic form, could have led to the Egyptian sense of crystal if the 19th century's inorganic or cosmic sense of death had still possessed sufficient depth. Such a sense, even if only as a contrasting ideology to capitalist unrest, did nevertheless exist, and, directed by the inorganic final movement of death, it forms a striking contrast to the theory of evolution from the same period, which portrays Earth, star, cosmos merely as the basis from which life and human history arise. The death pan-utopia instead placed the edifice of nature at the end of the path, as if nature gods existed again. Even for Bachofen nothing of the kind existed, and the cosmos as the temple of the corpse remained only one of the ideals with which pervasive mechanism adorned itself for its emotional needs, here at the baldest and coldest place. Between the corpse and the transparent construction of the crystal there is however the difference of corruption, and corruption is a complicated return to nature. Nonetheless, death as ultimate calcination and nothing else gave to an age which was proud of having explained even the organism purely inorganically a certain homogeneous consolation. 4 further secularized counter-moves. Nihilism, House of Humanity. Still the dying of nothingness. How does one push away the fear of dying today? That this is apparently achieved, ostensibly achieved, with superficial means, was made clear above, Volume 3, PNOS. Above all, American society must repress the thought of death in the same way that it represses every prospect of what is to come. What is to come is its death as a class. Unwillingness to accept this death, despite all the signs, makes people skilled in looking away from the corporeal lethal departure. But we also said that death, nobody knows for how long, could only be repressed so well because new life had once been hidden behind it, i.e. dreamt out of it and believed into it. Thus it becomes unlikely that creaturely fear of death in the late bourgeoisie has been eliminated merely by looking away. Superficiality alone is no. 1157. Liberation, and repression alone does not give the feeling of a victory. It is becoming probable that mankind today, in living without the fear of death, is borrowing on past beliefs, even living on completely unguaranteed checks. This dubious loan, which precisely among the free thinkers of today, with their numerous nuances, means that no strong thinkers are needed at all, as they were in the 18th century, is now becoming generally previous alenti. The meager profession of nothingness would scarcely be enough to keep the head held high and to make it seem as if there is no end. On the contrary, clear signs indicate that, in the subconscious, earlier, fuller wishful images persist and provide support. Through the trace which remained of them, the so-called modem person does not feel the maw which is incessantly around him and which will certainly devour him in the end. Through them, quite unexpectedly, he saves his sense of self. Through them the impression arises that man does not perish but that the world will one day decide on a whim not to appear before him any more. Probably this utterly flat courage, capable of repressing the fear of all earlier ages, is dining at the expense of another. It is living on earlier hopes and the support which they once provided. And it is very often living, this is crucially important here, on an expired belief which, if it evaporated completely one day, would leave behind a horror all the more helpless. It is only in this oblique and half-hearted way that the person living from day to day fails to feel his last hour, works without despairing. 4 signs of a borrowed faith. This even becomes a flight forwards, which appears as courage. Youth does this, when it wants to break out of vapid life and go to war, when dying becomes a wild ending. Especially in countries where the ruling class can offer no other prospect than that of death in battle. "Tomorrow we go deathwards," went a Nazi song. It was sung by soldiers who wished not only to win victory but also to die. There is certainly death drive in these feelings, the drive towards attack on others and on oneself. It is almost the same thing. But what lures here is also the abandonment of an existence which has not been mastered, and frenzy in particular developed here, that of acute urging of battle and life. A single inflamed raging unites both, so that in dying the blood seems to go on boiling, indeed boils up especially high. The old idols who inspirited the berserkers no longer exist. NSS. But they had disciples and still have Jünger. This is the first sign of how people can die in the light of the past. But what if a life still seems to be in order, if business as usual for the time being still seems to be profitable? Then it is not battle but bourgeois getting on which lures, with income without end and without crisis. The exaggeration lures, an exaggeration which is utterly extraordinary on the present ground, that all dying is mere illusion, and to its believers this does not appear madness. Disease, lack of success, the blows of fate, but also the final lack of success, death, according to this view are all due solely to powerless thoughts. The failure called dying is merely the price paid for mental weakness. This is the death aspect of Kuei, but especially of Christian Science, the most genuine religion of North America. This seeks to plug the leak which causes the human ship to sink so early, but this leak is not regarded as one in matter but primarily as one in the smart will. Through lack of belief in the elbow, in the Jesus of life which is both healthy and businesslike, evil enters into man, evil which does not exist at all but which corrupts what is. If these corrupting abscesses burst, however, then sickness too is supposed to disappear, all along the line, and ultimately also sickness unto death. What beckons, if not yet immortality in the flesh, is at least long-lived strength and mental existence against death. This kind of thing, as will be recalled, has already appeared as a medical wishful image, but now it returns quite massively, as faith in faith, and yet no longer massively at all but ultimately as fascist blasphemy. The repression of death, the curing of death by this kind of Jesus as doctor is the second sign of certainties loaned from a quite different age. The God of faith healing, and of the various spiritualists of today who are more elegantly associated with this, is the God of business, the God of late antiquity who has degenerated into what is believed to be the eternity of business, as such resurrection and as such life. Instead of the life-giving Hul's blood which was poured over the mists, instead of the magical Last Supper, all that appears here is belief in success. True entrepreneurial go-getting has no time for sickness and death, its Jesus will not tolerate bankruptcy anywhere. Which is why America is neo-pagan enough to replace the lamb, whose prosperity is notoriously low, with the life-giving bull, the successful bully boy. All these are late classical traces or borrowings on an Aesculapius Jesus, but to continue with the text, which becomes somewhat nobler, there are, thirdly, still traces from the lethal cosmic sympathy which the last century already securized, traces which were therefore astral mythic. A panic feeling of nature, with the inorganic above all in underscore itself, as the worldwide landscape of death, is thus the third late bourgeois sign of the lone. Death is interpreted not as exodus but on the contrary as introitus of the other, star-clear side, into man who is no longer cow-warm, unappetizing, tiny. In the way, for example, in which Alfred Brust, in his novel He Lost Earth which is typical in this respect, has an old man announce his end to his friends, the serenity of autumn is diffused over my hours. The circle of the sun becomes smaller and the gentle nights increase their domain. The approaching sea of stars has ventured beyond my limits and entered into me completely early this morning. Here it is not the individual who departs, and he does not go on any journey, on the contrary, the strangest counter-movement is thought to be experienced, it is the autumn which advances towards the individual, it is the approaching sea of stars, of the winter sky, which ventures beyond the limits of the person and floods the person. Pan himself thus diminishes life as the autumn diminishes the days of sun, and death radiates in over the rest like the night crystals of the winter sky, indeed as these themselves. Lethal astral myth with a more Christian tinge appears even in America, in Emerson, even in William Ames, although posited as cosmic spiritual, panpsychical. Thus James, in his Human Immortality, posits cosmic consciousness as primary, Hence as the sea which in death floods over the little sundering which is individual consciousness again, abstract hypotheses sound unreal, and the abstract notion that our brains are colored lenses in the wall of nature, admitting light from the supersolar source, but at the same time tinging and restricting it, has a thoroughly fantastic sound. Therefore borrowing is visible here too, for there would be no advance of the dying individual into the universe, of the immortal universe into the individual, if behind this feeling there had not once been astral myth. Together with its typical mysticism, that of being securely housed in and by the old physis, which takes the moldy thing called life, the injustice called the individual, back into itself. Gaia here, Uranus there, neither are still believed in as gods, but death still cloaks itself in their superannuated garments. However, there remains, ultimately, a kind of euthanasia which appears fresh, it can be called vainglorious despair, and its FO earth sign does not from the outset seem derived from a tradition. Here man runs on ahead of death, claims of his own accord to be ready for nothingness. Today for many the time of prevented or latent suicide has come, precisely the bourgeois class sees its destruction before it, hopeless. Now here, instead of a shunning of death, at last even a kind of indulgence in dying seems to be found, with an imperialist mandate, almost as if there were a will to nothingness, i.e. to the death from starvation and in battle, which is concealed in Athens. This is the only thing which fascist society can offer the people, thus bourgeois philosophers of today have made people familiar. In an ostensibly original way with the nihil. They are philosophers of decline, they combine the problem of individual death with that of their society, made the mere nothingness of the capitalist future into an inevitable absolute nothingness, so that the view onto a changeable world, onto socialist future, was utterly blocked. They preached an addiction to death which thus supposedly went far beyond the organic natural, namely through synthetic ally-produced lethargy and finally through war. They also added counterfeit, gloomy uplifting wishful images to their nothingness, images which at first were defeatist and in the end were Mephistophelian. Spengler spoke of the fatigue which the all too alert person feels in all his bones and praised it in cast iron style because nothing else was supposed to be at hand. Jaspers, not with a historical but with a so-called existential eternal approach, provided the following consolation: it is not only the way of the world in time that nothing can last, but it is as it were a will, that nothing authentic should survive as permanence. Defeat is the name of the experience, not to be anticipated, necessary to be accomplished, that the perfect is also the evanescent. To become real in order genuinely to be defeated is the last possibility, in temporal existence, it plunges into the night which grounded it. If the day is self-sufficient, not being defeated becomes an increasing lack of substance, until at the end defeat comes to it from without as something alien. Philosophy, 1932, Ill, P. Here therefore nothingness, to which sickness, the time sickness unto death entrusts itself, looks almost doubly intricate. From being status it is transformed into an eternal act, namely into that of defeat, and it is even supposed to be the guarantor of the best, something, rhymely of substance. The other wishful image of nothingness was formulated by Heidegger, a much more presentient angel, no longer a comforter but a reconciler with, and propagandist of, the late capitalist fascist world, the world of death. Fear is fear of death, and this occurs not in individual moments or even only at the last moment, but is the basic state of human existence. 1161. He soul what is in the existential analytics of existence, Senuendizeit, 1927, p. 13. Fear and the pure nothingness into which it overhangs do not give life its substance but they do give it its dubiousness and its depth, only because nothingness is evident in the ground of existence can the full strangeness of what is come over us. The object of science is what is, that of philosophy is nothingness. But existence must, in the world projecting overclimb of what is, first overclimb itself in order from this height to be able to comprehend itself above all as abyss. Vom Wesen de Gründe s, 1929, p. No, thus nothingness, for a pure nothingness, shows a highly complicated face. But this complicated face is itself unoriginal and loaned, from Jasper's comprehended defeat to Heidegger's unguaranteed steadfastness, and only the particularly interested imperialist mandate for this kind of affirmation of the abyss or absorption in death seems fresh. Otherwise even the Jasperian and Heideggerian nothingness is dyed, decked out with borrowed plumes, precisely with regard to its death magic. For of course there appears in all this, once again in perverted form, much that is Lutheran Christian. Defeat corresponds to the rejection of righteousness through works, fear corresponds to the old weight of sin, preemptive resolution to submission to the will of God. And together with the copied Luther a counter-example is mingled, copied romanticism, its wishful concept of the night. A night, however, which is no longer tinged with Liebestod drowning, sinking, oblivious down, highest bliss is found, but with murder. This is the epigonism of pro-fascist nihilism, of its vainglorious despair, of its quietism for the followers, and of its après nous le deluge for the leaders. Metaphorical immortality, in the work. The history of the city of Rome stands over me at night like a distant star. If fate should grant that I complete it, then no suffering in the world could be so great that I would not steadfastly bear it. Gregorovius. It is now time to come up into purer air again. Here, finally, is the feeling, certainly the fresh, not only the old feeling, of living on es children. No man, says the peasant proverb, should leave this life without having planted a tree, left behind a son. Children take the name of their father, and the father wishes that they should continue to be his work. But works of the mind are also called children, works that have been painted, composed, written, built, thought. Both because of the frenzy of their conception and because of the pangs of their birth, and of course because of their surviving permanence. Significantly, a successful business, a battle won or a solid political achievement has never been called the child of its author. In other words, the effect of such deeds finally disappears and becomes interwoven, they have no framed shape which survives in characteristic form. However long the name of their author is remembered, it is not connected with a work which can be performed again and again, renewed again and again. Vita brevis, ars longa, empires pass away, a good line lasts forever. In these artistic convictions only the formed work has a place. Only this work, like bodily children, experiences posterity and overcomes the obituary, at least for its readers. Of course this is a consolation which unfortunately cannot be enjoyed by so-called run-of-the-mill people, unless in a comical, and thus not exactly consoling fashion. In such a way that even a successful business, by becoming a firm, can be confirmed and fixed into an eternal value, as is frequently the case in advertising. But precisely its bizarre forms indicate that the character of intellectual work has to be copied here, as in the following ridiculous instructive example s. The memory of the deceased will live immortally in the annals of the Naxos sandpaper factory. Or, from a different original, W.E. knew the deceased's dream to found a new, small metal goods industry in Czechoslovakia, to lead and to mold it and to make it known throughout the world. With superhuman efforts he surpassed himself, and when a goal was reached he had already set himself a higher one. This principle will point the way in our future work, so that we may realize and immortalize Hinek Puc's sublime ideas. Even if in this kind of thing survival in the work is claimed only in order to recommend the products of sandpaper and small metal factories, not even this would be possible unless they had been endowed with the son of Homer. But only brothers in Apollo will bring, or possibly bring, an abundance of intellectual immortal descendants into the world. Only for them can the grave still become the pulpit from which their voices may continue to be heard, indeed often more piercingly than in their lifetime. Only to them applies the metaphor or hyperbole that a kind of transmigration of the soul of Beethoven or Shakespeare takes place when their music and verses resound in the hearts of millions centuries after their death. Or, as has actually proven to be true with less great printed works, that writing is a ship which sails over the ocean of time and unites the most distant centuries with one another. Only here does the comical quality of that kind of continued existence cease with which the annals of the various sandpaper factories both advertise and console. True permanence in a work and a legitimized dream of this now spread, even though for relatively few subjects and even for these unreasonably few only in such a way that they cannot certainly themselves lead or see before them their life which has been pressed like wine ipto work. A half or even a full dozen volumes on shelves may represent objective immortality, but they bear only a metaphorical relation to the personal immortality of the old faith. However, at least for those who are thus privileged, an ars longa does come about which is adorned with the name of their vita brevis, and this even before passing away. Thus Heinrich Mann spoke of the honors which distance such age in a highly flattering way from youth, by which it is ascended like a throne. Gottfried Keller saw the 70-year-old F.T.H. Vischer and indeed greater figures in a similar light, and wrote of them that they stood in the evening sunshine of life under the entablature of their works with an undoubtedly secure feeling. Schiller had this saving feeling just as his illness was beginning. I will scarcely have time to complete a great and general intellectual revolution within myself, but I will do what I can, and when finally the building collapses, then I will perhaps have rescued what is worth preserving from the flames. To Goethe, August 31, 1794. Goethe, who saw his entire life as gradually transformed into a kind of superpersonal state, imagined not only the cosmic survival of his essence but precisely also immortality in his work, which had become historical and which would remain behind as historical. This not quite 4 months before his death. In a letter to Wilhelm von Humboldt, with himself as a historically experienced and arranged category, if I may express this in our old confidence, I gladly admit that at my high age everything begins to seem more and more historical, whether something takes place in past times, in distant empires, or quite close to me in space at this moment is all the same, and I appear to myself to be more and more historical, and as my good daughter reads Plutarch to me in the evenings, I often seem ridiculous to myself if I should recount my biography in this fashion and sense. Such objectification has indeed removed the person's own existence from transience. Even life then appears as work, and the work appears as elapsion, indeed as the printed situationlessness of a life which has become essential. And all this, with full legend creation of the personally objectified and at the same time historically unsinkable, is condensed into Faust's famous statement that the trace of his days on earth could not disappear in Aeon's star. Immortality in the work was very longingly expressed by Nietzsche, longingly because the category of work never struck such an uncanonical person. But aphorism 208 of Schumann, all too human, says, the best lot is drawn by the author, who, as an old man, can say that everything there was in him of life-producing, invigorating, uplifting and enlightening thoughts and feelings still lives on in his writings, and that he himself is mere grey ash, whereas the fire is everywhere saved and carried further. The same in the very vivid image in aphorism 209, the philosopher and likewise the artist who has brought his better self to safety in works feels an almost malicious joy when he sees his body and mind slowly being broken into and destroyed by time, as if from a comber he were watching a thief trying to crack his safe while knowing that the safe is empty and all its treasures are saved. The laurel wreath is here used as a magic cap. The self in the aggregate state of the work seems to be more self than ever, and yet, or precisely because of this, because of its discarding of fleshliness, to be as invisible as it is unattainable for destruction. The perfecters are quoted as if they went down ironically into the grave, and as if the sarcophagus were really only an eater of flesh, even less, an end of dross, filth, vanity, bestiality, which even in life the producers of works found irksome and which now completely sink into oblivion. This is the utopian consolation of the work, one of course which is strictly reserved for the intellectual aristocracy, but precisely also one which does not take the best in the living person, the ability to create, with it into the wall of eternal letters. All the same, this consolation is powerfully bracing and gives to monks in Apollo or in Minerva, apart from the worry of not proving worthy of it, a different chle to the Egyptian, even without geometrical stones. The feat of not completing his work is the most powerful one for the artist. Dia Thnot only annihilates him generally but also particularly and as if deliberately, by taking the pencil from his hand. Hence there is here a particularly ardent wish to have progressed so far with his day's work at the night of day at least no longer brings annihilation for it. If genius is hard work, then it is hard work also in the sense that, as when storms are threatening, it brings the sheaves with full shovels into the barn. Or that it enters into a race with the gathering, the inevitable storm, in order to cover the distance it has set itself before the stroke of lightning and to bring the good entrusted to it to a safe place. When Hölderlin, tired and sick, was working on Empedocles, which was to remain a fragment, he expressed his hopes against death in these surviving, these bitter immortal lines. Grant me just one summer, you powerful ones. Just one autumn for my ripe song. So that my heart will more willingly die. Sated with deep sweet playing. Nor does the soul, which in life was not accorded your divine right, rest in Arcus down below, but once the holy task, so close to my heart, the poem, has been achieved. Welcome then, O silence of the shadow world. I am content even though my playing strings do not accompany me down there. Once I lived, like gods, there is no need for more. Inco 11,1 Parably, the will in this poem penetrates more into the immortality of creation, a creation which I still granted, longed for and granted, than into the immortality of the work. Or rather, it justifies the immortality of the work, here completely independent of fame, even of recognition by posterity, in terms of ability to create and of succeeding. True, this ability to create, in resignation, is confined to something unique, therefore transient, to one summer and one autumn. But this uniqueness is not uniqueness at all, for in it gleams a classical, or more correctly, a classicizing Christian participation in the lives of the gods as the immortals par excellence. What was Christian participation in resurrection and life, through baptism icto the death of Christ, here becomes participation in the life of a creative God, though one which was alien to antiquity. In Hölderlin the frenzy of creation makes the imitatio deorum, hence the ecstatic comradeship of the round dance with these immortals, hence immortality in the work while it is happening. But then, however, comes the world of shadows, even here, F or the subject no L on ger experiences immortality, claim no personal, no present share in the immortality of the work. Nonetheless here, in contrast to dispersions into the universe, a noble part of the individual's own intellectual world is hoped for as rescued from general decay. And this also in a manner which seems original, from 1166. The new eon of the work, one which appears only in the history of civilization. Yet even here a kind of borrowing takes place, from strangely recent depths of cultural consciousness. There is for example the traditional Roman fame, which transposes itself in highly patrilineal fashion into the stars. There is an Egyptian element at work in the belief in permanence, the belief in the work itself, comparable to the survival of the personal essence, the ka, in the statue. And, this time a borrowing which occurs only here, in the pathos of the permanence of the work, in its height and essence itself, there is undoubtedly the continuing influence of the idea of the holy books which orientalizing late antiquity brought back to Europe or developed for Europe. The Quran and the Bible at that time or from then on were regarded not merely as life-directing works, but as works which had elapsed from time, which stood outside transitoriness, which stood in eternity. It was from this model or canon that the modern idea of classicism first developed in secularized form, hence the unmoving rainbow of perfection above the waterfall of history. Without this feeling of classicism or aspiration to classicism, genius would have had no space within the diminished or vanished hope for survival to expect and to be granted immortality in the work. This is joined by a secularized continuing influence, concerning the permanent star of books and the human life which seeks to cling to it. Permanence appears to arise when events in the book, as the saying goes, are immortalized, but also when the book makes of them a departure, an exodus as extract. People die, cities sink into ruins, empires collapse, but the library has gathered up all the meanings from transitoriness and therefore, for literary consciousness, preserved them. The Baroque in particular cultivated this idolatry of the book, as if it were a new RNA, elapsed from death. Cf. Benjamin, Ursprung des Deutschen Trauerspiels, 1928, p. 83, thus at the end of all things, apart from the Bible, an orbis scriptus remains. All this continues to be influential in the immortality image of the work. The Bible and the reified library continue to be influential in immortality through the work. But of course very differently than in the Bible and the Quran, the mounds in which the defuncti, the no longer functioning, lie and have their huge holiday no longer open up. Survival thought to be literal, and not that thought to be in literature, looked very different, gave the dying person a different fixative of his soul than the metaphorical survival, accessible to so few, of work that outlasts. Yet this very relative, very metaphorical remedy against death cannot be annihilated now that the old landscape of immortality has disappeared. Immortality utopia produces itself anew in the act. And the continued existence of intellectual production, and here too, at the price of no personal survival, it can manage without invisible spaces. Death as the chisel in tragedy. Nor did writers tire of presenting beautiful dying in this way. If not in themselves then in fictional people, in the heroes of their plays. Death, with nothing in it or behind it any longer, may always be depressing, but given the distance of the stage it is uplifting. And here this distance does not even necessarily remain. Fictional people anyway, if they are powerfully grasped and elaborated, seem curiously real. They are so in the stratum of artistic pre-appearance, but with a being in this pre-appearance which is driven to an end and therefore has an intensified effect. Of course, the soldiers in a picture are not simultaneously perpetrators of the event they portray, any more than actors are. All this has life only in the spectator, but the characters themselves, embodied by the actors, accordingly do not coincide with the actors, let alone with the spectators. On the contrary, they are the historical Anthony, Caesar, Wallenstein once again, in collected form. Or if the character is completely fictitious, a King Lear, then its life and death is one which could have been and which is now just as much driven to its end and may be just as real in its way as the fictional Caesar. If there were nothing but illusion here, it would not be possible that precisely tragic figures, even non-fictionally occur in history and that, both as fictional and as driven further, they appear as history made essential. Napoleon comes across as a tragic hero, even though no commensurate tragedy about him has been written, and if he were performed in Shakespearean style then there would here be no rift between illusion and reality, but rather Saint Helena would be a final act with more perfection. Likewise in well-depicted fictional characters the most important characteristic of human being is preserved, namely the moral. Not their spectators and not their authors but they themselves experience guilt and atonement and, more important, deliverance from both. So much for the moment about a life, a death, which tragic characters in particular can enact, without illusion. This observation is important in order to understand one of the most disciplined approaches of a consciousness which has lost belief to death. For tragic immortality in the work, as a utopian consolation, is likewise granted only to a few, but attainable attitude did emanate from the tragic death. It seemed and seems, as a proud death, not to annihilate life, but precisely to affirm it. To affirm it when the upright essential aspect of a 1168 person faces death as an equal, indeed forces death to seal precisely this upright essential quality. To this extent the tragic image of death, as it has been immanently developed, still has a select significance, but as, unlike immortality in the work, this image does not presuppose talent, but attainable will and attitude, its significance is not intellectual aristocratic. Nor is it merely work-based and metaphorical, but, although it is enacted in a fictional work, a personally effective significance. Even up to the point that death for the tragic person and his cause is used almost paradoxically positively. Here the hero shows how death can be incorporated into him. He is not cancelled out in death, although not only his life but also his striving is trampled underfoot. In human terms he comes into form through this end, the tragic death works as a chisel. Indeed even the tragic play, in which no intense characters go under, comes across as an event which contains not only unhappiness, beautified by emotion. Instead the emotion raises the trodden flower or the grave of the noble, the once great individual into a lament, it shrouds the corpse, makes the corpse-like good. Only the vulgar goes down into Arcus without a sound, whereas even the smallest spark of light appears colorful and large in the tears of emotion. Even that form of tragic play which was developed in the Baroque, in clear contrast to strict tragedy, makes transitoriness into something rescued, indeed makes it the condition on which there can be any rescue at all, namely any harvesting into symbol. The dying person here does not become statuesque but allegorical, in accordance with Benjamin's insight, and the characters of the tragic play die because it is only in this way, as corpses, that they can enter into the allegorical homeland. Ursprung de Deutschen Trauerspiels, 1928, p. 217. The corpse becomes an emblem, indeed all history, as a scene of devastation and only as such, becomes an emblem in the Baroque. Deadness of the characters and departedness of concepts are therefore the prerequisite for the allegorical transformation of the pantheon into a world of magical conceptual creatures. LC, p. 22-5. The Baroque tragic play thus greets death, as the significant division of a living thing into the disjecta membra of allegory. But the hero becomes statue and not ruin, the only statue among ruins, according to the plastic interpretation so to speak, in tragedy. This can also be expressed as Pholos, the complaint against death is raised in the tragic play, but is then dropped, only in the tragedy is the case carried through, and though it is last fo are the life of the hero, it is one fo are his character. Accordingly, in tragedy no one may fall except through his own actions, where this does not happen, for example in the case of Max and Thekla, the human sacrifices for Wallenstein, mere tragic play immediately occurs in the midst of tragedy. Therefore only in tragedy and in the attitude which corresponds to it, but here inevitably, is death, which is then certainly not lamentable, supposed to be able to be and above all, to have to be a value-laden definitivum. A definitivum not of the end but of conclusion, as that of a character who becomes statuesque in tragic death. Lukács, from a still neoclassical position, therefore still without reference to the actual, social issue which the hero in his character represents in each case, developed the notion of this hard, brilliant consolation most consistently. Without the older images of guilt and atonement, without an origin of tragic poetry in the idea of sacrifice of laying down one's life to atone for guilt, but of course also without the pathos of the tragic hero as a fighter against fate, fate which is hostile to man, hostile to Prometheus. On the contrary, the essence of these great moments in life is the pure experience of selfhood, die Seele und die Formen, 1911, p. 336. And death falls from it, like the chisel from the finished statue. Indeed here it is supposed to be irrelevant even beforehand when it asserts its importance with blood, danger, murder. Genuine drama as form itself takes its characters' lives, i.e. the undecided, the atmospheric life in mere experienced reality, the anarchy of chiaroscuro in which nothing ever swings to the uttermost. Tragedy has no biology and no psychology, the readiness to face death of the tragic character, his serene calm in the face of death or his blazing ecstasy of death is only ostensibly heroic, only the human psychological view. The dying heroes of tragedy are already dead long before they die, LC, p. 342. According to this view, death is merely the making visible of a shape which is already present anyway, in its essence, just as, for example, Michelangelo already saw the statue in the block, and all his chisel had to do was remove the superfluous material around it. Or as the late Schelling metaphysicized this chiseling, now no longer as tragic, but towards selfhood, the common notion which regards death as a separation of soul and body sees the body as an ore in which the soul is encircled like a precious metal. Death is the process of separation which frees the soul from this matter which encircles and surrounds it and presents it clear and in its purity. The other notion would tend more to compare the effect of death with that process in which the spirit or the essence of a plant is extracted. The death of a person is then not so much a separation as an essentification, in which only the contingent is destroyed but the essence, that which man actually is preserved. Werke, 4.3, p. 2.06 f. Almost in the same sense a church father, Gregory of Nyssa, had celebrated death and before that the mortification of asceticism, as the last remedy for the body, in such a way that the sin-distorted body is recast into its transfiguration. And Plato, so inclined to the idea of purely represented genus, observes in his Cyratilis that it was wise of Pluto to wish to associate with men only after their death, after the soul is purified of all the evil and corruption of the body. All this borders, in secularized form, on the tragic emergence of selfhood, with death as forming and, basically, form appearance of a being essential. However, in Lukács' still neoclassical theory of tragedy, dying, indeed destruction itself, is omitted. According to this interpretation, both are the same atmospheric chiaroscuro as the life of experienced reality, are verbs and not essentialities. The mere process of destruction is removed from tragic decisions and decidednesses, and so also, from pure statuesque immanence, is the Promethean tension of the hero against fate. Thus the statuesque ultimately leaves out, along with the atmosphere, the aura of tragic death and its possible background. It not only skips over blood, murders, tragic gloom, it also leaves, in pure selfhood, no other relief than the back conflict ground, the content of the represented cause for which the tragic hero goes to his death, with naive or considered consistency. This cause may of course be pure selfhood, appearing in the formal consistency of an inflexible character. To this extent, disregarding the content of this character, even Richard III would be a tragic figure. But more crucial is the positive universal, the human representative goal content of the unshakable will, which nails the flag to the mast of the ship, however it may go down. Also the emblem on this flag is never that of a mere person alone and of their pure selfhood, however essential it may appear. Thus precisely the Marxist Lukács, taking up Marx's and Engels' line in the Sickingen debate with Lassalle, subsequently sought to bring out the more objective relief of the tragic, with a different chisel. Precisely the social cause which the hero in his respective character represents and for which he endures in his necessary actions. So that even pure selfhood, however pure, is ultimately only the vehicle of these social conflicts and contents, certainly not as a mere idea on two legs, but in such a way that the tragic individual as character is one finally only because, apart from the fatally clear mold, he characteristically enacts what is contained in these social forces. That is to say that he characterizes colliding legal and moral orders, these alone substantiate the tragic conflict. Either in the case of heroes who represented an existence, a legal order which was not morally finished, which had not descended without a sound into Arcus, Matrilini in Sophocles' Antigone. Or in the case of heroes of a revolt which has come too soon, of a legal and moral order not yet objectively ripe in its conditions, Spartacus, Munzer and, to remain in the literature of the tragic, to some extent Egmont. These rebels are above all the human brothers of Prometheus, of the prototype of the tragic hero as a canonical hero. And from them the last light is also cast onto all the socially more restricted defiant substance of tragic heroes. The light of the unrefuted quos ego, sealed precisely by death, hence of the hero who is not more powerful but better than fate with its gods and who as such, only as such, announces a true pure selfhood as lasting, for his followers. This rebellion has been active from the beginning in tragedy, indeed astonishingly long before any actual rebellion, it can be detected in the greatness of the long-sufferer, it forms the first reserve of man against gods and fate. And to this extent therefore the tragic death, which makes the hero and his cause so memorable and so ponderable, was also able to appear as a refuge from the transitoriness of man, at least of the heroic man. And above all, like immortality in the work, more shapely visible than this refuge posits itself as utterly immanent, without any transcendence. Classical tragedy, of course, manages without Hades, and even the Medes of Asphodel of the Blessed would be out of place here. Modern tragedy does not in the least imply a heaven. This is why the nature of the tragic utopian death consolation could remain now that religious ideas have departed, with whose non omnes confundare the receptivity to undeath in death even here is undoubtedly still filled. Nonetheless, the tragic downfall, or rather the fullness of life with which it is endured, has added a piece of gold to the black flag of death in far from transcendental times. These are usually perceived only on the stage, in works of fiction, but far less with illusion, far more clearly in pre-appearance than the bourgeois contemplation of art, which for so long was or has remained usual, is able to muster. For this the consternation was too great, and that which it is capable of communicating, even of revealing, despite beautiful dying. Tragedy has kept distinguishable a subject space, a Promethean essence space, in which the enacted annihilation gains no admittance, although it first contributed to the specific appearance of this space. Disappearance of lethal nothingness in socialist consciousness. Oh, take earlier flowers into the grave, among them some which are dried or have become unrecognizable. Only one kind of person can get by on the way to death almost without tradite.iocal consolation, the red hero. By professing till his murder the cause for which he has lived, goes clearly, coldly, consciously into the nothingness in which, as a free thinker, he has been taught to believe. His sacrifice is therefore different from that of previous martyrs, for they, almost without exception, died with a prayer on their lips, believing they had gained heaven. Religious ecstasy not only left the fear of death far behind it, it even in several cases, the song of the Baptists at the stake, conferred insensitivity to pain. The communist hero, on the other hand, under the Tsar, under Hitler, and ever since, sacrifices himself without hope of resurrection. His Good Friday is not mitigated or even cancelled out by an Easter Sunday on which he personally will be reawakened to life. The heaven towards which the martyrs, in flame and smoke, stretched out their arms is not there for the red materialist, nonetheless the latter, as a professor of faith, superior, dies as only the early Christians or the Baptists were. To this hero Buchner's utterly this worldly saying about people applies: we are like the meadow saffron which bears seed only after winter. This is as paradoxical as it is magnificent, and how much it is both is shown by the challenges to it, which here seem most natural but in fact are not frequent, indeed often occur only among apostates. Thus in Artseibashev's Sonin, a defeatist novel written after the unsuccessful revolution of 1905 in Russia, Sonin, the hero, says that he refuses to be hanged in order that the workers of the 32nd century should suffer no lack of food and sexual pleasure. Such things, at first, at poor sight, appear consistent for a materialist who even as a revolutionary follows the materialistically inherited pleasure principle, and what is pleasure if it is not $0's own pleasure? Nonetheless, Sonin is an exception, even a contemptible one. The revolutionary materialists held their heads high in the face of the class enemy's gallows, as the most powerful idealists so to speak, although for them personally nothing remained but the grave, the idea, the certainty of not being present at the realization of this idea. As enlightened seafarers they would ostensibly have had every reason to avoid the fateful coast on which man and mouse are dashed and where no discrimination is made between the two. These steadfast individuals did not believe they were destined to be welcomed. 1173. With Alleluias, they thought that they would at best find a niche in the memory of their contemporaries and of posterity, enshrined in the hearts of the working class, but they sharply rejected any hope of a celestial metaphysics and a last judgment in which the righteous receive the reward withheld from them in life. In short, his belief in a mechanical universe meant that the red hero, when, as a corpse, he was utterly transformed into dead mechanism, returned without pleasure but also without pantheism to dust, yet this materialist dies as if all eternity were his. This means that he had already ceased to take his ego so seriously, he had class consciousness. Personal consciousness is so absorbed into class consciousness that to the person it is not even decisive whether he is remembered or not on the way to victory, on the day of victory. It is not an idea in the sense of abstract faith but concrete community of class consciousness, the communist cause itself, which holds the head up here, without delirium but with strength. And this certainty of class consciousness, cancelling out individual survival, is indeed a novum against death. No traces whatsoever of a secularized kind, in the case of Fusik, Fiat Schultz, and so many others, replace the courage which comes from within themselves or improve on it with ideas from outside. The communist hero, his technique of holding out against interrogations, of gritting his teeth against hellish pain, of going to his death without betraying the cause itself or even the name of a comrade, this extraordinary power appears to be completely without any borrowing. It does not use any earlier images of death, it neither fortifies itself through dissolution in the universe nor through immortality in the framed work, nor even in any appreciable way through tragic greatness, at least as far as its formative element, indeed its statue is concerned. Thus red atheistic courage in death is in fact original compared with the romantic addictions of the bourgeois sense of individuality. But of course this originality does not mean that, even though it needs no borrowing, it could not and does not enter into an inheritance. One with the strength to win from older wishful images of a mythologically projected kind an element of unmythological, this worldly meaning. The Feuerbachian refunctioning, not rescuing, of mythologically given wishful ideas has, precisely in that which, according to its calmest manifestation, can be called the Sacco and Vanzetti *fenomeno n.a., theoretically far from adequately understood, practical aspect. The disappearance of nothingness in socialist consciousness is the filling of this nothingness with new, humane contents. However, by driving away or at least concealing the mechanism of the background which is empty of life, empty of man, they are not without connection to older, humane teleological series. Though in the freshest manner, so that the association which takes up and preserves the human beyond death is here wholly produced and never mythologically given. It is instead objectively utopianly given, namely in the struggle against the beast of oppression, in the service of the unrelenting tendency to freedom which always raises its fighters above themselves, raises them to the best in themselves and in all the oppressed. It is into this that the red martyr feels taken up, precisely because he does not want to be a martyr at all but a staunch fighter for himself too, for his proven, convincing, fruit-bearing essence. For an essence which now presents itself neither as individual nor as collective general, but which here, too, has individual collective unity, solidarity, within it. Not only the solidarity of spatial with and beside one another, but most especially temporal solidarity as well, extending most presently to the victims of the past, to the victors of the future. Thus the indestructible element of revolutionary solidaristic consciousness, of a security without any mythology, with all insight and tendency, receives and preserves. This consciousness, with regard to its bearer, means that the immortal element in the individual is the immortal element in his best intentions and contents, and so this best no more feels annihilated by fascist execution than it previously felt refuted by the fascist scaffold. Here the revolutionary work of liberation becomes for its steadfast individuals the itself steadfast, lasting stock of the soul. It is for them the soul, of future humanity appearing up ahead, which they have already become by faith unto death. The men of the future for what end the hero sacrifices himself will have far easier deaths. Their life is no longer violently cut short, the fear of life itself, insofar as the ruling class caused it, not least and most comprehensively through war, is dead and gone. but however it may be postponed, natural death remains, which cannot be affected by any social liberation. Mediation with that which is natural in death is now a specifically worldly, world philosophical problem precisely for liberated, solidaristic humanity. All the more so because, when poverty and the care of life are abolished, the care of death arises in a specially stark form, so to speak, without the undergrowth of other, banal depression. Mediation with the subject of society is achieved in classless society, yet the hypothetical subject of nature itself, from which death comes, is located in another field, one more distant than that of achieved social harmony. E.t. in Arcadia ego, reads the old 1175. Allegorical inscription, among the idols of Theocritus, but this ego is not, as Schiller interpreted the text, the exultant ego that was likewise born in Arcadia or will be born there and thus dances. On the contrary, the ego of the prophetic inscription refers to Mors, so even in Arcadia death is visibly inscribed. The dance of death still takes place in the loveliest place on earth. All the more visibly because a new earth may be entered into in the social beginning, because, not least, the contempt for death from the period of heroic revolution has come to an end. The supralethal fire of social revolution no longer finds sustenance in its product, the classless society, certainly no longer the same sustenance. In order to investigate it, the final horizon problems of our existence must first become clearer, or rather more clearly directed, posed, and influenced than is possible within a concept of nature which remains mechanistic. Secularized velleities from expired ideology and theology no longer mean anything whatever in a classless existence, one related to reality. But it is certainly always the strength of communism that it makes free faith without lies in its critique of appearance. And therefore also that it counteracts nihilism, in which the bourgeoisie, in the face of death, can no longer even bring forth its own wishful images, let alone a possible truth in these wishful images. Whereas dialectical materialism, as opposed to mechanical materialism, does not recognize any barrier in its this world, consequently it recognizes no predetermined nothingness of a so-called naturally ordained order either. An order which has taken from the earlier, divinely ordained order the idea of fate, of uncontrollable fate, and transferred it one sphere lower, to that of a closed natural necessity. Dialectical materialism instead emphasizes controlled external necessity, one which, because controlled, is ultimately exploded. Humanization of nature is a utopian final goal of its practice. And realized wishful images of the death content will in future be a central part of it, wishful images, of course, that are constitutive in the sense that they are mediatable with the tendency and the latency of the real process. Hence here, too, conclusive negations within socialism are as harmful as their opposite, dogmatic fixed facticizing. Being enshrined in the hearts of the working class is memory, but historical memory itself must first be enshrined if it is not to have at its end a finally triumphant nihilism, namely one of total mechanism. In other words, history must be founded anew in the physics of a still open totem, and this to us no longer disparate cosmology lies in the line of extension of all communist problems, existentially recognizable in death. Communist cosmology here and everywhere is the problem area of a dialectical mediation of man and of his work with the possible subject of nature. This is no more than a problem and, with respect to practical reason, a postulate, but as such the expansion of the realm of freedom to death as fate is legitimate. Precisely because for this entire problem, for anything like a meaningful formulation of it, a non-liquet of the material still exists, no elimine is predicible. If there is not yet a positive solution to our fate in nature, there is equally no conclusively negative solution. Socialism does not think and act with theologically inherited stopgaps of the bourgeois mechanistic world picture, nor equally does it think and act with mechanism itself and into its ftxed nothingness. Nobody knows what lies hidden in the world outside the human working radius, i.e. in the as yet unmediated being of nature, what subject here directs the turnover, whether such a subject already ascertainably exists at all or already in this form, whether when it is encountered, ascertained, brought out it can be brought into mediation with man as the subject of history. All this depends on the development and the prospects of the human seizure of power, i.e. most precisely, on the development and the appearing horizons of communism. Theory practice, when it has put the social utopia right and set it on its feet, has the remedy for death as one of its final problems. So that the possible real meaning even of the intention of the death and final utopia is examined, and, if this meaning exists, it is mediated with the real correlate in the world, which prevents this intention from being entirely homeless. Here the saying applies, non omnes confundar, I will not completely fall into disorder, i.e. in that which is ma-n's best part. And ma-n's best part, his found essence, is at the same time the last and best historical fruit. A nature which not only takes its course with the earth as a dead moon at the end or even in the stereotyped destruction and formation of stars and thus, for all its mechanistic change, runs on the spot, can, with hope certainly not dashed, enshrine this fruit within itself, indeed it can become this fruit itself and does not need to destroy it. The joy of life and fragment in all things. Journey of discovery into death. Can we get around the final FEAR by its being no FEAR at all? In fact, when a healthy person considers the end, a quite different FELI.QG sometimes comes. Hopeful images against death 277. To life. Fear is changed by a strange feeling of curiosity, by the desire to know what dying is all about. This emotion is aroused by the great change which death in any case brings with it. Curiosity transforms the falling curtain into one which also parts and reveals. For it, the end of life is at the same time the beginning of something wholly unprecedented, even if it is only nothingness. This curiosity can better itself to become a kind of wish for discovery and for knowledge. It looks forward to the act of dying as to a revelation. Of course, this drive to discovery presupposes an ego which survives in and indeed after dying in order to be able to observe death. Schopenhauer ridicules this superbly. He compares a man who expects special revelations from death to a scholar on the track of an important discovery, but just at the moment when he thinks he has found the solution, the light is blown out on him. Nevertheless, the subject, before the light is blown out on him, circles with undeniable expectation around the mysteries of the beer. This expectation exists side by side with the fear of death, provided it is not acute, and posits thirst for knowledge instead of EAR. Brooding puberty, a philosophical bent which has survived, thus cherish especially the wish to be surprised by knowledge after the closing of the gate. It should not be forgotten, though, that the cheapest kind of metaphysics has also set up shop in this very place. Second sight, after the fashion of Cagliostro, spiritualism, feed on the curiosity to know in advance a state which everyone will experience sooner or later anyway. At all events, the expectation which appears in such a dismal place is certainly a striking gift, especially when, as usually happens here, it imagines the end as something unprecedented. Even imagines that it has a key to it which opens inner doors and doors to the same light, more luminous state in which the beloved dead are remembered and a return to them is possible. Expectation then intends death as a kind of journey, both into its own subject and into the overpowering mystery of existence. At the moment of departure from life, the veil of the incognito seems to it to fall from the subject, as does the so-called outer shell from the mystery of existence. From this point of view, any journey can anticipate an element of the final journey, an element of the northern but colorful night of death, of the extremist exoticism. More surely than the night of love towards the side of sinking is entwined with death, the journey of love towards the side of seceding is entwined with it, towards the side of the great expedition. This is a drive which runs very wishfully through the final fear and, as one which sets forth, takes from this fear one of its most characteristic features, angustia, narrowness. The moment as not being here, extraterritoriality to death. A second wandering drive seeks far deeper, it is even more difficult for it to FO under. It is located, as might be expected, in the midst of the moment, at the point where a person may approach his core. That which is nearest to us in our being is at the same time the positing ground, the naked that of our being. Because of its unsurpassable, utterly immediate nearness, the just lived moment or the now which is this that is equally still completely obscure, dark, nowhere arrested and objectified, cf. Volume I, p. 287f, p. 295ff. The future, not the past, is its expansion. This is why the future is as obscure and unobjectified as the just lived moment, though not to the same degree. For the immediate that can actively grasp itself in acting for the future, in deciding. The immediate that, on the other hand, has set out on a road which stretches before us, where it appears not only as positing but also as driving, as tendency, and furthermore is mediated with the past. But as the future is also our self-engendering core, it is not in itself subject from the outset to any categories of memory, as is the become, the past. It can only be done, and sensed in a utopian way. The future can be known only, in premoniti rin which has become scientific, insofar as it is in mediation with continuing tendencies of the past, i.e. is accessible to and represents the unenclosed, open categories of scientific concrete utopia in mediated novum. Does death, this event which both lies ahead and drags into extreme past and is in this respect decided, which brings into utterly unexperienced otherness and is in this respect at least undecided, does death bear any relation to the darkness of the lived moment? On its one decided side it is transformation into extreme past, but it is subject to no categories of memory, even if it is declared to be identical with our state before birth. Death on its other side, which certainly remains problematic, as a definitivum in a world where there are more fragments than definitiva, was never unwilling, despite and because of being the harshest anti-utopia which in realitate it is, to give space to a crowd of effusions and premonitions within it. Because of lack of continuity with life to date it is unwilling to give space to the categories of scientific concrete utopia, yet it has, hypothetically, space for the future, space for giving birth to our core in abundance. In this entire area only questionings are possible for the time being. At best a supposition is possible, that death has a philosophical root in the darkness of the lived moment, indeed that both have the same root. The unobjectified that, the being that but not yet being here 279. Of the ground of existence is undoubtedly the driver of becoming in the future series, i.e. of attempted objectification of being that out into mediated being here, but to this extent the ground of existence, entering into the process, a ground of becoming is also the ground of transitoriness. And this holds as long as and insofar as the moment is not tenably objectified, as the that of existence has itself been realized. But because the central moment of our existing has not yet started out on the process of its objectification and, ultimately, of its realization, it cannot itself be subject to transitoriness. Quite apart from the larger, for the time being undecidable question of whether the darkness of the lived moment and death have the same root, namely still involved being that without being here, apart from this, the processual extension of this darkness, as transitoriness, undoubtedly has the same content. Chronos devours his children, for the authentic one is not yet born, the stay a while, you are so fair has not yet appeared. But also, the core of our existence which has not entered into process does not encounter the process with its transitorinesses, and consequently it is not encountered by them either. Something immediately sealed within itself, a being which is not in being here, may have death, as another kind of this involutio, as its neighbor, but it cannot have death, as the annihilation of a being here, as its fate. And if the still sealed core of our existence were to open out of its immediateness, if it were also to enter into process or evolutio, then it would no longer need to enter into any process. For the matter itself would then be out, the deepest not yet conscious, not yet achieved matter, thus there would no longer be any occasion for process, therefore no transitoriness, which is always interwoven with mere becoming. A different light, the most inconspicuous and strongest of all familiar lights, thus unites with this. Although it does not illuminate the darkness of the lived moment, it applies to it accurately enough. Experiences, not yet more than these, are found in which something which in all public contexts is almost irrelevant suddenly impresses, as if a first sight of the that were contained within it. In the foundation above, volume I, p. 3 of, this point was described as that of astonishment pure and simple. This may be even the way a leaf turns in the wind, but what is thus intended may also be filled with more familiar, higher content s. The smile of a child, a girl's glance, the beauty of a melody rising up from nothingness, the scornful flash of a strange word which does not seem rightly to belong anywhere. Yet this higher element is not necessary to stimulate and to fulfill the symbolic intention of the trois residential adjutor which appears in this way. It is deepest. 280. Astonishment, without any distraction, or the element of something authentic in the form of its question echoing within itself. What is intended, what strikes home here appeared in the exploration of anticipatory consciousness as the form of the absolute question. It describes the last of all consternations and of its future archetypes. This last consternation is hovering, yet it has indubitable, though still extremely narrow correlates of landing for itself. A place of existing striking into itself now manifests itself, a place of sober, as it were everyday mysticism, i.e. of that which needs no highest object in order to look to the end, but on the contrary a nearest, an extremely near object. What is nearest is for itself the core of existing itself, as the germ of the not yet achieved, this phills the human moment, the unknown moment of man which sometimes only comes near to itself. The stay a while, you are so fair now shows the most serious of the various light signs, some faint, some portentous, in which it could conquer, that of being the index of non omnes confundere. Precisely because of its capacity for positive astonishment, of that which it reproduces in the objective depth, in the narrowest central latency light of it, there lives in Eve J. Y phenomenology of the non omnes confundere an enigmatic, currently often not at all guaranteed joy. It arises from great health, from the bottom right up to the top, and it gives space to the consciousness of a utopian aura in man. And the positive form of the absolute question is thus always a happy form, not effervescent, certainly not, but inconspicuous, elusive, still unnameable. Nevertheless it is connected to this aura, as simplicity of its depth. Now it is precisely this joy and this form of astonishment which seek to look forward to death with strange certainty, not only as a journey of the extremest order but as a setting precisely of the exuberance of life. Pathos of the moment which is approached in the absolute question already senses in its darkness a new day and a new shore to which it beckons, no transcendent shore but the most imminent shore itself. Death, which both as individual death and as the distant possibility of cosmic entropy confronts future-oriented thinking as absolute negation of purpose, this same death, along with its possible future content, now enters the final conditionality, the core conditionality which is illuminated by still unguaranteed joy and the lights of latency of the authentic. Death is thus no longer the negation of utopia and its ranks of purpose but the opposite, the negation of that which does not belong to utopia in the world. It strikes it away, as it strikes itself away before the non omnes confundere of the main issue. In the content of death itself there is then no longer any death but the revelation of gained life content, core content. This is an astonishing turnabout. 1181. One which phenomenologically avoids the future's gloomiest position, although, as it is scarcely necessary to stress, it certainly is not really occupied. But it is not only a presentiment of our capacities but the well-founded appearance of a fulfillment which has its place here. This place is marked by the simply paradoxical major key in the funeral march, and its light is the lux luceat eis, the wishful subjunctive of a certainty in the midst of the requiem. Precisely because of Th.S., however, precisely because of this existential or musical correlate, appearance here is more than pre-appearance. It blossoms not on the horizon but in an immediateness of a central kind, however unmediated it may still be. This is why, in numerous reports, consciousness of pre-death, certainly never of the unreportable moment of death itself, and consciousness of an essentiation strike together. In Tolstoy these are almost exclusively the great moments of phenomenologically appearing meaning and of the all will be well which it claims to contain. Here, again and again, belongs the experience of the seriously wounded Andrei Bolkonsky on the battlefield of Austerlitz, even Karenin's and Vronsky's experience of unity at Anna's deathbed belongs here, although it is one from outside, a mere wish to be able to die like this. It was argued above, in the discussion of the relation of death to the darkness of the lived moment, that darkness and its core may well have death as involutio, as their neighbor, but they cannot have death, as transitoriness, as their fate. Therefore the core of existing has not yet set off on the process and consequently is not affected by the transitoriness of the process. Against death it has the protective circle of the not yet living around it. But if the core itself had entered into the process, then its self-objectification, finally its self-intensification and therefore its self-realization would no longer be one of process. With this resultant moment the realm of devouring chronos would be completely at an end. Nowhere has the wishful longing for the authentic, which cannot be corrupted by moths and rust, appeared more passionately than it does in death, its empirically hardest counter-blow. Nowhere else has it at the same time produced such transcendental counter-movements, entwinements of utopia with religion. Was utopia able to land in religion? Did that which is called God appear as the highest life, as the object of the highest wish? Undoubtedly, as far as abstract, even mythical utopia was the driving force and was pursued. It lives on heaven. The great humanity religions have often provided improper empty promises for the will to a better world, but they were for a long time also its most decorated room, its entire. Cf. Matthew 6:19. 1182. Structure. In no longer abstract, in concretely mediated utopia, as finally became clear with the image of death, this transcendence has, however, gene removed, a devotion to human liberation and to that of its new space of existence exists. Outside this space there is no liberation. Instead of the gaze upwards a gaze inward, into origin, arises, forwards into the process and into the identification of men as origin to a good end. Death is then part of this process, but not of the subjects from which the process first comes and to whose identification it is directed. Therefore firstly, the core of existing, as still unbecome, is always extraterritorial to becoming and passing, neither of which have yet grasped our core at all. Therefore secondly, the core of existing, if it had become and at the same time, when brought out, had turned out well, would in this achievedness be all the more extraterritoriality to death, for this death itself would have become remote and extinct, along with the processual inadequacy of which it is part. The utopia of the non-omnis confunda supplies and gives to the negation of death every shell to crack, but it gives it only the power to crack open the shells around the subject content, which, if it were significantly out, indeed if it were extracted and determined, would no longer be a shell of appearance. Wherever existing comes near to its core, permanence begins, not petrified but containing novum without transitoriness, without corruptibility. Only if the process of the self-objectified agent, the agent materially developing towards its authenticity had reached an absolute in vain, would death strike the core of nature which is in me's heart s. Only then would it have the power over it which it does not have over the exuberance of life in men, the not yet done. The old saying of Epicurus that where man is death is not, and where death is man is not, comes true here. Indeed the proposition of the lasting non-coincidence of the two comes true in a far deeper sense, precisely with regard to the basic impetus, as yet unborn and hence also insufficient for the grave, which is concentrated in man, though to differing degrees. Childhood and future do not become less in it, nor that supernumerary and unmeasured existence which has not yet achieved its result. But non omnis confundar, still invisible, in this glowing dark core ultimately touches above all the potentially eagle-like quality of human matter, and this upwards to the all has been least affected by nothingness, as long as the world has lasted. Is not the whole of eternity mine? Asked Lessing, at the least this transmigratory claim applies to the intensive mind of people in THE world, a mind that has not yet become visible. 1183. Growing Human Com ITM to 53, to Astral Myth, Exodus, Kingdom, Atheism and the Utopia of the Kingdom. If you look into the dark long enough, there is always something there. Yeats. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews 2:I. What man is not but wishes to be he imagines as existing in his gods, a god is man's happiness drive satisfied in the imagination. Feuerbach, Lectures on the Essence of Religion. The belief in the other world is the belief in the freedom of subjectivity from the limits of nature, consequently the belief of man in himself. Feuerbach, The Essence of Religion. Those who charged the Christians with burning down Rome with firebrands were slanderers, but they were at least far nearer to the nature of Christianity than those among the moderns who tell us that the Christians were a sort of ethical society, being martyred in a languid fashion for telling men they had a duty to their neighbors, and only mildly disliked because they were meek and mild. Chesterton, The Everlasting Man. The Critique of Religion has picked to pieces the imaginary flowers on the chain, not so that man should wear an unimaginative, dreary chain but so that he can cast off the chain and pluck the living flower. Marx, Introduction to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. Introduction. In good hands. Fear of nothing, nothing at all, is blind. It does not see where the blow comes from when it comes. Thus the person who fears ghosts feels exposed. Wishful images of the fulfilled J 1.10 meant. On all sides, front, back, right, left, above and below at the same time. And even from something that seems utterly harmless terror can suddenly step forth, inhuman. But the ghost remains equally close to the grave, equally uncanny, when it seems to appear as friendly. Even the man who feels in good hands and shakes them may shudder when what this hand belongs to is, for example, dead. He senses an oppressive atmosphere, and even friendly light around him, in front of him, above him, remains ghostly. It clouds and smokes, the gaze at it is no clearer than the different kind of thing which it thinks it perceives and does not perceive. Hence even horror, which fills the ghost-ridden, never entirely disappears in the religious, it becomes timidity. And this lasts even where the religious person does not prove to be helpless or simply dependent. When he ventures into the strange river, indeed when by magical acts or as a chosen one he majaces himself importanti. The religious man then stands as it were armed, he is no longer a squashed worm, he has become at least a servant of his onrushing idol. Yet even then, even in this mixture of being on the watch and watchman there are still storms and rays. The believer can be sensible, indeed in lower versions he can represent his cause in a ridiculous banal fashion and also talk about it in this way. But it is typical of this river filled with timidity that for the time being it never becomes completely surveyable. Lunatics again, occult path. It is not surprising that special dreamers are to be met here too. They are perforated enough to allow unstandardized states to enter into them. That which is deranged has so deranged the limits of the ordinary everyday that it can easily coat the unusual with the everyday and vice versa. Into the ego thus split there enters not only a sense of sin of a strength long presumed dead. Here, as incorporated superego, a pride, a certainty copied from the Savior takes root, such as the sane, even with the extremest arrogance, could never bring off. No false Demetrius can hold out for long, but a false Jesus among lunatics certainly can. And, if they are women, at least in such a way that they go about as his Mary. Thus there were mothers of God in the Middle Ages, and even in the modern period Johanna Southcott, an English peasant woman, claimed to be the woman with child of Revelation 12. Her followers gave her a golden bed, as well as a cradle, linen, and bath. All this was better than in the stable in those days. But the Savior's mother died in the golden bed before it became a child bed, and when her body was dissected to save its precious fruit it was found to be empty. To make up for this, something as unexpected as a female Jesus appeared elsewhere, in a wishful dream come true, which buys the dearest goods for nothing. For the English laundress Anna Lee brought herself as Christ into the world, as his female reincarnation, and was believed. Around 1760 the Savioress migrated to the English colonies on the upper Hudson, but, in keeping with her former profession, nothing more than a holy laundry and a Jerusalem of the Immaculate Kitchen grew up around her. Instead of the much more numerous and certainly more moving male imitators of Christ, one of the last was the Italian coachman David Lazzaretti, to whom the Sabina country people built a church. Instead of these manifold renaissances of one already born, let there appear here the relatively original image of two saviors of a special kind, from whose abnormality a new religion was almost made. One of these, however, was not indisputably possessed but, at least at the beginning Agud the end, a half-swindler, Sabbatai. He claimed in 1648 and then again in 1666, the supposed year of the end of the world, to be the Messiah, cf. Volume I, p. 328, indeed he even signed his decrees in the grandest blasphemous style, I, the Lord your God Sabbatai, who led you out of the land of Egypt. The Jews of the Baroque who believed in him were feverishly preparing to depart, but the God of the last days, when danger threatened, went over to Islam and ended his days as a doorman in a seraglio. Far less a Messiah and without bankruptcy, but nevertheless a Latter-day Saint, one truly possessed appeared on the scene in the last century, within Christianity but tending beyond it, Joseph Smith, founder of the Mormons. Legend gives the following account of the beginning. In a hill near New York, Joseph Smith found an ancient chest containing gold plates. The plates were inscribed with mysterious signs. Smith deciphered them with God's aid, and the only genuine, the Arch-American Bible, the Book of Mormon, came to light. It was written in the book that the Jewish Levites had emigrated as early as the building of the Tower of Babel, but Jesus had stayed with the American Levites precisely between his resurrection and his ascension, i.e. long before Columbus, and had given them the true revelation. The Jewish patriarch Mormon at the time engraved the revelation IP Egyptian, Smith calls it Reformed Egyptian, and consigned it to the hill in the state of New York, a kind of spiritual Klondike. The content of the treasure chest, a geographical utopian motif, recurs here, cf. Volume 2, p. 754, the motif of the buried letter from God or Book of 1186. Mysteries awaiting its predetermined discoverer. The content of the treasure is itself a promise again. G.O. West, young man in chiliastic form. The Canaan which Christ intended was, according to this, in the Wild West, and the Mormon Trek, one of the greatest migratory movements in the modern era, thus built a new Zion around the Great Salt Lake. Or rather a Mohammedan puritanical hybrid and business structure grew up, seasoned with polygamy, sanctified with gold plates. In keeping with its grassroots, the New Zion soon scarcely looked more celestial than Chicago. The sanctity of the last days soon became identical with what is known in business as a clear monthly settlement. Salt Lake City with its tabernacle and holy safe in which the gold tablets are kept thus became business as usual, and the huge fool's religion became only the roundabout way to it. But this roundabout way was more necessary than in previous times, in order to rediscover sealed letters from God and to make them credible to tens of thousands. Edward Meyer in his book on the Mormons compared Joseph Smith with Mohammed, and there is some truth in this, but only to the extent that a piece of lunacy today gives a hint at the believed strength of earlier religious wishful images which themselves, at that time and place, had delusion rather only in their train. Differently from medical, social, technological wishful dreams yet unspeakably world improving here too, delusion finally enters into religious wishful dreams. Furthermore, in flat periods and countries such as the 19th century and America, it kept open specific gaps in the wishful dream and the seven sleepers tale * which waits in these gaps for its day. And let us not forget what second-rate clairvoyance achieves here. It, too, seeks by weird means to penetrate mysteries, and does so. They are purchased cut price and look like it too, tailor-made for thickheads yet sometimes still obscurely strange. Occult tomes from the last century such as Bulwer-Lytton S.Z. Anani belong here. Then, in the Swedenborgian manner, Duperl and his magic as an experimental science, and also Franz Hartmann, Petit Bourgeois Paracelsian. Then, completely disordered but atavistically interesting, Blavatsky and her Isis unveiled. At the peak of knowledge of higher worlds, the occult journalist Rudolf Steiner established himself, a mediocrity in his own right. A mediocre, indeed unbearable curiosity, yet effective, as if mistletoe were still being broken off here, as if something shoddily druidical were fermenting, soaking, murmuring, and chattering on newspaper. Whether the chatter and the asterisk. The 7 youths of Ephesus, said to have hidden in a cave during the Decian persecution and slept there for hundreds of years, waiting for Christ's return. Low level are necessary for this kind of initiation or occult activation, it is difficult to say. There are a very few, serious writings from the Steiner circle, for example Popelbaum's Biosophical Study Emin and Animal and several chemical astrological boldnesses with imitations of alchemy, but everywhere else the mere chorus of 100,000 FOLs predominates. Nevertheless there sometimes also appears a dash of mediumistic disposition, an atavistic capacity for parapsychic phenomena, above all for atavistic clairvoyance. There can be no doubt that such phenomena and such dispositions still exist, nor that they rose extremely high in characters like Blavatsky and the somnambulistic Steiner. Atavistic clairvoyance was linked as it were subterraneously with mythic customs and cults, with world pictures constructed on a different state of consciousness from that of today. Thus Steiner was after all able to touch on elements and secret teachings which from the outside are almost closed to modern consciousness, however great its philosophical empathy. Sometimes types such as these, shallow mermaids or minotaurs of tripod and journalism at the same time such as Blavatsky or Steiner, had in their consciousness a feed pipe from the unconscious, from the long past, not past. You deep sea fish, deformed and flattened, but still in a twilight form scarcely accessible to mythological research, old inter and hinter worlds rose putrefied to the surface. Mingled with strange correspondences right through the world, with the usual connecting lines cancelled out, with as it were displaced boundary stones. One example of this is Steiner's pursuit of the Sphinx-like element, which still looks with a disturbing interrogation, through all kinds of popular legends and unnatural manifestations, as far as that of panic terror. Or even an atavistic sympathetic analogy between uterus, brain, and the firmament. Such, ultimately Paracelsian, flair for supposed correspondence occurs today only in these theosophical tomes, to gnosis for the slightly touched middle class. Less sympathetic, more cobbled together in the literary sense is the nonsense on world development out of and about the business of the gods in the world. Here there are not only religious beings everywhere so that one shudders with awe when one sees a flower blossoming or especially when a storm breaks, so full is Ivern of elemental spirits. Above all the entire planetarium is transformed into a religious institution, an educational institution in which gods create and educate, preside over respective ages and the heavenly bodies, as formerly in astrological nonsense. But then again and again, to supplement the guidance of the planets with more modern education, in the nonsense structure of this not atavistic but cobbled together myth cosmology, Haeckel and evolution are also to be found, indeed evolution plus gods, at the lectern of the individual. 288. Stages, makes Steiner's World Grammar School complete. Let us stick instead to the atavistic clairvoyance of such types and the curious renewal it can give to magic which has become hocus pocus but was not so from the beginning. Let us stick not least to the undeniable fact that such stuff in places forms a parallel to colportage in literature. Just as this has kept alive, if not paved the way for, meanings which scarcely occur in good literature, so theosophical colportage produces tensions, interworlds, even archetypes which have been overlooked, at least it can produce such things if used carefully and as it were surrealistically. And this precisely because and insofar as theosophical atavisms are what they are, do not put on airs like the Catholic mythology of the other world, which in many respects is scarcely less incredible. Whereas the atavistic or colportage like in much theosophy, precisely because of its inferiority, because as colportage it is not shy, can be put to indirect use as regards insight into mythical archetypes, wild mysterious colorfulness. The miracle man is part of religion, and whoever omits him will learn nothing ultimately adequate about it. In the wishful and dream space of the unconditional, all-surpassing, which remains even after the subtrichon of religions, he no longer has any place, but at the edge of this space nothing is less relevant than civilized feelings, definitions sterilized without astonishment. Even a miracle man as dubious as Apollonius of Tyana * is closer to the religious sphere than Melanchthon, and even more so Jacob Boehme is unspeakably closer than Schleiermacher. Theosophical colportage does not have a single point seriously in common with the men of the mystery cults, let alone with the Christian mystics of ancient times. Nonetheless it can show what and where many a hubris broke into what was not built for it. Where Rabbi Lowe struggled with the archetype of Astarte and where the guardians of the threshold were feared, in short where the subject was armed when it penetrated behind the curtain into imagined worlds beyond. This has nothing to do with Christ impulse, but it does have to do with the atavisms and affirmenting images, the interim kingdoms and graven images which preceded it. And the young Goethe learnt more about the Faust magic from the Rosicrucians than from Nicolae for example. Chiefs and magicians, every religion has unders. Not the individual child paints but something universally childlike in him. And not the man of the people sings but shared deprivation or a shared spring sing from him. It is the group of something childlike or popular which lives here in individuals and speaks through them. A so to speak gifted ego is not necessary for the production of childhood images, for the creation of popular ballads. Indeed these expressive creations disappear or fade when, through sexual maturity in one case, through the individualistic economy in the other, the group light no longer burns so universally and effectively around the head. The development of an ego through sexual maturity in one case and through individualistic economy in the other is certainly very different. Nonetheless, in the physiological as well as the economic case something separated, self-willed, stands out against the previous group soul. This group soul is undoubtedly also effective in religious movements and developments, but in these a kind of personality sui generis emerges long before so-called advanced social differentiation. Religious movements have often been, indeed are as a rule, connected with driving forces under or outside the ego, with convulsions, panic, possession. Nevertheless the group here sets apart a separate figure, a leader. Primitives who have scarcely developed a division of labor and certainly no aristocracy, among whom the chief does not tower over the tribe, honor the medicine ma'en. Among the original gentes * the chief has authority but no nimbus, he is primus inter pares, whereas the magician, even in a still completely cooperative community, is considered as being of a different kind. The mysterious powers attributed to him, the esoteric and often very arduous training he has had as a disciple of the spirit world, mark him out as individual and as solitude, even before any social classification. The special position of the magician, then of the teacher of magic, is consequently independent of other social differentiation, hence the magical individual appears on the scene very early. As such, thanks to his own recognized charisma, he did not need to wait for the place which otherwise, in other activities, was open to the personal only by developed class society, and primarily by emerging or still rising capitalist society. From this follows a further, important characteristic: no religion has begun completely namelessly, i.e. without a, more weakly or strongly, stressed originator. Folk songs, even epics, may, even without the clans in Roman antiquity supposed to have a common origin and common rites. 1190. Exaggerations which Romanticism gave to this, come into being anonymously, but religions are at least ordered and, if they arise anew, founded by a named person. Holy men are placed at the beginning of the religion. They have not only charisma like primitive magicians or even later miracle men but productivity. Here too belong the older types, predominantly orderers. They are founders, though to a lesser extent, even without a new god. An authority as penetrating as Fraser finds no exception to the rule that all great religions have been founded by impressive men, cf. The Golden Bough, 1935, 42, p. 159 ETSEQ. Now of course there are remarkable gradations in this impressiveness, gradations of lesser or greater, of more blurred or more distinctive intensity with which legend has handed down a genius religiosus. Thus for example Cadmus seems fainty, Orpheus hazy, Numa Pompilius all too solemn, little shape emerges with them. They mark a beginning which is affixed to them, but they stand outside their faces, they're not quite human faces. And the mythical originators of the Egyptian and Babylonian religions are incomparably more unassailable than Moses or Jesus. They get by almost without a historical core, are mere signs of a religious beginning, whereas Moses or Jesus have a face and through all the legend they hand down an uninventable, real bearing. They themselves entered into the religion which bears their name. As historical individuals by their appearance they changed a previous religious content. However, the fact that the more ordering originators of Egyptian and Babylonian religion, and also of ancient Chinese and ancient India religion, do not stand out anything like as distinctively as Lao Tzu or Buddha, let alone Moses and Jesus, does not disprove the rule that religions, unlike folk ballads and ancestral epics, have founders. There are three reasons why some founders are handed down more indistinctly, are also themselves more indistinct. And the same reasons at the same time indicate why the founding of religions is only truly freed with Moses and Jesus. Firstly, the indistinct founders usually lie a long way back in time, legend names them and at the same time shrouds them. There is no written record going back to Cadmus, Orpheus or Numa Pompilius or even one which indisputably comes from their period. And without this such first teachers can easily become characters IQ a wandering fable which goes from place to place and blurs even an originally distinctive local face. Secondly, founders of religion remain less distinctive if, as primarily orderers and formulators, they stayed essentially within the tradition. If they do not mark a point at which the wave which had been running until then breaks, where an opposition to the previous cult is set up, in short where a new god is taught. An example, the Egyptians honored 1191. Two very solemn founders of their religion, Imhotep, a priest of the dead at the beginning of the Third Dynasty, and above all the divine scribe Thoth. Both remain legend. Indeed Thoth is almost entirely mythical, neither is even a head taller than the religious tradition which they mark. However, if another Egyptian proclaimer, Pharaoh Amenophis IV, prophet of a one and only God, of the sun god, had prevailed with his solar monotheism, then the point of radical change would have been there and Egypt would have had a distinctive originator of religion, not just a rarefied or mythical one. Thirdly, of course, even Amenophis IV, the heretic, could scarcely have attained the distinctiveness of Moses or Jesus, for this final reason, namely that natural religion, such as that which existed in Egypt, in Babylon, and even in the Vedas, makes the fo under figure ip so facto less manifest. For where gods appear as natural beings, where the human has not significantly registered itself in heaven, no man as a teacher of salvation can clearly enter heaven. He disappears behind natural mythic determinations or is even replaced by them. The Babylonian prophet Owens thus rises only as a fishmouth from the sea. Thoth, the legendary Egyptian first teacher, becomes identical with Thoth the moon god. Indeed it is the not wholly broken through background of natural religion, or, in Buddha's case, great, a cosmism in the same place as the cosmos, which causes Lao Tzu and even Buddha, distinctive though he is and powerfully though he appears in his glad tidings, to seem slightly more mythical or indeed to become more mythical than Moses and Jesus. A founder is of course everywhere, but he becomes very clearly manifest only where he sets his new God against traditional customs, against natural religion empty of men, above all where he and his followers cling fanatically to him. It was thus that Moses and Jesus first emerged, were believed in as saviors, not just as mythical teachers, not just as pointers towards salvation. Although the name of Orpheus, and also the names of natural mythic order founders, right up to the cosmomorphic Confucius, even Zoroaster, the Messiah of astral light, are mentioned together with the gods, they nonetheless remain behind them, relate externally to them. The Dionysian founder turns to Froth before his nature god, the astral mythic founder jades before him, and even Buddha, the great self-redemption, sinks at the end into the acosmos of nirvana. Moses, on the other hand, forces his God to go with him, makes him into the exodus light of his people. Jesus pervades the transcendent as a human tribune, utopianizes it into the kingdom. But whether distinctive or not, whether pervading nature and transcendence or not, words of salvation are always spoken by human beings. And men in the hypostasis of God spoke nothing but longed for. 292. Future, one which in these illusory hypostases was of course itself only illusorily graspable. This illusion, in some invocations to the gods, indeed to the kingdom of God to come at last, could be one which, instead of reconciling people to given reality and its ideology, regarded it as a delusion and allowed no peace to be stayed with it. But for such protest, summoning, utopian radical and humane, prophets are needed, not formulators of a ritual, even though the prophets only replace the old God illusion with a new one. With Moses and Jesus this new illusion also contained unreality, but apart from simply mythical unreality it sometimes also contained a quite different unreality, one of what could be or at least of what ought to be, which could thus be understood as a pointer towards utopian reality. There is therefore a functional connection between growing self-commitment of founders to religious mystery on the one hand and the actual proclamation, the miraculous abyss become human on the other side, that of glad tidings. And the growing self-commitment is finally grounded in that specific venturing beyond with which every religious act begins and in which the productive act leaves all other departures or pre-appearances behind it. This specific venturing beyond, the more mature religions become, proves to be that of the most powerful hope of all, namely that of the totem of a hope which puts the whole world into rapport with the total perfection. If the nature of this perfection, with less prominent or cosmically fading founders, is outwardly and essentially astral mythic in structure, then just as it originated from a despotic mandate as an ideology of domination, indeed consecration of domination, it may in its design particularly easily join forces with social despotism, even with patriarchalism, i.e. with thoroughgoing dependences from outside, from above. Ecclesiastical compromise is then not necessary at all here, on the contrary the genuine foundation of religion itself, as in Egypt and Babylon, leads back to and leads on to the ideology of domination. The utopia of perfection, radical and total though it is in its religious form, through its content here becomes mere supreme ideology. But where venturing beyond, thanks to plebeian movements, protests, hopes, thanks to prophetic, not at all conformist but contrastive founders, penetrated decisively into future and into the totem of a community, the religion which resulted could become a conformist ideology only through later ecclesiastical compromises, or subtleties of interpretation. Jesus' sermon, an eschatological one, certainly made no peace with the present aeon. This is precisely why it also made people most sensitive to mere lip service and ecclesiastical compromises. It was considerably more important for it than for other religions to be a contrast, as it began definitely as a soci movement. 1193. Among those that labor and are heavy laden, and it gave those that labor and are heavy laden an impulse, a sense of their worth and a hope which mere oppressedness would never have been able to find, or at least did not find in this way for 4,000 years. But this impulse comes from the most powerful secessio plebis in montem sacrum, here venturing beyond in toto at last became, orthodox. And if the maxim that where hope is, religion is true, then Christianity, with its powerful starting point and its rich history of heresy, operates as if an essential nature of religion had finally come forth here. Namely that of being not static, apologetic myth, but humane eschatological, explosively posited messianism. It is only he, stripped of illusion, God hypostases, taboo of the masters, that the only inherited substratum capable of significance in religion lives, that of being hope in totality, explosive hope. Aut Caesar aut Christus, with this war cry a different kingdom dawns from that of domination, also from that of the oppressively awesome on which religion as myth, especially as astral myth, pinned its apologetic appeasements, its not yet explosive hopes. The strength precisely of an explosive perfection was a growing and a rich one, so too, undeniably, was the depth of the projected wishful creation of gods, which corresponds to the intensity of the human commitment. Every religion has founders, this repeats at the same time that religion in its invocations, even sometimes under the cover and the dominant ideologies of the masters and star myth, was a most serious attempt at the name of all-embracing perfection. An attempt with elements of frenzy or of calmness, of the anthropomorphic or of the cosmos, of Promethean rebellion or of hypostatized peace, and the religions of protest represent at least the most human projections and hypostases into awesome dimensions. A numinous element, even in the religious humanum there is a religious feeling whereby several things are uncanny. This can blind, but it can also enable to see around the comber, where different, unfamiliar life may be going on. Even the non-religious person, if he is no flathead, will not take his familiar mode of being and seeing as the measure of all things that are or are not. Religious feeling as such stands absolutely against the impudent, even the cozy liberal feeling that is uplifted by itself and thinks even of its other world as highly sensible and sociable. Behold, ye are of nothing says the Bible, and is certainly not being misanthropic. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, says the God of the Bible, and he is here certainly not being portrayed as a demon. This remoteness, precisely this dread of the threshold, is part of every religious response if it is a religious response at all. Rudolf Otto is right from this perspective and, be it noted only in this one respect, when he cites the utterly different as a sign of the religious object and the hutting numinous as the aura of the saint. The early Karl Barth is right from this perspective and, again be it noted, only as this antidote, when he puts forward the outrageously illiberal proposition that he divine says a constant no to the world. When he teaches that the reality of religion is ma ns horror et himself, and, infinity, which we men are capable at best of conceiving, is measured against our finiteness and is therefore itself merely infinite, finiteness, Der Römerbrief, 1940, p. 252, 286. That which is believed to be God is here, as completely unmediatable despotism, kept remote from human participation, federal theology, but at this grotesque price the hoc ionum, the cur deus homo is also protected from the triviality to which an all too sociable liberalism has reduced it. The Church, says Barth, has constantly betrayed God to man, i.e. to the attacks and thought movements of the unpenetrated, untranscended creature. Against this Barth calls on the Deus absconditus, who is not after all identical with the despotic God. Religion, and particularly Christianity, amounts instead to turbulent subjectivity and its interest in the object of worship. Barth's extreme heteronymous credo looks as if he is trying to remove the Son of Man as mediator, and therefore Christianity itself, from Christianity. But despite this non-human grotesque, one which ultimately does not even preclude a priest of Moloch but would have justified his being one, despite this abuse of the Tertullian and originally far from obscurantist or utterly irrational credo quia absurdum, Barth's theology does contain a significant admonition. For it fanatically defends a revirx and a sphere which precisely in the subject relation of religion are so easily lost, right down to the vapid psychologism or the prickishness which the educated Philistine substitutes for this reverence. The illiberal element of taboo theology, after thorough detoxication, in thorough command of its humanum, can and must be won over for religious or meta-religious humanism, not so that the latter should become irrational but precisely the opposite, so that it does not become stupid. Only in the Deus absconditus is the problem maintained of what the legitimate mystici ofti homo absconditus is about, of what the community contains of kingdom in its ultimately commensurate sphere, one not psychologized, not secularized. True though it is that the so-called mysterium tremendum can be suitable for the ideology of authoritarian reaction and its despicable erasio, it is equally certain that the inapplicability of immanent familiar categories is a first criterion of the religious layer. How little reactionary erasio needs to be connected with this criterion is shown by the simple fact that it is by no means confined to obscurantism and despotic theism, on the contrary. Hence Spinoza, definitely irrational pantheist, says, furthermore, to speak also of the intellect and the will usually attributed to God. If intellect and will belong to God's eternal essence, then something utterly different must certainly be meant by these two characteristics than what is usually meant by them, for the intellect and will which constituted the essence of God would have to be utterly different from our intellect and will, a nostro intellectuiti voluntate toto silla differ. Deberent, and could be the same in name only, just as the dog as a heavenly constellation and the dog as barking animal are the same. Eth. I. Prop 17, note. And this remains decisive. The utterly different also holds good for are the ultimate humane projections from religion. It is only the utterly different which gives to everything that has been longed for in the deification of man the appropriate dimension of depth. The utterly different gives to the hubris of Prometheus that true heaven-storming quality which distinguishes the Promethean from the flatness of mere individuality and from the feeble humanization of the taboo. The utterly different with its unfathomed depths penetrates into the hubris of Thomas Müntzer, transforming it into rebellious, kingdom-inheriting mysticism, as must happen to us all with the coming of faith, that we men of flesh are to become gods through Christ becoming man and therefore with him God's pupils, taught and deified by him. Thus this numinous element in the regnum humanum itself, instead of unmanning capitulation to sheer heteronymous sublimity and its above, which is regarded as such because man is not found in it, contains on the contrary that utterly different which is itself utterly different, which cannot have too great or too overwhelming an opinion of what is man's. Such powerful astonishment, when it penetrates into the contents designated as religious which keep a space free for it, does not view their approach as oppressive but on the contrary as miraculous. The inapplicability of immanent familiar categories to the religious sphere, precisely this leap reveals itself as the highest human utopia when Paul says, "Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him." 1 Cor 2, 9. The miraculous as the utterly different with regard to the objective religious world is here clearly the most characteristic mysterium of joy, triumphing in the religious hope content of man, i.e. that which explodes itself into the utterly different. And Christianity stressed the mediation between the subjective religious world and the taboo of the previous objective religious side, a mediation which is here called kingdom, the kingdom of God. But now something utterly different arises more than ever in the object of the subjective side, namely the mystery of spatiality around the highest object. The religious subjective side is also invested with this, with the mysterium of the kingdom. God becomes the kingdom of God, and the kingdom of God no longer contains a God, i.e. this religious heteronomy and its reified hypostasis are completely dissolved in the theology of the community but in one which has itself stepped beyond the threshold of the previously known creature, of its anthropoology and sociology. This is why precisely the religion which proclaimed the kingdom of God in the midst of men, cf. Luke 17, 21, has preserved the utterly different most resolutely against the old Adam and the old becomeness, here as rebirth, there as new heaven and new earth, as transfiguration of nature. It is this border content of the miraculous, therefore of the totally removed, which makes even the best human society the means to a final purpose, the final purpose of the totally removed, which in religious terms has been conceived as the kingdom. And this quality of never having been attained reveals itself even in the best of societies, as the uncancelled frailty of the creature, the uncancelled unmediatedness of surrounding nature. Consequently, it also stands against all the partial optimism of several social utopias which have fallen out of the teotome of utopia. Certainly the wishful image in all religions, and even more powerfully in those of the messianic invocation of homeland, is that of feeling at home in existence, but one which does not see existence as confined to its clearly surveyable and so to speak local patriotic ranks of purpose. So that religion, in its constant final relation to the last leap and the utopian totum, amounts to more than ethicizing and blander rationalizations, amounts to more than morality and clear surveyability even in Confucius, its strongest ethicizer. The wishful content of religion remains that of feeling at home in the mystery of existence, a mystery mediated with man and well disposed to his deepest wish, even to the repose of wishes. And the further the subject with his wonders of religion penetrates into the object mysterium of a God conceived as the supreme outside or the supreme above and overpowers it, the more powerfully man in his earth heaven or heaven earth is charged with reverence for depth and infinity. The growing humanization of religion is not paralleled by any reduction in its sense of awe, on the contrary, the humanum now gains the mysterium of something divine. 1197. Something deifiable, gains it as the future creation of the kingdom, but of the right kingdom. Indeed, this projection used and uses even the sublimity of an outside and above, as designated above all in Egypt and in Babylon, despite the literally unholy master ideology of astral mythic overarching and statics, as education for universe containing man and for its depth. Moreover, reverence, which includes, and culminates in, the humanum, still needs the numinosum, once highly experienced in star worship, experienced through the majesty of nature, as a corrective to preserve the religious objectivity of itself, i.e. precisely so that it cannot think highly and mysteriously enough of man. Thus this estrangement, is everywhere a part of religio n, even of religion seen from a utopian perspective, seen utterly without obscurantism. Its obscurum, the Lord said that he would dwell in the thick darkness, 1 Kings 8, 12, is not that of superstition which has applied too little knowledge to fate, but one of knowledge conscience that sees itself permanently surrounded by the uncanny in the depths and hopes that this will not be resolved into or mediated with anything but the miraculous. The Phoebus post nubila in which above all messianic religion had its militant light, its truly burning red light, is no already present consonance and certainly not one that would have simply destroyed the clouds, it merely rid them of the homeless element. Such knowledge conscience as the inherited substratum of religion cited above, i.e. as the mindfulness that it is hope in totality, at the same time grasps the essence of the world in tremendous suspense, towards something enormous which hope believes is good, which active hope ks to ensure is good. In the sense that religion describes the sphere where ma n sphere, of the uncanny n himself and in the essence of the world, can resound from deep nearness, from deep distance, as reverence. Presupposing this, religious feeling always penetrated into its above. Man wants to be with the powers in which he believes, however much he feels subject to them. All the more so when, being of related matter, he feels mediated with them, in Greek religion, and then above all, in the more secret image, in Judeo-Christian religion. The founders of religion put themselves increasingly into their versions of the utterly different, increasingly turning it into the mystery of a content which is human or mediated with men. It is the power of this free penetration, the call of this reverential penetration which works towards this end, the, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me, General 3:2, 26. And in such penetration how often man has realized that he is better than his gods, how powerfully there leapt from this, not smug homespunness, not the emancipated Philistine instead of Prometheus, but precisely the founding of a new mysterium. And the decisive point, even in the most distant astral mythic visions, in estrangements which had degenerated almost completely into apologetic alienations and ideologies of a despotic static above, at the utopian end, and thus identifiably, an unknown human element also spoke, spoke out, itself and the unknown in and before it. Noumen, noumenosum, mysterium, even no to the existing world are never anything but the secret humanum itself. Let it be noted, that which is secret, still hidden from itself, distinguished by the leap of the utterly different from the known humanum and its immanent familiar environment. The contents in the unfathomed depths of existing which have never appeared are, in the religious ineffabile, given the sign that they are not forgotten and are not buried. They are given, firmly in the Bible, the hope, always kept open, that a time and a space of adequateness has been assigned to them in utopian form, conceived as kingdom. And just as the religious self is hardly congruent with the existing human creature, and just as religious security hardly coincides with positivism's smug self-enveloping in the empirical content of life, so the religious idea of kingdom, in its intended scope and content, does not completely coincide even with any notion of kingdom in social utopias. Among the Chiliasts, the notion of kingdom posited, recognized, and demanded their ways as preparation of the final leap. It appears in the Gospels not as heavenly other world but as new heaven and new earth, but it contains in its anticipations an absolutum in which contradictions other than social ones are to cease, in which also the understanding of all previous connections changes. What Engels, in an early critique of Carlyle, says about the kingdom as a construct of inwardness and of sanctimonious priests certainly remains true. Once again, it is the Christians who, by setting up a separate history of the kingdom of God, deny all the inner substantiality of real history and claim this substantiality solely for their otherworldly, abstract, and moreover fabricated history, who through the perfection of the human species in their Christ view history as reaching an imaginary goal, interrupted in the middle of its course. Mega, I, 2, 1930, p. 427. Yet this rejection is, even in religious terms, so true that not least Joachim of Fiore would have agreed with it, indeed most passionately. However, for this reason, precisely for this reason, social history and social utopia, even an attained classless society, are separated from the summum bonum of the religious utopian kingdom by the leap which the explosive intention of rebirth and transfiguration itself posits. The kingdom remains the religious key concept, in astral religions as crystal, in the Bible, with a total outburst of intention, as glory. There is in all these unconditionalities a boundlessness of longing whose hubris extends beyond even that of Prometheus 2:99. And whose "I will not let thee go, except thou bless me" does not go under in the humility of the concept of grace. For even grace, even if it is supposed to be far from the power of the human will and not to come from the merit of works, its concept comes after all from the hope of a leap and of the recognition of being able to be prepared for the most perfecti. Hence precisely that unmistakable non-passivity even in the thickest God forms of religion, hence the superadditum of most tremendous insatiability in every religious shudder, even when it seems to waft down from above. Hence the ultimate transformation, convertibility of the astral mythic alien mysterium into the mysterium of a citoyen of the kingdom and of its paradoxical relationship to becomeness. Hence finally above all the most powerful paradox in the religious sphere, so rich in paradoxes, the elimination of God himself, in order that precisely religious mindfulness, with hope in totality, should have open space before it and no ghostly throne of hypostasis. All of which means nothing less than just this paradox: the religious kingdom intention as such involves atheism, at last properly understood atheism. As long as the latter does not merely drive out superstition to replace it with just as much of a feeble negativum as the superstition was a dubious positivum. But insofar as atheism removes that which is conceived as God, i.e. as an ens perfectissimum, from the beginning and from the process of the world, and instead of a fact designates it as what it can only be, the highest utopian problem, that of the end. The place that has been occupied in individual religions by what is conceived as God, that has ostensibly been filled by that which is hypostatized as God, has not itself ceased after it has ceased to be ostensibly filled. For it is at all events preserved as a place of projection at the head of utopian radical intention, and the metaphysical correlate of this projection remains the hidden, the still undefined undefinitive, the real possible in the sense of mystery. The place allocated to the ephemeral God is thus not in itself a void. It would only be this if atheism were nihilism, and furthermore not merely a nihilism of theoretical hopelessness but of the universal material annihilation of every possible goal and perfection content. Materialism as the explanation of the world in its own terms has only in its mechanical form failed to touch even marginally on the place of the earlier God hypostasis, but it has also failed to include life, consciousness, process, the switch from quantity to quality, novum, and dialectics as a whole. And even mechanical materialism, at least in Feuerbach's version, must leave a special space in anthropology to accommodate the religious projections there, in their origin and object. It was, as we shall have to show, in Feuerbach's case a fixed anthropology, 1200. Which was not only a historical and a social, abstract and general, but over and above this one of scarcely extended human presence, but for all that, Feuerbach's anthropological critique of religion did touch on religious contents as if they were by no means mere nothingness as in nihilism. And genuine materialism, dialectical materialism, cancels out precisely the transcendence and reality of every God hypostasis, but without removing that which is intended by ens perfectissimum from the last quality contents of the process, from the real utopia of a realm of freedom. Something fulfillable, something expectable by virtue of the process is certainly not denied in dialectical materialism, on the contrary, its place is held and kept open more than anywhere else. This means that the kingdom, even in secularized form, and all the more so in its utopian total form, remains as a messianic front space even without any theism. Indeed it can only remain at all, as every anthropologization of heaven from Prometheus to the belief in the Messiah has increasingly shown, without theism. Where the great world ruler is, freedom has no space, not even the freedom, of the children of God and not the kingdom figure, the mystic democratic figure to be found in chiliastic hope. The utopia of kingdom destroys the fiction of a creator God and the hypostasis of a heavenly God, but not the end space in which ens perfectissimum contains the unfathomed depth of its still unthwarted latency. The existence of God, indeed God at all as a special being, is superstition, belief is solely that in a messianic kingdom of God, without God. Atheism is therefore so far from being the enemy of religious utopia that it constitutes its precondition. Without atheism messianism has no place. Religion is superstition wherever it is not what in terms of its valid intention content it has increasingly come to mean in its historical manifestation as, the most unconditional utopia, utopia of the absolute. Non-existence, non-becomeness is the real fundamental definition of the ens perfectissimum, and if it had become it would not be different from its kingdom, hypostatized as God. The hypostasis of God in religions which posit it, Taoism and especially Buddhism do not posit it, is, when it means a creator or a ruler of the world, nothing but unknowingness, indeed anti-knowledge, and for a sense of religion which considers itself too good or even too deep to offer outmoded scientific consciousness or even bogeyman nonsense, this hypostasis is at very best the mythologized governorship of a hope such as All Saints' Day for all, without masters. Thus the history of Ma'n's consciousness of God is certainly not the history of God's consciousness of himself, but of the highest possible front content in each case of an existence open in its forwards, in its above, in its depth. All higher religions are thus themselves fed by the 1201 front intensity of radical longing and the sought-for anticipations of an ens perfectissimum which constitutes the goal content of this longing. The anticipator in art, posits solely pre-appearance, but in religion, where disinterested enjoyment is utterly absentee, it posits ultimately pre-existence of ourselves in total involvement. And in it existing becomes, in accordance with the seriousness of the transcendera, a transformed existing, one of an attempted rebirth towards the new man, through the founder and his God. Nature itself is transformed in the Christian apocalypse and, unlike every ideal landscape of aesthetic pre-appearance, it passes first through destruction to its transfiguration. Transformation, therefore, in the atheism of religio n, above it, constitutes the last criterion of its sphere, a criterion which equally flows from religious penetration into the above, into the aspiration to become like that which is intended as God. Judaism, Christianity, as the highest religions, show the entire intended seriousness of this transformation, and of course only a concept of knowledge which has enriched itself with religious conscience can do justice to this. And the end of religion is thus, in this knowledge, as comprehended hope in totality, not simply no religion but, in the convolutions of Marxism, the inheriting of it, meta-religious knowledge conscience of the final whereto, what for problem, ens perfectissimum. After all, the will of the upwards directed to this lives on precisely in that of the forwards. When the people followed a founder, they were ultimately following an aspiration to be as in heaven. This summum corda applies all the more when heaven is certainly not an existing utterly different but, as new heaven, new earth, is set as a utopian task, the summum corda thus bears precisely the religious, i.e. messianic inherited substratum. Founders of religion had behaved messianically long before the Jews took the messianic at its word, made it into the fundamental reduction of the religious, into the creation of kingdom per se. Messianism is the salt of the earth, and of heaven, too, so that not only the earth but also the intended heaven should not become stupid. The promise the numinous made, the messianic aims to keep, its humanum and the world adequate to it are not only the thoroughly unfamiliar, the thoroughly unbanal, but the distant coast in early morning light. And it was a long way until the founders themselves, with human latency, entered into the name of their God. Until the history of ideas of God ran from fetish to star to Exodus light to the spirit of kingdom and ran out. Until from the projecting of a divine darkness and heavenly throne belief came close or will come close to the incognito and the stay a while. All religion was a wishful undertaking mingled more. 1202. Than elsewhere with superstition and illusions, but it was no splintered or limited wishful undertaking but a total one, and it was no completely hollow illusion but attempting one, with a perfection in mind which is not. Every religion, even the astral mythic, found it easier to believe in the invisible than the visible, and its God content no more coincided with the manageable kind of reality than did the religious breakthrough with man as he had been till then and with his world which, as the prophets in particular complained, lieth in wickedness s. The content conceived and longed for as God is so superior to existing reality that, despite all hypostases of reality, it comes increasingly to represent a utopian ideal which is not refuted by its non-being. A not yet being such as characterizes the mode of reality of concrete ideals is admittedly never and nowhere a not yet being of God. The world is not a machine for the production of such a supreme person, of a gasiform vertebrate, as Haeckel rightly put it. Rilke, Bergson, even the early Gorky, effortlessly distinguished themselves in various ways in such God-making, and Lenin rightly described such efforts as necrophilia. Atheism which knows what this means does not, in miserable imitation of the founders, return to God-making, but it certainly does go, with the God hypostasis omitted once and for all, to the unconditional and total hope content that has been so variously experimented with under the name of God. Experiments containing a vast amount of superstition, illusion, ignorance, as is well known, with a hypostasis of unfathomed social and natural powers into otherworldly fate. But equally it was people in great need who in protest against this fate attempted to change it magically mythically or to invoke it for the good. Thus religious imagination certainly cannot be dismissed in toto by the achieved demystification of the world picture, but solely by a specific philosophical concept which does justice to the ultimate intention content of this imagination. For, in the midst of all, this sighing, invoking and preaching lived and rises into red dawn, and even in the midst of the, very easily identifiable nonsense about the mythical there lived and rises the undis-charged question, which has been a burning question only in religions, about the unstablished, meaning of life. It exalts and stimulates precisely genuine realism, as a question which is so far from coinciding with the nonsense about the mythic that it gives every sense its seriousness. Thus, because of the especially total wishful influence from this sphere, a new anthropology of religion is necessary. And, because of the especially totally intended character of perfection in this sphere, a new eschatology of religion is due. Both without religion, but both with the corrected, undischarged problem of such tremendous winged creations of humanity. Varying winged creations, even incompatible with one another, even those with quite obvious fools' paradises nearby, but precisely full of attempts on the uncommon sense, according to the human social horizon. Cadmus, Orpheus, the Olympian gods of Homer, the Egyptian son of the dead and Babylonian astral myth, the Chinese Tao, Moses, or the Exodus, the emphatic god men Zoroaster, Buddha, and Jesus therefore describe precisely the growing commitment of the FO under to the experimental glad tidings of an ens perfectissimum, and the social mandate for this penetration and the human substance of its perfectum always correspond to each other. In the astral myth the founder disappears, his god is the complete outwardness of starlight. In Christianity the founder becomes the glad tidings itself, and his God finally disappears in one single humane All Saints' Day. Where hope is, there indeed is religion, but as the absolute content of hope even in its intention is still so unfound, there is also such a varying fund of imagination in religions as attemptings of the utopian totem. However, all are ultimately allocated to this totem, and, being religions, to the totem as that utterly different which equally, in view of the humaniform transformation, kingdom creation, means that which is no longer different at all, but longed for authenticity. Two founders, glad tidings and cur du homo. The stranger as teacher, Cadmus. When the first hearth once burned is uncertain. But it is always recounted that someone first took men away from raw food, in every sense. All primitive peoples tell of such a man from foreign parts who brings religious customs and more. He teaches them to cast lots, to carve runes, to write, often as a miracle-working youth, more often as an old man. The teacher may even appear as a dwarf. It was as a dwarf, according to the Etruscan legend, that he was plowed up out of the earth, revealed the interpretation of signs and died immediately afterwards. But mostly accounts tell of a high-ranking traveler who has sat at the tables of the gods. Among the Celts he was called Ram, prepared a potion against the plague from mistletoe, taught the art of cooking food and of the favorable hour. Among 1204 wishful images of the fulfilling moment. The Greeks this figure became clearer, became Cadmus, the foreign parts from which he came were in this case, and in this case only, Phoenician. Among the Greeks Cadmus was regarded as the man who taught them agriculture and writing and to honor the gods. But he is not commemorated beyond this. The names of such bringers of salvation are simply there, as if they had ended the shift from animal to man. The news of medicinal plants and ways of healing left the Ram or Cadmus who first brought it far behind. The power of the mistletoe is here more important than the who draws attention to it. Singer of ecstatic salvation, Orpheus. The still indistinct teachers thus always stay behind that which is theirs. Even Orpheus, a religious haze in human form, although he perhaps did live. He is regarded as a music-making bringer of salvatio. The Greeks had several such, Linos, Musios, Eumolpos, Amphion, all enchanters by their song, zither, lyre. But Orpheus epitomizes them all, both as a calming and finally as an ecstatic savior. On one side he appears, cooling, not Dionysian, with peaceful though also melting harmony. Thus he compels not only trees and rivers but precisely wild animals to listen to him. He outdid the sirens, setting his own saving song against their death-bringing song. In particular he overwhelmed with it the furies of the underworld. Orpheus was worshipped as the only man ever to return from the land of the dead. His sin was that he looked back for Eurydice, a motif that also belongs to his non-Dionysian side, out of monogamous love. Thus Orpheus later lamented Eurydice as his only love. Thus the Maenades, precisely as Dionysian, marriage-hating, tore him to pieces. Above all, Orpheus' lament for Eurydice does not accord with the Hetaeron background of Dionysian belief. The soothed, distinctly faithful is in this point stronger than the all-mixing, shape-dissolving frenzy. Equally in the ethics of the later Orphics the required discipline, indeed renunciation, appears, if we disregard the content, almost Apollonian. And yet the other, the burning side of the god of life is in the end stronger. The melting harmony of the sounds which not only silences the sirens but compels them to listen is not without reason related to the dissolving frenzy. The sirens understand Orpheus, and he himself knew how to outdo them, precisely as the bewitchers who drive men out of their minds. A Greek religion did develop under his name, one with Apollonian features, but it developed on the soil of the non-Greek, Thracian worship of Dionysus. Pausanias. 1205. In his account of the Orphic places of worship, which did not spread until the 7th and 6th centuries, says that the statue of Dionysus was always erected next to that of Orpheus. If the singer was torn to pieces by the Maenades because of his lament for Eurydice, he was for this very reason also considered the personification of Dionysus, who was also torn to pieces. He was torn to pieces by Titans, but his heart was rescued by Athene, and from it the new Dionysus arises, the one who is reproduced from his dismembered limbs, from the variety of changeful existence. Orpheus, however, kicked open for believers the gate to this god, one who at least stood in natural life, as its voluptuous phallic lord. What applied to death in the Orphic rites applies to the salvation intended here as a whole. It does not fall outside sensual passion but completely into it, into one which has become supersensory. Clear asceticism is the path, but the goal and the content are enthusiastic fullness. The Orphically promised eudaimonia is passion towards the above. Man is supposed to free himself from his evil titanic inheritance and return pure to the Dionysus whose heart has remained alive in him, yet precisely the other inheritance, that of Dionysian frenzy, thus remained alive in this creature of heart, not of light or of intellect, who had been rescued from laceration. It tallies with this that the Orphic mystery among the Locrians and on the island of Lesbos led back to completely Hetaeron modes of life. Even the proclaimer of the thus resolving, i.e. dissolving Dionysus did not himself need to have a distinct face, indeed was not allowed to have one. He was completely absorbed into the untied life that was to be all that remained when Hades and the Apollonian day were both overcome. The fabulous Orpheus was no more seen in it than his god. In frenzy, to the sound of gongs and cymbals, the eyes roll up. The Dionysian savior disappears as soon as he has saved. Such frothing away is part of frothing salvation. Poets of Apollonian gods and their attendants, Homer and Hesiod, Roman state gods, but the attempt to rna, the all too wild lyre more composed was successful. Two more or less visible Greek poets even wrote of strangely everyday gods. Though gods resembling Ma'en, fully developed into statues, not gods of frenzy. Homer and Hesiod, says Herodotus, named the gods of the Greeks, i.e. the unpriestly, the chivalric, then the urbane gods. They certainly did not name, or even make, the old folk gods, of whom Herodotus scarcely seems to know anything. Not the Chthonic and the Orphic gods, let alone the Anim gods, which later shrank to become the eagle of Zeus or Hera's cow-like glance. And indeed, what a way, what a forgetting and brightening, from the uncanny owl-like creature which haunts the Erechtheion to Homer's Pallas Athene. And this way is marked by the declinio of the Pelasgian priest and magician caste, by the emergence of profane, chivalric class poetry, which takes possession of the gods in Homer. In Hesiod this occurred in a non-chivalric yet equally unschooled fashion. The shepherd of Iskra romances and broods from his folk religion, not from magic circles. Only indistinctly do Pelasgian magical figures such as Colchis, Tiresias, loom into the chivalric world. Colchis who ordered Iphigenia's sacrificial death, Tiresias, the seer who had been a woman, who knows how to handle blood and who summons the shades from the underworld for Odysseus. Chivalric class poetry has overlaid all this. The world of Patril has overlaid the Chthonic world, with the effect of making the taboo an Apollonian one. It became a taboo of the refined religious surface, which does not want to know anything too deeply. Even Poseidon, with the rage and the unfathomed depth of the ocean in him, is now part of the ambrosial midday. Indeed, it is significant that Dionysus is ignored in Homer, as is Demeter, the dark earth goddess, for they are priest gods, and above all gods of the depths. When golden Eos unlocked the eastern door of the benighting pole and the heavens dawned with grey light, this day put an Apollonian end to all these impenetrable beings. They now wear the mask of beauty, or at least of urbanity. Colchis, Tiresias, Orpheus, were covered over. Even the Orphic Renaissance of the 7th and 6th centuries, strongly though it was connected with what remained of peasant and folk religion, did not cancel out the city gods. They were real city gods, as at home in Athens as the chthonic noumena before them had been in a cave, spring, or mountain. The entire underworld was incorporated or conquered by Apollo's tripod. The Acropolis, ruled by Pallas Athene, the goddess not born of woman, sticks as a mountain temple for Polis gods which has become thoroughly Uranian. Zeus, Apollo, and Artemis had their altars, Hephaestus had his castle rites and civil rites, Aesculapius lived in a chamber in the rock, even Pan lived in one of its grottos, which were occupied throughout with urban demigods and heroes. And what Athens on its castle rock gathered beneath it, the same Apollonian Homeric system of gods was repeated on Acrocorinth, in the valley of feasts at Olympia, even in demonic Delphi. Gaia and Saturn were gone, Zeus ruled. So Homer and Hesiod did, in fact, cum grana salis, create the gods of the Greeks, i.e. as radiantly humanized gods, walking in urbane light. But yet again, even these announcers, precisely these, still stand outside their enunciation, in the same way that as epic writers they stand outside their poems and do not intrude on them. Hesiod appears as a warner, but never makes the claim to be a saint, let alone a conquered part of the higher world. Homer stands completely opposite his day gods with their frank serenity as an epic poet, not as a guest at the table of the Olympians themselves. If the latter have become a reflection of the Mycenaean court, a reflection which did not go through any priestly caste, their formulator still does not talk of them with greater personal sympathy than he talks of Achilles, Agamemnon, Odysseus. And so in fact Herodotus' assertion, 2:53, that Homer and Hesiod gave the gods their names, allocated offices and arts to them, and even created the Greek theogony, is only correct insofar as through these poets the Olympic pantheon now definitely took the place of the dark or twilight local gods. Nonetheless, Homer is a founder, precisely one of illumination, whatever the Orphics Xenophanes and Plato may have had to say against his so-called frivolity. To his heaven there is not only an access depending on the dead Ma's rank, but the novum, far from mysterious, of a familiar confiding humor now appears. The terrible behind the mask of the beautiful remained. Here Nietzsche in part saw correctly and discovered the depth in the superficiality, the consciously overlaid element in this local humane beauty. Behind the gods is Moira, in them is the numinous. But by virtue of a mask-off beauty resembling man and of Mycenaean culture it was mediated with Moira, as through a mysterium of externality. The barbaric magician had disguised himself with a lion's face or that of other natural demons to show the divine as present in his body. The Greek god creator aims at the opposite, he changes his gods into Apollonian human form. But of course the edge of the mask always remains, over which a far from art religious ground overflows with blood. As in its sacrificial rites, which were as characteristic of Greek as of any barbaric religion, the temples were full of holy slaughter. The priest poured blood all over the magnificent marble altar, and the noble simplicity, the silent grandeur of the gods' images was surrounded by the smoke of burnt sacrificial animals, a slaughterhouse for Olympus, which lived on more than just nectar and ambrosia. Something monstrous, something inhuman at least in its proportions is sometimes to be found even in Homer, as with Ares who covered 7 hides Effland when he fell, Iliad, XXI, 407. And Moira, fate over man and gods, remains, it does not at all accord with the Apollonian day. Mortal fate marks the place where the Apollonian gods abandon man, Athene herself. 1208. Says that not even a god can help the man he loves, if the Moira of death has chosen him as its sad victim, od. 3, 238. The gods retire when Moira appears. The moment Hector is destined to die, Apollo leaves his side to make way for Moira, which, as a god, he knows but cannot avert from his protege. Here is the limit of the Apollonian gods: they belong to life, to beauty, to the day, and where this ends Olympian aid, indeed existence, also ends. CFW Otto, Die Götter Griechenlands, 1929, p. 339f. Moira is that power from the pre-Homeric cult of night and earth which could not be defeated by the chivalric gods and the gods of beauty, thus it reigns behind the victors, who are victors only by day. Indeed the entire Olympus, though it knows no death itself, lies only as a narrow realm of beauty before the abyss, with the blessing that it covers up the prospect of Moira during brief life and felicity. But at this price the art religion of the fairy ground now flashes all the more brightly, with gods as knights who have ascended into the heights and light of externality. Moira, which is not externality, is for this very reason not another god hostile to the gods but simply the power of the bottomless, of the inexorably predetermined abyss for every figure and its career. Nor does Moira mythicize, for example, uncomprehended, uncontrolled natural powers per se but, in relation to men, primarily the natural power of death and thus of thwarting blind destiny as a whole. Thus Homeric religion has no mediation whatever with Moira, not even the enigmatic superficial mediation achieved with the numinous of the day gods by means of the mask of beauty. Therefore ultimately, the founding element in Homer was an illumination in art. It could and had to be this, one of epic shaping, with precisely the penetration but also precisely the distance appropriate to the epic. To this uniqueness of a founder attitude a religion of sheer day sculpture, of brief day of man sculpture therefore ultimately corresponds, a religion in which everything unformed or, here, unformable is passed over in silence or ascribed to Moira. The power of these glad tidings, which penetrate so far and no further, is that of the deified beauty of life and of depths pushed to the edge, still concealed at the edge. From suffering, from Dionysus, indeed from Gethsemane much can be cited against this art religion so rich in omissions, yet a first humanum did dawn in it. It escaped from the animal gods, the Egyptian stone gods, the Babylonian star gods, having failed to overcome their pressure, even intramythically, by a subject. For the possible subject intended in Prometheus still had despotism above it in Zeus, just as Zeus in turn was subject to blind Moira. But Homer's undeniable illumination made the gods of Greece tend towards joy, the taboo became anthropomorphic. A characteristic, lastingly remarkable tributary joined this in Roman religion. The holy was here immediately connected with the most reasonable actions and virtues, it dwelt in them. Instead of art, Rome thus presents the novum of deified concepts, not in the manner of serene brilliance as with the Greeks but dry, serious and believed. The Greeks also deified abstractions such as Nike, Dike, Irene, Hygeia. In Hesiod there is a goddess Eris, a double goddess, the destructive goddess of quarrel, the good goddess of competition. But this kind of thing remained subordinate in Greek art religion. Above all it did not attain the practical seriousness of the peasant and later the state religion of the Romans. The legendary founder of Roman religion, Numa Pompilius, was remembered primarily as having as it were cleared the wood gods Picus and Faunus and abolished human sacrifice. Just as Romulus founded the herbs, so Numa founded the law which applied to it and to it alone. And the gods of this purpose later swallowed up the original spring, tree, and animal cults, just as they added the great natural forces to those of the herbs, which grew from a rural town into an imperium. One of the most primeval Roman noumena is the genius, i.e. the seed to which man owes his existence, which goes on procreating through the sun and reproduces the race. But this god is already, unlike in the phallus cults, one of useful procreation and of its idea, he is the birthday god of every Roman citizen as such. Ideas of labor and of functions such as Saturnus, sowing, ops, work in the fields, terminus, boundary stone, are also among the oldest Roman gods. These are all gods of peasant Rome and signify the immediately useful in general. They are peasant activities epitomized in an abstract concept, such as census, the harvest god, from Kindera, the gathering in of the harvest. They are functional gods. More mediated abstracta occur in the noble upper class, in the patriciate, which already from the 6th century onward stood above the rural and urban citizenry. The actual state religion was shaped by this class. In Rome the patricians, the urban incorporated knights and strict bearers of the state function, played the part that had been played in Homeric religion by the class of local princes and nobles, with whom the gods, as Phaeacians of the highest order, had been mediated, but there was of course no space for Phaeacian gods and gods of beauty in Rome. Now functional gods truly began to branch off from Numa's foundations, including some of quite astonishing functional abstraction. Quietudo, tranquility, had its altar, as did Ocasio, the goddess of opportunity, who was portrayed with a forelock and with the back of her head shaved. Concordia had a temple dedicated to her as early as 367, after the end of the class wars. Spes was given its first temple after the First Punic War, annos after the capture of Syracuse. Mens Bona received its temple after the defeat at Lake Trasimene, this in 1210. Particular is a noumen which does not occur at all among the Greeks, nor is it identical with the concept of sophrosyne. A cultic realm of theologized abstracta thus arose, full of holy dry exaltedness, with no parallel in other religions. It is very understated to regard these religious images, in Mommsen's words, as being on an incredibly low level of contemplation and comprehension. On the contrary, there is here a mystery of externality which is related to the Greek mask of beauty but conceals the unfathomed depths in a far more remarkable manner, surrounding them with the extremest reasonableness. Hence Eusenaer in his N.A. Jails of the Gods quite appropriately recognized the religious power and the problem in such apparent platitudes, namely that the excitable religious feeling of antiquity was quite capable of exalting even abstract ideas to divine status. This applies above all to the Roman gods, and to the most peculiar of them all, the double-headed Janus. He is the functional idea of the door which opens on two sides. He is the beginning, the morning, and the month of January. In short, he is the divine abstraction for opening per esse. Even the three Capitoline gods who seem to coincide with the three main Greek gods, Jupiter, Juno, Minerva, are least of all the beautiful divinities of the Greek polis, with their slight quarrels and eternal serenity, with nectar, ambrosia, and blessed privateness. They are, as Mommsen brilliantly observes, above all abstractions, powerful, powerfully governing, abstractions of domination, of moral discipline, of understanding. Admittedly, Jupiter is also defined in terms of nature, as the visible firmament. Sub love frigido is the poetic term for cold weather, but essentially he is the firmament only because this, like Rome's rule, spans all countries. Certainly, other lords of heaven were at the same time political gods. Most impressive of all was the Babylonian Marduk. He too was a god of empire, not merely an astral world ruler, and, another Jupiter, he held the title of Bel Madadi, ruler of the lands. But Marduk was, after all, in the especially high-flying mythological reflexes of Babylon, primarily the astral ruler of the world and only as such an imperial god, whereas the Roman Jupiter was from the beginning identical with the empire as such. He presided over Orbi, Rome and the globe, but primarily over Rome, with whose potentia he was identical, and only as such over the globe. Jupiter is thus the epitome of rule, just as Juno is the epitome of moral discipline, and just as Ocasio is the epitome of the favorable opportunity. This too is Apollonian religion, not in the sense of the muse and her heaven, certainly not, but in the sense of reason of state. Rome established the novum of prose in religion, indeed of prose as religion. Yet precisely the numinous in this conceptuality remains so powerful that it even constitutes one of the most experienced origins of Christian allegory. That is, of religious transparency, indeed of a new expressiveness of abstract categories. Faith, hope and charity were such allegories throughout the Middle Ages, and certainly not frosty ones. They still had the breath of spes and concordia, of fama and fides, of mens bona and also of bona valentudo from their Roman temples. Finally, indirectly via Stoicism, even the most inflexible entity in Greek myth, Moira, was invested with Roman purposes, as if it were thereby mediated. Rome itself becomes fate, a fate which, for itself, is good, that which, for the Greek s, hovers high over the gods, is here demoted to fortune of the state. At least it was in Rome's heyday. In later centuries fatum certainly again looks like doom, indeed like a declared enemy. But it is significant that Stoicism, having become the philosophical sister of Roman religion, could interpret its Zeus, its good necessity essentially as the necessity of Rome. This corresponded to a political trust in God such as no imperium till then had possessed in its superstructure, not even, with, moreover, a quite different religious institution. The English imperium of the 17th century. The piety of Sulla is characteristic of this kind of belief in fate, characteristic because in this general highly individual relation to fortuna that of Roman patriotism as a whole expresses itself in heightened form. Sulla considered himself the darling of the gods, especially of Aphrodite, with whom he claimed to be in the habit of holding secret conversations. He felt he was almost part of Fortuna and assumed the cognomen Felix as a formal mystical title. Moira, the Roman lucky star, the necessity of Rome, thus became one. The god Fatum now had most temples in Rome, indeed fundamentally it had all temples. And religio itself becomes the Roman word for tying back to Fatum as that which is said, which is decreed by the gods, a tying which coincided with that which is Caesar's. Every official classical religion is the sense of well-being of the ruling class, is belief in itself having turned out well in an intercourse of beauty among the Greeks, an intercourse of reason of state among the Romans, both connecting gods with men. The formulators of this religion are in it but above all outside it as much as epic writers are, and among the Romans, from Numa Pompilius onwards, as organizers. Hence the humanization of the gods here occurs as deification of the human creature, of its beauty among the Greeks, of its purposeful mind and power value in Rome. Temples of beauty arise and a pantheon of the most happily achieved creature empire, these are the signs of classical salvation. 1212. The unblossomed belief in Prometheus and the tragic liturgy, Aeschylus. The Greeks possessed only one man who breaks into the above. Wish.s to do so were not lacking, Icarus is one example. And Bellerophon, who tried to rise up to heaven on Pegasus. But Prometheus was the only one who did not founder before the goal. He was of course no founder of a religio but originally a chthonic hero of legend around whom a special cult later developed. The bringer of fire gathers epitomizes in his person the mythical primal teachers of all peoples, in rebellious fashion. The name Prometheus itself may be connected with sparking, flaming. Pramantha in Sanskrit means a whirl of fire. Prometheus would then be, in his original form, both this whirl of fire and its god and therefore not, as in an element in his legend which appears much later, Prometheus the forethinking, i.e. not the mere level-headed counterpart to his brother Epimetheus, the afterthinking. Aeschylus interpreted the fire motif broadly. His Prometheus wants to pass on to men all the goods reserved for the gods. Because this figure acts as the Greek Lucifer, as the bringer of light, very bright, without brimstone, the religion of Prometheus pressed forward into a quite different place from where gods or even anti-gods usually stand. This is why Prometheanism as a religion has been overlooked up to now, and in fact, having no temples and accordingly no priests, it has remained undeveloped as such. Yet under another name it is all the better known. The religion of Prometheus is the religion of Greek tragedy. Here is its temple and its liturgy, here the Titan, chained by Zeus to the Caucasus, has his scarcely theistic cult. The Prometheus bound of Aeschylus is therefore the central Greek tragedy, all others modify the Titan. Proudly he tells the Oceanides how he intervened in the world. Men saw, but they saw in vain, they listened, but they heard nothing. v. 439 pound. As a super Cadmus he brought light, all arts come to mortals from Prometheus. v. 490. His will is unconquerable for Zeus, despite the cross in the Caucasus, he rejects any thought of a conversion, waiting only for the end of the present era, of the rule of Zeus. Even now Zeus has nothing to set against him but the companions Kratos and Bia, strength and violence, as well as the eagle, the old emblem of rule and of tearing to pieces, who feeds on his jiver every third day. Zeus here no longer seems urbane at all, he is a vengeful despot. Thus the Aeschylean Prometheus has at least one thing in common with the Gitaean, unfathomably deep hatred, indeed contempt for the ruler of the world. But all this in the religious sphere, which means that rebellion here has as least as much inscrutability as Zeus claims for his tyranny, indeed more. Hence Greek tragedy, too, remained a cult, and all its heroes, after being masks of the torn Dionysus, became masks of Prometheus. Even Oedipus in Sophocles, the passively suffering man, stands above his fate, and the serene holiness around the old man at Colonus is almost as if illuminated by that no longer Zeus, that graceful home which the man-shaping, world-warming will of Prometheus had in mind. And it is not only Dionysus as torn to pieces, but also Dionysus as fermenting within himself, not yet articulated, who rebels in the tragic masks of Prometheus, a collisionful pathos as a whole against heaven as it had become till then. Intended to be performed as part of the public worship in the sanctuary of Dionysus, Attic tragedy, most emphatically in Aeschylus, becomes anti-Olympian prophecy. Nietzsche, in The Birth of Tragedy, praises the astonishing boldness with which Aeschylus put the Olympian world into his scales of justice, and the scales fall in favor of Prometheus, the glory of activity. This is the truth of this matter and the ground through which Prometheus, through his poet Aeschylus, became as it were the founder of his own religion, one which of course did not blossom out. It had to remain unblossomed in the spirit of its rebellion, firstly because a social mandate such as that of Moses against the Pharaoh, of Jesus against Caesar, was lacking. And secondly because the founding of this religion is completely postponed, i.e. became only the contemplative drama of a rebellion myth. For the greatest eruption into the other world which occurred before Jesus, the Greeks had only the allotted roles of a poet who was no prophet and of a demigod who was not a man. Thus only tragedy remained for Prometheus as his religious location, though connected with the rite of Dionysus. Defiance of Zeus, this is the metaphysics of tragedy, a warlike one, which even in the destruction of the hero nails to the mast its no to the old order and its deeper yes to a different era, to a new heaven. It is a magnificent hubris and more than that, one purified by suffering, deepened by genius, which annihilates the old connections between guilt and fate. Even though Prometheus himself is destroyed, he represents something which is better than the Greek gods. Among the Olympians, significantly, only Pallas Athene, the goddess of reason, was believed to be a friend of Prometheus, and she is the only power who goes together with him here. Nonetheless, it is surprising that the Greeks did not honor this helper in need more highly. Even in poetry he did not receive anything like the consecration which his rank would lead us to expect. Aeschylus celebrated the tragic 1214 cult of Prometheus, but for Hesiod and Pindar as well as for Virgil and Horace he is a scheming rebel, and the withdrawing of fire by Zeus is a measure of wise foresight. Even the Cynics, otherwise no friends of the Olympian system, attacked Prometheus, though as a bringer of culture. As Dio recounts, they interpreted Prometheus' punishment as a just pointer to human self-destruction as a result of man's longing for external goods and pleasures. Plato, however, relates in the Protagoras that Prometheus certainly did not bring men all arts from heaven, certainly not the most important of all for their civilization, the art of government. Prometheus, who wap. To bring all heaven down to earth, could not even bring half, thus man received, that knowledge which is necessary for everyday life, but he did not partake of the knowledge of government, for this was with Zeus, and Prometheus was not permitted to enter Zeus' dwelling, which was guarded by his terrible sentinels, Protagoras, 321d. Law and Ethics, teaches Plato, the utopian of regimented, indeed Uranian order, are with Zeus, and it was Hermes the messenger, not Prometheus the rebel, who first brought them to all men. And in slave-owning society only suffering Dionysus was felt to be the primal image of tragedy, not, as it rightly ought to have been, the rebellious Prometheus. Towards the end of the classical era the rebel was even completely forgotten, he disappeared behind the far more sought-after figures of Salvation or of Asclepius. Prometheus is now only the shaper of clay, not the bringer of light. Indeed in Plotinus' work he becomes a kind of lower world soul as a whole. He is said to have played a part in the creation of Pandora and to have sent her to Epimetheus. Plotinus even reverses the roles of Zeus and Prometheus, at least in the case of Pandora, who, as Plotinus claims, had also been made by Prometheus. W. Hennett says that Epimetheus rejected the gift of Prometheus. Does not this mean that the choice of a life in the intellectual world is better? The creator of Pandora is bound because he is as it were tied by his work, the creation of the physical world, to this work, but this bond is external. He is freed by Heracles, and this means that despite his chains he still has the power to free himself. Enneads 4:3-14. Prometheus, originally a rebel against the Lord of the world, thus finally, in a crazy transmutation, becomes the creator of the world as a whole and the ruler of the world himself, and, in the Gnostic version, this soon afterwards came to mean the devil. Only the Church Fathers, from the negation of Zeus, from the New World era, honored the Lightbringer and deposed him by making him superfluous in the face of the new Lord. The true Prometheus, say both Lactantius and Tertullian, is God. Thus at least among the Christians Prometheus became, a full god, instead of the demigod of tragedy and its cult. He had in fact first bidden men to burn the false idols. By opposing the supreme god of the pagans, he seemed to be opposing this idol only, not Yahweh. For the Church Fathers the man-god Prometheus stood for the good, against Zeus. Until, that is, he went on practicing his arts against the new Lord too, against the Yahweh of the Church, not only against Zeus. But this happened after a social mandate against authority had finally emerged, even against its maximum in the other world. Prometheus, who in the ancient world remained a demigod, became for the modern era an all the fuller religious atheistic symbol. So that at the end of the entire history of religion to date the sentence by Marx could be written and still stands, Prometheus is the noblest saint and martyr in the philosophical calendar. The revaluation began with Boccaccio, in accordance with the emerging bourgeois individual consciousness. Scaliger and later Shaftesbury adopted the Titan as an alter deus, at least as applied to the poet, who is equally supposed to create beyond what is given, cf. Volume 2, p. 812. But above all Bacon, though mainly from his technological utopian dreams, had again powerfully recalled Prometheus. Prometheus, says Bacon, with a tone never heard before, is the inventive human spirit who establishes human control, intensifies human power to a limitless degree and raises it against the gods, De Sapientia Veterum, XXVI. The utterly revolutionary transformation, unleashed by the revolt of the Sturmuendi Drang, then occurred in Goethe's Prometheus fragment, with at the same time a thematic after-ripening such as no god has ever found. With a mixture of Sturmuendi Drang, the complaints of Job and the tragic knowledge that men are better than their god. Shelley's Prometheus Unbound then completely followed the lead of this fragment. The Titan becomes the French Revolution, but Zeus is given all the features of a Manichaean Satan. Even the later, reactionary Schelling here, profoundly, brought out the oppressed element without which there would be nothing eternal in man. The oppressed individual is the productive subject who sees through his alienations. Prometheus is the thought in which the human race, having created the entire world of the gods from within itself, returning to itself, became conscious of itself and of its own. Fate, and felt the disastrous element in the belief in gods, Werkai, p. 482. Prometheus is thus the god who signifies disbelief in God, or hubris, which is here so far from being irreligious that it originates from the subject of religion itself. Thus Prometheus is most emphatically different from the Greek images of gods, with the beauty which takes part in undreamed of theists, with the unfathomed depth before which the anthropomorphic, not anthropocentric beauty is placed. Titanic, but titanic for men and through them, in an unblossomed religion of Greece, in that of rebellious humane salvation. Fishman and moon scribe of astral myth. Owens, Hermes Trismegistus Thoth. The proclaimers seen so far have been indistinct or stood apart. For the last mentioned hero was no founder, but only the dream of one. Yet even though those who to a greater or lesser extent really appeared were indistinct or stood apart, they did act humanly, even in the frenzy which made them Dionysian. But what now appears, around the Greeks and long before them, the Babylonian, the Egyptian founders, or rather orderers, not only stand entirely within the tradition but they also stand in one which wholly disregards our flesh and blood. The Babylonian and the Egyptian god is considered superhuman precisely because he is inhuman, animal-headed or star-like. All ancient Oriental form is shaped from without, all content is infused from above, especially the holy, the astral mythic. Its proclaimers accordingly show their own, human face only when it is estranged, their figure is clothed over. Egypt recognized as one of its original teachers the historical person of Imhotep, who, as is proven, lived as the architect and priest of the dead of the pharaoh Zoser around 2900 BC. But Imhotep, a man with an existing face, a miracle worker and author of books on magic, was not chosen as the founder of Egyptian religion until much later. Beside him, and certainly above him, ancient Egyptian legend told of Thoth as the founder of religion, not a man but a god, and from the outset with the head of an ibis. And this remains so, because later one real prophet, Amenophis IV, failed to impose his new, monotheistic solar religion. It was not until the Alexandrian period that Thoth, who was equated with the Greek god Hermes, stepped back, or rather, with a new name, stepped forward, as Hermes Trismegistus. The latter was now declared to be the real founder of Egyptian theosophy, but in vain, it is the same old moon god Thoth, only now personified. Thoth, however, the scribe of the gods, was also regarded as the god of numbers, measurement, geometry, and hieroglyphs. Hermes Thoth, this mere memory which was called founder, this memory which clung to recurrence and to becomeness, accordingly taught the most collected religion of extra-human repose. What had again and again appeared in the Egyptian image of death, in its architectural symbol, now has its final hold in Osiris, the original earth god, and in Ra, the sun god, and this hold, in time, is repetition and, in space, sublime rigidity, cf. Volume 2, p. 721f. Just as the sun, the same sun, is daily born again, so short and changeful human life is prolonged by Osiris into eternity and changelessness. Egypt's nature gods bring happiness as gods of sameness. What the Bloch unity of hieratic statues promised was guaranteed in the rigid gods Osiris Ra and finally to, above all living change ruled healingly ordered Dth, wishful geometry of becomeness. The latter is the authentic Egyptian glad tidings, that of a future which has all the repose of the past in its favor, that of a heaven which is meant to represent the unclouded primal image of the so very clouded, so very changeful earthly order. The Egyptian pyramid, says Hegel, is a crystal in which a dead man dwells. The Egyptian religion in itself is certainly not a crystal, on the contrary it is composed, in 4 millennia of stratification, of very differently structured gods with the most diverse functions, which often change in one and the same god. In popular religion there are also flower gods and the grotesque god Bes, there is the always preserved fetish stage of animal gods, but these are externals, and the fundamental content of this religion takes on all the more unmistakably the crystalline essence of its architecture, in the shape of the immobile and the definitive, whose regularly crystallized order is dominated by the death god Osiris. Osiris certainly is in the more ancient and popular imagination also the vegetation god who dwells in the earth and from his grave grants fertility of all things, who indeed rises to new generative power, moving cyclically between life and death, but his essential characteristic, as with the world ruler Ta, who was represented as a mummy and with whom Osiris merged, is life in death. Thus he is the god of entrance to a static cycle of elapsed, statuesque enclosedness. Egypt is not the religion of the enigma as Hegel defined it on the analogy of the Greek Sphinx myth, but it is the religion of the extremist estrangement, of silence, and of its crystal. The holy dwells as thoroughly formed gravity in its house of granite or of porphyry. Egypt thus becomes an excess of geometrical block unity even in religion. Never was the definitive as a state so highly worshipped, the decided, the closed, as it comes forward in the appearance as death. The only Greek god whom the Ptolemies were able to naturalize in Egypt was Pluto. Alexander's Zeus-Ammon equation was not accepted. But Pluto, in late, otherwise everywhere disoriented ET, under the name of Serapis, the 1218 god of death, became the world god and the cult of Osiris was transferred to him. The majesty of death is always Egyptian, and the highest order of becomeness is and remains the crystal. Egyptian religion is most profoundly the adoration of the crystal. Only and Babylonian religion, so far inferior to Egypt's silence, still bordered in its specific astral cult on this geometrical quality. Just as the star borders on the crystal and the cycle of change on the stereotype of unmoved repetition. So if the pyramid, with a corpse at its center, stood by the Nile, by the Euphrates the step tower rose up, dedicated to the 7 planets and the houses through which the sun moves. Accordingly the teachers of such distant circles also look weird. They too are regarded as immemorially old, have unusual bodies, are surrounded by strange non-man. Babylon's astral religion even presents especially monstrous unders, unfamiliarly put together. Such as the fish Owens of whom the Baal priest Berossos recounts, very late, around 280 B.C. But on the strength of legends which had been preserved. Owens, the disguise which the founder assumes, was originally a god of the depths of the earth, as such he rises up from the sea, as such he teaches of the origin of the present world, of the struggle with the dragon of the abyss. Other fishmen and composite beings are also to be found in the legend of the first Babylonian kings which Berossos handed down. They add to the knowledge of Owens. Grotesque founders certainly, but despite their chthonic origins they are immediately classified in cosmic astral terms. Owens belongs to the zodiac sign of Pisces, it is from this sea that he now truly comes. And the glad tidings ultimately refer to the god of Jupiter, the planet of happiness and of victory, a god who soon came to be identified with the dragon slayer Marduk. Only one somewhat anthropoid figure, the sun giant and hero Gilgamesh, appears as a not quite astral savior. He has just defeated the bull of heaven and attained the water of life and the plant of immortality, only to lose them when returning to earth, and thus he himself suffers death, despite all his deeds, without heavenly resurrection. Hence only a star god puts himself flawlessly into heaven. Only Marduk, shining down in the planet Jupiter, is the Redeemer. And after his victory over the dragon of the abyss Marduk gains power over the new era and world. On New Year's Day, his feast par excellence, he receives control over fate, the tablets of destiny, the book with 7 seals, from his place of worship the town of Babel equals Bab-il, heavenly gate, Gro-s, and under Hammurabi Marduk becomes the god of the empire. As god of empire Marduk in the period after Hammurabi absorbed the entire ancient Sumerian trinity of gods, Ea, the god of the seas and of the hidden wisdom from which Owens had proclaimed, Anu, the god of heaven, Enlil, the god of the world. As the god of the new year Marduk is also the god of spring or of the deliverance of mankind from sickness and misery. A great deal of salvation and of glad tidings of victory all at once, yet it all takes place high above men and outside them, not merely in heaven but in a primeval past in heaven. New Year's Day is always only the commemoration of this, posited as completed, or at best the repetition of it. A different hoping is undeniable in Babylon, also in Egypt, qua glad tidings, a prophecy of blessing after a great catastrophe goes into the future as a humanum. Yet because of the complete extra-humanity and non-temporality of the Babylonian foundation of religion, because of the complete identity of the God of repetition with the Savior, this hoping moves only within the cycle of becomeness, indeed in a fixed celestial clock. Marduk Jupiter is at the same time identical with the zodiac sign of the bull in which the sun had stood since the founding of Babylon around 2800 BC. Thus in the calendar system of the age of Taurus he becomes the ruler of the morning and the spring point of the sun's course, thus he becomes the long-existing point of spring fixed both in custom and in astral myth, the point from which the constellation again and again rises up. On every New Year's Day, at every investiture of a new king, the Savior God appears as the same being, only in different astrological constellations. The glad tidings of Babylon always go back to victory of the star god Marduk over Mummu Tiamat, the dragon of the abyss, thus they are and remain trust in a law from above to below, in a star law. The earliest cuneiform sign for God was, significantly, a star. Likewise even in ancient Babylon the rudiments of religious astrology already existed and were then developed by the Chaldeans. In the sky the primal image of order rules. Marduk, pasturing the star gods, maintains it as a good order. Happiness, bliss, well-being on earth are merely its cosm, morphic likeness. This perfected astral myth, even as teaching, contains nothing human. Its gospel lands in star gods, in accord with their good cycle, in wariness of their harmful cycle. It goes without saying that this is just as much founding and human projection into the world as all religions, but its will commitment and self-commitment contains a subject that seeks entirely to be present only as object. The mysterious path here goes outwards, into stone and cosmos, and neither in Babylon nor in Egypt does it tend to turn back towards the subject. The basic teaching of astral myth is that the world below is as the world above, thus even man is only the image, only the copy, of the upper and thus external world. So this astral above left no substance whatever for religious subjectivity, it did. 1220. Not even leave it enough to be nailed to the Caucasus. Indeed wherever the ruling being has been brought to the pure object side, the religious archetype of Egypt and Babylon always continues to exert its influence. Not only in astrology as developed by the Chaldeans on Babylonian soil, in contact with the old star religion, a system of unavoidable dependence on outside and above. As such, astrology mythologized order versus freedom, always with stem light in the background, as is still recognizable in Campanella's social utopia. Even where there is no talk at all of stars of fate, Babylon remains, a kind of rotating drum of repetition empty of human beings and alien to history remains, determining from above, even only from outside, especially in predominantly heteronymous worldviews. The astral mythic is thus to be found in every form of fatalism, even in Christianized, indeed even in mechanistic fatalism. In return Babylon and Egypt on the other hand, as not only the most unswerving religions of despotism but also the most remarkable religions of estrangement, for the first time brought sublimity into the religious sphere, precisely by the extremely spatial contraposition of the astral mythic to all too subject-based anthropomorphization. There is in its absence of human beings the pathos of extreme outwardness but also the still mythic corrective of an order without oleage subject and time only flail about and consume themselves. Crystal and stars certainly were once glad tidings, even though the founders inevitably became droll or faded in comparison with this pure astral face of their selves. Astral myth presupposes hierophants, it allows no proclaimers to tum the sun god's head, tum it towards man, just as the hieratic buildings of Egypt and quite clearly of Babylon sought to achieve their perfection purely as reproductions of a cosmic stereoscopy. Even the labyrinths of Egypt, of which Herodotus writes, were intended to be far more than stylized intestinal or cerebral convolutions. They sought in their galleries to imitate the course of the heavenly bodies, i.e. to be cosmomorphic, and how much more so did the Egyptian temple path, the Babylonian planet tower. Proclaimers and worshippers vanish into forms and teachings which have piled up the divine both colossally and geometrically. This is the sign of strict astral myth and its long-believed salvation. Glad tidings of earthly heavenly balance and of the inconspicuous world rhythm. Tao Confucius, Lao Tzu. The moderate person also holds back, does not impose himself on others, push himself forward. Blessed contentment and the gift of being well balanced. In the mean are related in kind. This is bourgeois in an older sense, one which does not yet have any unmeasured profit drive. Thus the moderate attitude, alien to adventure, was praised particularly among peoples without a warlike upper class. Anyway, preached decency, along with savage corporal punishment, and more preventive than it, is to be recommended to keep the masses in check. People love the tried and tested, the balanced, the straight line in things. They are reverential towards moderation. This manifested itself most consciously in China, at the end of its feudal era, of course, around 700 B.C. In the midst of anarchic confusion which dragged on until about 220 B.C. It was then that China first became civilian. A new class of lords emerged, i.e. a new form of ground rent. The patriarchally structured family remained, but aristocratic birthrights disappeared. Apat from the emperor there is no hereditary aristocracy. Even the emperor and his mandarins, a new educated nobility, no longer acted like the lords of the chivalric feudal era but as the despotic parents of a formally liberated people. Holding court turns, so to speak, into holding measure. The form of life is patriarchally tamed throughout. The sought-for mean was formulated in religious terms by Confucius, himself a reserved, never a fanatical man. As a moralist he seems unwarlike like no other. Better to be a dog and peaceful than a man and live in discord. The law of manners, becomes a form of devotion. Yen, humanity, here means custom or tradition. A wise man does not concern himself with wild or dark things. What the master did not speak about were unnatural appearances, deeds of violence, disturbances, and spirits. Lun Y/I7, 20. Likewise, to treat spirits with awe but to keep on a distance from them, this may be counted wisdom. Lun Y 6, 20. Instead, the emperor now moves into the holy middle, the emperor of the post-feudal, patriarchal centralized state based on the rule of law and its circumspection. To formulate, indeed to consecrate this, Confucius personally went back to the past, as if the theology of the new, patriarchal absolute state were mere RF form. Confucius disguises his own ideas as the codex of the feudal gentleman. He sticks sentimentally to traditional customs. Nothing is to be restored but the way of the old kings, nothing is to be regulated but the old documents of the Shuqing and Shiqing. But in truth Confucius became the sage of the new patrimonial bureaucracy. He anticipates its no longer hereditary but academic organization, its pacifism and rationalism. With post-feudal society a post-feudal world of gods appears and, despite remaining natural religion, this has in its center something as eminently human as the morality of the emperor and his measure-keeping. Circumspection. This is in this form something new, especially in the field of natural religions, to which Chinese elegance still belonged, and Confucius, the FO under himself, despite all his moderate reserve, appears loud and clear with his name, as the teacher of the emperor and of his middle kingdom. Certainly, other natural religions also made the chief magical. In ancient Ireland it was believed that a strong king would bring the blessings of nature. In ancient Mexico the ruler on acceding to the throne even had to take an oath that he would make the sun shine, the clouds rain, the rivers flow and bring the earth to great fruitfulness. In ancient India this rapport with nature was even connected with morality. Here kings act without sin, says Manu's Book of Law, men are born without pain and live long, corn shoots up as soon as it is sown, children do not die, all offspring turn out well. And in Babylon, in Egypt, no founder, but the ruler as such had godlike status, through him Marduk, Horus, Osiris and Ra blessed the land. But whether Ireland or Mexico, whether ancient India or evil Egypt, Babylon with its monarchies made hugely taboo, the ruler of the people stands beneath the respective nature gods, he merely has in relation to them a special power of prayer, or else Marduk and Ra embody themselves in the dignity of king, in the astral myth otherwise almost devoid of human beings. But it is different in Confucian religion, the emperor ranks higher than the earthly nature gods, only he holds the balance between earth and heaven. The mountain and river gods, the town and provincial gods of the empire are regarded as imperial officials, they are removable, like Mandarin-s. The emperor of Confucius is the same as middle of the state and the middle of the cosmos, poor harvests, floods, avalanches, even evil star constellations follow as inevitably from disordered government as does a favorable course of nature from ordered government. And at this point in the teaching it becomes clear that the fact that a founder is named and stressed can substantially change even a natural religion, over and above the mere ideological glorification of a ruling dynasty. Accordingly a founder, even when the forces of astral myth are retained, does not fade when this myth no longer rises above the realm of man but this realm now advances ipto the central middle of earth and heaven. The ancient Chinese religion still remained completely nature mythic. It was demonic orgiastic in its fertility and agricultural rites, the Chinese theater has preserved some features of this, it was astral in its rites and laws, in its measurements and in its music, the primal emperor and the primal liturgist, the legendary Huang Ti, is none other than the year and calendar god. But through Confucius the orgiastic disappears completely and the astral mythic is reinterpreted. Is projected by the moderator of concord between emperor and nature onto the power of human harmony. Hence the basic doctrine, heaven does not speak, it has its thoughts proclaimed through a ma'en, and, for the middle kingdom, not only on earth but also in heaven, there is no abroad. One of the most amazing pacifications took place in the antitheses between which the struggle of the male chthonic and the male Uranian nature demons may once have raged. Wan Qing, the ancient book of changes, calls these antitheses yin and yang, they mean valley and mountain or also river banks, one of which is in the shade, the other in the sun, at the time of the Ming dynasty, indeed already in very early shamanic writings they were applied to man and woman. But the struggle between yin and yang, night and day, earth and heaven, finds, utterly primeval dialectic, the unity of the antitheses everywhere. Even though this unity is ended, yin and yang on the whole become the earthly and heavenly scales of the great balance, of longed-for universal harmony. And in spite of this the human world, with the emperor at its head, is nowhere subjected to nature gods any longer but solely to the idea of heaven, and this, a final specific feature of East Asia, is no Godi. In all Western religions a single superior line, becoming as it were ever more theistic, ran from the lower gods to the highest. In China, on the other hand, gods are only to be found in nature, the world which overarches them, is superior to them, and is non-theistic. Shu Qing, the ancient book of documents, long before Confucius, named the heavenly order Tian Tao, heaven s being on the right way. In Confucius this became the care of an equally non-theistic norm which rules throughout the world. It became the last support of the middle, through the emperor it prevents empire and empire nature from straying beyond their limits, contact with Tian Tao is mediation with the primal balance of all things, i.e. with happiness. However at this point the founder withdraws again, though for quite different reasons than with astral myth, person here would be disturbance. When men's lives are orderly, the world runs pleasantly in a circle, like the family state, like the harmony of nature, Tian Tao may tolerate a teacher but it does not need a tribune, and man himself does not need one in Tian Tao either. This is a quality or a limit that remained with Chinese religion for as long as it existed. Where Near Eastern, Iranian and Indian religion were later to bring forth the most powerful prophecy, China knows nothing of this, and no founder raised his head above the holy health of humane cosmomorphic measure. Some centuries after his death, Confucius was declared a god, yet this does not signify a penetration into heaven but merely a concession to polytheistic popular religion. This kind of god-man idoler insubstantial amid the great and subordinated throng of Chinese gods. T'ien, heaven itself, has here too no space for a god. T'ien remains the apersonal closed epitome of moral physical connection. T'ien Tao thus retains the calm breath of the static family state, in perfect ideology and the perfection of a religious ideal at the same time. Humanity is adhering to this heavenly way. Astral myth has not disappeared but returned completely into something cosmomorphic which both reflects the China of families and of officials and standardizes it in a rationalist myth of mode ratio n. And significantly this religious attitude has appealed everywhere, even outside China, where a wholesome mean was sought, the regulating moderation of pacified nature. This happened consciously during the 18th century, in the bourgeoisie's struggle against neo-feudal excesses, lack of means, unnature. It was not without reason that the China of Confucius moved alongside the Greece of the Seven Sages, of the 1710 Evliyev, of Aristotelian Perf 71s, the religion of moderation moved next to Sophrosine, optimism about the course of the world next to idols and Arcadias. On the basis of anti-feudal bone sense at that time something almost genuine in the China of Confucius and of his moderate world childhood was again felt and received, lastingly remarkable, lastingly a partial corrective in the over-effervescing wishful image of what is right. There is a peculiar after-image of Confucianism, contrasting strongly with all just milieu, even in revolution, not only in the French Revolution, and this after-image appears in Brecht's proposition, see communism is not radical, capitalism is radical, communism is more moderate. Bon sens, belief in moderation, trust in the fair way which leads right between Scylla and Charybdis, still contain an element of those unvociferous glad tidings which originate with Confucius. These glad tidings are closely related to critical comparison, therefore they can be revolutionary, they are closely related to balancing, to the continuously evolving, therefore the message can also be compliant with order and conservative. Hence too the Confucian element in Goethe's belief in world measure, in the belief in a natural being who everywhere regulates and puts in the right weights. Hence the life according to reason in China which so appealed to Hegel and which led him to treat this coup one try so rpuk more exactly, to understand it so much more closely than the exorbitant India of the Vedas, the land of Buddha so remote from all world measure. Even in the after-ripening there was clearly at work here not chinoiserie but glad tidings felt to be orderly, almost even to be real. The world, when man knows how to take it, is well ordered. However, the cult of harmony disappeared, the not so clear cult which made Confucianism into a religion and not 12.2.5. Just a cosmic moral code, the mysterium in the T'ien Tao, as fine as it is untranslatable, disappeared. If the life of men becomes canonical when it makes the way to heaven its canon, this way to heaven is paradoxical even in Confucius, if only for the reason that it is itself solitary and silent. The teacher of moderation became visible as one who stepped back. But the true, the mystic teacher of Tao appeared by disappearing. Lao Tzu went westwards, over the mountain pass, was Jage ever seen again, left only his book behind. His person does not live on, except in the most distorted form, in the memory of the so-called Taoists, a group of Chinese miracle men of a low kind and their believers. He became a magician. From the Tao Te Ching, the book of Tao and life, gold makers and exorcists learn their formulae. Even where Lao Tzu is remembered as the noble and wise man, he dissolves into a cosmic form. He then appeared on earth at the most different times. Even in this way, succession does not become possible. For all this, Lao Tzu undoubtedly did live, an older contemporary of Confucius in the 6th century BC. A solitary man. His book contains intensely personal confessions. I alone am gloomy, wandering about as one who never stays, ch. 20. But despite this reality of his, above Lao Tzu as founder there hangs a bright haze, which is so fitting for this man, which reduces his doing till it arrives at 110 and doing, APD which covers his track S. In the Chinese family state, Lao Tzu is the wandering hermit, hostile to custom, hostile to civilization, safe and secure only in the incomprehensible. Lao Tzu vanishes not only to the west, over the mountain pass, he constantly becomes invisible. And the W of Tao. Thus Lao Tzu appears as clearly as Confucius WJ.THHT's name, as the teacher of the quiet way, but he presents himself even more clearly as disappearing. This founder is certainly profiled, but his profile is similar to what it contemplates, it is itself the powerfully inconspicuous. Tao gives support and guides, but on its way stands no visible mediator, Llo La, which statue, for it is that which is not worth naming, the only thing worthy of naming, and Lao Tzu does not know its name. It is inconspicuous and as if nothing, so he who is called works and does nqt retain, when the work is completed he does not persevere. He does not wish to show his importance to others, ch 77, middle and moderation apply here, too, as in Confucius, but how little this moderation is suited to morality and ruling government. The method of Tao is to reduce substance, to restore what is missing, ch 77. This equilibrium shows different scales and weights, a different position of the pointer from Confucius justice. Lao Tzu's Tao is harder to define in European terms than any other religious basic. 1226. Category of East Asia, nonetheless it is, unspoken, the most easily comprehensible. As the religious category of wisdom, as Harjanani with the deep repose which fulfills wishes by forgetting them. As chiming with the great Pan, who makes everything earthly small and yet is himself nothing but smallness and finance, nothing but intentionlessness and stillness. And because disturbance by person completely disappears, astral myth advances even more extensively than in Confucius, but the astral myth of the Lao Tzu world is the strangest of all. It contains nothing but the light breath of a cosmic space everywhere, its universe is unextendedly infinite, solemnly small. Cosmos presents itself as inclinedness in immense shyness, as the paradoxical dream of being humane without having much that is individually human to show for itself. A certain undistracted access to the dream background of this intentionlessness is given by that Chinese landscape painting which, though for the most part it developed much later, under Buddhism, nonetheless shows the alert, bright stillness of the Tao, not the deep sleep of nirvana, which cannot be painted at all. Symbols of an existing, not for example of an objectless, world extinguished silence rise up here, deep in a Tao culture which has survived, in the work of Liang Kai, Ma Yuan, Sha Ki, all around 1200 A.D. So long after Lao Tzu, and everything speaks world symbols of stillness. This appears now as a bare, dead branch, now as a boat surrounded by reeds at moonrise, now as a house roof beneath a tree or as a waterfall or a collection of rocks, with a person at the edge, himself a solitary and collected, a gathered-in figure, absorbed in contemplation. This is breath of Tao in its infinite might being at home, expressed through the landscape painting, and Lao Tzu preached precisely this repose, this unweighty weightiness. Preached in the inconspicuous, which keeps the universe going, which keeps it in repose. The differences from Confucius are therefore considerable, they are the differences between the purest mystic among the founders and the most devout rationalist among them. Confucius sets the measure, which is easy to keep, Lao Tzu the simple, which is hardest to do. Confucius is historical, is fond of quoting the ancients, Lao Tzu is tired of history, does not give a single historical example, and to him the ancients are excellent only because of the savor of their Tao. This, however, is in every time, i.e. in Nope, it is the primal beginning in antiquity and in the present, the incessant as the unending. And, like history, so traditional morality, which for Confucius is canonical, is for Lao Tzu worthless, even degeneration, the Tao was abandoned and so there were morality and duty. The states fell into confusion and disorder, and so there were loyal servants, ch. 18. Likewise, morality is scarceness of loyalty and good faith and the beginning of confusion, for thought is the illusion of Tao and the beginning of confusion, ch. 38. Rule, example, and codex as a whole, so highly rated by Confucius that the theory of government and metaphysics were identical, are superfluous, indeed harmful, in Lao Tzu's Tao. This lives in the instinct for what is right, the only one which man was left with and which goes through the health of the whole world. It lives more precisely in the instinct, if the term can be used, of a mystical democracy. If princes and kings were capable of being its guardians, then all creatures would stand beside them as its guardians. Heaven and earth would unite to make sweet dew fall, the people would of themselves become good, without needing anyone to command them, ch. 32. Such glad tidings, of an all-resolving grace, are far removed from the ideology of the family state, the authoritarian state, despite the transitions to be found in much of Confucius' advice, despite the superiority which he accords to grace over dignity. In Lao Tzu all that is luxuriant and magnificent is left behind, the seductively mild art of wisdom appears. Tao, long since not only in heaven, long since close by, is its quiet God, a God full of contrast ideology against anarchy and the state based on the rule of law. This shows itself most clearly at last in Lao Tzu's central idea, only verbally does he have it in common with Confucius in the principle of not desiring, not doing, wu yu, wu wei, in this quiet center of the Tao itself. Not doing is praised from time to time in Confucius, too, as the maxim of government of bidding on es time, but in Lao Tzu it becomes fundamental. In the realm of Tao nothing is done, the push of intervention disturbs its rule, deprives it of its recuperative powers, convalescence per se, the act itself which does not even always presuppose sickness, of the receptive stillness in which they take effect. This is not quietism in the European sense or even in the sense of the hymn, L-Ord, lift the wagon Alani. The repose of Tao is both more naive and more radical. More naive because it contains an element of unpriestly health, a trust in the restitution of the well-built from itself, more radical because this trust relates to the constant world rhythm, not to God's providence and its acceptance. Despite all the characteristic quietisms to be found precisely in the composure form of Oriental wisdom, it would be wrong to equate not doing, in Lao Tzu's version, with not having an effect. On the contrary, it is not doing and this alone which is here regarded as producing an effect. Doing here is contrasted with liveliness, ripening, thriving, which is organic spontaneity and which alone is turning out well. The higher life is without action and without intentions. 1228. The lower life acts and has intentions, ch. 38, one can attain the kingdom only if one remains free of busyness. The very busy are not destined to attain the kingdom, ch. 48. In this aversion to mechanical abstract doing, chthonic memory speaks unmistakably, belief in the Earth Mother, giving and guarding, long-lost matrilineal continues to have its effect in the maxim of not doing as spontaneity in repose. And it is not without reason that Lao Tzu's life Tao thus reproduces, sublimates images from the earlier, matrilineal period in China, for Tao is the ancient name for an animal-shaped world mother. Thus not doing achieves its contact with Demeter in the Tao, the spirit of the deep does not die, this is the eternally female. Endlessly it pushes forward and is yet as if persisting, in its working it remains effortless, ch. 6, it walks within the circle and knows no uncertainty, it can be grasped as the mother of the world, ch. 25, a great kingdom must keep below, thus it becomes the point of union of the world. It is the female in the world, the female defeats the male by its stillness, ch. 61. Thus Lao Tzu's not doing is definitely connected with a kind of co-ruling effectiveness, by virtue of its alliance with the pulse of the world, by virtue of its aversion to abstract mechanics which operates without contact to nature as mother. But the correctly understood teaching of not doing also contains a maxi which in the end can be so far removed from quietism as to be no stranger at all to concrete action, which indeed justifies revolution as a breakthrough into that which is due and right. It is the maxim, the way is begun, complete the journey, and in this sense Lao Tzu declares not doing to be a chiming with the concrete efficacy of the world. If Tao is honored and life valued, then no commandments are needed and the world goes right of itself, ch. 51. He even speaks on one occasion of the doing of not doing, wei wu wei, by which he means precisely the establishing of conformity with the world rhythm, with its powerful still beat. The fragrance of tea runs through this religion universe, so far from violence, crudeness, and noise, anti-barbarous has here become religion in the most worldly way, the mother landscape of ruling and healing. Indeed the peace IP, which the doing of not doing moves causes Lao Tzus Tao, without it falling somewhere out of the world, even to appear as that complete fullness of inconspicuousness which means that the strongest may be seen in the weakest, the most important in the means T, almost the absent. Therefore Lao Tzu included this among his many similes for the Tao. 30 spokes meet in a hub, on their nothingness the usefulness of the wagon depends. Clay is shaped and vessels are made from it, on their nothingness the usefulness of the vessels depends. Doors and windows are cut in the wall to build a house, on their nothingness the usefulness of the house depends. Hence, being gives possession non-being usefulness, ch. 2. Of course this on-being is not a cosmic either, it is no inner nirvana than world secluded absorption in intentionlessness was, even Tao as emptiness lives, as the simile of the will's hub says, in the middle of the world. And its nag being is not contradictory, not even disparate, to being, on the contrary it escifies again and again the inconspicuousness of true being, mild and without taste. The emptiness of Tao is that of the n_on separate, but also again and again that of the unseparated and of that which is returning front separation. Read fullness must appear as if empty, thus it becomes inexhaustible in its effect. Purity and still $rth. Measure of the world, ch. 45. As such fullness and stillness, Tao emptiness rules throughout the world, emptied of world yet precisely filled with nothing but world. The glad tidings remain cosmomorphic, man models himself on the earth models itself on heaven models itself on the Tao, and the Tao models itself on it self, ch. 2.5, thus cosmic harmony provides a hold. Although Tao also stands above heaven, it is not transcendental, rather it swings through all the after-images of its model, in incessant distributedness, in a rhythm which for Lao Tzu is both the origin and the knowledge of what J's right. As such a being of world and of nearness, the Tao, precisely also politically and theologically, is a god, but so without all magnificence that it is not a god at all in the common meaning of masters. It clothes and feeds all creed 1,1 res, and it does not play the master, ch. 34, only a single passage in the Tao Te Ching, ch. 4, ad this moreover a corrupt one, talks of a highest ruler, whether he is to be understood as the Godi of heaven or simply as the emperor god of the highest antiquity, yet in this very passage the highest is described as caused by the Tao and the Tao as earlier. An unpathetic world rhythm demands no L9RD, and nature itself is in Lao Tzu such an old culture that it does not need to play the master. This Tao, if it were so, would not allow any man to be ruined, it would be the world without false paths. Richard Wilhelm, who has probably come closest to the Chinese religious text, wants to render Tao as being for itself, Tao Te King, 1915, pxx, with a Hegelian term which here, however, must not presuppose a process, as convalescing presupposes illness. Nonetheless the Tao does contain dialectic, not merely that of the constant self-cancellation of its attained determination but the dialectic of walking in a circle, of the flux in being for itself, always in flux, that is, far away, that is, returning to itself ch. 25. But above all Tao 1230 remains sheer spontaneity in sheer repose, in the mother ground of ruling, to which the human essence holds as it identifies itself. Because this human essence becomes so identical with the world ground that its life, when it is on the right path, is definitely lived by the world ground, indeed as it were walked by the world ground, the human essence ceases to exist as a further educating, supernaturing essence. Again and again the paradox of a pan-humane without human beings breaks through, men disappear in it like all things, indeed above all the Tao itself. Secret working of eternally reigning nature, in this divine element without God everything human is to be embedded without man, all hope embedded without anything needing to be hoped, all that is in being without being. The highest life appears as emptiness, the great tone has an inaudible sound, ch. 41. Subjects are lost in the Tao-like tones in a harmony so great that like health it becomes imperceptible, like unceasingness inaudible. AFO under who is himself part of the glad tidings, Moses, his God of Exodus the especially vehement, a fanatical speaker cannot be concealed by legend. He stands in person in his traditional image, the real voice breaks through fables. As with Moses, the earliest leader of a people out of slavery. Moses is chronologically the first distinctive founder and he has remained the most visible in human terms, a man. Attempts have been made, in vain, to make him into a legend, like Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, who in fact are mere names of Israelite tribes or perhaps even Canaanite gods, backdated. For even in the story of Oseph, the story which precedes the work of Moses, the dissolution into legend has never quite established itself. Joseph was supposed to be part of legend of wandering, the legend of the youngest brother envied by his older brothers. Joseph was even supposed to be a variant of a Babylonian light god, Tammuz, who sets in the West Land. But it turns out that even the story of Joseph and the person of this imperial chancellor * have a lot of historical probability on their side. For Joseph knows something about Egypt which no invented figure, no legendary figure merely applied to Westland can possibly know. His story, which precedes the Exodus by centuries, shows strikingly strong Egyptian local color. The rites of investiture, General 41, 42, are as exact as they are correctly quoted. Equally correct are the details on the dead hand of the Egyptian church, General 47, 22 and 26. So not even the so far distant story of Joseph constitutes a precedent for resolving Moses and the Exodus into legend, even though the hitherto known Egyptian counter-account of these events is incomplete and questionable. There were Egyptian imperial chancellors of Semitic origin, and the clay tablets of Tel al-Amarna, which were not discovered until 1887, prove that Canaanite Kijjgs asked the pharaoh for help against invading Ibri. However, Moses has been surrounded even more liberally than Joseph by that wreath of legends which mythological research, especially on Babylon, has woven. Yet no people has so far ever told of the days of its slavery and humiliation without historical real reason, so to speak voluntarily. No people has so far spun completely out of nothing details of its liberation and being led out of the slavery, or confused the struggle between the spring sun and the winter with its own. Yet mythologists, especially those of the pan-Babylonian persuasion, expect us to believe this of ancient Israelite history, just as, with even greater fantasy, they expect us to believe it of the story of Jesus. For them, because of the basket of reeds in which he was saved from the wrath of the Westland Pharaoh, Moses was predisposed to appear analogous to a Pectyre mythic group of young sun or spring goddess. Like Moses, the Adonis, the Horus, and the Jesus child were pursued by the giant of winter. Like him, too, the various young sun gods were concealed in a narrow hiding place, a box, or a cave. Even the woe-arche of Moses, the Exodus itself, was dismissed as a solar legend, of Babylonian origin. The deliverer.nce from Egypt, in terms of the world year myth, is deliverance from the dragon of winter Eremias, Babylonisches im Neuen Testament, 1905, p. 120. In the ears of the Pan-Babylonians, even the drowning of the Egyptians in the Red Sea sounded reminiscent of motifs of the struggle with the dragon, the fight which Marduk foughed with the undenfurled demon Tiamat. Finally, unlike this Pan-Babylon, incomparably more serious, Indeed, with the great achievements of philology, a radical critique of the Bible sought to erase Moses from history. Not always as a living person but as the person who proclaimed a new God, who originally founded a religion. According to a so-called kinetic hypothesis, cf. Buddy, the religion of the people oflos real and jl their banishment, 1900, Moses borrowed the idea of Yahweh from the Kenite tribe, into which he had married after his flight. The Kenites had their pastures on Sinai, perhaps the now extinct volcano, and Yahweh, probably meaning, he who wafts, he who blows, had been worshipped among them as a volcano god since primeval times. If Yahweh himself is a plagiarism, it is not surprising that the Ten Commandments are not supposed to belong to Moses and to the children oflos real either. According to W. L. Hausen, the radical exaggerator and anti-Semitic epigone of biblical criticism, the Decalogue comes from the Canaanites. Jewish priests he says, adopted it in Canaan, together with the ritual commandments, only much later, only after Cyrus, were the Ten Commandments attributed to Moses. Their entire content, not just their formulation, is interpolated, cf. Wellhausen, Israelitische und Geschichte, 1901. And in the end, in all too radically dissolving biblical criticism, nothing more remains of Moses and ancient Israel than a wild bundle of religions, completely without a center, of holy stones and trees, of diverse local gods, ancestor cult, human sacrifice, Canaanite rites, and late Babylonian legends. Thus the founders of the Jewish religion were the prophets, and Moses, Yahweh, Exodus, the Decalogue there and then are no more historical than Abel and Cain. But now something remarkable happens, precisely where biblical criticism annuls the later assimilations and backdatings of the priestly codex, where it has discovered genuinely extraneous elements in Mosaism, precisely here the originality of Moses becomes more evident than it was before the triumphs and even the extravagances of biblical criticism. Just as the theory of evolution does not blur the difference between man and animal but on the contrary makes it far more recognizable than before, so the Bible appears even more original and unique now that I_ts extra-biblical sources and elements have become fairly well known. Perhaps, probably Moses adopted the God of Sinai from the Kenites, but the God did not remain what he had been. Quite unquestionably the Decalogue, not to Mentio 11 the ritual code, contains late interpolations from Canaan, but the concise main body has no equal in Canaan, in the entire world. With Moses, a leap in religious consciousness occurred, and it was prepared for by an event which is most opposed to religions till then, religions of worldliness or of astral mythic fate, by rebellion, by the exodus from Egypt. Thus, and not for example as Nimrod or as a hugely prominent medicine man, Moses became the first heroes anonymos, the first madame giving a regime terre of a religion of opposition. Other, later religions of opposition, such as the warlike religion of Zoroaster, the acosmic religion of Buddha, are understandable for Europeans only in Turl, ILS of the Exodus archetype. Just as the founder figure Moses is the prototype of all who stand not on the margin of their teaching but within it, messianic. An enslaved people, this is the need here which teaches people to pray. And a founder appears who begins by slaying a taskmaster. Thus suffering and rebellion stand at the beginning here, from the outset they make the religion a path into the open. The God of Sinai, adopted from the Kenites, through Moses did not remain the local god of a volcano, he became the spirit of the Exodus. The volcano god is set in motion, and his character, except for certain choleric eruptive features, is changed. The local god is raised up from his ground, through his theurgist Moses he becomes a cloud and a pillar of fire, which moves with a race originally unknown to him from Sinai into the untrodden, into the splendor of something untrodden. And just as the God of Exodus is mosaic, not kinetic, so the main body of the Decalogue preserves a creation of Moses, not a moral code of the Canaanites or, even more far-fetched, of the ancient Babylonian king Hammurabi, whose Book of Laws of around 2100 BC has about as much in common with the Decalogue as the Corpus Juris has with Kantian morality. The Decalogue contains interpolations. Undoubtedly, the commandment not to covet one's neighbor's house is meaningless among Bedouins, as is the commandment to honor the Sabbath. Both presuppose sedentariness and the ordered workday of the Canaanite farmer. Indeed, the making holy of the seventh day did not happen until much later. In Babylonian exile, it is Chaldean in origin. However, the unbroken community ethic which Moses formulates did not exist in Canaan. For it stems from primitive communist conditions, which had not yet been completely eradicated among nomads but certainly had been in the agricultural civilization of the Canaanites, in which a class system had long since been formed. A sentence such as, "Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself," Leviticus 1:9-18, such a concentration of the Ten Commandments into one, has, even in the primitive commune, only its still unconscious beginning. The making conscious and the almost glaring exemplification is the work o' Moses. As such it was also borne in mind by Israel, not just in the midst of Canaan but against the Canaanite economy itself, which was now adopted by the Israelite conquerors. A new entity now penetrated into the existing Kolak morality and Baal religion of Canaan, and, despite all receptions, it never completely capitulated. Cf. Volume 2, p. 497f. The Nazarites, from Samuel to John the Baptist in his nomad's hair tunic, the prophets closely connected with them, with their view of the period in the desert as the bridal period of Israel, as the time when Israel was a child, Hosea 11:I, derive their memories and their power from the Mosaic foundation, from Decalogue and Exodus. God. Without Moses the prophets would be without ground. Even the morality of the prophets, sublime and universalistic though it became, shows the still influential impulse of the Exodus leader and his idea of the holy people. Through the commitment of Moses the content of salvation changed, a content which had constituted the completely finished external goal of pagan religions, especially the astral mythic ones. Instead, 1234. Of the finished goal there now appears a promised goal that must first be achieved. Instead of the visible nature God there appears an invisible God of righteousness and of the kingdom of righteousness. But if not prophecy, then did not the book of Job, after so little that was good in Canaan, after so little fulfilled promise, add to the religion of Moses something completely different, namely the negation of itself? As rejection of its glad tidings, as rebellion, and now not only against Pharaoh or Baal and Belial but against the Yahweh of ostensible righteousness himself. Certainly this is the content of Job's revolt. Neither the tame correctnesses and traditional harmonies of his friends nor the storm in which Yahweh announces his disparate sublimity can rescue faith in the righteousness of the one so magnificently proclaiming God. A theocracy which has become inhumane no longer makes any impact on a subservient mentality which does not want to remain limited. And yet even the book of Job, although written so late and geographically on the edges of Judea, req one's genuine Old Testament or Moses in contra Moses. Well before Job not even the priestly version of the Bible text could suppress or wipe out the memory of the subversive characteristics in this text, even just the murmuring of the children of Israel, the measuring of Yahweh's deeds against his promise, against that highest definition which Isaiah finally gave him underscore that he is the Holy One of Israel. But the murmuring was the measuring of God against his ideal. All this is found laid out in Moses' hymns, in the Man of the Water of Striv, number 20, 13, of doubt that Yahweh would deliver his people, Exodus s. 23, of the prayer to Yahweh, that he himself and not merely an imperfect angel should lead them into the promised land, Exodus 33, 15. Moses insists on Yahweh instead of the angel, with Kiddush Hashem, the making holy of the name, on him who has become face. If thy presence go not with me, carry us not up hence. But the face is still far above the righteousness which Job so denies in Yahweh, so that almost nothing remains of him but the old demon of Sinai. Prince of the Face is significantly a later title of the Messiah, of the intended leader to the Fina Yahweh or to the Finati which Yahweh was believed to repaired. No religion has passed through so many layers of sublimation, of utopiantion of its God as that of Moses, but all these layers are inherent in the concept of his God of Exodus himself. The God of Moses is the promise of Canaan, or he is no God. The rebellion of Job, the Hebrew Prometheus, also stems from here, and this is precisely why it has an utterly different fierceness, an utterly different substantiatedness from strife with God in any other religion. Exodus in Job becomes radical, not merely as the measuring of Yahweh against the ideal of his righteousness and the kingdom of his righteousness, but as the exodus from Yahweh himself into the unknown Canaan of which he was the unkept promise. I know that my blood avenger is living and will at the end rise up above my dust. The witness of my innocence will be by me, and I will see my deliverer from guilt for myself, with my own eyes I see it, and no other. Job 19, 25-27, after Bertholet's translation, using the conjectures * the Messiah religion in this text, which, probably for good reason, has come down to us in corrupt form, abandons Yahweh too, for the sake of its utopia. But if Moses had not proclaimed God in Canaan, Canaan in God, then Job would have neither language for his accusation nor light for his rebellious hope. The impulse of Moses holds the entire Old Testament together, including Messianism, which appears late, or rather is pronounced late. This too, indeed this, is latent in glad tidings whose proclaimer brings himself and his people into it, with Exodus and promise of the land of the promise. Moses, or consciousness of utopia in religion, of religion in utopia. Much that oppresses and makes people cower has accumulated in the scriptures. But this is precisely what is added, laid onto an unsatisfied, permanently creative religion. The children of Israel themselves shook off a yoke and followed him who said to Pharaoh, "Let my people go." The law with which the first rabbis, around 450 BC, after the return from Persian exile, isolated and held together a people does not belong to the impulse of Moses. Even less so does the high-throning Lord God whose cult the Israelites had adopted in Canaan and who is Baal. It is the same Baal whose religion, according to the recipe of every ruling class, must be kept up for the people. Together with the triviality and cliched conventionality with which Job's comforters, those prototypes Ophal opium priests, dispense their kind of trust in God. The God of Exodus is different in nature. In the prophets he proved his hostility to lords and opium. But he is above all not static in nature, like all pagan gods until then. For the Yahweh of Moses, right at the beginning, gives a definition of himself, one which over and over again is breathtaking, which * we have depicted from the authorized version and Trant diary from the germ, as Bertholet's verits are important to Mach's argument here. January 2, 36. Makes all statics futile. God said to Moses, "I will be who El will be," Exodus J. 14. In contrast to the interpolations of the law and of Baal, it is here imitary how late such a highly M.Sian definition was inserted into the original text. 4. Complicated though it looks both linguistically and conceptually, it springs in its spirit not from any priestly code but from the original spirit of Exodus itself. Eje Asher Eje, I will be WLOIWI.LLB, is a name which despite its ambiguity and interpolatedness reveals Moses' intention, does not cover it up. Yahweh's self-description is ambiguous because the verb haja from which Eje is derived can mean both to be and to become, and it is interpolated because only later theology could have put such an enigmatic word in place of the word Yahweh, which it was forbidden to pronounce. Nevertheless, the addition here is autochthonous, i.e. the interpretation of a real intention, the same intention which caused the local god of Sinai to move into the futurum of Canaan, as his distant homeland. To gauge the obliqueness of this passage, compare it with another interpretation, or rather the late commentary 011 another take of God, that of Apollo. Plutarch records, De Apud Delphos, Moralia 3, that the sign Ei was carved above the gate of the temple of Apollo at Delphi. He attempts a numerological mystical interpretation of the two letters but finally comes to the conclusion that Ei means grammatically and metaphysically the same, namely thou art, in the sense of the timelessly unchangeable existence of God. Eje Asher Eje, on the other hand, places even at the threshold of the Yahweh phenomenon a God of the end of days, with Futuru as an attribute of J, \G. This end and Omega God would have been a folly in Delphi, as in every religion where the God is not one of Exodus. However, God as time is in tension with God as beginning or origin, with which the Egyptian-Babylonian influenced teaching of the creation in the Bible begins. The Deus creator of a world represented as very good and as complete, and the Deus spes whom Moses proclaims to his people, do not become completely identical until rabbinical theology, and later the credo of the Christian Church. The prophets on the other hand, which is so important and remains so essentially true to the conception of the God of Exodus, seldom mention the God of creation and then almost only as the intending scene-setter for man, for thus saith the Lord that created the heavens, God himself that formed the earth and made it, he hath established it, he created it not in vain, he formed it to be inhabited, Isaiah 45:18. Although this goal description, as one of the kingdom of God among men, is already present in the Mosaic story of the creation, it is obliquely reinforced by the prophets, and memory here completely becomes and one appation, remember the former things of old, for I am God, and there is none else, declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, Isaiah 46:9f. Even in later extended creation mysticism, which then in the Kabbalah became a Gnostic mysticism of emanation, the God of Exodus and promise never lost the Phena power. This penetrated into G11. Gnostic mysticism about the beginning of the world and about the divine throne chariot, Merkabah, it aligned both towards the messianic Omega. According to the Kabbalah, God even created several worlds, but smashed them again because man did not occur in them, it is therefore towards him alone that the Creator works. Indeed, the attachment to man as the purpose content of creation becomes, precisely here, so inevitable that the Lord of heaven and earth, who wants to dwell among his people, Exodus 25:8, with his people as Eje Asher Eje, takes part in all their destinies, right to the end and precisely to the end. Exile lent the Deus spes the most pain fratis because Yahweh himself, together with his people, seemed to have gone into exile. God as Shechina, i.e. as the presence of his light, is now, according to the Kabbalah, himself homeless in a creation in which man does occur but is imprisoned. The Shechina shines not from the beginning of the world but as a messianic light of consolation and hope. One of the greatest Kabbalists, Isaac Luria ISJ 4-72, introduced the idea of exile even into the teaching of the creation itself and thereby changes it completely. Bereshith, the beginning, the word with which the Bible opens, thus became the beginning not of a creation but an imprisonment. The world came into being as a contraction, tzimtzum, of God, is therefore a prison from its origin, is the captivity of Israel as of the spiritual sparks of all men and finally of Yahweh. Instead of the glory of the Alpha or morning of creation, the wish space of the end or day of deliverance presses for Ward, it allied itself to the beginning only as to a primal Egypti which must be set aside. Little though such ramifications of Mosaism accord with the solemn hymn of Genesis, they correspond precisely to the original God of Exodus and the Eje Asher Eje, the God of the goal. So Deus spes is already laid out in Moses, although the image of a last leader out of Egypt, i.e. of the Messiah, does not appear until 1,000 years later. Messianism is older than this religion of the Messiah. For a new Savior did not seem necessary as long as things were bearable for the people, or as long as they believed that only their sins had caused the disasters that had befallen them. But despite the God-pleasing change that quickly gained ground in the Jewish church state from 450 BC onwards, the situation became more and more hellish. The image of a last leader thus emerges, becoming sharply defined from the 2nd century BC onwards, after the oppression by Antiochus and the War of the Maccabees. The dream culminates in the Roman period. Messiah is the secret king, the anointed of the Lord, the restorer of the kingdom of David. As such he is a national revolutionary leader, with romantic radiance, but at the same time, in the sense of the prophet's universal Zon, ruler in a new period of time altogether, in a kingdom of God. Thus, in the Messianic religion, as well as the hoped-for king from the family of David, a hoped-for higher Moses rises up. The 10 plagues, the destruction of the Egyptians in the Red Sea, become apocalyptic. The precondition for the coming of God's rule is the annihilation of the power which now holds sway on earth. And the national revolution itself, despite its smallness, becomes entwined with world change, with the new heaven, the new earth. The Messiah image was multiplied even or powerfully, far beyond such a cosmic Moses, by that of a divine first man, in accordance with an idea common to Jews and Persians at this time. In Ezekiel, a contemporary of Zoroaster, c. 600 BC, this divine human form first appears, full of wisdom, in God's Garden of Eden, powerful as a cherub, Ezek 28:12 ff. In the famous vision of Daniel, c. 160 BC, the ancestral messianism even puts on this flesh, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before them. And there was given him dominion, and glory, and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him, Dan 7:13 f. The idea of the Messiah was given its learned formulation in God by Philo, an Alexandrian contemporary of Jesus, the divine first man, the first created Adam, who is formed in God's image, General I, 27, and not of dust, General 2, 7, is the Logos, the first Ham Son of God, indeed the second God. He is no longer just the anointed of the Lord but an inner worldly or a man God. In fact, the other God, the unrecognizable God of heaven, increasingly relinquishes his pillar of cloud and fire, his exodus and saving power to the Messiah figure. The Messiah, despite his subordination to Yahweh, is regarded almost as equal to him, but as the good God, the helper, and the good in God. This is a theological transformation which goes far beyond the sublimation of Yahweh that had taken place until then, for in the shape of the Son of Man as a second God it is directed at trust in Yahweh alone. Even though the latter, through unrecognizability and transcendence which becomes absolute, moves ever higher, precisely the disparateness of this distance deprives deprivation of the being to which it could pray. All too great sublimity. 1239. Is transformed qualitatively, it causes a turning away among believers, because no relation whatever to this transcendence is possible any longer, and in the case of the God who is believed absolute transcendence becomes the same as abdication. Indeed, sublimity finally becomes just another way of saying that God has abandoned his people. Heaven is high and the Tsar is a long way off, says a Russian proverb, in correspondence to that sublimity for which man is too small to be considered. In late Judaism, as we have seen, in the case of Ob, c. 300 BC, and the preacher Solomon, c. 200 BC, a completely anti-Yahwist feeling now broke through, that the government of the world was evil, and transcendence, which completely separates God from the world, could then at best be used as a means of protection against this feeling. Of course it became only a negative means of protection, not one that could have prevented the formerly praised Savior function of Yahweh from being more and more passionately expected of the divine first man. Thus the idea of the Messiah finally appears as a scarcely concealable vote of no confidence, indeed as secession from Yahweh, in spite of and because of the sublimity which is proclaimed precisely in the late Psalms. But what is decisive here is that the Mosaic foundation, even with this most powerful leap, is not shattered. Messianism is not shattered by the Messiah, even though he is antithetical to Yahweh, for he is not antithetical to the old Exodus Yahweh who had proclaimed that he would be Israel's doctor. Although the entire despair of Judea was needed to put the Messiah beside Yahweh, indeed against him, and although the idea of the Messiah did not originate solely on Jewish soil but also, with manifold interchange, in the Persia of Zoroaster, nonetheless the Exodus God was already such that he could not remain a God if, instead of destroying Pharaoh and his oppressive empire, he himself appeared as a Pharaoh. It is quite immaterial how far foreign influences played a part here. It is even more irrelevant how far philological antisemitism seeks to take not only the Decalogue but also the idea of the Messiah away from the Jews. No analogies whatever to this now erupted idea of Exodus are to be found in the panegyrics of the Egyptian Babylonian courtly style, which praises every lord who happens to be ruling at the time as a savior king. Undoubted analogies are to be found, as will be seen more clearly, in the religion of Zoroaster. It, too, has a divine first man, called Geomard, and the last appearance of Zoroaster, the Saoshyant who brings the end of the world, corresponds to the Jewish Messiah, as well as to the Paraclete of the Gospel of St. John. But even though the Jews may have been influenced by these Persian parallel ideas during the Babylonian exile from S86 to 538 BC, 1240, and may have retained them after their return, it is in the first place far from established that these ideas had not previously radiated from Palestine to Iran. The ancient Persian religion, a natural religion which largely coincides with the ancient Indian religion, excludes Messianism, this eminently historical religio, just as much as Messianism is intended in Moses and already steps forth bodily in the first Isaiah over 100 years before Zoroaster, and there shall come forth a rod out of the stem of Esse, and a branch shall grow out of his roots, Isaiah 2:1. This passage, which is not interpolated, and the verses which follow it, definitely contain the messianic idea, even though they do not yet, refer to a divine first man and his return. But then the authentically apocalyptic developments of messianic religion, which begin simultaneously among the Persian the Jews, and not least the Chaldean appear as a work which may have been common to all but in which only the Jews had all the power of suffering and therefore all the seriousness of hope on their side. For the Persians under Cyrus, the Chaldeans under Nebuchadnezzar ruled a world and their God did not need a future in order to be victorious, thus a significant document, the magnificent Grateful Behist on him of Darius, shows how they managed even without a Saoshyant. Judea, on the other hand, was in such a bad way after the return of the Jews that it was here for the first time that the belief in the Messiah became wholly one of explosion and not only of crowning apotheosis. Thus philological antisemitism here comes almost more to grief than with the Kenite Yahweh and the Decalogue. Reitzenstein from his knowledge of Iranian mythology observes, at least neutrally, it is not that Jewish ideas of the Messiah are borrowed per esse, hopes of a savior king and a blissful age whose duration they do not wish to limit arise independently of one another among the most different peoples and influence one another in individual features in literary communication. Das Iranische Erlassungsmysterium, 1921, pn 6f. And Max Weber gives a summary which even breaks out of neutrality and, rightly, sees messianism inherent in Moses and in the prophets themselves. The peculiarity of the Israelite expectation is the increasing intensity with which, whether it be paradise or the Savior King, the former was projected from the past, the latter from the present, into the future. This did not only happen in Israel, but nowhere else did this expectation move into the center of religiosity with such obvious constantly increasing force. The old Berith, covenant, of Yahweh with Israel, his promise in association with the criticism of the miserable present made this possible, but only the force of the prophecy made Israel to this unique extent into a people of expectation and of waiting, gesammelt Aufsatzazur. Religion Sociology 3, 1923, p. 249. Consequently the idea of the Messiah has survived only in its biblical form, only in this form was it experienced by peoples with suffering and a sense of mission. And because it expressed that which constitutes the essence of religious longing, with astral mythic statics set aside, with all the after-ripening of the Exodus God, it is plagiarism, though plagiarism not just of Persia but of the central utopia of religions themselves. Every founder of a religion appeared in an aura which belongs to the Messiah, and every foundation of a religion has, as glad tidings, the new heaven, the new earth on the horizon, even when both perfectednesses have been abused by the masters' churches for the idealization, i.e. apologetics of an existing order. Of course the astral myth of perfection, with a decidedly old heaven, old earth, always found this easier than did religions with a prominent founder, pathos of the new, the human in the middle. But as soon as any founder at all appears, an element of the Messiah is posited, and with all glad tidings a Canaan experiment is involved. Judaism showed the Messiah and Canaan particularly clearly, yet all religions contain, in a more or less broken off or mindful form, these destinations, are grouped around them, are crosses between transitory mythology and invariantly intended messianism. Messianism in religion is the utopia which enables the utterly different of religious content to be mediated in a form in which it contains no danger of Lord's anointment and theocracy, as Canaan in unexplored splendor, as the wonderful. Judaism became rigid in the armor of the cult laws, but messianic faith was kept alive through all codified epigonism. It was misery, it was above all the promise in Moses and in the prophets, irrefutable by any empiricism, which kept it alive. Whoever denies messianism denies the whole Torah, says Maimonides, and it is the greatest Jewish teacher of the laws who says this, a rationalist and no mystic. The glad tidings of the Old Testament run against Pharaoh and sharpen on this antithesis their lasting utopia of deliverance. That which is meant by Pharaoh, Egypt, and the kingdom of Edom is just as much the negative pole of Moses' glad tidings as Canaan is its positive pole. Without Egypt there would be neither Exodus nor such evidence of messianism, but if Egypt is engulfed in the sea, the path to the holy dwelling becomes clear, therefore the Apocalypse, too, is latent in Moses. Warlike self-commitment, mingled with astral light, Zoroaster, Mani. The visible teacher clearly becomes one who wants to bring his people home. For this he puts his life into the path, into the goal itself, to save his disciples. 1242. Zoroaster also acted thus, on the path to a brighter sun than that which already bums. This emphatically human founder nonetheless again takes part again in nature mythic movements, comes in part at least from ancient Persian movements, yet expresses in them his utterly different saving quality. Zoroaster certainly lived, around 600 BC. The very wild and dense legend around him began to form only 800 years later, in the earlier Avesta. The Gathas, the collection of Zoroaster's sayings, show a sharply vivid man, surrounded by doubters, answering them reflectively. The incipient legend, too, is produced by the palpably powerful impression of a historical person. Zoroaster inspired people to spin fables. Even in the most bizarre legend he himself has a human destiny, not that of a fishman or moon scribe. As power and serenity embodied, allied with light, this founder pierces the fables of the Zendavesta and not least its priestly, often desolate formulae. The legend says that when Zoroaster was born he immediately let out his happy laughter, the world of the good God cried out for joy with him, the evil spirits fled. An archangel leads the youth to the glory of the God of light, there he receives the true teaching and the mysteries of the great division are revealed. I made a creation of beauty, Ahura Mazda Ormazd, the God of light, tells him, and Ahriman made a second creation, one which is man-destroying, made death, winter, sluggishness, from which poverty follows, inexpiable action. Again and again there is the antithesis between the winter giant and the god of spring. Among Germanic tribes this is Thor, who smashes the ice with a hammer. This is the nature mythic antithesis per se, it was Babylonian, in the struggle between the dragon of the abyss and Jupiter Marduk, it was ancient Lurania J, as well as ancient Indian. The Indian sun god Mitra is in any event identical with the Iranian Mitras and TPE god of light Varuna with Al, J. Ramas. But while in Babylon the dragon of the abyss is defeated by Marduk Tit at the beginning of the world, with Zoroaster, the exhorting, forward-related founder, this does not happen till the end of the world. History thus enters into astral mythic statics, the whole world becomes history, namely a scuffle in which Ormazd and Ahriman are entangled. After a glorious life, the roaster of legend falls in the struggle against Ahriman. But at the end of each of the 3 millennia which the world still has to go through after Zoroaster's death, a new prophet grows from his seed, which is guarded by spirits. The last millennium brings the end of all things, and with it of course also, as an element of final tension, the threat of Ahriman's supremacy. But according to the highly chivalric legend, the Zarathustra laughter with which the first Zoroaster had already entered the world grows to the same degree. The name of the definitive prophet, from the seed of Zoroaster, the name of this last Zoroaster is Saoshyant, which means, coming helper. United with him is Vohumano, which means, spirit of truth, one of the genii of Ormuzd, and thus, in purification of men and of the world, Ahriman is defeated by Ormuzd, the gigantic clinch of two almost equal forces breaks, the hybrid world, shadow world of day and night ceases. A new one begins, free of age and death, decay and putrefaction, full of eternal life and growth. Zoroaster thus wins as the ally of Ormuzd. He is the first and the last who, with all who belong to the light, can return to this light. Thus he shows features analogous to the Jewish Messiah, not to the suffering Messiah who in Jewish legend is described as the son of Joseph, but to the victorious Messiah, the son of David. Zoroaster, too, bears a name familiar from the Bible, one like the Son of Man, Dan 7:13. He is Geomard, which means the bright first man, as he was from the beginning with Ormuzd. And the last Zoroaster, the Saoshyant, stands like the Messiah at the end of the days, the Lord of the separation of the good and the evil, of the last judgment. Even the Christian idea of the Paraclete, helper, comforter, has one of its origins in the Saoshyant, the Spirit of Truth, the name by which the Paraclete is prophesied by Jesus, John 16:13, is Vohumano, the spirit of the last Zoroaster. Despite all this, of course, the nature mythic intertwining remains, even with such a powerful, most visible intranque of the founder person. Zoroaster rejected the ancient Iranian, Vedic nature religion, dispatched many of the old gods to hell, consigned the fiends as well as the genii to the dependent retinue of Ahriman or Ormuzd. However, astral mythic statics, through having so much person, so much world history as last judgment forced into it, is not completely abolished in the teachings of Zoroaster. Hence the firmly fixed moment of Ormuzd's victory, which is due after 3,000 years. And just as the future here is not open, is not truly new, but has been set a closed deadline, that which appears in it at the end does not seem a novum but the 6 quantum of the already present light which has merely been blocked and restricted by Ahriman. Thus the huge person commitment of the founder, striking through the world as threefold lightning, is just as hugely and definitively interwoven with the external heaven. The Jewish apocalypse also, and even more so the Christian one, draws the cosmos into it, but as a cosmos which is collapsing, behind which the kingdom lies. The Persian glad tidings do not contain this break in nature, they remain despite all their exodus in the old space, consequently for them light is not so much a symbol of good as good is a symbol of lighty. But astral myth did not therefore remain the same as in ancient Babylon or even among the Chaldeans, whose star worship extends so far into the Zendavesta. If the seven main lights of heaven are worshipped, they are worshipped as allies in the struggle, not only as directors of fate. And if in Zoroaster history is a gyke engulfed in nature, nature too is engulfed in the path of salvation of an eminently moralized history. Precisely in the dualism of night and light, Zoroaster perceived nature as the place of two armies, as a human battleground. The believer, instead of standing far below, or in fact outside, as in the astral cult, now puts on the armor of the light god, just as the light god in turn need believers. And it is not surprising that the teaching of Zoroaster, by virtue of its dualism, could cultivate intolerance particularly well. When, from 2.2.4 AD onwards, the Sassanid dynasty regenerated Persia militarily and nationally, the Mazday church which evolved at that time from the remnants of the Zoroastrian tradition was as tightly organized, indeed great tightly organized, than the state. It cultivated a strict hierarchy, a scrupulous ritual and above all a dogma which enabled detailed distinctions to be made between orthodoxy and heresy. This church, like all others, completely denied the utopian nature, i.e. the messianic character of its Zoroaster. It abolished the cosmic utopian scuffle and thus determined even before the appearance of the last Zarathustra that, and how, light, the Mazday church, and darkness parted. Until a new teacher came into the midst of all this rigidity, came precisely from the old kind. His name was Mani, he was born in 2 IS AD and cruced by Mazday priests in 273 AD. In 242 AD, the year of the coronation of Saprai, the second Sassanid king, he made his first appearance in public, giving the Shah a document on the reform of the Mazday religion. Given the fortress-like development of the state church, it was already too late for this, but it is significant that with his first work Mani definitely began to have an effect on Persian soil, as the renewer of Zoroaster. Not for example as a Chaldean or as an apostle of the Christian heretic Marcion or even, as has also BQ claimed, as a pupil of the Greeks who knew his Plato well and his doctrine of the wicked soul of the world. It is more likely that Mani may have been connected with the curious Mesopotamian sect of the Mandaeans, which his father had joined, among whom he grew up. The Mandaeans were fanatical believers in the Son of Man, the Savior of the last days and the world conflagration. In all their writings the Son sent by the Light Father into the depths is the object of their expectation. Not that the Mandaeans recognized Jesus as the Son, on the contrary they regarded 1245. Him as a false Messiah, although John the Baptist probably himself belonged to a Mandean order. In a Mandean apocalypse contemporary with the oldest Gospels, C.F. Reitzenstein, the Mandean Book of the Lord of Greatness, 1919, the heavenly ambassador is still expected, thus, 200 years after Jesus, Mani, in the sect to which his father belonged, saw the promise of John the Baptist still unfulfilled. Now the Mandaeans were anything but a Chaldean sect, on the contrary, with many cross-connections to contemporary popular Jewish religion, TP clung to the legacy of Zoroaster. They certainly do not uphold the modern tearing away of Mani from Persian culture or Harnack's theory that Mani's teachings are based on Chaldean, interspersed with Christian, Parsi, and perhaps Buddhist ideas. Harnack even claims that it is the Semitic natural religion removed from its national limits, modified by Christian and Persian elements and raised up to Gnosis. Harnack, Dogmengeschichte UP 522. This transposition of Mani does slightly correct the view that Mani was merely an epigone of Parsiism, but at the price of making him into a late Babylonian epigone. Both views are wrong. Mani shows undeniable Chaldean influences, but the Chaldean at his time was itself Iranized from top to bottom. And if the proportion of astral myth in his teachings appears far greater than in Zoroaster, dualism still remains dominant, the scarcely cosmomorphic discord between night and light, and this is Persian. Indeed, the moralization of world history no more occurs in Sanitic natural religion than does history itself and the Son of Man who moralizes it. Therefore the older interpretation, that Mani belongs with Zoroaster, once a number of additions and corrections have been made, particularly with regard to the Mandean s, is correct. This becomes clear enough when we turn from interpretations of Mani to the core of his teaching itself. This core is dramatic because of the universal discord in which man finds himself, and it is as drama that the world process itself unwinds. This drama, Mani teaches, consists of 4 acts, corresponding to the 4 periods which Zoroaster had assigned to the battle between Ormuzd and Ahriman. And 4 times the Son of Man intervenes, in diverse forms and knighthood, to prevent hope being wrecked, to rescue the stolen gold light from the prison of the world. The drama thus becomes an unparalleled battle and grace play, an alchemically illustrated exodus, with the following stages: evil broke into the heights, light sent its first ambassador, the first man, to combat it. Against the helpers of the night the ambassador called up his own, against smoke, fire, darkness, burning wind, poison, he flung ether, fire, light, pure wind, water. But the black forces engulfed the bright. The first man himself was taken prisoner, was numbed, forgot his origins. To free him, primal light, which in Mani is also called by the highly Mandean name of Father of Greatness, sent a second ambassador, the life spirit. He manages to rouse the first man from his benumbed state and lead his spiritual being back into the world of light, but not his helpers. To free them, the light spirit now performs his second rescue act. He kills the helpers of darkness, from their corpses heaven and earth are formed. The legal JT spirit therefore operates as a demiurge, but in such a way that heaven and earth are created by him in their form but not in their matter, which consists of smoke, fire, darkness, burning wind, and poison. Except for the sun, moon, and stars, these consist of parts of the light engulfed by darkness. But to begin to set free the other, still imprisoned light elements, the primal light sends its third ambassador, the spirit of the leading wise Ma-En, and at his side the maiden of light. The third act of creation begins as that of movement. Only the stars remain in the firmament and tied to its revolution. Sun and moon however become bodies circling between earth and heaven. The spirit of the leading wise man takes up residence in the sun, the maiden of light, Helen, Sophia, takes up her residence in the moon. From here they keep the work of light deliverance going. There now occurs one of the loveliest wishful interpretations of the sun and the moon known in myth, one that can scarcely have appeared before Mani. Sun and moon, in Mani's now soteriological astral myth, become two heavenly ships which load up with the performed good deeds and the departing souls of good people and bring the light thus removed from the world back to the kingdom of the first man and of Ormuzd. The moon in its phases is interpreted as a bark which fills with light, a perspective which indicates the deep south, for it is only in countries near the equator that the new moon appears horizontally, a boat floating in the air, but the sun passes upwards the light brought out by the moon in the pillar of praise. The 12 signs of the zodiac through which the sun runs and to which it offers its flood of brightness are here visualized as the spokes of a huge water wheel or as the buckets of a lifting mechanism. But if the microcosm is a prison of light, the macrocosm is one great mechanism for the deliverance of light. The myth of the soul's heavenly journey, cf. Volume IL, PM 8ff, is thereby demonized. But equally the planets are deprived of their idle rotations, this harmony of the spheres of mere circling. On the contrary, Mani praises this music as a divinely ascending, death-conquering power, hence as one which is in contact only with the sonship and with light deliverance by the entire cosmos. In contrast to Babylon and Chaldea, Mani teaches that the moon 1247 and the sun are not gods but ways of reaching God. Astral myth thus begins to move against itself. Astrology becomes cosmic alchemy. As such Mani's entire universe stands, insofar as it is moved, insofar as it leads out the gold light. Manichaeism remained the religious background to alchemy. Yet it is still necessary to send a Earth ambassador, for the night, too, is now preparing to strike. One of its forces has formed on earth the first men from the remaining light, on the model of the first man, the life spirit, the leading wise man. The main part of the remaining light is now imprisoned in Adam and Eve. Their bodies are a work of darkness, but their forms and their souls are modeled on and follow the light. It is to break open this last prison of light that the Earth and last ambassador now appears, at the same time a definitive incarnation of the divine first man. He appeared, as Mani explained, with a magnificent change of form. In Mani's own genealogy, he appeared to the Persians as Zoroaster, to the Indians as Buddha, to the people of the West as Jesus, distinguished from the historical Jesus, the Jesus of Peter rather than Paul. He appears finally in Mani and as Mani, who is the Paraclete, the Vohumano of Zoroaster, the Spirit of Truth. A Gnostic here for the first and last time in history becomes a prophet, more than that, a crown prince of God. His vocation is knowledge which redeems. Thus the work of the deliverance of Adam, cosmogony, turns into ethics of salvation, into an asceticism and hatred of the flesh which finally differs from Zarathustra's world-powerful teaching and displays Buddhist characteristics. For the Zendavesta taught that Ormuzd had created both body and soul. Mani, on the other hand, sees in the body only the work of the devil, which must be cast aside. But there is a difference from Buddha, too, because man-is asceticism is not merely individual but at the same time cosmic, it is a partial process of the cosmic final process. Consequently 4 acts of initiation correspond to the 4 above-mentioned cosmogenic acts, even though Manichaeism, as far as is known, did not contain an elaborated, sensuous symbolical mystery cult. Yet the connection between the higher ranks of the Manichaean order, the electi, and the universal, as it were itself ascetic nature process cannot be thought of as close enough. The electi of Mani are truly put into the world like retorts in order to distill the stolen light matter from it, they are the living art of chemical separation, with a cosmic goal. The goal is the last anti-Ahriman act, the raising of the world fortress, the sun and moon also cease their work of excavation then. When the last messenger of God house his image the dark matter collapses, the world bums, the unmixed original state of night below but light on high fills the universe. The rigidity of death below, in the shattered prison, freedom and brightness above, this constitutes the triumph of the divine plan over the decaying of darkness. Thus end the glad tidings of one of the most comprehensive systems of religion, striving in all its fables towards the residence of light. A natural light which nonetheless is aimed at throughout history and which does not shine completely until the end of time. The continuing influence of this powerful heliotropy was great, although or because it did not establish a lasting church, and it is not yet extinguished. Mani became the teacher of Augustine until about his 30th year, even as a Christian, He did not overcome the influence of the doctrine of the war of light. In his work The Devil and God fight out in history what in Mani takes place on the scene of nature. Augustine even heightens the distinction between night and light, between civitas terrena and civitas dei in the course of history, as in Mani the process ends undialectically, as the rigid separation of hell and heaven. The more gentle as well as complete solution of origin, apokatastasis, or the bringing in of all things, even of hell, into paradise, is rejected by Augustine, undoubtedly influenced by Persian dualism. It was from Persia that the belief in the devil captured the entire underground of the world, with all the reactionary ideology to which it was so suited, but it was from here too that the mysticism of light advanced, militant as far as the Cathars, symbolic as far as the halo, indeed the color hierarchy of church windows. Ormuzd is the god with whom the sun comes, who opens the world wide for light, who beats the gold brightness from the crust, thus Mani himself mythologically founded the wishful dream of alchemy. Good people even on the miniatures of a Persia which had become Islamic do not cast a shadow, because this is Ahriman, but holy men inevitably stand in fire and brightness. Thus in Christianity as well as in Islam, the continuing influence of Mani on both, light becomes the material of the divine in NFQ-, itself. Light becomes the gate and the content of purity, a content which constantly expresses itself through its antithesis to flesh, greed for possession, attachment to the world, power, externals. Hec.ce the continuing influence of Mani, i.e. of his sharply antithetical password, right up to the great heretical movement of the Albigensians, not without reason were they called the Neo-Manichaeans. Whether because Manichaean circles had continued to exist, especially in Provence, since the end of the Classical Age, or because, at the beginning of the 11th century, trade with the Orient brought over from the East hybrid Christian Manichaean doctrines such as those of the Armenian Polychaeans or the Bulgarian Bogomils. At any rate, the sharp dualism between world and 1249 light, power, and spirit, gave Albigensianism a revolutionary ideology on top of its Christian spiritual ideology. The devil's offer of all the kingdoms of the world and the rejection of this temptation by Jesus, Luke 4:8. This genuinely Mandean legend was now especially sharpened again by the Neo-Manichaeans. The Pope was Satan, power as a whole was Ahriman, the Christian withdrew from their service. Lux Pura was the sign on the Neo-Manichaean flag, as it had been on Mani's, as such it was to be hoisted on the ruins of the destroyed world fortress. In Mani's case, of course, This was an already present light, one that is merely not complete, not one coming up within itself, as with Moses, then Jesus. And the Zoroaster Mani kingdom is not made from the material of the Son of Man but finally from that of natural light, of an externality, though of a radically good one. Thus right to the end the self-commitment of Mani and Zoroaster, so highly energetic and substantial, is mingled with nature, indeed lands in it. Such cosmic landing at the end has the negative quality of not allowing the self of religious commitment to fm-ish speaking, yet this landing also of course has the merit that it leads out of a mere aspatial being within. The corrective which objective astral myth as a whole, in Egypt and Babylon, forms against pure inwardness is present on a new level in Mani. And is all the more instructively present because the subject here is not absent, in the powerful entwinement of ethical religious with natural categories. Lux pura in the Manichaean sense is no Puritanism, dwelling in inner light and nowhere else. It is just that nature, as it rightly stands above history, remains static here, already fixed in its external value elements of night and light, on the place which it occupies no human key artigdom whose content has not come into being is intended. Light as physically present is blasted out of the compound product world and returned to the treasury of Ormuzd. This is the doctrine of salvation of dualism, it draws the spirit from the night, as if it were merely concealed and buried beneath it. Redemptive self-commitment, limited to a cosmos, related to nirvana, Buddha. The visible founder finally wants to become the way which he teaches. No glance is directed upwards any longer, faith becomes the following of one who is striding ahead. Buddha wanted to be nothing but this way and its path, freed from suffering, worldless, traced out for all men in 1. With none of the founders who have appeared so far does one see the doctrine so precisely transformed into a way which of course leads straight to nirvana. Buddha appeared at the end of the 6th century B.C. At a time when the ancient Indian religion of the Vedas was stifled with formulae, superficialized into ritual. The Indian religion itself was not originally intent on being lost to the world let alone to the gods as well. The Vedas, which date back to the pre-Aryan period, are to a large extent nature mythic, are not without the juicy wishes of a peasant and warrior race. Sacrifices, cults, magic rites, even vows and acts of mortification were intended to achieve nourishment in this world, cattle, horses, long life, and revenge on enemies. Only the dead person is apart from the world, but in such a way that, united with the fathers, he sees Yama, the king of the dead, with reward for good works in heaven. The most solemn part of the Vedas, the collection of hymns, is still for the most part devoted to nature gods, storm and cloud gods, the fire god Agni, the storm and heaven god Indra, the frenzied god of libation Soma. The Puranas, which themselves purport to be part of the Vedas and contain the authentic legends of Indian mythology, are boundlessly polytheistic. The deeds of the gods are even more boundlessly entwined in the monstrous, in the inextricably gigantic. This serves as an astonishing foil to atonement, coolness, withdrawal into self, glimpses of repose, which do of course already break through the wilderness of gods in the Rigveda, the oldest part of the Vedas. And certainly the Upanishads of around 800 B.C., which form the last part of the Vedas, contain distant light, Himalayan light, whose kind of nirvana permits no peasant and war myth, let alone any approach to the jungle of gods. Unrest has now made itself into the strongest seeker for rest. Buddha's path of redemption has its first starting point here. In the Upanishads an apprentice is shown. The world figures so that he may recognize them, in their terrors and their allurement as illusion, and at every figure, whether tiger, cloud, king or nightmare, the exorcistic formula intones, Tat Tvam Aci, you are thus. The Upanishads are no longer polytheistic, but pantheistic. The self, Atman, is not only one with all other beings but also one with Brahma, the world soul. Brahma sees, hears, and knows in every individual soul, is the all-seeing, all-hearing, all-understanding throughout all beings. He is the only one, in whom all striving is extinguished and the veil of Maya, i.e. the multiplicity of the illusory world, is torn. Yet Buddha's path of redemption has its second starting point in the rationalistic atheistic Sankhya philosophy, which began around 600 B.C. Not in the Himalayas but in the towns of the lower Ganges, to the east of the old Brahman. 1251. Country. The individual self here fell completely, it became a transitory aggregate, a skandha or heap, just like external things. But above all in Sankhya philosophy Brahma, the divine substance, fell, it likewise belongs to samsara, to the illusion of the fixed figure world. Sankhya and the heritage of the Upanishads, especially as contained in mystical Vedanta philosophy, Vedanta equals end, goal, true intention of the Vedas, thus formed the preconditions for Buddha's decision, as self without selfness and completely without Brahma, to be the founder figure whose way leads out of the suffering of the world, which is the incurable impulse of illusion towards the world. This narrow goal pointing in his doctrine is unparalleled, the elimination not only of Brahman ritual and the jungle of the gods but of all knowledge that does not prove itself to be redemptive. This was a concision which of course did not and could not survive in the dissemination of such an esoterically remote message. Only an indication of this is visible in the symbol of the Buddha figure, in the overwhelming mystery of its gain and of its absorption. The Buddha teaching itself also mixed with nature mythic ideas about it which continued to exist undisturbed. An increasing host of Brahman gods fought their way back again. 400 years after Buddha, the form of Buddhism was developed by Nagarjuna, which has survived in Tibet and which, with added ingredients, went on to Japan and China. It is called Mahayana, i.e. large vehicle, for broad deliverance from the ocean of samsara. The older, stricter teaching, which is called Hinayana, i.e. small vehicle, has survived only partly in Ceylon. Whereas among the people the Buddha figures have become fetishes, the holy writings have become magic charms, and nirvana has again become the opulence of the old heaven of gods, augmented even by a hell. The form of Mahayana has to some extent retained Buddha's atheism, but in return has disseminated the God Buddha almost polytheistically through times and spaces. A many-layered universe appears instead of the original uninterestedness in world, time, space, a universe that is filled with Buddhas to be, Bodhistas, and with entire systems of Buddha worlds. But whether the Mahayana of the crowd, with its often wildly rigid mythology, or the Hinayana of the scholars, the teaching of Buddha was abandoned precisely in its major article of faith, that of acosmism. Between 1200 and 1400 AD, Buddhism disappears in India proper, perhaps because of its opposition to the caste system, which developed in post-Buddhist times, although only one case of persecution has been recorded. Hinduism, the developed Brahmanic form of religion, took its place, with yogis in its train, whose contemplation had not so much nirvana as magical power over the world as its goal. With the 1252 Trinity of Brahma Vishnu Shiva over all the much entangled gods and god-kings, over the genii, elephants and demons of ancient Indian legend, not forgetting the dreadful Kali, wife of Shiva, who demands human sacrifice. Apart from the Hindu church only the scarcely original sect of Jainism remained, founded by Mahavira, a contemporary of Buddha, a sect which initially also rejected gods, myth, and cult but then vied with the Brahmans in the building of barbaric and even more extensive temples. Buddha remains by contrast that which has become free, religion without God and gods, with myth below and behind it. The founder goes on ahead of his believers as Tathagata, i.e. he who redeems himself. As such, of course, he is finally again the one who is scattered. The peculiar atheism prevented this kind of subjectiveness, an entire contraction of religion to the darkening Buddha way least of all. Atheism here became religion because a man, with the content abstracted from world and from gods, moved into the new layer in which the gods were no longer to be found, not even as illusions. Outside this layer they are not completely united in Buddha, for otherwise they could not be overhauled. On the contrary, they have the reality of illusion, to which they belong like all the hazy realities of this world. Atheism thus becomes a part of immense acosmism, which constitutes the consequence of this thoroughgoing doctrine of illusion, in world as in supraworld. Of course, it was only at the price of acosmism, this incredibly high price, that atheism was purchased here, and thus it itself became transcendental religious. Then precisely the person of the founder, the utterly human Hopeway person Buddha, the person of the world, remains finally extremely visible, as the first to dissolve into nirvana. Instead of immersion in Brahma as divine nirvana, as the Upanishads teach, comes immersion in a nirvana completely without forms. In a center of repose where instead of exodus, and as this per se, exodus enters into itself. Just as the great ocean, Buddha explained in the rules of his order, has only one taste, that of salt, so, too, my teachings and rules have only one characteristic, redemption, but redemption from world as well as from God. It conquers as total abstraction, its location is the completely abolished cosmos, is the acosmos and atheos of nirvana. A man exemplified this who wanted to make suffering in itself dwindle away. Not specific suffering from one thing or another but suffering from a wretched existence as a whole and above all, so to speak thoroughly, from its cause. But this cause itself is not supposed to be specific, least of all social, consisting of lords and serfs. It is supposed to be quite universal, is called tanha, desiring, thirst, and as such it is the same everywhere. Particular crass misery merely opens the eyes to the entire incurable condition. The nobleman. Buddha became clear-sighted in this way on seeing a beggar, he experienced tattvam-aci as compassion. The sermon at Benares on the Four Holy Truths of Suffering by which Buddha won his first disciples adds to compassion discernment, which sought to bring the individual out of the world. The Lord of Mercy proclaims the teaching of the origin of suffering, of the annihilation of suffering, of the path leading to the annihilation of suffering. Buddhism knows neither wishes nor wishful prayers, yet the only prayer which it nonetheless contains says, "May all beings be happy Tota Wai." This is already to be found at the end of ancient Indian plays. Buddha made it central. If the cause of existence as suffering is thirst, the cause of existence as illusion is ignorance, Notk 11 owing, the source of suffering, is the sole reason for the appearance of the world. Thirst tortures just as endlessly as illusion, which drives thirst from one phantasm to the next, leaving it eternally unsatisfied, tanha, desiring, samsara, the world of illusion, must therefore both disappear in the same act of reduction. Or as the Dhammapada strophe says, referring to the chimera as monster, positing chimeras as illusions, once the house builder is seen, from then on he can no longer build the house. The serene, the drive deadened, the drying up of delusion come over the world as truth, one great coming to rest coming to an end. The merciless driver disappears, the will of rebirth stands still, the chain of karma breaks, i.e. the existence effect of crime and punishment, with merit and its reward in every new life, disappears as a whole, in the core as well as in the appearance. As noted, only suffering per se is dealt with here, such a universal and at the same time such a deep-seated core of its causation that social reasons or even intensifications of this suffering do not lie in the field of vision at all. Thus every attempt at social upheaval was trivialized, beggars and kings, starvation and the puking wish fulfillment of excess come together in undifferentiated world weariness and equally in the last, in the escape wish of total wish extinction. Thus distraction came through ostensible concentration, and all this in the complicate connection between enervating acosmism and bold atheism, as if both nos were the same. It was from this side, from the equation of all change with futility, of all promotion of happiness with illusion, that a form of neo-Buddhism, through Schopenhauer, also became influential in Europe. When attempts were made to make the bleakness of capitalist existence the condition of the world per se and hence one which could not be cancelled out in the world. And every similar form of interested pessimism, every nihilism, lives on such relaxation, even when this relaxation in the original, in Buddha himself, was nowhere intended and taught as. 1254. Cowardly weariness but everywhere as the fruit of the highest concentration. But the OTH.ER side of Buddha's teaching of salvation was not considered, the side on which no trivialization through ostensible radicalization, no world toleration through all abstracting world negation takes place. For if Buddha says that not knowing is the only reason for the continuing existence of the appearances of this world, this proposition contains a re-evaluation of the junction of knowledge which, in its consequence, differs truly radically from every merely apologetic affirmation of the world. Here there is not only an overtaxing of the tension between appearance and essence according to which when the essence of an appearance has been recognized a reconciliation, to a greater or lesser extent Hegelian, with the appearance takes place. But even the essence, indeed precisely this, is regarded by Buddha not as that which is to be confirmed by knowledge, but as that which is to be changed by knowledge. Here too the bad appearing is undoubtedly assigned to appearing per se, an inadequate world to being world per se, and a thirst essence which sates itself only in misery, which is not to be sated with anything that has yet happened, is assigned to the essence of intention, essence of tendency per se. And knowledge becomes the same as the practice of world annihilation pure and simple, as if the truth of the world were its destruction, precisely through knowledge of its essence itself, in which according to Buddha salvation is least to be found. But equally undoubtedly something world-changing is posited, and this for the first time in religion, in Buddha, is posited in men themselves as Tathagata, i.e. as the central point of a changing of ways. And by virtue of atheism this happens not through prayer but through the will which has become knowing, though of course only, unfortunately for this kind of salvation, through the acosmic, overflowing, all-escaping will to non-will. And in this flinging back of the bad into nothingness there is least place of all for a reckoning, this total contempt is meant even in its effect to be a happening as if nothing was happening. The entrance to nirvana must accordingly itself be the most peaceful, but again as a prodigious heightening, over-heightening of the knowledge faith which believes that purely from itself it can change the world into non-world and, if it worships no gods, Allah believes that it has no adversary to fear or to combat. WHJCH is why the destruction of the world in and through illumination passes off quite noiselessly, without cosmic catastrophe, illusions have no apocalypse. This too, with its high temperature and crashing dreadfulness, would according to Buddha's philosophy also belong to illusions, the feverish dream of existence, at the entrance to nirvana no fire elements operate, because equally there are no 12.55 longer any gods to receive the souls. About this, nirvana as obliteratio n, Buddha's practice of knowledge teaches nothing, there is no answer to this question, the question itself was treated almost as heresy by Buddha. Only this much becomes negatively clear in this obliteration, that it must still in all in its category-less non-plenitude be determined by that in it which, as a cosmos, atheos, extinguishes and obliterates. Hence a specific Indian kind of cosmos does after all, against the intention, impart itself with a negative imprint to nirvana, namely as abstractly abandoned, as the emptiness or abstract negation of that which was previously filled by the cosmos. The cosmos which is abstracted from here is certainly not that of an astral myth, as in Egypt and Babylon, on the contrary, Buddha's abandoned cosmos can be none other than the wild gigantic cosmos of Indian mythology. But both by contrast to this world and by the hollow space geometry of the emptied cosmos something strangely inorganic is nonetheless present in nirvana, a gravity in all its infinite lightness, something sealed by sleep despite all landing beyond sleep and waking. Along with this inorganic aspect there even comes an element of that magnificently closed quality which the statue of the god Buddha manifests in such contrast to the wild sculptures of gods in Hindu temples, a closedness not only out of concentration but also out of geometry, out of a smile in the sleep crystal. The figures of Buddha from the classical Gupta epoch in particular show a quite clear mathematical structure based on the triangle and circle, as reflection of the unreflectable but symmetrically described nirvana. This is repose not of this world, yet a repose which touches highly paradoxically on the Egyptian aspiration to become like stone. For the abstract devotion to nirvana does not contain that emphatically new towards the cosmos such as the Christian utopia of kingdom presents, the world overcoming, not world abstracting leap by virtue of apocalypse and heavenly Jerusalem. But why the smile in the sleep crystal? The bliss of nirvana, which after all is ultimately something utterly different from the hollow space geometry of a cosmos. The symbolism of the Buddha statue, the lines of initiation in it, which yet seem to impart a quite different cipher than the negative counterpart to external geometry. This kind of thing proves again and again that a particular kind of self-commitment, extinguishing itself, has entered into the hope for salvation here, but that it is present precisely in extinction, as extinction. This presence, which is therefore ultimately marked in Buddha's smile, is inconceivable in astral myth elimine, even in Chinese Tao it is weak, contemplative, directed to the edge of a landscape. Despite all this, the bliss of nirvana remains freely suspended, hypostatized to itself, without supports or anything supported. The rest is silence or sleep crystal. Out of nothing as nothing, out of nothing is all. Unconscious objectless extinguishedness, which of consciousness and object leaves only the smile of bliss, in which both have disappeared, these are the glad tidings of a cosmic salvation, as if non-world were already like heaven. Founder from the spirit of Moses and the Exodus, completely identical with his glad tidings, Jesus, Apocalypse, Kingdom. Yet countless people think it a powerful great fantasy. They cannot judge otherwise than that it is impossible that such a game could be set up and carried out, to throw the godless from the throne of judgment and to raise up the lowly rough people. As it must happen and be held to us all with the coming of faith, that we men of flesh and earth are to become gods through Christ's becoming man, and with him are God's pupils, indeed by him are taught and made gods, indeed far more, we are completely changed into him, in order that earthly life may swing into heaven. Philip 3. Thomas Munzer, expressed exposure of false faith. Prayers are said to a child born in a stable. No glance into the heights can be broken downwards in a closer, more humble, more homely way. At the same time the stable is true, such a low origin for the founder is no inveigation. Legend does not paint misery, certainly not that which lasts a whole lifetime. The stable, the carpenter's son, the visionary among simple people, the gallows at the end, this is taken from historical stuff, not the golden stuff beloved of legend. Yet, as with Moses, attempts have been made to dissolve Jesus into pure legend, with no one behind it. According to this view, Jesus no more really lived than William Tell, Herod did not need to massacre the innocents, and Pilate washes his hands not in homosense but in thin air. Undoubtedly Jesus is surrounded with myth, yet this is only the framework into which a man entered, which was filled by a man. The framework was one of expectations. Precisely as such it is also important for the existence of Christ, for his appearance in unrest, prophecy, year God myth. The unrest was the political one in the Jewish land which longed for a leader. A strong king of the house of David, capable of driving out, of banishing the Roman occupiers. From here came Jesus' first followers, his ride into Jerusalem and the readiness to start singing the Hosanna, the acclamation for ancient Israelite kings. Prophecy provides the second, far broader expectation motif, one that was widespread throughout the entire Roman Empire. Hellenic kings had long since taken upon themselves the title of Soter, Savior, which came from ancient Oriental court ceremonial. Precisely at the time of Christ's birth this title fell to Augustus, the hoped-for emperor of peace. At the same time the Egyptian Horus myth of the divine child converged with the image of the Savior. Genuinely Roman, yet already interwoven with messianic strands from the Roman Jewish community, perhaps dating back to Horus, was the further association of the imperator with memories of the Golden Age, with the age of Saturn. Thus the famous prophecy in Virgil's fourth eclogue refers to Augustus, and now the Virgi 11 returns, and with her the reign of Saturn, now a new generation descends from heaven. The child whose rule will end the Iron Age and bring back the Golden Age of the world, protect him, chaste Lucina, thy Apollo already rules. Behold, the world is swaying on its shaken axis, the earth, the seas in their infinite expanse, heaven and its deep vault, how all nature trembles with hope of the coming ages, aspice venturo laetantur ut omnia secula. Even the word evangelium, in the new meaning of glad tidings which change everything, also exists outside Judea, but refers to the emperor, not to the king of the Jews. As in an altar inscription from Priene in Asia Minor, celebrating the birth of Augustus, not of Christ Jesus, this day has given the world a new aspect. It would have been engulfed if a common joy for all men had not revealed itself in the newborn child. He judges right who sees in this birthday feast the beginning of life and of all life forces for himself. At last the time when one had to regret being born is over. Providence has endowed this man with such gifts that it has sent him to us and to corning generations as the Soter. He will end feuding, will shape everything magnificently. The birthday of the God has ushered into the world the Evangelia associated with him. From his birth a new era begins. The strange ecstasy of such celebrations of the Emperor's birthday indicates what faith in miracles and redemption, what need for it was going around even in Christ's time in the Roman Empire. The peace and legal security which Caesarism, born out of anarchy, had brought are not enough to explain these exuberant tributes, especially as they by no means overlap with the later cult of the emperor. On the contrary, a strange sense of a new era, an imminent transition, of the end of the Iron Age, was prevalent throughout the Roman Empire. It is from here, too, and not only from the Mandean prophecy, John the Baptist, that the liturgical form in Luke 2:14 rings out, Glory to God in the *. Look to the future so that all generations may rejoice. 1258. Highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward me n. And thirdly the year God myth, an astral mythically tinged expedion motif, completes this still externa, merely general framework around Jesus. By no means the life but the death of Jesus now enters the framework of the year or vegetation God who descends and rises up again. The cult of this god was widespread in Asia Minor in Christ's time, strongly mixed with Orphic Dionysian images of and become *. There was lamentation and rejoicing over the Phrygian Attis, about the Babylonian Phoenician Tammuz, the same who was to serve to make Joseph in the pit completely mythical. Both are nature gods who flourish and disappear. At the beginning of spring a felled spruce tree was set up in honor of Attis, wreathed with violets, decked out with the image of the god and swathed in bandages like a corpse. The fir tree was carried at the head of a procession in the Roman Attis cult on March 22, cf. Ed Meyer, Geschichte Altertums, p. 1913, p. 724f. The start of spring and the summer solstice were here, in the Attis cult and that of Tammuz, Hellenized to Adonis, combined or telescoped. The death rites were held on the first day of spring and 2 days later the resurrection feast was observed. Indeed the god who had fallen into distress was not only lamented but also mocked here. At least it is recorded that at the Persian Sassanian festival, which is connected with the calendar cult in Asia Minor, the dying year god was played by a slave in royal robes who was given the title of Zoganes, or by a criminal condemned to death who was mockingly honored as king. Hence, for example, the mocking of Christ by Roman soldiers, Matt 27:28f, he is hailed as King of Ools, with purple cloak, wooden scepter, crown of thorns. Thus from the year God Mysterium came a mythical schema into which Christ's death, his Good Friday, largely fitted. In this case in forms in which even the death on the cross, a real occurrence, even less impressive than the birth in a stable, enveloped itself with or combined with the ceremonies of a calendar god. Yet as noted, with all these images of expiation, with Jewish unrest, Roman prophecy, Near Eastern year god myth, the attempt to dissolve the historical Jesus into legend still does not succeed. On the contrary, the life and gospel of Christ contrast especially sharply and concretely with the generality of the framework of expectation, and even with the later cult image gospel about Christ. Christianity was thus prevented from becoming such a pneumatic and theosophical religion as the neo-Docetism of the so-called Christ myth makes it into a mythologist's religion. And finally, even more than the birth in a stable and the death on the cross, Christ's influence as a person on his disciples proves his reality. If Jesus were invented, if his person had only been interpolated later into the myth, then the earlier Gospels would be imaginative, speculative, and only the later ones historicist, yet the precise opposite is the case. Jesus undoubtedly appeared in a whole storm light of myth, and this light was in himself, indeed even and apocalyptics, to which no Christ myth alludes, was more powerful than the three above-mentioned epecticians put together. But the founder of the Religio N, who animates and fills that which came together eschatologically around him from myths, towards the fullness of Timmy, cannot himself be confused with nature gods. Least of all when his gospel is as alien as Moses to nature myth. Whether because Vegetatio, J merely provides parables for an utterly different seed, or because the vault of heaven has space only for the clouds on which the Son of Man returns. But above all, the account of the founder's life, derived from the recollection of so many witnesses, has no parallels in the legends and holy adventures of Attis, Mithras, or even Osiris. The real figure of Jesus shows an aspect which is least inventable of all, because least expectable, shyness. This is seen in his early belief that he was only a preacher, Mark I:38, in the warded-off event of Caesarea Philippi, of which he charges his apostles not to speak, Mark 8:27 ff, and which makes the preacher into the Messiah. The stable at the beginning and the gallows the EPD scarcely fitted into the legendary image of the Savior, but shyness is completely alien to it. Likewise the temptations and despondencies of Isis are uninventable, they say Ecce Homo, not Attis Adonis. His last Fool's Supper, his despair in Gethsemane, his abandonment on the cross, and his exclamations, they do not accord with any legend of the Messiah King, nor even with that of the suffering Messiah. The latter would not have gone through the agony of doubt, he would, like so many later martyrs, have derived a sense of fulfillment from the suffering. Indeed, precisely the Gnostic docetic dissolution of Christ into pure logos, light, life, and other hypostasis, which is only beginning in the Gospel of St. John, would undoubtedly have succeeded completely if it had not been for the historical real resistance which the person of Christ put up. A vegetation God would not have put up this resistance. Thus Christian faith, more than any other, lives from the historical reality of its foe under, it is essentially the imitation of a life on earth, not of a cult image and its gnosis. This real memory acted over the centuries, the imitation of Christi, however great the internalization and spiritualization, was primarily a historical and only as such a metaphysical experience. This concrete nature of Christ was important for his believers, it gave them, in stunning simplicity, what no cult image or heavenly image could have given them. It made even heaven, in the sense of a merely baptized astral. 1260. Myth, empty and flat. No Attis mists, however many exercises in the visualization of his God he had performed, could have spoken as Thomas à Kempis did, I would rather wander as a beggar on earth with you than possess heaven without you. Where you are is heaven, and where you are not is hell and death, the imitation of Christ. 3. And finally, an absolutely decisive point, leading completely out of the general mythic framework into the religious philosophical novum: if Christianity is not a baptized natural or astral heaven, it is equally not heaven as the throne room of Yahweh. Jesus put himself as the Son of Man into this above, is more precisely present in the superhumanization of his God than Zoroaster or Buddha. He did not put in existing man but the utopia of something humanly possible, whose core and eschatological fraternity he exemplified in his life. God, who was a mythical periphery, became the humanly commensurate, humanly ideal central point, the central point at every place in the congregation which gathers in his name. This required a founder who was convincing, a founder in whom the Word became flesh, tangible flesh, crucifixa sub Poncio Pilato. This required the uncounterfeitable delicacy of a hubris which presents itself with such calm assurance that it was not and is not even perceived as such. A man appeared here as simply good, this had never happened before. With a characteristic downward attraction, towards the poor and the despised, yet not at all condescending. With upward rebellion against above, unmistakable are the lashes of the whip against the money changers and all who afflict my people. It is not long before the tables are turned and the last become first. Poverty is closest to salvation, wealth prevents it, inwardly and outwardly. But poverty for Jesus certainly is not already a component of salvation, so that it does not need to be eliminated. Nowhere is poverty, ordinary, inflicted, wretched poverty, defended, only voluntary poverty is recommended, and this advice is given only to the wealthy, to the rich young man, Matt 19:21. The Son of Man certainly did not praise the fact that he had nowhere to lay his head. And even voluntary poverty is not seen as an end in itself, at least insofar as the recommendation to poverty is given and love does not choose the poor, more about this later. Remaining poor is seen as a means of preventing the stony heart, of promoting the brotherly community. TJJ.is community, built on principles of love communism, wants to have no rich members, but also no poor members in the forced, deprived sense. Neither said any of them that aught of the things which he possessed was his own, but they had all things common, Acts 4:32, and the goods are collected from donations, sufficient for the brief period of time which Jesus had assigned the old earth. The words about the lilies of the field and the birds of the air is certainly not economically naive, on the contrary is prudent in a visionary way. If the feet of those who are to bury the world and its care are standing at the door, economic provision for the day after tomorrow becomes foolish. Equally the advice to render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, Mark 1:17, teaches not acquiescence in the world, as St. Paul later argues, but contempt. Soon there will be nothing left of Caesar's. The talent which must be turned to good account is only goodness or the inner treasure. This treasure is recovered by the imitation of a love which no longer wanted anything for itself, which is prepared to give its life for its brothers. Classical love was eros towards the beautiful, the brilliant. Christian love turns instead not merely to the oppressed and the lost but to the inconspicuous among them. Only this reverse movement of classical love makes the partiality for the poor an end in itself after all, precisely that which follows from their election, from the sojourn in the small. Jesus is himself present among the helpless, as an element of this humbleness, standing in the dark, not in brightness. Inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me, Matt 25:40. Christian love contains this inclination towards that which is inconspicuous in the eyes of the world, as an encounter with it, as the consternation of this encounter, it contains the pathos and the mystery of smallness. This is why the child in the manger becomes so important, along with the humbleness of all the circumstances in the out-of-the-way, cramped stable. The unexpectedness of finding the Redeemer as a helpless child constantly imparted itself to Christian love, most surely in the Franciscan order, which regards the helpless as important, that which is discarded by the world as called. This always bears in mind the adoration of the child and the search for the cornerstone which the builders have thrown away. Devotion to the inconspicuous ultimately guides the reverse movement of this love and of its hearkening, its striking, its expectation of change in the side points, still points, anti-greatnesses of the world. Hence it is unparalleled in any previous moral religion, including the Jewish, despite love thy neighbor as thyself, Leviticus 19:18, and the reception of Matt 2:39, even the love of Buddha, who, as a rabbit jumps into the fire to provide a beggar with a meal, does not lead towards the beggar, does not seek the divine in the helpless. If instead of the three kings Confucius, Lao Tzu, and Buddha had set off from the east to the crib, only one of them. Matthew 6:28. Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow, they toil not, neither do they spin. Cf. also Luke 12:27. T Matthew 8:20. The foxes have holes, and the birds of the air have their nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head. Cf. also Luke 9:8. 12.62. Wishful images of the fulfilled moment. Lao Tzu, old have noticed this inconspicuousness of the Almighty, though he would not have worshipped it. But even he would not have noticed the stumbling block which Christian love represents in the world, in its old connections and its hierarchies graded according to the power of rulers. Against the power of rulers Jesus is precisely the sign that contradicts, and precisely the sign was contradicted by the world with the gallows. The cross is the world's answer to Christian love. To the love of the last who shall be first, of the rejected in whom the true light is gathered, of the joy which in Chesterton's penetrating words was once the great publicity of a few pagans and became or will be the little secret of all Christians. To justify itself, this same world, using its pagan myths, later turned the death on the cross into a voluntary sacrifice, as if this had been Christ's intention and not its own. As if this death had itself arisen from love and was, as Paul put it, the price which Jesus paid God to redeem men from sin. Jesus is not the Messiah although he died on the cross, but because he died on the cross, thus Paul, who had not known Jesus, dialecticized the White Terror. According to this view Yahweh also wanted Golgotha. He is not like Satan but like a creditor, only more dread fully loving than any before him. He gives his own son to wipe out a debt which otherwise, given the commercial code of heaven, could not have been remitted. But the real Jesus died as a rebel and martyr, not as a paymaster. His loyalty to his followers unto death was never the will to this death. He hoped that the chalice would pass him by, and before the horrified eve of his death in Gethsemane only interpolated passages in his speeches indicate the cross and death, let alone baptism in the death of Christ. He prophesied to the apostles, "There be some standing here, which shall not taste of death, till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Matt 16:2.8. How much more surely the Son of Man ascends to heaven alive, like Enoch and Elijah. Subjectively and objectively the death on the cross came from without, not from within, from Christian love. It is the reward for the rebel of love and his catastrophe. It is the catastrophe for a Jesus who preached not an other world for the dead but a new heaven, a new earth for the living. A rebel against custom and the power of rulers died on the cross, a troublemaker and loosener of all family bonds. Matt 10:34-37, 1.2, 48, a tribune of the last, apocalyptically protected exodus from Egypt. This is Christian love, a love which is almost micrological, one which gathers up its own in their out-of-the-wayness, their incognito to the world, their discordance with the world, into the kingdom where they accord. The particles and seeds of the new eon contradict the old eon of Herod and Rome, the power of all existing creation. Thus the rebellion was finally even more monstrous than the day had thought, the Jewish as well as the Roman day. Jesus ultimately did not have in mind the restoration of the glory of David, nor even a national revolution on the narrow given scepe. The destruction of the entire world was at hand according to the Mandean preaching of John the Baptist, Matt 3:2-12, who had called Jesus. He took up this call. The best attested words of Jesus are eschatological. He really spoke, as in Mark 13, about the destruction of Jerusalem, of the temple, of the world of the old eon. If Jesus had declared himself to be only the Messiah or Son of God in the traditional, i.e. restorative sense, he would have been protected by the priestly caste and not denounced to the Romans, least of all would the high priest Caiaphas, against the will of the procurator, have insisted on his death. For the claim to be the Messiah was not regarded before or after Jesus as a capital offense, only in his case was the passage in Leviticus 2.4:16 interpreted to mean that the Son of God was the blasphemer of God and therefore had to die, John 19:7. Before this even Cyrus had been praised as a Messiah king, then Zerubbabel, a leader of the Jews returned from Persia, Haggai 2, SFF, the messianic pretension as such was not unprecedented. After Jesus, of course in an utterly desperate period, the great national hero Bar Kokhba was proclaimed Messiah by Rabbi Akiba, the highest priestly authority, so the messianic title itself was not always blasphemy. Only when the Messiah did not remain entirely national, or, as a universal Messiah, came into disco, with the official church was he handed over to the Romans. Only when the Messiah appeared as the Son of Man, in the pre-cosmic as well as the apocalyptic meaning of this title, when a natural catastrophe which also destroys Jerusalem and the temple was proclaimed as the instrument and evidence of his triumph, was he regarded as a blasphemer and worthy of death. In fact, Cephas understood Jesus correctly when he understood him eschatologically, more correctly than the unversed Pilate and all soft livers since, who saw in the love of Christ only peace, not the sword. Jesus is in fact eschatology through and through, and like his love his morality can only be grasped in relation to his kingdom. His advice not to worry about the next day, to render to Caesar what is Caesar's, is merely the beginning of what emerges quite positively in Christ's moral precepts, demolition, release, morality of an Advent world. It is morality as kingdom preparing, as a function of preparation for the kingdom which is close at hand, with the ethics of Christ. In the strict sense of the Sermon on the Mount, there is no arrangement in time, in continuing history, in secular society. The Sermon on the Mount is itself one of a period which has become purely Adventist, and all these ostensible quietisms make sense only on the morning threshold, a threshold believed to be reached, of something which has come close. Precisely for this reason the dawning kingdom of heaven in every case stands at the end of all the non-violent, violent beatitudes, Matt 5, 3-12, as their immediate justification. However, it is not the case, as extreme dualistic Lutheranism has argued, that Christ's morality does not exist in time at all, is therefore not even a morality of Advent, but exists wholly outside history. As if, with an absolute leap, the kingdom of Christ were never born into time, but occurred abruptly, without any connection with history, after the expiry of time, after the expiry of the entire ocean of reality. On the contrary, Jesus preached of kairos, of time which is fulfilled and which is consequently mediated by and through history, otherwise there would be no place for any kind of morality with a worldly connection whatever, not even a morality of immediate eschatology. However, the morality of the Sermon on the Mount, in its utter paradoxicality, bears no relation to any other morality, however steeped in religion, for it is the morality of the end of the world. As an Advent morality it has not only disappeared in the compromise moralities of churches designed for permanence but is even diluted in the social doctrines of heretical and sectarian Christianity, unless the latter, although exhausted, moved within waiting or else again believed in immediately imminent apocalypse. For all other forms of imitation of Christ, for a time, Advent morality, as that of the world limit, itself became a limit ideal. This was the case even with Paul, and they that use this world, as not abusing it, for the fashion of this world passeth away, 1 Cor 7, 31. Jesus, however, as absolute release, teaches morality exclusively as that of final wakefulness. Watch ye therefore, for ye know not when the master of the house cometh, at even, or at midnight, or at the cock crowing, or in the morning. Mark IJ, 35. Every sowing here relates to the dreadful harvest feast of the book of Revelation. It is for this that the grain of faith, the fruit of works is brought in. The downward pull, the imitation of a love which is centrally assigned to those who labor and are heavy laden, the suppressed as a whole, all Jesus' teachings and parables thus serve towards the formation of a community shortly before this day. And precisely that which is inconspicuous in the eyes of the world comes home here. The kingdom of heaven is like to a grain of mustard seed, which a man took, and sowed in his field. Which indeed is the least of all seeds, but when it is grown, it is the greatest among herbs, and becometh a tree, so that the birds of the air come and lodge in the branches thereof. Matt. IJ, Jif. Jesus with his humanity enters, as everything that remains saved, into the kingdom, nobody and nothing else besides, only this vine and these branches form, in a total equation of the undying with the content undayed, the kingdom of God. The cosmos, not as worshipped, not as negatively omitted, but as collapsing, becomes the instrument, indeed the location of the kingdom, only as the space of the servants is nature still existent. Or as the apocalyptist, not far from Jesus meaning, says, and the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon, to shine in it, for the glory of God did lighten it, and the Lamb is the light thereof, Revelation 21:23. Christ's glad tidings thus operated socially as Noah's ark, soteriologically as the arrival of the Son of Man, who was with God before creation and finally establishes a new creation. The glad tidings operated theologically as the abolition of absolute God transcendence through Christ's homoousia, i.e. equality to God. It operated democratically and mystically as the perfection of the Exodus God into the God of Kingdom, the dissolution of Yahweh in this glory. The Creator, indeed the Pharaoh in Yahweh fall away completely, he remains only as a goal, and the last Christ called only the community to be its building material and city. Jesus and the Father, the serpent of paradise as Savior, the three wish full mysteries, resurrection, ascension, return / when a child overhauls in this way, the Father finds it hard to hold his own beside him. His bodily Father is treated as irrelevant, soon Joseph was denied, light impregnates from above. But even the heavenly Father appears strange beside this Son, he no longer thrones in solitary majesty. Jesus, because he is believed in as Yahweh's mediator, becomes closer than he, indeed supplants him. The ambassador sent by God becomes the sender himself, I and my Father are one, he that hath seen me hath seen the Father, *KLL things are delivered to me of my Father, LK 10:22. Dissociations such as, why do you call me good, no one is good but God alone, are rare. It is only when death is near, in the Garden of Gethsemane and on the cross, that the Father comes to the fore again as someone different, resignation and abandonment again establish duality. Yet the death on the cross, precisely because it was died so bitterly, added something to Jesus which makes Yahweh, the only good one, unauthoritative. Unauthoritative in the consciousness of the apostles, not by virtue of the doctrine of Christ's sacrifice but by virtue of his proven loyalty and devotion unto death. For the Yahweh of Moses and the prophets could never suffer death, among the infinite qualities of his infinite goodness one, after all, was missing, devotion to the end. Logically only a mortal man could possess. John 10:30 / John 14:9. 12.66 Wishful images of T, i.e. fulfilled moment. And prove T. Not a God immeasurably remote from and unassailable by fear of death and torment. The doctrine of Christ's sacrifice itself turned against Yahweh at this point, utterly against the intention in it of explaining the cross away as a catastrophe. As a catastrophe not only of Christ but of the Father himself, who, as the Lord of this world which brought this death, could scarcely be distinguished from Satan. Essentially the doctrine of sacrifice belongs to theodicy, not Christianity, indeed since, as noted, it interprets Christ's death as a real payment in terms of the Roman commercial code, it belongs to demonic jurisprudence, not religion. But if God the Father sacrificed his Son and caused the debt to be paid by him, it was the Son alone who offered up himself, as high priest and sacrificial animal in one. He did, with the extraneous value of love, that of Ubik Yahweh, despite all his almightiness, not only all his goodness, is not capable, although the later doctrine taught the complete Trinity, only the second person of the Godhead offered himself up on the cross. A new God comes into being, one hitherto unheard of, who gives his blood for his children, who, as Word become flesh, is capable of suffering the fate of death in a completely earthly way, not merely in the ritual of the Hades legend. Here a man, through the hubris of complete devotion, overhauled every idea of God to date. Jesus becomes a love of God such as has never been conceived in any God. Hence the wonderful chorale in the AST Matthew Passion, when I one day must part, then do not part from RNE, / when death strikes in my heart, step forward then for me. From here too comes one of the finest passages in Paul, a transition with flying colors, for I am persuaded, that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature, shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord. Romans 8:38f. Who is not a Lord like God, wherefore in all things it behoved Herb to be made like unto his brethren, that he might be a merciful and faithful high priest in things pertaining to God, to make reconciliation for the sins of the people. Hebrew 2:17, and more a son of man than ever any before God. For we have not an high priest which cannot be touched with the feeling of our infirmities, but was in all points tempted like as we are, yet without sin. Hebrew 4:15. So from the high priest's position there was something in the accusation that Jesus was a blasphemer, and not only because Jesus predicted the destruction of the entire old world eon, predicted it with approval. This approval, and the sedition behind it, were enough for his condemnation, but the self-commitment of Christ in Yahweh Karn on top of this as an ultimate infamy. The Church has contrasted Jesus with the Old Testament only in terms of the law, according to the sentence, for the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath day, Matt 12:8. Accordingly Christ's believers are no longer subject to strict Mosaic law, the God of revenge no longer applies, the curtain of this temple was torn right through the middle, yet the contrast is far deeper, and it is softened only by the fact that it is not a contrast at all with the Old Testament as such. Indeed in the most crucial place it turns back to it. But it turns back to a scene which in the Old Testament itself is full of meanings and concordances against Yahweh. Which always means, against Yahweh as Optimus Maximus, like other Jupiter-s, not against Yahweh as Exodus God, as Eje Asher Eje. The decisive rebellious passage is to be found in the Gospel of St. John, which is almost wholly unhistorical, but the words of Jesus quoted in it, spoken to Nicodemus, stand in an age-old Jewish tradition which was not attributed to Jesus only after the event. The passage, with its wealth of concordance reads, and as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have eternal life. John 3:14f. Moses, however, had made a serpent of brass against the fiery serpents in the desert who killed the people, and put it upon a pole, and it came to pass, that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. Numbers 21:9. Although this passage could also be interpreted according to the rule of a mythical homeopathy, its contrast with the words of damnation spoken by the Creator Yahweh of Genesis over the serpent and what it may stand for is plain. Likewise, Jesus is referring to the serpent, this subterranean, subverse 4e, Helengi creature. To the dialectical animal of the depths of the earth, from which simultaneously destructive gases and healing springs rise up, volcanoes and treasures. Jesus and an almost apocryphal passage in Moses refer to the serpent cult of all peoples, with the double meaning which is inherent in it. The serpent is both an animal which creeps on the ground, monstrously devastating, Hydra, Python, Typhon, the Babylonian dragon of the abyss, and it is the serpent of lightning, the high fire in the heavens. The serpent is both the arch-enemy, fought and defeated by Apollo, Siegfried, Michael, and the savior serpent around the staff of Aesculapius, the Egyptian serpent of Urias on diadems and on the sun, a magic sign to ward off hostile powers. The serpent cult survived for a long time in Israel in particular, as its abolition by Hezekiah underlines, who brake in pieces the brazen serpent that Moses had made, for unto those days the children of Israel did bum incense to it. 2 Kings 18:4. Christ's astonishing simile, which is an equation, referred only to the Savior serpent in the desert, yet at the same time and on top of this, beyond. 1268. The mere nature mythic determinations of the pagan serpent cult, it touched on a well-understood, utterly different, soon completely transvalued being contra the Yahweh of creation, the serpent of paradise itself. It was the Nas Sanes or Ophites, Nas, Aphis equals serpent, undoubtedly a Jewish heretical sect long before they appeared as a Christian Gnostic sect around 100 AD, who definitively carried through the transvaluation of the serpent of paradise in relation to Jesus, as the usurprof Yahweh. They interpreted the serpent of Genesis as the life-creating principle in the lower world, but not only in the world-preserving, therefore evil sense. The serpent of paradise is at the same time the symbol of world-exploding reason, for it teaches man to eat of the tree of knowledge. It announces to the first men a kingdom which is higher than that of their creator and the creator of the world. It teaches them to break the law of the demiurge in order by knowledge of salvation to become like that highest God who is not Yahweh and who was not proclaimed again until Jesus came, Eritus Sicut Deus, Science Bonum et Malum. Because of this knowledge they believed that the wrath of the demiurge had fallen upon man, yet the Ophites and related sects such as the Cainites set down a line of fire throughout the Bible from the family of the slandered serpent of paradise, the rebel against Yahweh. It began, they said, with Cain, whose sacrifice the demiurge did not accept, but he accepted the bloody sacrifice of Abel, for the Lord of this world delights in blood. It was in Esau, who did not receive the blind blessing of the blind Isaac, but when Jacob saw Esau again, it seemed to him as though I had seen the face of God, General 33:10, the face of the true God. They thought that the serpent was in Moses, as the power in the rod which struck water from the rock, wholly in harmony with the murmuring of the children of Israel, and was the rod which changed into a serpent and destroyed the hostile serpents of the sorcerers, i.e. the gods of destruction. The same ones who later destroyed the children of Israel in the desert and against whom Moses erected the then white serpent, on the advice of the true God. The serpent of paradise was above all in Jesus, indeed he is its last, highest reincarnation, and again its head is crushed by Yahweh. The Bishop Hippolytos gives a completely unequivocal account of this didactic play of the Ophites. No one can be saved and rise up again without the Son, who is the serpent. For as he brought the fatherly primal images from above, so he also carries up with him from here those aroused from sleep and those who have again taken on the character of the Father, the true God. Just as the magnet attracts iron and nothing else, so the perfect generation, of the same. You will become like God, knowing good and evil. Cf. Genesis 3, s. Nature, now become the image of God, and nothing else, is led back out of the cosmos by the serpent. Cf. Leisgang, Diagnosis, 1924, p. 146. What taught man to eat of the tree of knowledge thus remains the first manifestation of redeeming knowledge, which leads out of the garden of animals, indeed out of the dreadful paternal home of this world. The serpent of paradise is the caterpillar of the goddess of reason. Jesus therefore frees men from the dominion of the demiurge, the same demiurge of whom he says, he was a murderer from the beginning, John 8:44, and brings the revelation of the true God, of whom he says, Why our Father which is in heaven, Matt 7:2. A Titanism, a Promethean rebellion, was thus emphasized in the Bible again, but precisely in the Old Testament itself, of which the priestly version shows only traces. Yet these traces are present. They must have been unforgotten in Jewish folklore in Jesus' time, and they were read as path marks towards the Messianism which was moving away from Yahweh anyway. Even the priestly version of the Bible has retained these titanisms. Apart from the serpent of paradise, Jacob's struggle with the river god, whom he defeats, belongs here, General 32:24f. Nephilim, giants, clearly appear before the flood, General 6:4. The Tower of Babel motif is rebellious against Yahweh, and so too not least are the sea motifs. Cf. Gunkel, Skofung und Chaos, 1895, p. 91ff. The Legends of the Rebellious Ocean, Psalms 33, 7, 65, 7f, 104, 5-9, Job 38, 8n, Prov 8, 22-31, J 5, 22, 31, 35, Jesus Sirach 43, 23. And later Jewish secret doctrine, fed from gnosis but also from unextinguished folklore, certainly did not forget the strange connection between serpent and Messiah, however much rebellion against the demiurge is diluted into rebellion against the common Satan. Nathan of Gaza, a pupil of the false Messiah Sabbatizui, published a treatise in around 1650, Dirush Hatamimim, a treatise on dragons, cf. Skolem, The Major Trends in Jewish Mysticism, 1942, p. 292, it purports to be a commentary on a passage in the Sahar about the mystery of the great dragon that lieth in the midst of his, Pharaoh's, rivers, Ez 29, 3. Nahash, the Hebrew word for snake, has the same numerical value as Mashiach, Messiah. The treatise explains this as follows: the soul of the Messiah shone into the abyss, where the demonic forces dwell. Since the beginning of creation it has been the holy serpenti among serpents. The soul of the Messiah is tied to this prison, hence to Egypt, which is the world prison per se, with Pharaoh Satan at its head. Only with the advent of the kingdom of righteousness will the holy serpent be freed and appear in a supraterranean form. This is how far a tradition went which associated the Messiah with the Savior serpent in the desert, among the Op heights with the tree of knowledge itself. And 1270. The antithesis between Christ and Yahweh did not even reach its greatest sharpness among the Ophites, for the true God, according to them, also appeared in the Old Testament. The Gnostic Marcion, in around 150 AD, was the only one who attempted to wrench-ophize Jesus from the Old Testament, in a radical antithetical fashion. Jesus' statement, "Behold, I make all things new," was now interpreted against Yahweh in every form, even that of the Exodus. Yahweh became Zoroaster's Ahriman. But the new element was the new God, who was absolutely strange, about whom before Christ no tidings had ever come to man. Thus the great Logion was interpreted, as a governmental decree by Christ, "No man knoweth the Son, but the Father, neither the Father knoweth any man, save the Son, and he to whomsoever the Son will reveal him." Matt 11, 27. Marcion, who saw himself as the completer of the antithetical Paul, connected this pronouncement of Christ's most closely with Paul's sermon in Athens on the Theos Agnostos, the unknown God, but in such a way that the ambassador of this God tore people away precisely from the Creator of the world, whom Paul, and even more the later Church, identified with the Father of Christ. Marcion thus represents the most powerful idea of anti-Yahweh, in favor of Christ as the total novum or paradox in Yahweh's world. But while Marcion burns all his bridges with the Old Testament, he himself is standing on this bridge, together with the Ophites. In other words, Marcion comes not only from Paul, he also comes from Moses. The true or strange God dawns in the Exodus God, between Egypt and Canaan. However, he certainly does not dawn in the Creator of the world, in this opulent mythology of the past. From the Egyptian from the Babylonian Marduk, this mythology had made the Ejei Asher Ejei the beginning, even the well-pleased beginning. Against this not only Jesus but the utopia of Messianism as a whole was in opposition. It will be recalled that even the prophets seldom mentioned Yahweh as the Creator of the world, but all the more emphatically they referred to a new heaven, a new earth. Job's complaints were directed entirely against Yahweh as the ruler of the world, together with the hope that a blood avenger would live, that an exodus would come. The apocalyptist Jesus is steeped from top to bottom in this exodus idea. Thus he was seen as being together with the serpent of paradise, not with the God of those who, like their God himself, found that everything in the world was good. The appearance of the founder therefore certainly did not seem anything like as meek as it was later presented. The humble were to be raised up, the cross was to be smashed, not to be carried or to become the thing itself. Jesus' shyness, indisputable and self-obstructing, disappeared after the experience of the Transfiguration, which was also hallucinated by his apostles, and only they were sore afraid, Matt 1:7, 2-6. From this point on, external obscurity, his instructions to the apostles in Caesarea Philippi that they were to tell no one he was Christ, no longer applied, Matt 16:20. The deepest humanum commitment into heaven was proclaimed, the subjective factor of Christ-likeness inherited the transcendental factor, the glory of God became the apocalyptical glory of Christ and his followers. And thus utterly new religious matter was created, not for the sacrifice on the cross, which is and remains a theodicy of the world creator, world ruler, but for the triumphant image of the tribune behind the death on the cross. Abide with us, for it is toward evening, Luke 24:29. Thus for the apostles the presence of Christ had not ended even on the way to Emmaus, thus the wishful mysteries of resurrection, ascension, and return came into being. Consequently the second eschatology, the Christianity of this aftergleam as foregleam, started out only from the empty tomb, only with the ascension did the Son of Man fulfill eternity, only with the return was the advent consciousness of the first followers stretched to that of all later followers. The real memory of Jesus after his death necessarily established dimensions of hope unlike those of any previous founder. If anyone, then he for his believers had to be the first of those who sleep and are awoken. If anyone, then he had to go up towards heaven, not ennobled like Hercules, like Elijah, who are distant and removed, but as an anchor of hope which takes men with it. If anyone, then Jesus had to return, to fulfill the kingdom of Ma'an. Let us hold fast the profession of our faith without wavering, for he is faithful that promised, Hebrew 10:23. Until that return itself the evangelist appointed yet another representative, the mysterious Paraclete. He is the only sign that although Jesus guaranteed to the apostles his return, the last judgment and the kingdom, he did not guarantee the entire future till that return. This, however, is a continuing influence of Christ which contrasts with him, but in such a way that here too the religion of Jesus gave it color and direction. The word Paraclete, as we have already seen in the case of its counterpart the Saoshyant in Zoroaster, means helper, comforter, advisor. True, he appears as such only in the frequently interpolating Gospel of St. John, but here as the promise of Christ himself, and I will pray the Father, and he shall give you another comforter, that he may abide with you forever, John 14:16. With these astonishing 1272 words, Jesus posits himself only as a first comforter and not as eternal. The evangelist has backdated the catastrophe of the cross into Jesus' knowledge. And an interpretation different from that of the sacrificial death on the cross now arises, one which as it were raises Messianism above the dying Messiah and embodies him anew for the period of Advent. Nevertheless I tell you the truth, it is expedient for you that I go away, for if I go not away, the Comforter will not come unto you, but if I depart, I will send him unto you. Howbeit when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth, for he shall not speak of himself, but whatsoever he shall hear, that shall he speak, and he will shew you things to come, John 16:7-13. These dark, brief intimations of the evangelist imply that the novum of the Paraclete is primarily that he does not talk of himself, is simply a proclaimer of what he hears. Such passivity could indicate an angel, insofar as the angels of the Christian era are exclusively messengers, with no actual will or content of their own, but the Paraclete is also called a Spirit of truth, who leads into all truth. And a Spirit of truth is not the category of an angel but rather the category and translation of the Persian Vohumano, who appears with the last Zoroaster, with the Saoshyant of the end of the world. Thus the idea of the Paraclete does after all contain something different from the mere presence of a comforter until the return of Christ. The return itself is designated as the Spirit of truth. Indeed in the Paraclete Jewish messianisms which are still powerfully alive are more effective than Persian ones. The belief in the Messiah who had appeared in turn contained that in the one who had not yet appeared. Yet always determined and clothed by the appearance of Christ and by the governing category of his return, the Spirit of truth thus became the Holy Ghost, together with the Son. Thus this advent of the Holy Ghost only now becomes the true advent of the Son. The essence of Christ from here on consequently appeared to the believers in the Paraclete in a different, definitive form, and it is only this form, not the Jesus of the New Testament, who speaks the authentic, password, and with it the irresistible turning of the world towards kingdom. Or in the language of the Ophites, the serpent of paradise reveals its Sophia for the third time in the Paraclete, and its head is no longer crushed. Thus even the Church Father Tertullian regarded Jesus and the New Testament just as much as an early stage and perfectible as the Old Testament was perfectible. In Tertullian's writings the fulfiller is the Paraclete, towards him Adam, Moses, and Jesus are related. It is only in him that the ultima legislatio into libertatem perfectam occurs. It is easy to find the connection between this conception of the Paraclete. 1273. And medieval chiasms, and especially its connection with Joachim of Fiore and his teaching of the Third Kingdom, see Volume 2, p. 509 ff. Here, too, the return of Christ is not the return of the same Christ who appears in the New Testament, for the age of the Holy Ghost is no longer that of conviction and promise. The Paraclete no longer speaks of himself, he posits the reality in which inwardness has become spiritual outwardness. The Paraclete thus becomes the utopia of the Son of Man, who is no longer utopia, because the kingdom is present. Now all this does not break out of homesickness for Christ, on the contrary, precisely the essence of Christ is repeated in heightened form in the Comforter who has become the Holy Ghost. The pneuma that came over the apostles at Pentecost was, the apostles believed, poured forth by Christ, by the Christ of the Ascension, therefore being by the right hand of God exalted, and having received of the Father the promise of the Holy Ghost, he hath shed forth this, which ye now see and hear. Acts 2, jj. According to the ecstasy interpretation, the ascended Christ, even here, did not receive the Holy Ghost himself, but only the promise of him, just as the speaking in tongues of the pneumatic apostles merely projects like a half-finished hieroglyph into the truth of the kingdom. Yet this promise of the Spirit certainly was fulfilled for the upper Christ, which is why the fulfillment or parousia of the Spirit, however explosively it may have been conceived, always appeared to Christianity according to the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ, f4, ij. Even among the chiliasts, the wishful mystery of the return always held to the figure who for them had ascended into heaven. Christ, the founder, even in view of the Paraclete, thus became the triumphant content of salvation, and, as such he therefore incorporated the Paraclete of the future within himself, as he incorporated the God of the past within himself. And as, not only in the teachings of the historical Jesus but even more emphatically in the three wishful mysteries of the believed Christ, the Eschaton of the kingdom forms the unity of the goal, so in relation to this Jesus, for his apostles, himself became this future element, like everything that is affected by the kingdom. Jesus as return, according to the images of the Daniel Apocalypse, Dan 7, IJF, represented by himself, the Son of Man riding on the clouds of heaven, accordingly takes part in the leap into the novum. The power function and magnification function of homesickness, with the leap of the novum, totally transformed itself into the utterly different. The Christ of the wishful mysteries thus lives completely behind and exploding, on the eschatological plan. And the kingdom, finus ad quem omnia, precisely for this very reason does not leave one stone of the old on top of the other, not a stone of the temple, but not one of Zion either. Hence everywhere the changing of names, which in the Orient signify the essence the Lord God shall slay thee, and call his servants by another name, Isaiah 6, is, to him that overcometh will I give to eat of the hidden manna, and will give him a white stone, and in the stone a new name written, which no man knoweth, Revelation 2, 17. And again in the Old Testament, that of the Exodus Yahweh, not of the Creator Yahweh, it even says of Zion, and thou shalt be called by a new name, which the mouth of the Lord shall name, Isaiah 62, 2. Christ's resurrection from the dead has no analogy in the history of religion, but the apocalyptic transformation of the world into something as yet completely inexistent is not even hinted at outside the Bible. And by virtue of the exclusive relation of this absolute novum or omega to human content, the mysticism of heaven becomes the mysticism of the Son, the glory of God becomes that of the redeemed community and of its place. In Christian mysticism, above all in Eckhart, precisely this was therefore thought of as nothing other than the fulfilled moment of us all, as its nunc stands to the kingdom. This is religious protestation, no longer relating to the self as to something unrevealed and no longer relating to sussum corda as to a hypostatized above in which man is not found. Eritus sicut Deus is the glad tidings of Christian salvation. Fanaticism and submission to Allah's will, Mohammed. Where only one flag is the right one, choosing ceases. The fanatical FO under establishes his religion sternly, without wavering, he can do no other. Knows only believers and infidels, the lukewarm is spat out of his mouth. The excluding, the intolerant in the best sense, all this comes from Moses, there is only El, the goal. The other gods are nothings in terms of their power and their who, even if the fact that they exist is not yet denied. But they ought not to exist, and certainly ought not to be worshipped beside the God who leads out of Egypt. They are golden calves or devils, with them there can be no peace. The possibility did not yet exist that a believer, when he gave up his idols, then became an out-and-out unbeliever. $1 may happen with today's missions, when with the belief in the old gods all belief is destroyed. On the contrary, the magic of the henotheistic God, the only one who is God, was downright enhanced by the shattering of the magic of the idols. This was how Moses operated when he outdid the Egyptian magicians, this was the case with Elijah with Boniface when he knocked down the Irminsul and Odin did not have the 1275 strength to unleash a thunderbolt. Elijah speaking of Baal sounds almost like an Enlightenment philosopher, he mocks the priests of Baal much as Voltaire mocked the sanctimonious priests of the church, see re aloud, for he is a god, either he is talking, or he is pursuing, or he is in a journey, or peradventure he sleepeth, and must be awaked, I Kings is, 27. But mockery of Baal is a profession of faith in Yahweh, hatred of nature gods is a profession of faith in a God who refutes them as demons or, at a later stage, includes them as confused prefigurations within himself. Tolerance in the style of the 18th century arose only from religious indifference as a whole. Living faith knows temptations, seductions, even inheritances, but no choice. You who worship the infinite creator of the universe, you call him Jehovah or God, you call him Fu or Brahma, thus the liberal opening of Mozart's sublimely mild cantata on the infinite creator of the universe. But the Kyrie in the Mass in B minor includes the whole world in the call for the Redeemer, for a Christ without a replaceable name. Seriousness of faith is orthodoxy. Is healthy monomania, even when the form of existence of the one who is believed has passed from being an untenable possession to an unrelenting direction. Ever since Moses gave the signal for the one, it has been easy to understand why henotheistic and then monotheistic religions have become the missionary religions per se. More than all others they have allied themselves with the ideology of winning markets and of conquest, but they have also brought into the world the fanaticism of dying for one's faith, as a soldier or as a martyr. Fanaticism as an element of faith is found only in the two religions which started out from Moses, in Christianity and Islam. Warlike intolerance, certainly not rejected by Jesus, who had come to start a fire in the world and wished that it was already burning, has as its paragon Moses, who smashed the golden calf. The subject Neri does not yet overtake his God, but he feels so strongly that he is his champion that the wrath of God bums from his eyes. Moses was acting in Mohammedan fashion when he destroyed the golden calf. The subject here accomplishes the will of God in such a way that in inactivity, in passive times and beneath the blows of fate submission to God's will remains, but even this peculiar, passionate, typically Islamic submission primarily presupposed the union of God's will with the monomania of God's champion. The religion of Mohammed was called Islam, submission, yet the profession of this submission here more than anywhere else meant fierce jihad, holy war. Thus fanaticism begins. With Moses, it thrives in the conquest of Canaan, together with its own kind of submission it becomes the one and all of early Islam. Religious war well and truly entered the world with Islam. Adonai echoed, Allah il Allah, God is one. With this cry the subject attains the greatest one-sidedness, the fiercest for the intended purpose. The Mohammedan glad tidings themselves are not original, they trail far behind Christ's powerful storming of heaven, but they took the passion out of the Bible, passion absolutely in the sense of fervor, not of suffering. The path upwards is rugged here, only the man can endure it. Mohammed started out as a warner about the coming judgment, he certainly did not immediately appear as a savior. Visions and voices came upon this man, who was both powerful and epileptic, the dreams of the night changed into appearances in the flesh by day. Ancient Arabian religion had worshipped stone fetishes, sandstorm spirits, and rain gods from the desert and the period in the desert. For the trading towns in which Mohammed appeared this time was a long way back in the past, but on the other hand Jewish influence was strong. And Mohammed's first concern, as he said, was to restore the pure religion of Abraham. But in an Arabia of pleasure-seeking merchants and expansion by landowners, the prophet of victory did not preach among desert tribes. A founder of almost unbroken creatureliness. According to a legend recorded by Gibbon and possible only in Islam, Muhammad's disciple Ali cried out before his master's corpse, "Zero propheta, O propheta, et in mort penus tuus caelum versus erectus est." Asterisk. And the virility of this founder is confirmed by the fact that his most important relic is the weapon, his sword, al-fihar, known as the Flashing One, which is preserved to this day. Allah, however, is the war god Zebaoth. He brings out his Knights Templar for the imminent world judgment. Religion is submission to Allah's will, but precisely warlike fanaticism of submission. And as if called precisely for this purpose, these menacing glad tidings served an order of knighthood that had to create the roots for the expansion of rising mercantile capital. The green flag was soon flying quite homogeneously over a storm of trade, war, and religio. Islam ruled the mercantile empire which spans the period between the decline of the West Roman Empire and the rise of Venice, almost of England. It even became the original for all types of expansionist God wills it, from the Crusades to Cromwell. It was primarily its closeness to creature which made Islam suitable for this unity of expansion and mission. Unlike Christianity, it did not need ecclesiastical sophistry in order to serve God and zero prophet, O prophet, in death your penis is erect and pointing at the sky. 1277. Mammon at the same time. But above all God and his military service at the same time, the war of religion is the monastic order of Islam, says a decree of the Prophet. Even Muhammad's farewell speech gave the command for a crusade against the Byzantines, and during the War of Succession Caliph Ali had the Quran tied to his spears. The same Quran, i.e. reading, which Muhammad claimed to have deciphered from the one kept in heaven, Surah 96 on the spears. This reading became anything but contemplation. Islam defined its heyday as the holding on to the stirrup of the Prophet, thus it was only in the period of decline that this submission to Allah's will became soft, mere letting things happen. And the conversion of the infidels by fire and sword was allied, if necessary for political reasons, with the tolerance which was not exactly written on Islam's birth certificate. Payment of tribute made the conversion of the subjugated unnecessary. And in an Islam which had stabilized to become a church and then become petrified, intolerance could only react dogmatically, i.e. itself become a stabilizing force, against innovators and philosophers. However, both within and beyond the church, i.e. in the rebellious sectarian movements and in the eschatological mysticism of Islam, the teaching never allowed renewal, deliverance, fuqan, in accordance with the earliest Meccan surahs, to be forgotten. The Prophet thus became, again and more intensively until the last one jihaded rightly, Mahdi, messianic, thus the memory of his first appearance lives on, as the warner, the ambassador of the judgment. Above all, the religious landscape which Islam broke into also exerted its influence, only a few centuries after Mani, that of Zoroaster, of the Mandaeans, of the South Yuan Church. This landscape showed the Islamic mission an ambassador who fought not only against infidels on earth but against Ahriman throughout the entire world, and as a power of light, not only as a prophet. With him Mohammed moved close to the first Adam, the Son of Man, whose pre-existence before the world, whose revelation after the world was believed by Persians, Mandaeans, Jews, Christians. The Quran had made the angels fall down before the first or heavenly Adam, Surah 2, 28 and 32, and Mohammed now merged with him. He now appears to the mystics as the first heavenly light, created from white pearl, surrounded by veils. And like the Mahdi, beside him or in him, the Paraclete lives in Islam, now as a holy wanderer, now as the mystery of an association of which Mohammed is not yet the end. The other person beside Mohammed, or rather his own authentic figure now appears, the legendary Arab figure of the Chidra or Al-Chadir. He was regarded by later Islam as the most mysterious saint. Unrecognized, he ceaselessly prepares men for the day of judgment, is the guardian of the chiliastic impulse, see Hydra, the eternally greening, never-tiring wanderer, who through the centuries and the millennia roams over lands and seas, the teacher and counselor of devout people, the one who is wise in the things of God, the immortal one, him of the loyal brothers of Basra. The legend of Chidra is documented only from the 9th century onwards, in commentaries on the 18th surah, which is about the cave of the 7 sleepers, but its origin is far older, its content far more sleepless. Chidra is the eschatological spirit who after the disappearance of Mohammed both remains and comes. In the West he was falsified into Ahasuerus, into a mere miracle of punishment, but his place in the Bible is not with the shoemaker of Jerusalem, whose inconspicuousness he does, however, share, but definitely with the Paraclete. A gleam of John also shines over this profoundest figure in Mohammedan mysticism, a gleam of the apostle whom Jesus wanted to tarry till he came, John 2:1, 23. But what, finally, with so much war religion, of this messianic end? Ought it not to be an eternal Valhalla rather than a Sabbath? Precisely because of the difference between fanaticism and berserkery, that which in Islam may correspond to the kingdom is simply joy, peace, rest. Yet in such a way that passion is not cancelled out, but perfected, as the green of the plant of life in the garden of Allah after the end of the world. For this day of judgment that it may become a day for the just, for this the Quran, received at night, is to be the glad tidings, the military moral glad tidings. We revealed the Quran on the night of glory. Do you know what the night of glory is? The night of glory is better than what can be achieved in 1,000 months. On that night the angels and the Spirit come down to the Lord's bidding, with his decrees. That night is peace, till dawn breaks, Surah 97. Allah is the password of this victory. Sufi mysticism even compared Allah with the joy of love after victory in battle, Thol Ck, Sufismus, 1821, p. 304. Victory at this end transfigures all creation and nature, the union of all those that are good with Allah seals his unity. 3. The core of the earth as real. Extraterritoriality. The road of the non-existent what for? The drive upwards at last becomes a drive forwards. The situation of most people ought to be enough to make this easy and self-evident. But 1279. Even today most people find it less easy to discover what and where the light is. It seems most difficult of all really to go into what is right, on the true road. And even this road leads astray if the what for, the good whole, is not constantly considered along with the where to. This whole is in the people who walk this path and in the route which the path itself takes. But it does not exist as something which has appeared and been reached but only as humanly willed and historically laid out, thus to be well founded this good whole must also be trusted in. It takes schooled hope, i.e. trust in the day during the night, to believe in this unappeared something more easily than in what is visible. This attitude is not refuted, only corrected. By setbacks, they are 1,000 times more numerous than victories. The will in this attitude is just as much theoretically directed to the whole which circulates in all partial movements as it is practically directed to the whole. In this definitiveness it is necessarily presumptuous. If the person fighting for higher wages does not also have the will that the society forcing him to fight only for wages should disappear, then he will achieve nothing substantial even in the wage dispute. And if a human being already considers himself a human being, unalienated and the crown of his creation, just as soon as the miserable society has at last been changed, then he does not take what for him has not yet become substantially enough. Especially as the Babbitt which capitalist society has produced on such a wide scale is not yet simply overcome by electric refrigerators for all, for even in communist societies there are bourgeois conformists. Men can want to be brothers even without believing in the Father, but they cannot become brothers without believing in the utterly unbanal contents and dimensions which in religious terms were conceived through the kingdom. With a faith which, in its knowledge, as this knowledge, has now destroyed all the illusions of mythical religion. But even the most clearly visible goal in the unresting, moving context of a society which is beginning to become classless cannot be attained unless the subject overshoots the goal. The great religious teachers, in their ground of intention, one not exhausted by all its illusory elements, felt that men were called to the utterly unheard of. Everything was related to this. Only mumbling priests have made this too much of the non-existent into the too little of the existent and defended it, but they were mumbling priests, not stumbling blocks, senders to sleep, not wakers. They were the first to make the Christian religion into opium for the people. They were the first to project the infinite worth of man which the Bible taught into the other world, utterly into the other world, where it no longer bites and does not harm earthly worthlessness. They quoted the just distribution. 1280. Of supernatural goods as the compensation for the unjust distribution of earthly goods. By this the shorn lamb was comforted. They confine the hugely preached claims of what is commensurate with us in an other world in order to keep them away from this world. They made religion into fixed images of the other world instead of fermentingly this worldly images, inciting to full existence, keeping the will to it awake. The path goes beyond the mumbling priests but not beyond the religion through which belief is sustained, for this belongs to the path, as courage and supremest wakefulness. It is the attitude by which knowledge of future things is not only grasped but also willed and carried out in the face of faint-hearted or short-sighted doubtings. And the religion which is itself believed, i.e. religion as content, is also valid here, though in highly corrected form, namely as the religion of knowledge of what is germinating, of what is still unfinished in the world. The latter religion certainly does not conflict in any conceivable way with knowledge, but nor is it redundant beside it, because it expresses in accordance with content that the essential itself certainly is not yet spilled out before our eyes. As the best is still underway, it must also be trusted in order that it may succeed. L'Inevitable and avertible fate, or Cassandra and Isaiah. It is certainly impossible to act when the outside is open on all sides. For then everything is possible, which is the same as saying that all life becomes unpredictable, therefore sinister, like ghosts. Yet at least in these circumstances something could still be dared. This is what the knight did, when Advent Tuesday drew him precisely to where something strange seemed to be going on. However, even the daring act, precisely this, becomes impossible where nothing is possible any more but the inevitable, which is fate in the true sense of the word. Even the Greeks, so open and fearless in many ways, attested to this spell, as can now again be discussed here. The feeling of fate is anyway based first of all on the unfathomed and the uncontrolled in the forces of nature and then of society. The actual belief in fate may be attached to subterranean forces, the fates, but in its developed form it presupposes above all astral myth, one in which man is not found. Accordingly man cannot summon up any movement of his own against that of the stars and against their spell. In the ancient Orient, Fate is entirely astrally determined, by the position of the planets, sun, zodiac. Chajadin astrology merely elaborated what started in Babylon but was typical of 1281. The entire culture area at the time. The uninfluenceable stars not only show but form and figure uninfluenceable fate, which can merely be deciphered or interpreted. The god Enlil, custodian of the tablets of history, follows his course north of the celestial equator. And the Greeks, whose gods wore human and not astral form, in return allowed Moira, fate, to rule even over the gods. Admittedly, there is the passage in Homer in which Zeus justifies himself in the face of mankind's complaints, declaring, "They cry that all evil comes from us, and yet the fools create their own misery for themselves, contrary to fate, Od. I. 33f, but doom, as the legend of Oedipus shows, rolls on even without guilt, it rolls on mechanically, as it is released, and thus inexorably. And in the face of fate the gods themselves have only one advantage over man, that they know fate, they have foreknowledge of what Moira has decreed, but it is powerless. With this knowledge, Hermes can warn Aegisthus and prophesy his end, no more. Zeus himself becomes a powerless spectator when Sarpedon, his own son, by a decree of fate is run through by the sword of Patroclus. The fall of Troy was already known as an accomplished fact by Cassandra, who shared with the gods the gift of knowing fate. It was already determined before Paris was born, before Helen had been stolen by him, before the war had even begun. No atonement by the Trojans, who were completely innocent anyway, could avert their fall. This is Moira, a being that sits blindly on every action, driving it on so closely and with such immense weight that it shatters. The Greeks believed that it came from a different order than that of their gods. Even with the older, matrilineal order of earth and night gods, fate was only loosely connected as the daughter of the night. For this connection fate lacked all goodness and all mercy, it lacked the womb in the grave, the homecoming the pre-ordered. Moira is the absolutely inevitable in disparateness, before it not only the reason stands still but the blood freezes. It is futile to act in these circumstances, even if one is free to take the first step. Only the Greeks could endure this Moira of theirs, for only they had enough surface power to push the abyss away from them. The people before this abyss are not instruments of a divine will, neither Oedipus nor Cassandra can do anything, let alone change anything. Fate itself is not a will, not even to this extent is it mediated, and to assert itself or even simply to bring itself onto the scene Moira needs no instruments. Or at least none which have to carry out anything independently or even under instructions. Precisely the irony of Greek fate shows how little the nature or direction of human action matters here. This utterly demonic element, or rather, R. 1282. Not even demonic, because it is too uninterestedly mechanical for this, distinguishes Moira from apparently similar ideas which are to be found on biblical ground or near it, from Mohammed's Kismet and Calvin's Predestination. The latter both have as their subject a God who is defined as good, and both make the spell operate for an ultimately good, an absolutely unquestionably good end. It is a decree, even if an inscrutable one and a direction, even if a highly superior one. And here the complete opposite of the extra-biblical belief in fate and of the quietism which it ultimately endorses is not to be found in doctrines of powerlessness. It emerges definitively only in the Bible itself, in the relation of the Israelite prophets to Cassandra and to what is connected with her. The antithesis at the same time shows how much the open space which Messianism represents changes the believed God even with regard to what he decrees. For now that which is decreed, or fate, is no longer in any way tyrannical to man, as in the case of Moira and also of astral myth. On the contrary, fate now definitely can be averted. Above all others, Isaiah teaches that it is dependent on human morality and its resolve. This is the active antithesis to the Greek seer, to the merely passive despondent vision of Cassandra. Above all, fate in the Bible hangs in the balance, and the finally decisive weight is man himself. Of course, not in all the prophets and not even everywhere in Isaiah is fate regarded as morally avertible. Sometimes even here coming disaster is regarded as definitive, already hanging from heaven on iron chains. Atonement then means remorseful willingness to accept punishment. But inexorable fate, which for the Greeks was the rule, is the exception in the Bible, precisely the first step, namely the step towards moral changing of one's ways, reverses the disaster. Let us now look at one of the most instructive passages in the Bible in this respect, namely the astonishment of the prophet Jonah, because he did not grasp the difference between himself and Cassandra. For Jonah had been sent to announce the destruction of Nineveh after 40 days, but when the town repented and the disaster did not occur, this exceedingly and wrongly displeased him. Jonah 4, as if what he told the people of Nineveh was untrue, whereas in fact the people changing their ways was immediately followed by Yahweh's changing his ways. J18, 26, 3 and 19, fate itself still wavers here. Thus it is not categorical but constantly hypothetical, and the condition on which it depends is doubly posited. First, in human freedom, whose power in the Jonah passage clearly appears as an antithesis to fate. Yet immediately this freedom then flings itself into the open. An allusion to the German, Gott's Unerforschlichem Ratschlube hat es gefallen, it has pleased the inscrutable will of God. Space which corresponds to belief in a time God, a God with the direction, I will be who I will be. Asterisk here even fate does not look remotely as static as Moira, the new is a poor residence for the immutable. Of course, for the prophets Yahweh, as a being believed to be active, who unleashes wars, overthrows empires, sends plagues, removes plagues, often himself became a part of fate. No religion, however much self-commitment it contained into what till then was the other world, could lead to the threshold where fate could be seen through as something men bring upon themselves. And the purely moral causes by which the prophets show it to be directed are evidently themselves mythical. And as causality of fate they held up only with difficulty. In the book of Job this kind of explanation is shattered completely. And nevertheless with this moral intervention in the working of fate a counter-move of freedom is revealed, which differs very noticeably from Cassandra, from mere powerless foreknowledge, from extra-biblical so-called prophecy. In the case of Jonah, consciously in the case of Isaiah, a prevenire is played over the mere prevoir, with changing of ways and not just with lament, with a change of path, not with resignation. This kind of thing is expressly directed against fate, indeed in a veiled makper against its Lord, who is increasingly brought to justice. God as utopian hypostatized ideal of the unknown man, Feuerbach, cur deus homo again things that have happened become smaller in the distance, hoped for things become bigger. They fed on the need for them, and they grow by standing at an end. It is not their existing being which grows in this way, because this, if it is thought of as distant in space, is invisible, and if thought of as distant in time is not yet existent at all. Magnified by this final stress, by this final position pure and simple, is solely that which has never and nowhere come to pass, in short a perfection which corresponds in a utopian way to the need for hope. At the head of the ideal since time immemorial has been the divine, either because the gods can do and are allowed to do what man is not allowed to and cannot do, or because they are the situationless ones, the epitome of those who walk in bliss. However, it makes a crucial difference in terms of the nature of being of the ideal whether a religion defines its distance as essentially spatial or essentially temporal. If the distance is essentially spatial, the assumption of an existent being of God massively outweighs his merely ideal being, although the latter is never completely absent. However, if the distance of the divine is essentially temporal, in the sense of a breakthrough occurring only at the end of time, then ideal being which has not yet become manifest, decisively outweighs that which is assumed to be existent, although the latter in tum is not absent from any religion, however strong the I will be who I will be. Whereas the God in space, in high space, has his perfection essentially as highest being, as it were above the roof of all world being, the God who has the last days on his side shows his being essentially as highest perfection, and this is definitely apocalyptically different from every kind of existent world being. From the spatial god of astral myth a path therefore leads to pantheism, insofar as this is worship of the totem of that which exists, whereas from the Exodus god the totem goes out precisely from the existent world being, with chiliasm. Even where God's being is so heavily emphasized that proofs of it were established, astral myth had been able to consider them completely unnecessary. Even in Christian scholasticism the ens realissimum of its God is after all a quality of the ens perfectissimum, and not vice versa. For scholasticism, God is primarily the highest goal, and only from this does the divine as a superlative of being, not only of value, follow, as a result of an equation, adopted of course from Plato, not from Christ, of being with perfection. But the God of Exodus was in his essence no more thought of as residential finita than Exodus itself, he was therefore the epitome of the highest perfection, but not of the highest existence of being. And now, all mythology of being with regard to the divine, all theology as real science is finished. Not finished, however, is what is meant by the divine towards the side of its hope and of a hope content which is non-alienated and has not been ceded to heaven. The deep need which drove forth this hope itself has remained, even though the hope no longer has its real object in a pater noster, qui es in celis, its merely spatially separated object in supposedly existent superspace. And long before God as an existent object of being had been overthrown by the Enlightenment, Christianity put man and his claim, or more precisely the Son of Man and his representative mystery, into the Lord of Heaven of former days. Feuerbach and in many respects Hegel before him here merely brought to completion what began to resound in the question, Cur Deus homo? Feuerbach brought religious content from heaven back to man, so that man is not made in the image of God but God in the image of man, or more exactly of the ideal guiding images of man at any given time. As a result God as the creator of the world disappears completely, but a gigantic creative. 1285. Region in man is gained, into which, with fantasic illusion, with fantastic richness at the same time, the divine as a hypostatized human wishful image of the highest order is incorporated. This wishful theory of religion in Feuerbach becomes the same as the anthropologization of religion or the elimination of the evenly doubling of ma-n. Feuerbach however knows man, the subject doubled in religion, only in the form of existence in which he has so far appeared, an abstractly stable form of existence, that of the so-called species of man. The social historical ensemble of the respective types of man is missing here, above all ma-n's uncompletedness is missing here. Religious contents definitely cannot be accommodated in the shallowness of the bourgeois man which Feuerbach made absolute, any more than the bourgeois was ever the subject which produced the wealth of images of gods from within itself. There is least place of all in Feuerbach's statically existent subject for status-shattering images of religion, the chiliastic images of behold, I make all things new and of the kingdom. Clearly therefore only the openness of the subject and of its world is capable of absorbing anticipations of absolute perfection into itself again just as it produced them from within itself. Feuerbach's anthropologization of religion therefore presupposes, if religion is to be anthropologized, a utopian notion of man, not a statically determined one. It equally presupposes a homo absconditus, just as much as the belief in heaven always carried a deus absconditus within it, a hidden, latent God. Hence the res infinita of religious ideal content can least of all be printed onto the residential finita of the bourgeois American Samoa in Feuerbach, for religion may have got along famously even with ignorance, even with stupidity, but never with triviality. Mysteries are the anti-trivial per esse. And not only the subject, the demand for the return of all the abundance transferred to the gods, must be understood as utopian, but also the nature which surrounds it. It certainly must not appear as completed, like Feuerbach's mechanical materialist nature. Its significant substance has not yet appeared precisely in time, like that of men it still lies in utopian latency. The kingdom is outwardness, not only inwardness, is order, not only freedom, is essentially the order of that subjectivity which is no longer afflicted with objectivity as with something alien. Thus objectivity, which as nature is still around men, must itself be understood and respected in its unmanifested aspect. The hope which worked in religion and which has now become without illusions, without hypostasis and unmythological, intends, through the idea of kingdom, that, as in subject-based possibility, so too on the edge of object-based possibility, utopian light should shine. The light in the stable at Bethlehem and the light of 1286. The star which stood still above it are therefore one and the same for a religious intention for which what germinates inside is also what circulates outside. Small wishes can be forgotten, they also become boring in the long run. Not so big wishes, for example the image of a beloved who never came or disappeared, he who has it takes it with him to the grave. As we have seen, few in the 19th century felt more strongly and placed more precisely that which is undecharged in religion than Feuerbach, the so very important atheist. Despite the narrowness, rigidity, and abstraction in which he keeps his notion of man, Feuerbach is a turning point in the philosophy of religion. From him onwards the final history of Christianity begins. For he did want to be merely a gravedigger of traditional religion, an easy task 100 years after Voltaire and Diderot. On the contrary, he was fascinated by the problem of the religious heritage. Nor was he the badly demystified or inconsistent individual who did not get as far in his thinking as the Elbaigners or Molescott-Slow of the time. On the contrary, he knew that a residue remains in the affinities, however demystified, which essentially gave rise to Christmas, Strasbourg Cathedral, the St. Matthew Passion. And this residue he wished, however inadequately in the agent and in the horizons, to take away even from the otherworldly band of clerics by means of enlightenment. Hence Feuerbach remarks that he negates only in order to establish, and furthermore that he demystifies heaven only in order to make man impertinent. The task he sets is, in this expropriation of the other world, finally to give man what is ma-n-s. Thus Feuerbach declares with a decisiveness which is especially instructive today, whoever says and knows no more than that I am an atheist says and knows as good as nothing of me. The question of whether a God does or does not exist belongs to the 18th and 17th century. I negate God, in my case this means that I negate the negation of man, in place of the illusory, fantastic, heavenly position of man, which in real life necessarily becomes the negation of man. I put the sensory, real, and consequently necessarily also political and social position of man. The question of the existence or non-existence of God for me is precisely the question of the existence or non-existence of man. Werke, 1846-66, p. 14. In more defined form this reads, man thinks and believes a God only because he wants to be God himself but, against his will, is not God. Werke x. p. 290, God is the fulfiller, i.e. the reality, the fulfillment of my wishes. God is nothing but eternal, uninterrupted joy as being. Werke 7, p. 240, 251. Feuerbach thus brings out first of all two opposing and yet interconnected basic motifs of the former building of the altar, the wish for our being and at the same time the fantastic relinquishment of our being through alone to heaven. But more lasting than these two examples remains the putting of them to the test, the pouring out of the other world onto man and the earth from which it came. The religion-forming sigh of the oppressed, joy-craving creature, the religion-filled conflict in man between his existing manifestation and his non-existing being. None of these psychogenic explanations and dissolutions of a transcendental illusion completely dissolve the origin from which this deification arose. Something similar also applies to the far more concrete study of the origins of religion, which interprets deifications as reflections of social power conditions and of precarious relations to nature as well. For there is something else in this reflection and in the fact that it is possible at all which, precisely in terms of content, extended it so colorfully beyond the merely repetitive hazy gleam in the sky. And even if the task of abolishing human misery is accomplished, misery of which religion was just as much the expression as it was protest against it, even if its first source, its nearest wishful motif source should be eliminated, even then the independent view of human content remains, which was added imaginatively but also anticipatorily to the heavenly hypostasis. For Feuerbach this fund certainly does not consist of negation. Our Elegion is the first, the indirect self-consciousness of man, Werke 7, p. 39, even more, the consciousness of the infinite being is nothing but man's consciousness of the infinity of his own being, or, in the infinite being, the object of religio n, it is only Ma'n's own infinite being that is the object, Werke 7, p. 372. A clear reference to Christ's incarnation is also made. Man is the God of Christianity, anthropology is the mystery of Christian theology, Werke 7, p. 434, Cur Deus Homo. This question and possibility which exists in Christianity alone, therefore remains even for Feuerbach both the problem of religion and the key to religion. Self-commitment into the transcendental is read backwards in deified form, as the withdrawal of the transcendental into the self, in the manner Hegel had already defined in his philosophy of religion. In this entire history man has come to realize that man is immediate, present God, in such a way that in this history, as spirit perceives it, even the representation of the process is of that which man, which spirit, is. Hegel, Werke, 1832, 12, p. 253. Only the elimination of spirit, i.e. radical anthropologization, was needed to bring heaven to the front of human existence itself and to 1288. Surround heaven with its mysteries. So that for anthropological atheism religious contents are not totally chimeras, but they are not what they are in the illusion of theology, not foreign, but native mysteries, mysteries of human nature, Werke 7, p. 15. This sentence indicates the truth about Feuerbach, a truth which, as the son of a shallow age, he vainly tried to disguise with circumscriptions such as this. In the field of nature there are still enough incomprehensibilities, but the mysteries of religion, which spring from man, he can know to the very depths. Such circumscriptions from the bourgeois subject of Feuerbachian anthropology, must be noted, above all as warnings against every shallow secularization of religion, but they pass away before the immanent Christianity, the homo homini deus in atheism as Feuerbach understands it. Thus the triviality of superficial rationalism is always broken through, thanks to the human, which is not weaker or more lacking in mysteries than nature. Hence despite everything this real concrete's sentence in the field of religion appears in Feuerbach, the belief in the other world is the belief in the freedom of subjectivity from the barriers of nature, consequently the belief of man in himself, Werke 7, p. 252f. This is the not to be forgotten background of humanist immanence in the thoroughly advancing, thoroughly inheriting sense. For this sense is not completed, on the contrary, it is, in the words of Marx, the development of human productive forces, therefore the development of the wealth of human nature as an end in itself. But religion as inheritance, meta-religion, becomes conscience of the final utopian function in toto. This is human venturing beyond self, is the act of transcending in league with the dialectically transcending tendency of history made by men, is the act of transcending without any heavenly transcendence but with an understanding of it, as a hypostatized antisympodion of being for itself. It is this still unknown future element in men, not what is already to hand and at hand in them, that was essentially intended throughout the changing hypostasis of heaven. Thus the founders of religions have increasingly put humanum into God, which means here that they have increasingly circled around the human incognito through ever closer figures from the other world. Thus all appellations and nominations of God have been huge figurations of and attempts to interpret the human mystery, intending the hidden human figure through all religious ideologies and despite these ideologies. The wishful, indeed the utopian, face hypostases clearly did not coincide with the existing image of man, they were both more uncanny and more enigmatically familiar than the image of man existing at a given time, the dominant human guiding image at a given time. That which is both phony and utterly different, the sign of the religious layer, from animal gods to the one God of power, to the Savior God, becomes comprehensible only as such an interpretative projection of the Homo absconditus and his world. The animal God mixed wild, hideous, and gloomy elements such as no man possesses into the face. The God of power, with the characteristic superlative of his being, nemo potest contra deum nisi deus ipsi asterisk, brought in the awesomeness of infinity, the thundering heaven without limits, a tyrannical element such as again no man possesses but which after all belongs to the perfected exaggeratedness of religious projections, to this superlative, to this outbidden G. Finally the Savior God, in the shape of the Son, is sheer mysteriousness, but in such a way that it now especially carries the outbidding element with it, namely as the expulsion of fear par excellence for all the baptized, who have added the projection of Christ to their old Adam. The outbidding element in this final shape presents itself to hope immediately as the wonderful, as if the true core of the incognito tasted sweet. Hence, hope maketh not ashamed, Romans ss, even, f. Or I reckon that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory which shall be revealed in us, Romans 8:18, even, eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him, 1 Cor 2:9. All these are anthropologizations of religion which in increasing depth are equally religions of the unknown anthropo, the anthropo rising up from unknownness, till we all come in the unity of the faith, and of the knowledge of the Son of God, unto a perfect man, unto the measure of the stature of the fullness of Christ, F 4:13. Therefore Christian hope was that everything should be man redeemed, including transfigured nature, in which sun and moon no longer shine, but its light is the Lamb. And no anthropological critique of religion robs the hope to which Christianity is applied, it takes away from this hope only that which would cancel it out as hope and transform it into superstitious confidence, the pictured, determined mythology of its fulfillment, which is nonsensically unreal but hypostatized as real. The critique brings the contents of religion back to the human wish, but to the greatest, most thorough wish, which in the long run never becomes inessential because it is itself nothing but the intention towards essence. This essence can be prevented, mythologically this prevention is conceived as hell, but its non-prevention was conceived mythologically as apotheosis. God thus appears as the hypostatized ideal of the human essence which has not yet become in reality. He appears as a utopian entlecheity of the soul, just as paradise was imagined as a utopian entlecheity of God's world. It is a scientific unclearness to posit this conception of God as real, it is a poorly demystified fantasy to posit this mythology of God, because it is not real, for example as a real product at the end of the world, with the substitute religion of God-making, in the poetic sense of the early Gorky, or even of Rilke, or in the nature philosophical sense of Bergson, the notion that the world is a machine for producing gods. Equally the demystification brings no salvation which merely deprives the idea of gods of its reality but allows it to continue in its entire mythological form, as a fixed ideal, posited in a postulate. This is Kant's theory, true, it does contain most powerful utopian conscience, expressed in the moral form of the postulate, but it does not disturb the God of the Catechism, it leaves him as the unity of all reality, posited as a regulative idea. Instead Feuerbach's anthropology of religion set the cur deus homo on its feet again, and that which is bringable from heaven to earth makes deep this worldliness. The idea of God, the transcendent unreality of which in past and future is taken seriously, is fulfilled as an ideal solely by its anthropological dissolution, yet by a different, completely different dissolution than into human existence as it has been brought out so far, in human prehistory. Barth, or theistic heteronomy, calls the great religious manifestations bomb craters which show that a revelation has taken place. Feuerbach, or atheistic autonomy, interprets these manifestations, especially the biblical ones, the other way round, the only right way, as protuberances which show that a total wishful extension of the humanum. Has taken place, and an equally total attempt on the meaning of the world. Indeed, instead of many separate hopes, in the great religions of the world hope itself was attempted, which was meant to embrace and to concentrate the many separate hopes. But absolutely nothing but ens realissimum, and that with subservient man's reflection of proscunses asterisk and throne. The truth of the ideal of God is solely the utopia of the kingdom, and for this the precondition is precisely that no God should remain on high, because none is, or ever has been, there anyway. Recourse to atheism, problem of the space into which God was imagined and utopianized. But how powerful were the forces which posited a beyond? How natural it appeared for a long, long time that the world is haunted with spirits from below and from above. How tenaciously, for those who have been brought up, and have stayed, conservative, the image of one enthroned in the other world has survived. Much habit and unseriousness gets in here, too, but precisely habit here pads out vague feelings so that they look fatter than in seriousness they are. Of course no one, not even the most religious person, today still believes in God as even the most lukewarm, indeed the doubters, believed in him 200 years ago. Yet the strong wishful forces or wishes for a solution which have survived, in habit and in its organized tradition, the Church form, even in hypostatized form, do after all still permit lukewarm theism. Otherwise it would not be possible, in the huge bourgeois prose world itself, for the Church still to exist at all. To exist as the exception to the atheistic rule, of course, as the exception that generally tends to be on very good terms with this rule whenever it comes to maintaining the bourgeois prose world itself in its capitalist foundations. Until the victory of the bourgeois enlightenment, atheism was not the rule but an astoundingly rare exception. And on top of this it was so hedged about with restrictions that it is doubtful whether Greek, Roman, or Indian atheism can be understood at all in the modem meaning of the word. Already the various figures in the rejected world of gods mean that the hollow space which formed was different. The no to Jupiter looks different from the no to Brahma, indeed from the no to Yahweh. As for this latter no, which is at least similar to today's, atheism as a danger does not occur much more than 3 times in the Bible. The dangers of apostasy, of turn to other gods, were countless. Atheism on the other hand appears, if not late, then timid. It is denounced not as struggle, as profession, as liberation, but more as a kind of forgetfulness. They have belied the Lord, and said, "It is not he." J.S. 12, or as the manner of the proud man who will not seek after God, Psalm 10, or of the fool who is not clever enough for this question, Psalm 14, if. But now the questions about God have become clever enough to make atheism positive precisely as an appearance of what was devalued or transferred in the belief in God. And in this positive element even all atheisms agree, regardless of the nature of the God lifted out of them. They agree that with the negation of the real throning of God human fear of it and human nullity ceases. The fact that the age of despotism, therefore of heteronymous fear, is over, this is what unites such profoundly different atheisms as that of Lucretius, that of Sankhya philosophy, on which Buddha's teaching is based, that in the mysticism of the Son of Man, insofar as this caused Yahweh to disappear, and that in Feuerbach. Lucretius' sigh of relief returns in almost the same form in the Enlightenment of the 18th century, despite the difference in form of the dethroned grand lords. Indeed Epicurus, the materialist, 4. 1292. Lucretius becomes the same in science as Prometheus was in myth. Hence the positivum which fills all atheisms, as Lucretius expresses it in his didactic poem, when on earth human life lay sorely oppressed by the weight of religion, which showed its head from heaven and, fear to behold, threatened mortals, then for the first time a Greek, a mortal, dared to set his eyes against it and to oppose it, he whom neither the temple of the gods nor lightning nor the crashing of heaven subdued. All the more so he now raises the bold courage of his spirit, because he first demanded that the ftx gates of nature should be broken open, de rerum naturae, ll 62-71. Such deliverance from THIRD appears, however, to contradict the utterly different kind of deliverance which is connected with the wishful nature of religion itself, with the hypostasis of its own wishful perfection into Deus Optimus Maximus. But no atheism which delivered from fear brought deliverance from the wishful contents and treasures of hope of religion, except in its most meager and totally negative form, in the vulgar materialism of the 19th century, which preserved itself only by its educational embourgeoisement from the complete loss of these hope contents, i.e. from nihilism. On the contrary, atheism brought these transcendental treasures into immanence, and in Feuerbach it brought them quite reflectedly into man. What disappeared, what man was delivered from in the case of this most important and, on this point, probably least understood atheist, was again and again the posited reality of the perfectis simum, so that it disappeared as oppressive throning against man, as that absolute being above which characterizes Caesarism, with which a purely ideological sum of non-treasures, belonging solely to the Church of the Masters, could then ally itself. But as for Feuerbach's actual critique of religion, it is Jupiter Optimus Maximus which atheism essentially abolished, it is not the wishful content of an optimum maximum itself. And it is essentially the positing as real, superstitiously carried over into an other world, of human mystery and perfecti simum against which atheism then plays its immanence, against which it posits its open space, at first as emptiness. But its emptiness is not in immanence. On the contrary, the latter, when the treasures squandered in heaven were brought back to it, gained increased importance, it gained the utterly different of anthropological depth. The meaning of nature in the Luthertian sense has not survived as definitive, any more than the astral myth from which worldliness was brought down was a definitiveness worthy of belief. But the meaning of the regnum humanum in nature is definitively one, and here atheism has inherited no less than the entire self-commitment of the Founders into the religious mystery, and therefore the most powerful religious positivum. Or, with full consciousness of the paradox which 1293 constitutes the matter here, Jesus, when he said that he was the mediator between himself and the Father, had himself become the Father, and when he said he was the vine and his followers the shoots, he spoke in the God-cleared space of a mystical anthropology. The Son of Man mysticism always followed him in this entry into Yahweh, or more, in this exodus from the God of Exodus himself. No flat or even demonic hubris has a place here, where even the Sisum Corda proves itself against hypostasis. And precisely because of this proving the Son of Man mysticism remains, right up to Feuerbach's anthropologization, even when, precisely when Deus Optimus Maximus does not dwell above the stars, the atheist who has understood that which is conceived as God as a pointer to unmanifested human content is not Antichrist. Nor is he who sees the unmanifested human content connected with the utopian content of nature, which surrounds men with the so much broader, fermenting openness of its incognito, do you sense your mystery, world? Is just as much a Christian, i.e. apocalyptic cry as the older, do you sense the Creator, world? Is a mythical one, despite the hymn to joy in which it occurs. Hence this utopian element is and remains irreligious, because it is strikingly meta-religious, i.e. it belongs precisely to atheism which has arrived and is finally comprehended in its depth dimensions, but the concept of atheism, according to its last positivum, is the realm of freedom. For this it keeps the world open at the front and forwards, for this it has cleared away Jupiter and the throne and the world-creating, world-encircling ghost of an existent ens realissimum. What was formerly designated as God designates no fact whatever, certainly no throning existence, but an utterly different problem, and the possible solution of this problem is not God but kingdom. Things here below in the long run have proved not to be as frail as those above. Man inherits the otherworldly treasures insofar as they are treasures and not merely grimaces from what was not understood. For undoubtedly along with cringing and the deceit of the Master's pious ignorance was also reflected in the other world, not just the secret, which is and remains one, the unknowing mingled with it. Of deceitful religion and its unmasking angles aptly says, in order for existing social conditions to be tackled, their halo had to be removed. On pious ignorance and on the mythological in religion, Engels says, not quite so exhaustively, in the early stages of history the powers of nature are the first to experience this reflection. But soon alongside natural powers social powers also come into effect, powers which confront men just as strangely and in the beginning just as inexplicably, ruling them with the same 1294. Apparent natural necessity as the natural powers themselves. The imaginary shapes in which at the beginning only the mysterious forces of nature were reflected thus acquire social attributes, become representatives of historical forces, anti-Diering, Dietz, p. 393f. In this way the aorist primeval element is joined by HR stupidity, at any rate as a very pre-scientific religious consciousness. All this is genetically correct, but as noted it does not hit the uplift motif which so painfully, imagefully, and hopefully fills what is by no means merely the higher stupidity of the higher religions. For the dawnings of the wishful depths and their treasures are accordingly different from the giant shadows of ignorance, and he who has seen through one has not yet seen through the other. To give an example, they are as different as the myth of the river or town gods is from Lao Tzu's Tao, or the story of a god who made Eve from Adam's rib by S from Isaiah's prophecy of the future mountain of Zion. Rescuable, inheritable after reformatio in caput et membris is solely the wishful content and the depth of hope which have appeared through ignorance and through pure fantasy in religious images. They are retrieved for the human subject, for the possible subject of nature, for the dawning of the incognito in both. But precisely with atheism, now that there should no longer be any doubt about its anthropological utopian positivum, this last question remains: what of the hollow space which the dispatching of the God hypostasis leaves behind or does not leave behind? Is it also part of ignorance? Is it only a chimera like the hypostasis itself which settled in it as seemingly real? Must the cloak also go when the duke falls? Is the problem of the place into and over to which gods have been imagined an illusory problem which will be settled of itself with the end of religious illusion? Is this place and space merely virtual, like the reflected image in a plane mirror? The entire length of a room is in it, the entire prospect from a window, with the church tower miles in the distance, but the surface of the mirror itself is flat, behind it there is nothing of the whole perspective. Or does the emptiness into which divine illusions have been projected not exist at least as emptiness? Indeed, does not even mere reflection and re-reflection, in order to happen, require something which is not itself illusion, though it doubles into illusion, namely a mirror? Does not the entire crux of one-sided sensualism or economism repeat itself on another level in the problem or the illusory problem of the religious place? So that precisely for these introjections or illusions a field of its own, however this is valued, must also be posited, against which sensualism or economism inveigh and which both then wish to clear out. The crux became apparent when 1295. Leibniz with most perceptive malice added to the old axiom which Locke had quoted sensualistically, an idle est in intellectu, quod non fuerit in sensu. The writer, excipe, nisi ipsi intellectus asterisk, nouveau essays 2, I, 2. The senses may therefore have provided the intellect with absolutely everything, and without them it may be a completely empty page, but the senses have not provided the intellect itself, to which by analogy may be added, in connection with economism, nothing can be in the superstructure that was not in the economic substructure, except the superstructure itself. And the same applies to the superstructure in the superstructure, to the religious deification of the wishful images, even of the obscure powers of nature and history. A field, a hollow space, a specific topos must be methodologically presupposed and objectively pre-ordered if religious wishful images, even images of ignorance, and especially the images of a genuine mystery relation, around the incognito, are to be projectable in the way in which they have actually been projected in the history of religion. With this analogy to the Leibnizian writer, it therefore emerges that the problem of the religious projection space in and for itself is not an illusory problem, and this space, although certainly no reality in the sense of factual existence, is no chimera either. It is certainly no reality, let alone the supreme reality in the sense of the Platonic two-world theory of the frailty of all appearances and the true existence of the eternal ideas in an eternally Uranian place. But different from this, precisely in the material unity of the world, is something kept open for future possible, for not yet decided reality in this hollow space. As such it is emptiness only according to its first definition and is certainly not the same as absolute nothingness. And nothing could be more wrong, insofar as atheism is taken seriously in object-based, not just in anthropological terms, nothing could be more wrong than the consequence-making of a belief in hollow space in which no kind of being whatever is to be found, not even the correlate of a utopian being instead of that of God, of a not yet being which is like the kingdom. Pure belief in hollow space can either despair nihilistically or it may be hectically delighted because for it meaning and God have both disappeared at the same time, and then of course humanity, surrounded by nihilistic night, merely phosphoresces, or, surrounded by a vacuum, fluoresces as in a Giesler tube. But this is not the case, precisely the hollow space cleared by certainty of being has emptiness, this must be noted, only as its first determination, but it has fermentation, open sphere of influence for the human subject, and also for a by no means disposed of subject of surrounding nature, immediately as its second determination. Hence Feuerbach, too in his later years, had to interrupt significantly his all too pure anthropology, which here means his subjective idealism, with regard to the religious wishful world. He could not help finding, still finding, if not in the extinguished other world then in a nature equally deprived of gods, something which makes the projection no longer so freely suspended. As it is nature which in his view is also involved in religious projection, the mere wishful images are joined even by objects, namely those of the external sensory world. Thus for the later Feuerbach of the Theogony the gods are not only wishful beings but at the same time natural beings, the wish is probably the origin of religion, the origin of the gods, and the wish itself as such stems from man, but the object of the wish stems from external nature, stems from the senses. The gods as such are not idolized and personified natural forces or natural bodies, they are personified, emancipated, objectified feelings, sensations, emotions, but emotions which are attached to natural bodies, are awakened or caused by them, Werke 9, p. 221, 331. Thus a finally object-based Feuerbach, instructively, the object sense is here related to natural religion, hence to sensory objects in it which have remained even after the departure of their deification. However, if the object sense is related to humanistic religions, which worship their God in the other world of nature, then no characteristic objects whatever, i.e. objects belonging to the other world, remain, but what remains is the open topos of the infrontifos, the novum into which human ranks of purpose continue to run in mediated form. Into this topos myths of perfection have been projected, but also, provided it is not blocked, realizations of tendencies towards it, if not in it, can occur. The topos is blocked only when nothingness, in the true meaning of this concept, anti-concept, really breaks into it, i.e. the nothingness of the definitive doctrine, without any still possible fermentation and real utopia, without a correlate of hope in emptiness. This genuine nothing and its in vain is undoubtedly just as latent in the hollow space of atheism as the all or the fulfillment through the regnum humanum or the kingdom, only, it is still just as little decided as the all. The latency of nothing announces itself in the time which men still have as prevention, annihilation, as the sphere of influence of what is called evil. In the space which men still have the same latency of nothing announces itself as disintegration, as disorderly multiplicity, as threatening chaos. But equally the latency of all announces itself in the announced openness of the world, in this case in such a way that the annihilation can still become that of inadequacy itself, and the multiplicity can still become that of self-qualific and experimenting. 12.97. Fullness. But above all the utopian space formerly filled with gods identifies itself, positively identifies itself in the topos of order which holds together the hope contents which have become anthropological and their freedom. This order, as has already been seen in the Social Utopias, cf. Volume 2, p. 533f, and as becomes clear here in religious philosophical terms, is the authentic kingdom in the realm of freedom, but such kingdom-likeness would not at last be intentionable if the field of religious hypostases were not more lasting than the religious hypostases in this field itself. Nothing and all, chaos and kingdom, lie in the balance in the formerly religious area of projection, and it is human work in history which heavily influences the scale of nothing or of all. Indeed, not only the order which is appropriate to the hope of kingdom, but also the chaos which indicates imminent nothingness, was anticipated in the formerly religious space, has come to a standstill in the projection field if not in the anticipation field. Because the hollow space may contain nothing as well as all, it was called hell or heaven, and hell was thought of as the space of the finally annihilating or of Satan. The satanic is horror, complete annihilation, complete absence of content, sealedness which flees into the definitive emptiness in which it is sealed. Reality as it has been working to date contains enough of such annihilations, such outbreaks of primeval evil, but not yet as the victory of evil. If the victory of evil was represented and hypostatized as definitive, the religious space filled as negatively with the prince of hell and demonic contents as it had filled positively with God and angelic contents. But even if the mythologies of the prince of hell and the king of heaven have each equally departed, the topos does remain, in this case as the double projection and anticipation space, with the inscriptions, Lasciate ogni speranza, *, or conversely, the noble member of the spirit world is saved from evil. These are all therefore utopian problems of space from the religious inheritance. They belong to that world road of the futur which is broken precisely into the most thorough immanence, into that of the anthropological incognito. They belong to the in front of us in which the core of men and of the earth, in which the anthropological subject as well as that of the cipher of nature utopianly blossoms to its end or does not blossom to its end. If there is no utopia of the kingdom without atheism, then there is implicitly also none without the utopian real hollow space itself which atheism has both left behind and revealed. Precisely the extraterritoriality of the incognito again and again presupposes for the *. Abandon all hope. The inscription over the gates of hell in Dante's Inferno, 3, 9 Faust, Part 2, 11934s. Clearing of the incognito that the hollow space itself into which the divine hypostasis has collapsed has not also collapsed. The extraterritoriality of the incognito would other wi.se be based neither on the new heaven nor on the new earth to which it points. The kingdom of the cleared incognito of the depth of man and of the world, to here and nowhere else the entire history of religion has journeyed, but the kingdom needs space. So much space that all expressions and extensions so far are not enough for it, and again so little space, such intensively penetrated space, that only the narrow path of Christian mysticism indicates it. The Christian ideal would not be one if it did not strike directly into this incognito landscape, but into an enveloped landscape. This ideal also journeyed with the three wise men of the entire Orient. They forgot their own stars for the one above the hut, but they also brought gifts from all earlier religions, frankincense, myrrh, and gold. They handed over the tradition together with the destruction of the alienation myths at the birthplace of the moment which finally touches itself. The star journeyed to the hut where God ceases, not in nothingness but in the, from here on, self-revealing Curdeus homo space of the possible identification of what is sprouting in man and the world as a whole and what is being harmed. For this end the religious hollow space is and remains non-chimera, although all the gods in it were chimeras. Homo absconditus therefore retains a sphere which remains preordered, in which, if he does not go under, he may intend his most thorough appearance in his opened world. Stay a while in the religious layer, the unity of the instant in mysticism. Precisely the best does after all lie nearby, where one does not expect to find it. The here and now therefore returns at this highest place, has to say its being for itself. All intensive utopian glances, with their moral, musical, religious guidelines, lead back to the darkness of the lived moment, for there the fermenting all sprouts, and there it is still hidden from itself, unbecome in utopian terms. Every single narrow path around the hope content of a being for itself goes up to the moment, with an ever intensive attempt to define this fundamentally intensive element. The most intense attempt is religious, in the sense of Ma's self-commitment into the mystery. The last other world is our nearest this world, our most imminent nearness. But this is nothing but that which is sprouting in every lived moment, that which has not yet been urged on to happiness, not yet extracted as gold. Stay a while, you are so fair. The fulfillment of this hope therefore in religious terms ultimately becomes the same as mysticism, or more precisely as the instant or 1299. Nunc aeternum in mysticism. And in that mysticism which arose on the ground of religion, which had become rich in subject, humanized, that mysticism which knows immersion, not only, indeed not at all any more, orgiasm. Religious orgiasm, it too pushed those possessed by it beyond their previous stature, gave them powers and abilities which seemed to come from a dark root. Frenzy even made its frenzy gods so similar that the shamans and the Dionysian myths all felt deified. But self-commitment here is itself as external as the gods into whom it commits and intrudes itself. These are still nature gods as yet unendowed with any human material. Hence orgiasm flourishes above all in primitive and in astral religions, among shamans and priests of Baal, but not in humanized religions, or if so only on their edges. Christian mysticism above all is immersion without any frothing being beside oneself, precisely the kind of immersion which should correspond to the deepest emotion of nearness in the shape of a pouring forth of subject into God, of a pouring forth of God into subject. The noise of becoming beside oneself or of being beside oneself gives way to the stillness of a becoming for oneself. Wildness gives way to the powerful habitation of the self, as Daniel Chupko, a Bohemian mystic, expressed it. The individual ego, a mere part of transitoriness and multiplicity, hence of self-imparting nothingness, here sinks, this sinking is both a condition and an essential feature, stead again and again, of mystical experience. Freeing oneself of one's individual specific being and of the multiplicity of all things, this abandonment of everything is seen as the main path to the finding of everything, i.e. the finding of unity of being with the true self. Mystical immersion is thus contact with God, with essence instead of appearance, by discarding multiplicity, i.e. by simplification. This grants everything, as the unity of everything. Attempts were made by the Neoplatonists to distinguish the no longer individual self of this union in a separate, active concentrated function of consciousness, for example by Plotinus in Highest of Eu, which, as insight, also contains highest of zero EULS, just as the synthesis flows out into highest LHRXWULS or simplicity. And it is this self-summarizing ground of force, ground of self, ground of identity per se in which every form of immersion has since maintained its apotheosis, in the three stages of purification, illumination, union. Here is the place of a self-apotheosis which is no longer frenzied, which appears to be superconscious, a place for which medieval mystics later attempted to find the most intense descriptions. These are nothing but descriptions of an attained being for oneself, intimum, summum, apex mentis in Richard of St. Victor, F.E. Ealing, ground, little spark of the soul, humble of isness, incastleness in Meister Eckhart. If the whole Ma'en, says Eckhart, were like the little 1300 spark, he would always be uncreated and uncreaturely, uplifted above time for eternity. Teresa de Jesus calls the same experience, in which her apotheosis said to occur, the castle of the soul, and she lists the separate chambers within it. All these place names are related to one another. And related, i.e. merging into one another, are also the attitudes or entrances to this castle, whether called ardor or light, love or contemplation, activity or passivity. In the Unio Mystica they cease to be alternatives. The question of the primacy of will or of intellect, which divided all Christian scholasticism, for the same scholastics becomes irrelevant in mysticism. Ruiz Broch, the Doctor Ecstaticus, and Thomas, the Doctor Angelicus, no longer have a quarrel as mystics. Love of the highest, contemplation of the highest become identical in the mystical maximum. Likewise the distinction between suffering and doing, passivity and activity, is cancelled out, they exchange their faces in the summum mentis. The New Testament certainly contains this united doubledness of tearing and being torn, in the fusion of meekness and of an aggression such as this, and from the days of John the Baptist until now the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force. Matt. 2:12. But mysticism sees meekness and activity as being in a dialectic, it allows the dollery attitudes, once they have attained their greatest power, to change and to merge into one another. Christian mysticism is certainly devotion to God, being dissolved in God, but in such a way that the aggression of an utterly different kind of being dissolved is at the same time working in this passivity, namely that of redemption from God. On the other hand, Christian mysticism is definitely a breaking into God, an overwhelming consciousness of an apex mentis, of a point of the mind which pierces God. Yet at the same moment this activity bends itself back to devotion, in such a way that God makes his master into a subservient bearer, into one who himself certainly appears to be borne up by higher powers. Thus dualisms which have their hold in the common world of ego and of non-ego fuse in the mystical castle. And precisely this hold disappears in mystical union, because it causes the sharpest dualism itself to disappear. The castle no longer has any Davidic wall between ego and non-ego, subject and object, subject and substance, it is itself built without otherness. No more otherness, this ultimately has been the hugely anticipatory illusion of all mystics, yet a phantasma utopicissime fundatum. The axe which splits the world into subject and object is pulled out mentally by the mystic, then all that is held back seems to cancel itself out. Thus an entering into the immediacy of the moment takes place, one which is both undivided and completely esoteric. And 1301. Entering takes place into a moment which for mystical experience is no longer located in time. Time and moment were never so close, indeed so fused, as eternity and this moment. Its name therefore becomes nunc stans or nunc eternum, a name in which the ostensibly most tense antitheses, moment and eternity, interchange, in perfect dialectical unity. The God of mysticism was the God of this nunc eternum, therefore the God of this highest moment, in it, now is always, here is everywhere. So that the antithesis of God and not God is also cancelled out, it also belongs to objectivities outside the castle. God dies by being born in the nunc eternum, hence for Eckhart God is sheer nothing, i.e. the all which has become predicateless. So many heads, so many opinions, this applies widely and divides. But it no longer divides when the heads close their eyes, i.e. when a religiously ecstatic state occurs. Frothing and immersion do not of course meet, except on the edge, only there can it rush forward orgiastically. But otherwise for immersion everything separating which the children of the ordinary world have drawn fused into an alliance. Thus the frontiers between peoples and above all between forms of religion absolutely disappear here. Hence precisely the revolutionary among mystics, Thomas Munzer, read in the unity of non-scriptural illumination the unity of an internationale across all separations. Jewish, Turkish, Papist, Lutheran, all this according to Munzer belongs to the letter of the world, not to the pouring out of the Spirit. Preach a Christian faith which is the same in form in all the hearts of the elect on earth. If a man in his whole life had neither heard nor seen the Bible, he could still, through the right teaching of the Spirit, have an unerring Christian faith, just as all those had who wrote the Holy Scriptures without any books. If we Christians are NQW to agree peaceably, Psalm 72, with all the chosen ones among all scatterings or races of every kind of faith, then, we must know how that man fels who has been brought up among unbelievers from youth, who has learned the right works and the teaching of God without any books. The same applies to the harvest in Christianity, the separating of the wheat from the chaff. He elect lover of God feels a wondrous overflowing joy when his brother comes to faith through an advent similar to his own. The present church above all is an old prefers in comparison, but the time of harvests is always there, expressed exposure of false faith, 1524. This is the unity in which mysticism saw all its children, a unity which cancelled out religions by making the divisio between unbelievers and the elect right through the individual religions. This included the great popular movement which began 1302 with the Albigensian Wars in the 12th century and culminated in the German Peasants' War. The abundance of the elect, as once with the community of the disciples, went about as unity in the people, not among the mumbling priests of the masters, let alone princes. From this unity the loneliness in which the mysticism of Hugh and Richard of St. Victor in the 12th century had moved was also cancelled out, the loneliness of the soul with its God. Soliloquium de Ira Animi * is, significantly, the title of one of Hugo of St. Victor's major works. The rungs of the heavenly ladder broke out of psychology. The travel guide of the soul to God was transformed by the first prophet of Gothic mysticism, Joachim of Fiore, into a movement of history itself, into the dynamism of the last gospel. Mankind now completes the movement into mystical Christ-likeness as into the third kingdom, to the salvation of the pure, to the destruction of the impure. Mankind goes beyond the kingdoms of the laws and of grace, it attains plenitudo intellectus, cfvol. 2, ps 10. And the state of this intellectual plenitude corresponds precisely to the deification with which Christian mysticism surrounded its inspired ones. It therefore corresponds to the community of a universal fast of Pentecost. Or as the Brothers of the Full Spirit, a mystical sect around the time of Eckhart, described this future or third age, absolutely in line with Joachim but also absolutely in line with previously solitary ecstasy. In the third age the Holy Spirit will show himself as a flame, as a furnace of divine love, as a cellar of spiritual intoxication, as a pharmacy of divine spices, spiritual oils and ointments, as a continuing prophesying of spiritual joys by which not only in simple knowledge but in delicious and palpable experience the truth of God's word become flesh will be seen. Cf. Hahn, Geschichte Ketzer im Mittelalter, 1847, 2, p. 40 sixs. Indeed the mankindly union of knowledge is followed by an as it were cosmogonic one in Eckhart. The movement of mysticism to God is not only self-movement, self-knowledge and self-revelation of God in which he unfolds from his unitured nature to natured nature, but for this very reason it is the same as the world process. And as the mystical soul, which in its innermost nature is God, returns from the relinquishment of the world to the primal ground, to the God who is to be regained, so by virtue of this unbecoming the entire world process again returns to the primal ground, a reflux of being through knowledge and an entering into its ground. The mystical function here becomes a function of the world change itself. Scintilla, the mystical spark, burns not in mere loneliness but at the divide between otherness and identity. These finally are very great modes of union, but they all stem from the revolutionary feeling of togetherness, feeling of unity in the elect with which immersion allied itself in full heretical Christianity, with Chiliasm. Towards it, in socially and also in cosmically broad mysticism, the halo now advanced, which anyway came out of man in the breakthrough to God as if out of captivity. For it was sheer prevented halo which burns and breaks out in the scintilla, freedom of the children of God as after the last judgment. This freedom thinks that it already exists today, and in this surpassing it feels itself free even of God as an object. The halo of the core in the captivity of its incommensurate world thus finally founds the mystical unity of all the chosen ones among all scatterings or races of every kind of faith. Undoubtedly the unions of mysticism will never return in the old form, and the lightning in which the indescribable is done will no longer open up a heaven from which figurative halos plunge down. But in the depth of this enthusiasm there always lay the intended breakthrough of a touching of self, a touching of ground, into a kingdom that was to contain no mysteries other than human ones and no other order than that of a Corpus Christi, with vine and shoots. The kingdom of Christian mysticism was built in the dimensions of the Son of Man, with the suddenly opened moment as his crib. This nunc stans, which itself steps forth on the here and now, is so far from being otherworld as to be the closest this world of all. Thus the nunc stans of the mystics in the literal and in the central sense means the same as the stay a while, you are Safa ir, only in the problem of the nunc stans does this Faust goal have form and content of the identity staked out in it. The perfect utopia or utopia of perfection which religion inserted into heaven here swings back into the core of man as well as into the problem-subject of nature. Nunc stans is thus the precision formula for the most imminent immanence, i.e. for the temporally so distant and still absolutely undetermined world without any possible alienation. Miracles and the miraculous, moment as the FOOT of Nike. Often holy men spread a characteristic awe around them. They seemed to possess strange powers, thus they exerted influence on the people. These powers were considered magical, miraculous, and as such beyond human measure. The magical trick was in part intended to impress and win over those who could not be won over by a sermon because they simply did. 1304. Not understand it? But in part, over and above this show effecti, a will to explode was also at work in miracle making. It sought to lift not only the subjectively but also the objectively accustomed, the usual connection of things, off its hinges. Both, propagandistic and object-based magic, are to be found even in the Old Testament. The former when Aaron outdoes the Egyptian magicians with a rod which finally swallows up their rods. The latter when Elijah, with H's face between his knees, appears on the scene just like an African rainmaker, I Kings Is, 42 ff. Of course, the accounts of miracles in the Old Testament are mentioned more in passing, as if they were not really or only indirectly relevant. Even such fantastic Mosaic legends as those of the 10 plagues or even the parting of the Red Sea merely frame the greater charismatic act, the Exodus from Egypt. This relative subordination as well as the ultimate fading of miracles in the Old Testament is based on two reasons which are no longer found in the New Testament. One was that the priestly version of the Bible under Ezra, when the Jewish church state was founded, pushed back the old wildly growing magical popular religion which was hostile to laws, and also the will to move within this religion. Many accounts of miracles probably disappeared at this time, especially if acts were connected with them which were subversive of or even attempted to improve on Yahweh. Then the type of prophet also changed, whereas Elijah still displays many miracle-working, orgiastic magical characteristics like a shaman or priest of Baal, already with Amos, only 100 years later, the form of utopia with a purely visionary, soon even a literary mandate, begins. The language of thunder took the place of miraculous things. The miracle itself, indispensable for religious propaganda, was reduced to visionary contact. This was especially refined in the case of Ezekiel, a scholar and a priest. Until however the dearest child of faith again advanced both wildly and naively in the New Testament, much to the chagrin of liberal theologians of today. Jesus certainly does appear as a magus. He heals the lame, changes water into wine, feeds 5,000 people with 5 loaves and 2 fishes, drives out the devils of disease and raises the dead, as Elijah did. This means that the popular ground again came to the fore, with it the folklore of the miracle, undisturbed by Sadducees and Pharisees. Even evangelists such as Luke, who was a doctor, or the Hellenistically educated author of the Gospel of St. John do not suppress the accounts of miracles. They merely give them over and above this a spiritualistic meaning, with reference to even greater miracles. The feeding of the 5,000 is related to the Last Supper, John 6:35, the healing of the blind man to Christ as the 1305. Light of the world, John 9:30, thus the fleeting and singular aspects of these miracles cease to apply. They are meant to benefit far more than the chance number of 5,000 men at the time or the single blind man. And thus it becomes clear from this reinterpretability that it was not only the Emery primitive magic sphere which again spread in the New Testament thanks to peasants and fishermen, but also utterly new definitions. These above all, stimulated the miraculous, Jesus as the Messiah, Jesus and the kingdom of heaven which had drawn near. These two are the fundamental miracles which first founded the smaller ones which were expected of Jesus, and which he himself regarded as his essence. In place of the older sense of the miraculous, still connected with sorcery, came a new, an eschatological sense. Miracles are the signs of the coming end. However, in themselves, without this background, the accumulated stories of miracle.s about Jesus are no different story than all others in history, whether it be the history of superstition and its mass psychosis, the obsession with witches, or of the parapsychic or paraphysical processes for which an explanation and categorization has yet to be found. Parapsychic abilities such as clairvoyance, paraphysical abilities such as telekinesis and such like are, rightly or wrongly, also recorded outside religions, and within them many miraculous stories of the New Testament flourish just as well among fetish priests. Legends such as the changing of the water into wine could just as well have been told about the sorceress Medea as about the teacher of the Our Father and of the Sermon on the Mount. The Faust of the chapbook made wine gush even from wood. A Jewish satire of the Middle Ages, on Jesus the Hanged Man, on the basis of these isolated miracles, can therefore come up with nothing better than that Jesus learned sorcery in Egypt and led Israel astray by it. But the novum, with quite different values, consists in the claim to be the Messiah and in the apocalyptic background. Behold, I make all things new. It is from this and from this alone that Christ's miracles live. Along with the other miracles, however primitive, for these, too, belong to the Messiah and the last days, but as essence, not only as miracles. John 7:31. Above all, and crucially, even the magical actions, in the New Testament which is always eschatologically directed and surrounded, vouch in their singular place for a far greater transformation, i.e. for the transformation into the miraculous. From water the wine of the miraculous is made. Jesus himself had declared these extraordinary deeds to be marks of the Messiah and the approaching kingdom, with reference to Elijah as a forerunner of Christ, not as an older miracle man. Hence his answer to John's question whether he was the one who was to come or whether they should look for another. 1306. The blind receive their sight, and the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, and the deaf hear, the dead are raised up, and the poor have the gospel preached to them. Matt. 2. S. Hence his reply to the Pharisees and Sadducees, when it is evening, ye say, it will be fair weather, for the sky is red. And in the morning, it will be foul weather today, for the sky is red and lowering. 0 Ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times? Matt 16, 2f. The signs of these times join together such seemingly remote events as the healing of the lame and the preaching of the gospel to the poor. The latter was therefore also intended as really transformative, as the end of labor and being heavy laden in a new eon. So definitely does Jesus rank concrete transformation above the merely inward and invisible that the following astonishing question becomes possible with him. Whether it is easier to say to the sick of the palsy, thy sins be forgiven thee, or to say, arise and take up thy bed, and walk. Mark 2:9. The question contains the answer, which is, but that ye may know that the Son of Man hath power on earth to forgive sins, he saith to the sick of the palsy, I say unto thee, arise, and take up thy bed, and go thy way into thine house. Mark 2:I of. Because after this the palsied man arose, the faithful were given a proof of their faith, a proof which in Christ's own estimation was even higher than the power of forgiving sins. A single material line which does not remain inward runs from the commitment to heal the palsied man to the proverbial faith which moves mountains, not psychologies. All this in the final sign of the believed fundamental miracle which is phenomenologically connected with the appearance of the Messiah, that of the Apocalypse. Miracle as the blasting apart of the accustomed status quo thus attains its most radical expression in Jesus, for it is enhanced by the novum itself. It wants in each case to be already a new heaven, a new earth, on a small scale. Certainly, the perceived customary connection of things to the time and in the environment of Jesus is completely incomparable with the law-governed causal connection with which the notion of miracle has contrasted since the 16th century. The knowledge of connections was even different from that of scholastic Christianity, much though its world still seemed to be inhabited throughout by demons, ruled throughout by God and his angels. The world of Jesus, however, was that of Mandean Persian dualism, with Satan as the lord of this eon, with the kingdom of light as that of an immediately imminent new eon. The Messiah is the bringer of the world conflagration, just as in the Mandean book of John the Spirit of Light speaks to his only begotten Son, "Be my messenger." 1307. Go into the world of darkness in which there is no ray of light. It was only against this world and its irredeemable connections that the miracle, as interruption, occurred. Nonetheless it did occur uniformly as an interruption, moreover as a visible one. It occurred above all in favor of the particular representative visibility of a totally changed order, that of the miraculous. Consequently the miraculous nature of Christ over and above his temporary world picture is united with that which is still imaginable today in two main points, in the ephemeral point of interruption, in the material point of absolutely good content. This also remains essential. Miracles were not considered inward, they intend palpable change of an external kind. The salvation which is meant to appear through them occurs via world. Thus Thomas Aquinas defines precisely the Christian miracle, in contrast to mere Christian preaching and change of heart, as follows: miraculum est if to sensibilis, qui divinitas fit praeter ordinem totius naturae asterisk, contra gentiles, 3, c. 101. Hence Thomas did not count the forgiveness of sins or even transubstantiation as miracles, because they are not sensibly perceptible effects. And even after the kingdom of heaven was no longer at all believed to be imminent, i.e. in all scholasticism, the miracle always dwelt at the breakpoint of the natural world, at a point where a visible piece of the visible world visibly cracks. It finally becomes clear from all this that although the miracle has now degenerated into banal occultism or has unveiled itself as such, although it now survives officially only in the propaganda and business operations of Catholicism, in hysterical virgins and in such wretched gates of heaven as those at Lourdes, equally significantly the concept of miracle, apart from its transcendental superstition, contains a concept which is not in the least superstitious, that of the leap, which stems from explosive religion. Precisely the concept of the leap has been learned from the miracle, in a purely mechanical causal world, a world contrasting in every form with miracles. The concept of the leap thus had no place, but it did in one no longer conceived as static and no longer conceived as finite. Here of course the leap, as a strictly dialectically mediated sudden change, itself demonstrates its own conformity to laws and therefore, although it interrupts the purely mechanical continuation of the same, it is certainly not located in an intermissio legis per se like the scholastically defined, mythical miracle. And above all, because of the obvious elimination of all transcendental factors, every state of emergency is absent here in whose lawless space a transcendental will could establish what is impossible on earth. However, when Hegel writes of the qualitative leap and its precursors that here something is interrupted by the opening up, a flasp which all at once establishes the pattern of the new world, where K2, p10, the grasping of this sudden flashing, however mediated in accordance with laws sui generis it is definitely not unrelated to the formerly miraculous sudden element T, a fundamental archetype of religious and above all of Christian advental imagination. Natura facit saltus, T at least is the contribution of the old belief in miracles to a no longer magically, let alone transcendentally superstructured world. The idea of the leap first grew in apocalyptic miracle landscape, indeed it still has this, in overlooked but not discharged consistency, as its background. And the leap is not the only thing that remains from the strange hocus pocus. If water turns into wine, this is an interruption only for him who believes in it. But to go on, in the interruption something different lives on, and this can dispense with all magic. It exists particularly without any of the rotten content of the miracle, but is connected with its H-Petfer content, and its name is the miraculous. Its name is still known even to the enlightened, and, unlike hair-raising sorcery, they take it seriously. I am looking for the miraculous, says a liberal woman, quite outside all theological circles, Ibsen Nora. Although she does riot say it in exactly the same way, the same content which inhabits the radical leap is meant. Hence Helmer's exclamation, he most miraculous. With which, a superlative and a question mark, this most untheological anti-family play ends. The miraculous therefore retains its golden resonance, even if the miracle-like, whose space of interruption it filled, has paled completely. Admittedly, not every recorded or imagined miraculous content appeared miraculous, not even always good. There are also punitive miracles in legend. The most exhaustive are the 10 plagues and the drowning of the Egyptians in the Red Sea. The most many-sided are those described by Ovid in his Metamorphoses. Even the total blasting apart of the status quo ante which is imagined in the Book of Revelation shows in its content as much dread, for the enemies of Christ, as it shows total joy. Nonetheless, joy is an essential part of the content of miracle, so that even the ting of the Egyptian for those who are not Egyptian made its own contribution to rejoicing, namely rejoicing at salvation or the category of just victory. From this perspective there is no difference between the song of the prophetess Miriam concerning the miraculous nature of salvation, Exodus 21, and the sky-high proclamation of the angel to the shepherds, which goes on ringing even in the ears of unbelievers, from Bach's Christmas oratorio, Fear not, for, behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, Luke 2:10. The miraculous thus final IJ09 remains the dominant, indeed the sole content of the interruption intended in the miracle. It remains such so powerfully that even the good in this world, not only the evil or what is incommensurate with us, is thought of as interrupted in the miracle, insofar as this contains an extreme, i.e. the authentic nature of the miraculous. Interruption by mystical ecstasy and by the absolutely outdoing element that it may seem to contain in the midst of its moment, when it seems to extend to eternity, was regarded as the highest interruption. The absolutely outdoing of this kind, as that which belongs to the miraculous in accordance with its essence, is again most magnificently intimated in the sentence of St. Paul, Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him, Icor 2:9, and Paul speaks here of our glory, i.e. precisely of that which constitutes the content of the most radical wishful dream, because it is equally the most central. Such extremes or complete excessivenesses, as laid out in the category of the miraculous, seem in comparison to the existing world which has come into being up to now almost as magical as miracle working itself. Even in its simplest version the miraculous is empirically in a bad way, and to our glory as the utopia which dispels everything trivial there is still a long way to go. But in contrast to the superstition of miracle making, the belief in the miraculous is from the outset one of hope, indeed of paradox, not an objective real affirmation. On the contrary, to rule out the misunderstanding of an eternal ideal here and elsewhere, it does not imply an affirmation which relates or can relate to an thing other than intimations, pre-appearances, pre-experiences, or ciphers in the already existing, objective real world. But if even the miracle has a relative, converted truth at least in the fact that the world moves in, historically mediated, leaps and makes breakthroughs possible, without any alliance with transcendence, without transcendental interventions themselves, then the miraculous in these leaps and possible breakthroughs contains a partial pre-appearance and possible complete real appearance of its content as long as the opposite of the miraculous, namely the in vain or nothing, has not yet totally and really occurred. The faith of hope, with the miraculous as content which is still undetermined in terms of content but unmistakable, is therefore superstition only in mechanical empiricism or, which amounts to the same thing, in abstract utopia, but certainly not in concrete utopia and in its still open, dialectical processive world. On the contrary, it is precisely that which is not superstition in religion, that which together with the self-commitment of man into transcendence, because of this self-commitment, gives to religion 1310. Its still remaining, demythologized truth, stemming not only from dread and deprivation and ignorance but from the drive towards light. This truth lies essentially in the historically mediated futurum and novum. It consists not in the hypostasis, claimed to be real, of a mythological other world claimed to be real, nor of course does it consist in the very partial preterite of a becomeness which is interpreted merely causally and mechanically. O'er glory, its dwelling places and remains even here in the incognito of every lived moment. This is the bequest of the most radical wishful dream, which as such is precisely the most central, that of the intensive center of everything. What we have adopted to define and to identify in guiding images and guiding panels, in the deep content of the Faust wager, hence of the true Faust problem, and in the equally direct yet equally still only half-manifest self-contents of music, this many-voiced mode of production of ourself has its last evidence in the unio which is sought in religion, a unio of moment and eternity. Not time, but the moment as that in time which does not belong to it, communicates with eternity, in which alone perfect joy has its measure. St. Paul has the communication of the moment, the miraculous and eternity in mind when he makes the extraordinary connection, "Behold, I shew you a mystery, we shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed, in a moment, in the twinkling o.fniicor. Is, sif. And the unmythological, although final, border meaning in this is, the transformation into the opposite of falling asleep, into the opposite of nothingness, happens, if it happens, in a moment, as this moment. And with none of the accessories of fanaticism, the same moment of movement which runs in and beneath everything, which is not having, the drive, the wish, the longing, the question in being and at the same time te still constantly unfulfilled beginning towards a being here at last adequate to itself. This same moment of movement at the same time contains complete arrival in itself and only in itself, insofar as truth strikes into its not knowing or ip.cognito. Insofar as in the dark that root of the world the finally found and achieved what of its content blossoms out, as the authentic and the absolute, answered, found, realized. The high et nunc is everywhere the question being which for its solution puts out the adequate or semi-adequate process figures of world being. But only through the flash of its identification would that arise WL lich in the entire world is only just beginning to sound and invariably shines on ahead as, the miraculous, the figure of identity. There is a deep well-being in an old, familiar place, in their reflection. Saint Jerome in his cell, even the landscape of the Sistine Madonna represent homeland as after a rebirth. Ijii. But the real state of this homeland, its matter, the moment, as yet has no present in any place, not even in the surfacing of ourself at the place of the image. The miraculous is the stay a while of the most central kind, only here does it have its local sign. The miraculous is the flash of light of the subject and of the object, beside which nothing alienated exists any more and in which subject and object have simultaneously ceased to be separate. The subject has ceased with its truest attribute, the desiderium, the object has ceased with its untruest attribute, alienation. This arriving is victory, and the goddess of victory, like the ancient Nike, stands on a point, as concentration of being, brought out and gathered in and to the humanum. At this place on earth of arrived at being, of world as homeness, homeness as world, it settles down, here both flight and message end. Indeed evap the miraculous ceases in the iraculous, the foot on which Nike stands at the moment of arrival, is, after so much illusion, pre-appearance, even pathos of indescribability, itself inconspicuous. Outside there are still many footprints and ciphers, they are of the utmost importance, for men with their moment are not alone, it is also present in all processes and shapes of nature. Indeed, it can only be widely read in the ciphers of nature. Only with the expanse of natu.re can it comprehend itself as kingdom instead of mere spacelessness of intensity. But the content of the kingdom itself is small precisely because it is so great. It is just as concentrated as that which is called the highest good in the mysticism of morality. Ciphers of nature and the highest good are the final evidences in which the core of man reveals itself as identical with the core of the earth. This identical core is at the same time the unmanifested core. There is so little of it that is settled, so little that is definitely manifested, that it is least clear of all whether it will be manifested perfectly at all or whether it will wither. Its essence, indicated by the religions, hangs because of this continuing unmanifestedness in the balance of threatening not aching or of achieving all, of the in vain or of the miraculous. The Herods pointed to nothingness, the Orpheuses, Zoroasters, Buddhas, Moseses, Jesuses point to the miraculous. It depends on this century whether at least the well-attainable becomes real. Whether the realm of freedom can come near which allows an entry instead of an exodus. The goal of all higher religions was a land in which milk and honey flow as really as they do symbolically. The goal of the content-based atheism which remains over after religions is exactly the same, without God, but with the uncovered face of our absconditum and of the salvation latency in the difficult earth. 1312. The last wishful content and 54. The highest good. Wisdom consisteth not in knowing many things, nor even in knowing them thoroughly, but in choosing and in following what conduces most certainly to our lasting happiness and true glory. Walter Savage Landor, Imaginary Conversations. Let Secret Ciphers Message. The world's attention claim. Till every changing passage translates into the same. Goethe, Westlicher Divan. Nothing is good in itself if it is not desired. But nothing is desired unless it represents itself as good. The fact that a drive directs itself to something presupposes the drive, but also something in that to which it is directed which is capable of satisfying it. Berries are edible, whereas wood, however great the hunger, is not. And however much hunger may be the best cook, it cannot do it all alone. Of course it is always presupposed, in order that the something which is capable of satisfying it becomes effective in the thing desired. But the thing desired and adjudged good then becomes the bearer of a good. Therefore of a quality which seems pleasant or agreeable, of one which is fit for our consumption or some other use. That is adjudged good which satisfies a need, therefore produces a feeling of pleasure. Everything good is rightly utility value, which is enjoyed, and not exchange value or commodity, by which money can be earned. But for desiring no good is already good enough, which is why it is from here, precisely from here, that the proverb that the better is the enemy of the good comes. Even a dish the enjoyment of which is immediately followed by repletion may be adequate, i.e. substantial and nourishing enough, but it can scarcely not be prepared even more splendidly, or at least more skillfully. A man can always be even braver, more generous, cleverer, the only thing he cannot be is even more punctual. Punctuality, this palest of all virtues, is the only one which can become perfecti, no other. The little tree that wished for different leaves would not have stopped even at golden ones. And yet there was always an irrefutable feeling that the better cannot be surpassed infinitely. Sometime, somewhere, there had to be a whose far and no further, one which was not renunciatory, as is usually the case, but fulfilling. In which a major value is conceivable which in and for itself fluctuates neither upwards nor downwards, and from which, indeed towards which, goods are measurable. This best was then finally alone wanted, usually on the wrong track, sometimes in premonition. 3 wishes and the best. What is to be fled, what is to be sought, this question must always most definitely be slept on. It is not as plain as day, neither in individual parts nor even in the whole which comes later. Man desires and wishes throughout his life, but if he has to say what he wants absolutely, what he wants at all, he is at a loss for an answer. This is what fairy tales which dealt with the most desirable thing also say and teach. Hebel, in The Little Treasure Chest, tells of a young mountain fairy who grants a young couple 3 wishes and promises to make them come true. Hans and Lisa are given a week in which to consider carefully, but the following evening, while the potatoes were crackling in the pan for supper, the 2 of them, husband and wife, were standing happily together by the fireside, watching the little sparks of fire darting back and forth, now flaring up, now dying down, round the sooty pan, and, without saying a word, they were absorbed in their future happiness. But when Lisa served the roast potatoes from the pan onto the dish and the smell rose pleasantly to her nose, she said, "If only we had a fried sausage with it," in all innocence and without thinking of anything, and, alas, the first wish was granted. Fast as lightning comes and goes, it came down through the chimney like the red dawn and the fragrance of roses together, and on the potatoes lay the finest fried sausage. No sooner wished than granted, to the annoyance of the husband. "If only the sausage had grown on the end of your nose," he said, and that was the second wrong wish, for now there was nothing left but the third wish, to see the sausage removed from Lisa's nose. And no sooner wished than granted, and the poor couple looked at each other, were the same Hans and the same Lisa as before, and the lovely mountain fairy never came again. This was therefore an unthorough sequence of wishes, even though it was not always only. 1314. A sausage that was at stake. In Hauf's fairytale The Cold Heart, the young charcoal burner Peter Monk strikes it richer, but not better. A charcoal burner has a lot of time to think about himself and others, and when Peter Monk sat by his kiln the dark trees around him and the deep stillness of the forest moved his heart to tears and to unconscious longing. And later Peter told the friendly wood sprite, the little glass man, his wishes, 2 are free, the third can be refused if it is foolish. Peter wishes to be able to dance best of all and always have as much money in his pocket as the rich Ezekiel, and then he wishes to own the finest glass works in all the Black Forest, with all the equipment and money to run it. "Is that LL?" asks the wood sprite, and answers, "When Peter still thinks horse and carriage suitable, essence, common sense, is what you should have wished for, carriage and horses would then have come of themselves." In Hebel the moral of the tale had been quite similar. Common sense was recommended as the first wish, in order to know what should be wished second in order to be happy. And as the third wish, to eradicate every spur to more or to a change, Hebel recommends lasting contentment and no regret. Such advice to be contented is usually a means of reconciling poor people, who are seldom visited by a mountain fairy or a wood sprite, to their loyalty, but there is also a formal instruction in the best in it. Since in order to find the right wish, contentment so as not to regret what is chosen, these are certainly means which lead to the best, which start out from it. In such a way that the best, if it were really known and granted, would contain contentment with this best in itself. But often the best shimmers up here in a quite out-of-the-way manner. Then, apart from the treasures which the poor devil wishes for and attains, a different, a highly secret happy end appears. Fairy tale heroes stuff their pockets full of gold and jewels which they discover in the magic garden or in the cave, but the only right thing stands inconspicuously nearby, unknown to them, therefore unseen. Thus it is only by chance that Aladdin grasps the importance of the lamp, for the jewels were more striking, though at first he thought even these were glass. And most legends of treasure keep the inconspicuous in the background, as something incidental for which there is at first no wish at all, and if the person is informed, then it is too late, and the chance does not come again. As in Grimm's tale, The Maiden of Wilberg, number 315, the mountain bursts open, inside stood huge, overwhelming treasures, the shepherd started to load himself up with them. "Do not forget the best of all," says the mountain maiden to him, but the man thinks that she means a large chandelier. "Do not forget the best of all," says the mountain maiden a second time, but he had nothing but the treasures in mind and did not even think of the flower bush. When he had filled his pockets he wanted to leave again, but scarcely was he outside the door than it closed with a terrible crash. Now he wanted to set down his treasures, but he had nothing but paper in his pockets. Then he thought of the flower bush, and now he saw that this was the best thing of all, and he walked sadly down the mountain to his home. Such stories about the best very rarely go beyond intimation, unless they are religious from the outset. The flower bush for the sake of which everything else is spurned then takes on more familiar features, although also unobtrusive, gentle ones. The fairytale motif of the 7 sleepers points in that direction. In Grimm it appears in the legend of the 12 apostles. The youths who, as a reward or their longing for the Savior, are allowed to sleep through the centuries until he appears have not forgotten what for them was the best. It was the fulfillment of all their wishes, and their last wish, of course, the Savior, and the clear longing for him have merely been added to the much older motif of sleeping through time. The many other tales of 7 sleepers, for example the Chinese, do not know the trump card of a clear wish and an awakening related to it. Thus not even the fairy tale finds it easy to say the wish of wishes in terms of content. The highest good is like a well of lasting contentment, but where the well springs up is hidden in the inconspicuous, at best in the emblematic. Even the otherwise so manifest and straightforward fairy tale always spun out the best merely formally, without fixed content. Even the blue flower, Novalis' version of the highest value, blossoms in his work in a kind of oriental haze. It is the metaphor of an extravagant contentment, and when it is plucked, the happiest feast of the soul is celebrated, but apart from the fact that it is at the same time a fairy tale, it is itself still in the blue. The only definite feature in all fairy tales, insofar as they touch the unconditional enough, is that the material for it is inconspicuous. Value images as variations of the highest good, Cicero and the philosophers. What is to be fled, to be sought, even when it is thought, appears in different ways. But then it no longer wavers as with the man who is at a loss. WL10 The fairy comes to him, but is lined up in formation. The wisher in the fairy tale disconnectedly and unthoroughly enumerates what in the head of the fairy or of the wood sprite is interrelated and centered. Fairy, wood sprite, and mountain maiden expressed what at the time of the respective fairy tales sensible people thought could be wished for without regret. Thinking of this kind occurs in acts of valuative affirmation or negation which have become more or less discerning. These acts are not acts of individual preference, nor do they occur in an atmosphere which is itself ideal, rather they are determined by the social environment and the guiding images which in each case occur within it. We encountered these guiding images at the beginning of this part of the book as those of the warrior, knight, monk, citoyen, and so on. They always chisel out one type of man as the best. They are followed, it will be recalled, by guiding panels, with alternating, often antithetical headings of the best behavior, the best path to human perfection. Here a debate about status and value arises, the alternatives of happy and of dangerous life, of solitude and of friendship, of abstract and mediated venturing beyond the limits. Don Quixote, Faust, begin. But there would, of course, be neither guiding images nor guiding panels unless they had been preceded by a fundamental act, driven by the need for the best life, directed towards its most perfected form. It is only this fundamental act which brings guiding images, virtues, values forth at all, however much the content of these ideals is in each case ideologically determined, historically exchanged. Thus, in the foundation section above, the ideal was related to the utopian function, which is overhauling and goal-oriented in each case. The utopian function, in the idea of craving that which is not to hand, indeed that which is not at hand, already gives to all the things it grasps the cachet of the wishful good, or, if what corresponds to the wishful good is objectively contained in the thing, it makes us receptive to it. However, the good, thought of as perfected in its way, now attains pathetic status. If the goal seems to contain not just something desirable or worth striving for, but something absolutely perfect, then it is called an ideal. Volume I, p. 165. But the essential feature of the ideal value image too is that it is striven for, that it is emulated, that, even as perfection and precisely as this, it does not remain merely an object of contemplation. The stars, which we do not desire, whose splendor is enjoyed in pure contemplation, are not ideals. In contrast, moral value images are considered ideal and aesthetic insofar and inasmuch as they have broken out of so-called disinterested contemplation. They become ideals in the strict sense only when, especially in sublimity, they appear as pre-apparents of an upward pulling quality, one which has been aesthetically driven to the end in the existing world. Even religious value images, such as Savior, glad tidings, kingdom, are ideals only when one passion is connected with them, postulated Eritus Sicut Deus, as incomparability on high Olympus. Optimus Maximus is precisely not Optimus. Therefore the postulative possibility of becoming completely identical with the ideal is part of the objective definiteness of the ideal. A ladder is placed against it by means of which the subject can climb upward, and, as only the end can satisfy the hoping will, the ladder which it has placed continues objectively in the ideals. The ideals themselves are arranged in a climax, ascending to perfections which intend ever higher. The increasing perfections of the ideal, when related to the will, are purposes of a distinctly fulfilling kind, and like all purposes they are ordered in the sequence of a more distant or closer relation to an all-embracing purpose, in this case to the final purpose of a satisfaction which is intended as total. The world, even in its intended ideal structures, those belonging to the front, is not at its goal. Thus every ideal has an even higher one above it, a scale up to the highest good. Only the relation to purpose makes this innumerable sub- and superordination of ideals possible. Up to now there has been no classification and table of archetypes, but there have been several of the ideal, and they go right down to terms like, ideal housewife, ideal Bach baritone and the like. They go right up to the ideal of the highest good, volume I. Pages 167-8. Very low-lying ideals within a very limited, hopeless circle, are of course none at all, but are only called ideals in banal usage. But all genuine guiding images, virtues, aesthetic and religious hope contents show themselves to be related to what is final, humanly final, ideals, corrected and aligned by utopian function, are then collectively those of a self and world content developed in terms adequate to man. Thus they are all variations of the basic content, highest good, volume I, p. 173. And precisely insofar as the direction to the highest good, more about it is not yet expressible or pursuable, is a matter of dispute or of agreement, to the same extent the human guiding images and the ideals on which they are based are ambivalent or clear-cut. Every age needed to cherish and to cultivate wishes for a nobler being. But in the first instance it is instructive that ideal characters were never depicted as more violent and more tense towards life than in bourgeois society. In particular the pathetic writers of the 18th and early 19th centuries vie with one another in depicting upright models of resistance and struggle against weariness or against baseness in government. A dramatic poetry which could not do enough to mold neo-Stoic dignity runs from Addison to Alfieri, from Schiller to Shelley. 1318. Addison struck up the theme by choosing as a hero Cato, the inflexible republican endowed with every citizenly virtue. The Catos were first brought to life puritanically, in their attitude of opposition to feudal corruption, but then the citoyen entered into them, most clearly in the dramatic statues of Alfieri and their language of freedom. Everywhere there appears here a hyperbolic ideal guiding image of a bourgeois pure kind, obstinate virtue with Promethean sparks of light. The reason for this delight in positive ideal heroes is a social real one. It is the split with feudal society and the split within the citizen in bourgeois society as well. Until around the time of the French Revolution, the ideal of the citoyen was directed only against the aristocracy, but implicitly there was already operating within it the antithesis between the citoyen and the bourgeois which later erupted in the work of Schiller, even more in Hölderlin and completely in Shelley. Marx was the first to stress this antithesis and at the same time this unity in the once revolutionary bourgeoisie. The bourgeois is the real private individual of free competition, the citoyen the abstract, unegotistical generic individual of an equally abstract polis. The contradictory unity of citoyen and bourgeois fell apart in the work of the great idealistic writers of this period. Hence the so intensified portrayal of the ideal image. It is the citoyen side of the bourgeois or the humanistic guiding image of the revolutionary bourgeoisie that comprehends itself as being in conflict with the bourgeois society that has come into being. Hence the idealistic tension of the ideal to givenness and to becomeness can nowhere be better studied than in the pathetic poets of this period. Schiller will always be the characteristic representative of the ideal in this fiery abstract form. In comparison with these imago pictures, all previous writers are uninhibited realists, even Dante is then a realist. For they lack the split between ideal and life which the capitalist division of labor and reification first brought. The cause for pathetic as well as for revolutionary idealistic sharpening was still lacking. Only the ideology of the heretical sects, with their absolutely uncompromising image of Jesus, could, from quite different regions, be used by way of comparison. Now secondly, it is instructive that not ideal characters but rather the problem of the ideal was most intensively reflected on precisely in antiquity and the Middle Ages, not, or only by Kant, in the modern era. There is no classical or medieval Schiller who created antithetical images of men, but even Horace poses the more general question of the highest good in his poetry, which is otherwise so light. How much more intensely classical and medieval thinkers are preoccupied with this old-fashioned term, and Kant, too, where he deals with the highest good, is living on ancient ground. This pre-bourgeois predominance of the summum bonum question also has a social real origin, one which of course is different from the ideal interest in the hero. It is precisely the relative uniformity of pre-capitalist, especially of medieval society, which makes it receptive to a central goal question and its content. Particularly when a society such as the medieval is already living in final relation to salvation, with the universal ideology of terrestrial celestial gradations. Permanence, unity, final purpose, these are the three formal definitions elaborated here of the highest good as the highest ideal. This is precisely why this problem was closer to the heart of a relatively undivided society than of disunited bourgeois society. Hence therefore the prevalence of the one, necessary, over the brilliant partial ideal images of more recent sentimental poetry and of its immediate revolutionary interest. Thus the formulation of the question about the highest good ranges from the seven sages and their constant respice finum via Cicero and the Roman Stoics to Augustine and scholasticism and as far as Kant, where it almost expires. Cicero, in De Finibus Bonorum et Malorum, 142, gave the notion of the highest good, in popularized Stoicism, the urbane definition which has since held good, despite all theology, extremum bonum, quod ipsum nullam ad alium rem, ad ideatum residential referuntur omnes. And the Stoics in turn derived this definition from Plato, from that ratio of eros upwards which first graduated ideas in terms of value, with the idea of the good as the highest among them. A being, says Plato in the Philebos, and here he eliminates once and for all alienatio, alienation, or otherness from the highest good, a being in which the good always wholly and in every respect inheres until the end, never needs any other but is perfectly self-sufficient, Ixawov teaewtottojirxl phileb 60c. Reason and the highest good are still absolutely one. The idea of the good in such communications of itself makes all actions good and all conceptions true, insofar as they ultimately partake in the idea of the good. This unity, which is that of the highest morality and the highest truth as indistinguishable, still survives in Augustine, transferred from Plato's highest idea to the Christian God, God as the highest good, a definition which through Augustine dominates all the ideals of the Middle Ages, is unum, verartal, bonum in the same essence. The identity of bonum and verum broke apart only in scholasticism. Only here did the problem arise whether will or intellect, goodness, or truth had primacy in God and therefore constituted the primal quality of the highest good. God for Duns Scotus is primarily the will of the good which freely ordains what the good is. God for Thomas Aquinas is primarily understanding of the good, to which God's will is bound. Accordingly, for the ideals of human life, from goodness as the highest good the Franciscan Ordo Amoris follows, from truth as the highest good the Dominican Ordo Cognitionis follows. But in both God remains the goal of all value goals, though with the mystical extension or narrowing that likewise assimilation to God is the highest good. Every striving for perfection, according to Thomas, therefore involves God, quod igitur est summum bonum, est maxime omnium finus. Ei igitur residential omnes in Deum sicut in ultimum finum tendunt uta ipsius benitatem consequantur, sequitur, quod ultimus rerum finus sit Deo assimilari asterisk, contra Gentiles I, J, ch 1719. This assimilation to God, for Thomas as well as for mysticism, is the same as the highest bliss, therefore the optimum of what Plato called perfect satisfaction. Thus the definition of the most powerful happiness also unites with the definition of the highest good, indeed it unites with it so permanently that even after the weakening of real belief in God, bliss remained as the essence of the highest good. Thus finally in Kant, he defines the highest good as the hope content of a world in which virtue and bliss are united. In the existing world, virtue can only make a person worthy of bliss. Insofar as the ideal of the highest good is represented as the ground of definition of the final purpose of pure reason, it cannot be recognized by reason if one posits only nature as the ground, but may only be hoped if a highest reason, which commands according to moral laws, is at the same time posited as the ground of the cause of nature. Werke, Hartenstein 3, ps 3s. This sort of thing goes far beyond the limits of the theoretical experience of nature, yet at the same time its otherworldly reality has played itself out. It becomes precisely hope content, summum bonum equals suprema spes, this worldly hope content, though with a chiliastic gleam. The highest good, as the unity of virtue and happiness, of ethical and new physical kingdom, becomes the cipher for the kingdom of God on earth. Here the extremest intensification of the idea of the perfected good is achieved, but at the price of the extremest rift between the mechanics of nature and kingdom. The absolute purpose of the highest good appears as one against which reality is ranged as an insurmountable barrier. The highest good in Kant is at the same time as disconnected and remote as the ideal people, Marquis Posa, and ideal concepts, Cole has asterisk, or the idea of justice, in idealist writers. Abrupt, undialectical dualism even with regard to the highest good separated the citoyen side of the bourgeois, in its highest form, the kingdom of God on earth, from his real, empirical side and its nature. Yet Kant, for the last time in a long time, presented the venerable idea of the highest good and put it in the place where for the sailor the pole star stands. The philosopher of the unconditional could not overlook this place, any more than the characteristic that has been peculiar to the concept of the highest good since Plato, that of being free of situation, of containing no alteritas in itself. In this sense Fichte reformulated the Kantian prospect: the highest good is the complete consonance of man with himself and, in order that he may be consonant with himself, the consonance of all things outside him with his necessary practical notions of them. Werke, Medicus I, p.22.7. At the head of all ideals the highest good remains the utopian object, which at the same time is no longer an object but is identical with the subject. Because the highest good is classified with the most thorough element in the will, with the absolute of human intending, it is itself, in a utopian way, the w-hat for et al. Or, to use a popular expression, the not yet manifest meaning of Livy. This, however, would have to be both a unum and a bonum and, above all, a verum to stand as meaning. Stay a while and highest good, problem of a guiding image in the world process. Things are still turbulent as long as their core only is and is not there. For this core, as the that from which and towards which everything happens, is still fermenting and dark. Is still random and undisplayed, merely drifting in sealed fashion and not expressed, nowhere having advanced to the sure manifestation of its essence. Because it is the now and here, the unarrested moment as which and in which the essence of all things is located, it is existential nearness which so far has never gone out of itself. Going out means that the that as essence enters into history, into the dialectically self-expanding history of its manifestation. As this has never yet achieved successful manifestation, i.e. manifestation adequate to its essence, unfulfillment lives on in it. The that has its basis manifestation in hunger, in need, in the universally interest-based substructure of history. It shrouds and informs itself in the superstructure, insofar as this in the former case is one of false consciousness, in the latter one of relative brightening and cultural surplus. It emerges more or less undistractedly in the future ideal affirmations, as utopia in ideology. Ideal from this perspective is unrealized but anticipated that essence, in this case human essence in its hoped for most positive content. The highest good is that which is unsurpassably saturated with this content, its anticipated enjoyment is anticipated being here, appearance, of that which ultimately is alone worthy to appear. Precisely for this reason the act which can be directed at it is not carpe diem here either, this merely ostensible and superficial being present. Instead an utterly different loyalty of being in the present, a carpe eternitatem in momento, stands near what has come good, indeed the highest good, and it is only this which can endure, which indeed demands permanence. Carpe diem aims towards the fleeting, in contrast to complete and undivided being present, to the real perception of a good, of a significant moment. Precisely in this there is nothing fleeting, on the contrary, everything authentic and thus permanent is mixed in with it. Mere carpe diem lands at best in resignation, so that one cannot say to the moment, stay a while, but only, pass away, you are so fair, for the best here is solely material for memory, not for hope and arrival. The stay a while, however, as a present truth, as the truth of a present, occurs nowhere but near a final state which no longer passes away, which is therefore attained, only as this carpe eternitatem in momento is an edge of the highest good grasped. The first moment when love arises partakes of this, the experience of magnificent landscape can contain it, with nothing but symbols in it in which great moments open up, as was noted in poetic terms above all by Robert Browning and indeed in religious terms by Augustine in his famous letter to Monica about the starry sky. Closeness to death, in its absolutely concentrating power, can contain the carpe eternitatem in momento, with an all-illuminating suddenness which Tolstoy again has portrayed and described with such profundity. The experience of unity of Karenin and Vronsky at Anna's deathbed led to this hearth, and even more centrally the experience of peace of the mortally wounded Prince Andrei, around him the groaning and the wounded, above him again the starry sky, and now, from the unforeseeable up above, the sense of a greatness dawns which has nothing in common with that which is arrogated. But equally the sense of that greatness dawns, from the correlate to those symbolic intentions described as those of the absolute question and of its astonishment in the foundation of this book. As breakthrough experiences in the inconspicuous, with alternating impressions, different for almost every person, but always with the same direction and meaning. As, ultimately, hat which the boy in the fairytale left behind when he came out of the mountain again, do and forget the best thing. The old man adds sage to high m, but this inconspicuous, deeply hidden, enormous thing has nowhere been discovered, nowhere been raised. It announces itself only in such symbolic intentions, between subject and object, identific both in intense consternation towards one moment, volume I, p. 290. All this kind of thing lives on the religious frontier, even the symbolic intentions of absolute astonishment live on it, despite their location in the everyday, but at the same time it surpasses the magnificent hypostases, the powers, glories, thrones, radiant heavens with which the mythology of religion has decked out the best or the highest. Tendency and latency of the stay a while, related to the highest good, lie precisely by virtue of this on the frontier concept of the unum, verum, bonum which mysticism guarded for so long. Guarded together with the relation to the moment, as has been shown, the nunc-stans of mysticism is coexistence, indeed opened identity of AJL moment worlds in the making present of the highest good. And as nunc-stans provided the state of the stay a while with its most radical formula, so permanence, unity, final purpose add to this formula precisely the fundamental definitions of the highest good. In unity the unum and in the final purpose the verum as bonum are necessary, insofar as truth with regard to the final purpose coincides with the meaning of a final purpose. This meaning, which in the truth and the actuality of what has become so far certainly does not yet exist and is unguaranteed but which equally has not yet been prevented, is the meaning of the final purpose solely because the what of the that, the content of the all-processing dynamic material world core becomes one of the fulfilling all and not one of the preventing nothing. The fulfilling all, however, as the adequation, therefore, e3 irrelevant of the that intention, of the fundamental tendency at its most characteristic and most authentic content is conceived precisely in the highest good, in this pole star of all utopia and above all of concrete utopia, occurring above the world and the world process. Thus the highest good from this position presents itself not only as the guiding image of all human guiding images but at the same time as the problem of a guiding image in the world process, one which is still pursued and pursuable towards meaning. The hypostasis of religious mythology saw this world final purpose as what it is least of all, as completed being here in a heaven posited as ens realism. Even Tolstoy's Prince Andrei looks at the stars in this way, but when he 1324 returns to life, life which has changed so little, the ens perfectissimum of greatness up above proves to be not illusion but anticipation. Ens perfectissimum remains premonition and experience, not attained reality. That which is meant by the highest good does not always thus remain premonition and experience, therefore confined to subjectivity, but it emerges from this only when its mysticism is understood as event at the height of the world process and not as event within an Olympus, i.e. a finished eternity from the beginning, indeed without beginning and end. The highest good, when thought of as God, stands even for itself in the really undecided or at the front. It is, in its content which is not already nameable either in terms of permanence or of unity of final purpose, itself a problem, not only a problem for the inadequate human intellect but an objective real problem. As an in itself still unsolved problem, as a reform of the absolute question working in the core and on the front of the world process. The fundamental definition s, permanence, unity, final purpose, provide the processive guiding image only with its antithesis to the fleeting, to the multiplicity of chaos, to the in vain or to nihilism, but they do not yet give any decidedness of positive content whatsoever. Though they do give relentless invariance of direction towards a content, towards that of a being here which has become adequate to the point of identity to the sealed being of the essence, which could therefore be without otherness and alienation. But the real problem of this being here lies only within the process which pursues this being here. Indeed, there would be no process at all if this real process did not exist, and this real problem would not exist if there were no process. The that which in man but also in the problematic subject of nature seeks to attain absolute satisfaction of needs, i.e. the highest good, first posits, by virtue of this objective guiding real problem, the future into which the unfulfilled momentary world drifts ever further, with intended final goal. And likewise it first posits the past into which the momentary world again and again sinks because as yet nothing manifested, resolved into manifestation, corresponds to the intended final goal or to the highest good. The highest good is itself this goal which is not yet formed, which in the tendency of the process is ultimately signified, which is the latency of the process is ultimately real possible. Thus a utopian cosmic perspective appears in the midst of the subjective and intensive existential perspective when it can be established that which is meant by the highest good, formerly called God, then the kingdom of God, and which is finally the realm of freedom, constitutes not only the purpose ideal of human history but also the metaphysical latency problem of nature. Drive and FOOD once again or subjectivity, objectivity of goods, of values, and of the highest good. 1325. But to what extent is that which is felt to be good merely felt? To what extent is it outside? It seems natural to argue that it is above all outside, among the colorful, pleasant things. that wine is just as palatable in itself as it is yellow or liquid in itself. But while it took a long time for the color of wine, the warmth of the oven and so forth to be declared mere sensory impressions, the material quality of the palatable or of the pleasant was doubted at an early stage. The naive consciousness finds it hard to accept that color, warmth, tone are supposed to exist only subjectively. But it finds it far easier to accept that good, evil, and their different variations occur only subjectively, not objectively. So that a thing can only be called good because it is desired, affirmed by the will and therefore appears as a good. The multiplicity and with it the diversity of the various affirmations undoubtedly contributed greatly to the subjectivist view. What is an ale to one man is a nightingale to another, or, as another proverb says, one that did not have to wait till the septics came along. There is no arguing about taste. Thus every so-called value judgment, at least as far as the pleasant, agreeable, and this kind of good is concerned, has long been considered subjective even in popular opinion. Which does not, of course, mean that it is considered solely as private in the completely relativistic sense of de gustibus non est disputandum. Scarcely had the sophists made man the measure of all things than the Socratic problem of the universally valid arose. Not for the pleasant, agreeable, and such like, for those still value-free affirmations of desiring about which a binding judgment can still no more be given than about a favorite dish. But there is a question of right about what is right itself, about the moral good above all, an evaluation of valuing, except that this too, in Socrates as in Kant, seeks the standard of value in man himself, in his conscientia or his general reason, not in objectively valuable objects themselves. This is one side of the probaldige, the subjective side, but inseparably connected with it, in interaction, is the objective side, which cannot be eliminated by any primacy of will. For even if a thing is called good only because it is desired, it is only desired because it is objectively desirable. Because it presents itself as palatable in wine, because something felt to be good is found precisely in this matter or in this kind of person and nowhere else. Even taste, about which subjectively there can be no arguing, becomes unanimous the moment stones instead of bread, cacatum instead of pictum are presented to it. And what is an ale to one man does not become a nightingale for another when it is a matter of the evaluation of plague bacilli or the unanimous non-good of death. Value judgments of the ethical kind have never been the same throughout different periods and societies, they have always been dependent on the changing social basis, yet precisely for this reason they have always been passed according to the common guiding image in each case, one which was typical and, in and beyond this, the main point, one which was objective in terms of content. The universally valid criterion here certainly does not lie only in the conscience or in normative reason per se, it lies in the objective matter itself. It therefore requires no Socrates or Kant in order to be found by a canon of motivating forces. Evaluation is here not only directed to a normative consciousness of itself, however clarified, but precisely to objects which give the evaluation material content. Thus material substance certainly does enter into what is felt to be good, indeed it first differentiates goods and values so that they can have a hierarchy. If the various material objects which participate efficiently in the satisfaction of needs, the formation of values, did not exist, then there would be only a single value, remaining purely in isolated subjectivity, and necessarily contentless, i.e. formal in nature. Socrates calls it virtue pure and simple, Kant calls it goodwill. There would be, as Socrates and Kant logically argue, neither a majority nor a gradation in terms of purpose content, there would be no economically, erotically, morally, aesthetically, religiously specific values, up to the final, the highest good. It is only work plus raw material and material content which produces all values. There is no production of value, especially in higher climax, by the isolated subject side without the intervening influence of value materials. However, and this gives the objective side its demarcation, objectivity definitely does not contain the valuative as a quality existing in and for itself, in the naive realistic sense. So that, as Skeeler claimed in his teachings on the nature of value, love, unnarrowed sympathy are only necessary simply to receive the ontic fullness of value of the world in itself. Contrary to this objectivist overload, it is clear that the material world is definitely capable of being the vehicle of a good, indeed the sole practice location of all goods and values, but in such a way that the greatest part of the values is only produced by human labor with raw materials, and is thus aroused in them, which means that the material world possesses its possible attribute of value solely as one of allied potential in value material. The object side provides the material for value, together with all the differentiations which the material sends into the value world, but it does not already contain the value as an object-based, finished development resting within itself. The world, especially in its values not produced by labor, in the beauty of nature, even in the depth of nature designated as mythical, contains ascertainable value quantities which certainly have not first been put into them by the subject, but these qualities, chiefly value meanings, are solely ciphers of a content which is as yet real utopian. They are not ontically pre-ordered realities to which subjectivity is assigned merely as receptive participation in stead of a common awakening. Call. For the world, even with regard to its objective value material, is no museum and as yet no cathedral, it is a process. Precisely the existing gradation of values, referring to the goal value of the highest good, is not a climax in the sense of an ultimately Thomistic hierarchy of being but solely the climax of a temporal processive goal perspective, one which is only developing man and process for itself according to value. So much here for the objective side of value experience. It is as surely present as the subjective, but equally it contains only differentiating suitability for value and the founding material for value, just as the subjective side contains the desiring and work factor for the development of this material. The two sides occur only in interaction, not in autarky of content in the former and formal volitional autarky in the latter case. And in the last instance the primacy of the will or of subjectivity is maintained for a very long time even in the objective potential of the value. All goods, right up to the highest good, where good and most universally valid value completely coincide, are referred to the will which wills them, to whose guidance, ultimately satisfaction, happiness, they are suited. The need of the will first awakens the potential of the goods and values outside the will, just as it is only work directed to the satisfaction of needs which hammers out the objective material value of the materials and subjects which have been worked. The relation to will shows most clearly in the region category which embraces the concept of goods and values in general, that of purpose. Every purpose presupposes a relation to a conscious, or at the outside an unconscious intention, and purposive action, in contrast to mechanical action, has as its cause, causa finalis, solely this intention. Human history, precisely as the history of the satisfaction of needs, is essentially pervaded with purposive actions, in such a way that only the category of purpose has a motivating and possibly also, in the form of the goal, guiding effect on the who and will. Hence precisely mechanical materialism had to 1328. Leave out human history, whereas historical materialism can be historical precisely because nothing but interests, i.e. nothing but purposes of will have a place in it. The category of purpose is so powerfully related to subject that it became a problem, indeed was denied, precisely where the historical human world ceases. This is already the case in biology and, since Galilei and Newton, in physics, and in Bacon and in Spinoza, in philosophy, the judgment of things according to values, to teleology as a whole, appears in this view as pure humanization, cf. Spinoza's Ethics, Ap. In fact, the application of the category of purpose to extra-human and even inorganic nature presupposes not only a tending propensity but again a kind of subjectivity, though as a definitely object-based determination. If this volitional core is denied, as in Spinoza, then there is logically no objective conformity with purpose, but if it is imputed to nature, then its teleology is objectively immanent. Indeed, even the suitability, evident to us every day, of most of the natural things which surround us to be bearers of human goods, values, and purposes, even this kind of appropriateness for a purpose, as distinguished from objective immanent conformity with purpose, presupposes, if not a subject of nature, then that kind of relationship in the gigantic externality of nature which allows an economic technological cultural mediation with the subjectivity of human needs. In such a way that the pronouncedly subject-based and final part of nature which is called the human world is and can be in constant practical interchange with the subject-based and final unpronounced part. As far as the well-founded hope that the latency of inorganic nature, which, like its subject, is still unpronounced, is so far from being disparate to that of the human world that it can become identical to it. Thus everywhere value points back to a desiring, together with its subjectively intended, objectively concretizable value purpose content. If a thing is given, it is always given to someone. This someone is necessary for this purpose, as one who receives and perceives that which is offered, which is there before him, lies there before him. How much more so when the given is a good, a nourishing, a pleasant, finally a universally valuable good? And how much more so when, as in this case, what is thus given must not only be taken but previously produced or at least worked. Then it is invariably preceded by human need and by human work. There is no arguing about taste, this principle had subjectivized the attribute good in receptive affation. But with the beginning of the bourgeois modern era active subjectivization also came in, through bourgeois man as homo faber. Value in its always original meaning is the extent to which an economic good is capable, or considered capable, of satisfying human needs. From this utility value and from this alone stems its social exchange value, both its immediate exchange value in simple barter and its mediated exchange value in buying and selling, expressed by the abstract medium of money in the price. But now the rise of the bourgeois economy intensified the already subjective features of this economic value quite decisively. The de-objectivization of other values accordingly followed, in stark contrast to the value theory of medieval society. This went so far that value was even completely psychologized, therefore objectively dispatched. Namely, where the consumer is the sole point of departure, here the utility value and even more the exchange value of a good are derived solely from his estimation, most sharply in the theory of marginal utility. However, if the producer is taken as the point of departure, the subjective origin of economic value admittedly remains, but it is certainly no longer psychological. Value is no estimation, but work. This definition can be called an objective, subject-based one, and at the same time it contains an accent of challenge to the formerly feudal, later bourgeois class of drones. Adam Smith had fundamentally defined the amount of labor contained in goods as their natural value. Also objective and subject-based in this manner is the completion of Smith's theory of the value of labor by Ricardo, and above all, with the crucial discovery of squeezed-out surplus value, by Marx. Value is concentrated labor, the measure of value is the working time which is necessary socially, i.e. in the socially normal conditions of production. For Marx, only human labor objectified in commodities is the power which gives the natural products which are available a value in the economic sense. Accordingly, this definition refers only to commodity value, i.e. economic exchange value, not to utility value, and Marx applied it above all to the capitalist economy, whose wealth consists of commodities. The theory of value of medieval society, without homo faber and with a relatively undeveloped exchange of goods, was therefore, significantly, almost purely objectivist. Even today we talk of the calorific value of coal, of the nutritive value of cereals, but not as if nutritive value was part of botany, or the calorific value, as opposed to the temperature of combustion, was part of mineralogy. For Thomas Aquinas, on the other hand, this utilitas is really an objective quality. God communicated it to the things in his creation with a view to its use by men. A subjective element in value consists here solely in the fixing of a price, subjective element of mere standardization in buying and selling. And this standard, too, was inscribed by God, as pretium justum, with an obligatio n, the just price is equal to the manual. 1330. Work and its costs, those incurred in the manufacture of the product. But the true value itself, the utility value, lay objectively founded in the fruits of the earth. On the subject side of value there then lay little more than its acceptance, its fruitio made possible with some skilled manual assistance. And all this in uninterrupted gradation as far as participation, no longer merely economic participation, in ever higher values, up to the divine primal source of all values, the highest value and good. This is almost purely objective world of purpose, at the same time one posited and hypostatized as so objective real that men essentially need only to receive it, not first to work for it or even merely to bring it out by their work. The latter was taken for granted by the bourgeois man of the modern period, the homo faber with productive forces unleashed ever further. Indeed the reduction to the productive element, in labor, helped and contributed towards bringing more than the exchange value, i.e. all qualities onto the subjective side. Quality as a whole was regarded as subjective, the external world independent of man was quantified as value-free. In the world of Galileo and Newton, above all of Kepler, there certainly still remains a kind of value faith in objective beauty and harmony, but there was no longer finality in this harmony, therefore no objective values ordered toward a final purpose of man and the world. Rebellions against total mechanism were not lacking, especially in Germany, which economically, socially and ideologically remained attached to the Middle Ages much longer and more deeply than Italy, France, and England. Leibniz as well as Hegel certainly structured their world picture valuatively and objectively teleologically. But characteristically in both cases only as work-world process, no longer as in the case of Thomas as a graduated display of goods or cathedral of value into which men enter like participants or receivers of presents. The change to homo faber for him himself subsequently showed two kinds of aspect onto his position in the world, a negative impoverishing and a positive enthusiastic one. And both with regard to labor which had now become conscious and to its production of value, far beyond the notion of mere exchange values. The negative aspect shows that men are given nothing free, they must first work for all goods, not even halfway finished table is laid for them. They are not alone in the world, on the contrary, precisely the production of economic goods occurs in necessary metabolism and exchange with nature, but the existence of raw materials and their suitability for processing no longer seems planned but merely a happy chance. This feeling of loneliness can intensify quite powerfully in the philosophical ramifications of a subjectivist doctrine of values, namely into a rift between human ranks of purpose and nature conceived as utterly purpose-free. Human strivings, outside their own small circle, then fall into nothingness. The effect, as Voltaire once said, is like someone shouting to a swimmer in the ocean that there is no mainland. Or as Nietzsche expressed this complete lack of connection of the world of value, in some remote comber of a universe poured forth flickering in countless solar systems there was once a planet on which clever animals invented knowledge. It was the most arrogant and fraudulent minute of world history, but it was only a minute. After a few breaths of nature the brain froze and the clever animals had to die, on truth and lies in the extramoral sense. 1873. The works and values of homo faber thus become ultimately ephemeral, no objective counterpart rescues them from the brevity and minute thinness of the day of man. However, the effect of the positive aspect of the subject-related theory of value, that which is switched to production, is quite different. Then nothing is finished and pre-ordered in ready-made packages, man himself builds his house according to his own measurements in an inhospitable world. Prometheus comes into his own, especially when, after the disappearance of God and his objective world value structure, mechanism does not remain the sole alternative. When a connection to nat UIE does remain as a happy chance, if not even as an alliance of human with natural production and goal movement, united in the same dialectical materialism. The loss of objectivity of ready-made pre-ordered values is then more than compensated for by the end of the theological hypostasis which had clogged and blocked up the whole open production and projection space before us. Value atheism thus becomes the same as value utopia, productive value utopia, especially in alliance with objective usabilities, possibilities of transformation to value. The reactions to the non-thomism of values which has emerged can therefore be liberated and liberating instead of resigned, and they have been both. Not even agnosticism together with mythological remnants prevented the courage which is relevant here when faith in production prevailed. And the Homo faber can't express this as follows, as, despite all the exertions of reason, we have only a very dark and ambiguous view of the future, as the ruler of the world and his existence and his glory can only be conjectured, not perceived, or clearly proven, but on the other hand the moral law within us, without promising or threatening us with anything as certainty, demands unselfish respect from us, but moreover, when this respect has become active and dominant, then first of all, and only then allows views into the kingdom of the supreme material but only with weak glances, so truly moral conviction which is immediately devoted to the law can come into being and the rational creature can become worthy of his share in the highest good, which is commensurate with the moral worth of his person and not merely of his actions. Therefore it is probably correct here, too, as the study of men and nature otherwise sufficiently teaches, that the inscrutable wisdom by which we exist is no less worthy of respect in that which it has denied us than in that which it has granted us. Criticter Praktisken Vemonfeet, Werke, Hartenstein, v. p. 153. Indeed, even in the work of a philosopher as anti-Jacobinical as Franz von Bader, the following consequences of value production, contra-finished, pre-ordered successful achievement, merely mingled with though not exhausted by otherworldliness, is to be found. It is a fundamental prejudice of men to believe that that which they call a future world is a thing created and completed for man, which exists without him like a built house which he only needs to enter, whereas fact that world is a building of which he himself is the builder, a building which grows only with him. Werke, 18 SI 60, 7, p. 18. These and others are the possible truths of a subjective, objective-subjective, theory of value and its ramifications. The gain is greater than the loss which results from the destruction of the objective real theory of value, one already complete, pre-ordered. Above all, because this is the hardest aspect of this loss, the unconnected ephemeralness of human sets of values belongs only to mechanical materialism and not, despite all the powers of tendency and the dialectics of nature, to dialectical materialism. Equally nothing is lost with the objectivist theory of value but the falseness of its objective real scales of value themselves, for these, right up to the supposed ens realissimum of the ens perfectissimum, are mythical hypostases, not realities. The world of objectivity, that of accustomed objectificatione and becomeness, contains no angelic host of elaborated real values. Thomas himself in this connection has to admit, res nobili ors in ment quam in se ipsis. Asterisk. And the hierarchy of values which by virtue of its relation to the highest good is unquestionable certainly does not coincide with the completed graduated structure in which man, if only he climbs willingly, thought he found all his ideals as realities. This is just as much irretrievably dead and gone as it never existed in objective reality. The graduated structure is found only in objective utopia, in processive propensity. What the world contains is and remains for the time being allied potential in value material, no more, but no less either. It contains the material, the time and the space to work on this material, to express and to naturalize man through it, to mediate nature with human history and to humanize nature through it. The world contains so much more than the completed real value statics which medieval society reflected from within itself into nature and into a mythological supernature. Instead of this standstill, the value material of the world contains its tendency, one which is alliable with human labor and not yet thwarted, to express itself, to bring out the latency of its core content. Just as according to Marx not only must the thought push through to reality but reality to the thought if a plan is to succeed, so every formation of value is dependent on the tendency latency in its material, and equally this tendency latency, instead of dead mechanism but also instead of hypostatized value gods, is present in world material. The end of latency in the most positive possible sense is the highest good, and it would not be the highest good if, in its highest subjectivity, it did not also contain highest object-basedness in SPE within it, both as kingdomliness and as complete materiality. Only in this is it concrete, only in this can the desideratum find the absolute of its intending and cease with it, only in this does subjectivity, which always has the unfulfilled that as ground and content, gain the tangibility of its content. The being there of the highest good is such an essential part of it that it can never be the highest good in mere inwardness but always also in uttered, objectively achieved externality. And as such of course then to disappear with its liberated subject, just as subjectivity disappears with the unalienated object, the subjective as well as the objective theory of value, like the entire still separated subject-object relatio n, ceases in the highest moment of the highest good. Therefore in consequence, the world material of the best, this only true feature of objective value theory, is the utopian jatant matter of THE discovered world subject. The location of the highest good itself, however, even during its intention, unless this is distracted or falls for the inadequate, always remains close at hand, in the moment as the core in which subjectivity and objectivity, in an interpenetration sealed on both sides, are united in an undeveloped way just as, in the real possible highest good, they could become identical when developed through each other. Therefore, all values already have their climax in the fact that as they become more central the distance in them between subjectivity and objectivity disappears. The hope of the highest value or of the highest good, this last conceivable border ideal, contains both self and world, in a manner which points the utopian way for all other goods, trained and balanced against one another. The day of the nunc, the presence of the present, is therefore essentially just as much the world as question and the immanent, human sequent as answer as it is man as question and the immanent, world content as answer. 1334. Which all concerns the revealed face or humanum, indeed makes this conceivable as the last potential to value among all external suitabilities. Hovering and severity with reference to the highest good, evening wind, statue of Buddha, figure of the kingdom. There is a pull inwards which remains open for a very long time. If everything outside becomes bad, the person who believes he perceives this does not after all consider himself bad. On the contrary, he will think he is the only right one, perhaps, if he is not all too self-righteous, with a few friends as well. Thus the inside seems to be a place in which valuable existence survives more easily or longer than in the outside which is as obdurate as it is susceptible. If it is storming outside the window, literally or figuratively, then not only the room but also the so-called heart is a good container for warmth. It is also particularly true that the beautiful soul is beautiful only in itself, its adornment gleams in and consists of this self-cultivation. But however much the heart and other feelings offer themselves for retreat and refuge, the value cannot and will not remain in it. For even when its simple, will-less feeling is not inclined to or capable of changing things, it still thinks it is surpassing, shining over them, and this kind of thing does not remain inward. However much a soul may be despondent or hopeful in itself, even poetically it is not alone, for outside it definitely finds March or November. Even one harder forms of its dream it does not find itself alone with itself and its kind, outside man, beside atmospheric hovering, there is enough strict feature, indeed form, which draws attention to the valuable. And even in the so-called dead, in what is distant from men, often even more, i.e. more sublimely than in living forms. Only because outside, too, something important in terms of value is circulating, something suitable for and itself capable of this, could the value-addicted person, instead of merely sighing or existing within himself, also speak in veiled manner or through severe gestures of a crystalline kind. He can express himself, and the last thing in which he does this takes place not only from his own formed material but also from that which is itself already outside, which he grips, which grips him. What is valuable wants to be consumed, and only the best stills hunger completely. but the outside helps and cooperates towards this best, gives it the image, the flowing as well as the material image. Now precisely the ultimately intended thing presents itself both as hovering and as severe. It can and must be hovering because it is as yet present nowhere but in the material of the question. But it can and must also be the hardest, because the question and its premonition is relentlessly directed to the one thing needful. If that which is hovering is neglected, then hardness is betrayed, for this is not yet decided, it still needs the searching though severely aiming question. But if the absolutely asserted, the steel hard in the yes of the good essence is neglected, then it is doubly betrayed, for permanence, unity, final purpose are not wind, but number, measure, weight. But they are, rebus sic fluentibus, present only in undecided form or, in the wafting state of the enigma. Here the state of metaphysical hovering dwells, it is based on a fusion, but responsible and therefore concerned concerning a fusion. The forms of this effusion are poetic, not only as self-centered statements, with formed feeling or with feeling is all, but equally as objectively exact, with exactly stated enigmatic utterance deep in the object. The route between man and world, especially evening world, is one on which both sides, man and world, walk towards each other, and it shudders with remote whispering. Most precisely in the work of Kierkegaard, the philosopher of existence, but not only of Mann's existence. He gave the following unforgettable example of the hovering of a last thing in the inside as well as the outside, and the farewell of the evening to the day and to him who has lived the day is an enigmatic utterance. Its reminder is like a solicitous mother's warning to her child to come home on time, but its invitation, even if the farewell is not to blame for such a misunderstanding, is an inexplicable hint, as if peace could be found only by remaining outside in the nocturnal meeting, not with a woman but femininely with the infinite, won over by the night wind when it repeats itself monotonously, when it searches through woods and meadows and sighs as if seeking something, won over by the distant resonance of stillness in itself, as if the stillness sensed something, won over by the sublime peace of the sky, as if this were found, won over by the audible soundlessness of the dew, as if this were the explanation and the refreshment of the infinite, which resembles the fruitfulness of a still night and is only half understood like the half-transparency of night mist. With these strange words a field of final frontier is entered, dawning most precisely like its object. The enigmatic utterance of the evening is the enigmatic utterance of the something which the wind is seeking, the something which stillness senses, which fills the sublime peace of the sky, as if it were found. It is the something of the infinite which, in this something, as a thing in and for itself, equally ceases to be infinite, i.e. becomes homeland. Hence the reminder, which is here a mindfulness, hence the comparison of this mindfulness with the solicitous mother's warning to her child to come home on time. In Kierkegaard's words there is the complete understanding of something only half understood, as well as the half-transparency of the night mist in which the superfluous fades, a thing in and for itself whispers and smokes. This therefore is the nature, the best nature, of the hovering which is relevant here and metaphysically assigned to the highest good, and as it were feminine meeting with the infinite, with that which is coming home. And it is clear from the example itself which Kierkegaard has chosen, that which is called an enigmatic utterance, precisely because it remains in the thick of existing, goes out of the mere inwardness of the self-locatedness. It therefore discovers the object-based, night wind, night mist, peace of the sky, as existential and man as not alone in his environment, however inhuman. If with his anxiety, his sickness unto death, his longing for value and salvation, he had merely become trapped in a universe utterly disparate to these things, if there did not exist in it the same root of immediate existence to which he is himself attached, which he himself is, then the absolutely representative evening experience noted by Kierkegaard would be impossible, both with its hovering which encounters itself outside and with the content of hovering, which does not remain inwardness. Anima mea, this birth and refuge of existence conscious of itself, also lives at the hearth of the object, there, too, its infinite is together with the finite. Whenever it moves towards this kind of self-encounter, knowing oneself to be in existence ceases to remain inwardness and the outside world ceases to appear unfriendly, inhospitable, and unmediatable towards our dawning matter of value. If in the inward there is also a universe, indeed the only one in which a man could be at home, there is also an inward in the universe, and these correlative terms, inside-outside, subject-object, already begin to lose their distanced meaning in grasped metaphysical hovering, not only in the mythical expanse of the flash of light or the moment. The language of knowing oneself to be in existence, with regard to the lost or precisely newly sensed fundamental value, is always poetic in moral and aesthetic as well as religious attainment of self, exploration of self, but it is poetry going beyond the edges of subjectivity, is the maintaining of existence, the affirming of existence with a landscape. It is this external landscape itself in which existing finds evidences of itself, in which it may find aptness for ciphers of the sought for final meaning and value. Man came into the world no differently from the things around him, the same dark that processes in 1337. Each case. Hence the hovering towards the last thing is answered outside, atmospherically, as is fitting here, but with the solicitous warning to come home on time. It is the same warning, referring to the same thing, which appears in severe instead of hovering for m. Before it the breath of air passes, and hovering, although conscientiously effective, withdraws here. In other words, that longing withdraws which still characterizes feeling is all and its way home. The drive-like, the wafting, and the lively quality also depart, as they depart from an artificial hard final image in Stephen George, my garden needs neither warmth nor air, the garden that I have myself contrived, and the flocks of lifeless birds resting there have never seen a spring arrive. Longing and its life have to withdraw here, for together with it the idea of the highest value, i.e. of total fulfillment, cannot exist. What Schopenhauer, the metaphysician of fundamental disappointment, so fundamentally wrongly asserts of the will per se, indeed of the absolute, in fact applies only to lower and middle range value goals, the same appears in human strivings and wishes, which always beguile us with their fulfillment as the final goal of wanting, but once they are attained they no longer resemble themselves and are therefore soon forgotten, antiquated and actually always, though this may not be admitted, laid aside as vanished illusions, happy enough if something still remains to be wished and striven for, so that the game of constant transition from wish to satisfaction and from satisfaction to a new wish, the rapid movement of which means happiness, the slow movement suffering, is kept up and does not fall into that slackening which manifests itself as terrible, life-numbing boredom, dull longing without a definite object, deadening languor, Werke, Griesbach, p. 229. But nothing can be more alien to severe goal formation or to the means purposes precisely related to it than this longing without end. In the landscape of the highest good there is no disappointment through attainment, there is no problem of the Egyptian Helen here. It is precisely the criterion of the highest good and of the means purposes on its precise path that the magic of the Trojan Helen and of the utopia directed to her is destroyed only if it is outdone on attainment, indeed on approaching. No atmosphere competes any longer, no fiery streak of air, no idol bearing the banner, it was better in the dream. But of course, corresponding to the mere presentiment of the highest moment, indeed to the fragmentary even in the chorus mysticus, even here the hovering only withdraws, does not disappear completely, for summum bonum even in its severest form is first present only as a question, as a cipher dawning towards its solution. Not as the solution itself. With regard to the thing which nothing else can beat there is a plastic mode as well as a poetic one, a figure of metaphysical hardness as well as a state of metaphysical hovering, the former, being of the san, unarrived content, is a cloakedness which is no less utopian, though it is formed. Just as the warning to come home in Kierkegaard describes and does not lose the fixed point in what is wafting, so conversely the truly attempted figures of perfection never lack the half-transparency of night mist in which Kierkegaard's concluding countenance so objectively veils itself. The utopian archetype of the positively definitive acts in all its forms which have appeared historically as a mystery, in it, hovering becomes manifest sealedness. All signs of this kind share in George's situationless garden, and even more so, less preciously, and more truly, in this image of winter arranged by the later Hölderlin. The rivers are like plains, the wildness of shape seems more diffused, the mildness of life continues, the city's expanse appears espsili finagai 11 st the unmeasured distance. But the depth of cities appears especially fine against closely measured infinity, for reasons connected with the civilization of repose. It was not Europe but the Orient which first developed the seals of an optimum intended here. Europe, with its varied signatum art, culminating in the attempted signature of highest quality, merely imitated the Orient. Fundamental signs of this kind are found in Babylon, as the star, in Egypt, as the triangle, but the most powerful geometrical human form of this intended optimum is unmistakably that of the Buddha figure. It should be noted that this is mentioned here as itself merely intending, as a mere attempt, but as an especially clear one. For the case of this figure shows, in exemplary and instructive fashion, how precisely the image of repose of something which has turned out well sought to geometricize itself in human form in a seal. All the more vividly as the image of Buddha, more than any other, was also conceived as that by which man was to approach and to form himself towards the Indian version of the highest good. This highest good is of course here solely nirvana, i.e. that bliss hypostatized into itself in which neither subject nor object, neither bearer nor born exist, but despite this subject-objectlessness and because of it nirvana borders on the kingdom where subject and object are cancelled out only because they interpenetrate without intervals between them. In the smile of Buddha as well as in the lines of initiation of his statue there is therefore, even from this side, something much more than the hollow space geometry of an eliminated cosmos. Cf. Volume 3, p. 1255. There is the negative expression of the most highly intended positivum in it. The Buddha symbol thus itself appears negatively. 1339. But within this assertively and absolutely consolingly, a figure of the most extreme repose entrance to the highest good. With the yoga position as model, to the yogi the image of gods is an instrument, yantra, by which unity between God and man is created. Thus there are not only human-like yantras but above all richly geometric and linear ones, in the form of diagrams which are intended to symbolize conditions in heaven. Devachan. Buddha was not a yogi, he rejected the yoga technique. The Hitaira can follow his path as well as the penitent, but the Buddha statue, the earliest of which appeared only in the 1st century B.C., took up the yantra unity. Hence therefore the severity in highest mildness, a severity which contrasts so significantly with the statues of gods of the Brahmanic religion which appear at the same time, and with the three-headed and four-armed Shivas which gained ground again in the 2nd century A.D. Even more so with the overflowing organic Vishnu and Shiva temples of the late Indian era, when all the convoluted confusions of Hinduistically renewed legends of gods proliferated in plastic form too. Temple of Mathura. The statue of Buddha in contrast stands another world, so penetrating, so much concentration on the one thing necessary that its repose initially communicated itself to Hindu art as well, for example in its greatest monument, the three-headed Shiva in the rock temple of Elephanta. Not until the 2nd century AD. The Buddha temple of Mathura was the symbol of repose of the perfected one executed in its classical primal form, and it was only in the art of the Gupta Empire, from the 4th to the 6th century AD, that the primal form was drawn as completely closed in triangle and circle. This figure of a summum bonum interpreted in Indian terms occurs in a double form, depending on whether the Indian perfectedness still faces men or dwells in itself. When facing men, Buddha is the teacher, standing, in a frontal position, his right hand raised in the seal of protection. This gesture means, fear not. But when dwelling within himself Buddha is transported, in the form of the most difficult ecstasy, of apathetic ecstasy. The seated figure is set in a triangle, its arms form another two triangles around the body, and level with the solar plexus. Its two hands rest flat in one another. In the seal of teaching, this gesture means that in the illuminated one the wheel of teaching revolves around itself. This is the Buddha figure, or the Indian seal of fulfillment of the final wish, to wish no more. It is not surprising that this most manifest cipher of salvation, though still abstract salvation, is located at the dialectical breaking point of exodus and entrance, of decay and significance. The truly metaphysical severity codifies ascent, not becomeness. Therefore, 1340. Every cipher contains the ultimatum of dawning, not only towards the side of coming up but also towards the side of the passing of what is habitual and fixed. Hence what was said in reference to music, the requiem is the mystery landscape of the highest good, also applies to the powerful welcome and farewell which the Buddha figure, like every attempted final figure, represents. But Buddha, despite subjectless nirvana, has an advantage over other attempted final figures because, in the nothing of his all, he does not posit te perfectissimum as already existent, as present in essence, though behind the appearance. Like the essence in the Star of Babylon, in the Triangle of Egypt, but partly even in the ornaments of truly final significance which the religions of the Exodus and the Kingdom, Judaism and Christianity, have undertaken to posit in hypostatized real form. The hypostatized real here was the damage inflicted on hope by a faith flzat on a supernatural world. However, that which was figured metaphysically in this way, which may now at last be recalled, affected in its contents, as biblically intended, the highest human life form, in utopianized habitation, and not formless bliss of drifting. Two of these biblical final figures gave to the highest good at the same time its most mysterious expression, the divine chariot, Merkabah, and the heavenly Jerusalem. The vision of the chariot occurs in Ezekiel, in an archaic composite of animals, cherubim, wheels, and the Son of Man, Ezekiel I.S. 2.8, IO, 9-22. But this wild vision, reminiscent of the hybrid figures of Babylon and also of ancient Indian fantasy, became the basis of the H.ist figure magic to which Judaism could bring itself. For Judaism, Merkabah signified not only the chariot by which men can ascend to the divine habitations but also the symbolic figure of these habitations themselves. A group of Kabbalistic texts, Hikalath, written in the first centuries after Christ, deals exclusively with the chariot. It was said to represent the form of the final space, inhabited throughout only by the essence. Merkabah mysticism as that of the Omega thus challenged the position of Bereshith mysticism, or the mysticism of the beginning, of the mere alpha of creation. Merkabah, of course, did not get beyond esoteric circles, beyond superstitious sophistry and inaccessible concern at the same time. The figure of the heavenly Jerusalem certainly did get beyond this, actually symbolizing for millions the holiest space. As will be recalled, it provided, together with the Temple of Solomon, an architectural model of imitation, as it were a model for the Christian yoga position of the stones. The squares of this figure were, in a reverse squaring of the circle, transformed into a circle again, hence the definition which extends to Eckhart and Cusanus, Deus est sphera. 1341. Intelligibilis, quae centrum ubique, circumferentia nusquam. Asterisk in the figure of the heavenly Jerusalem the hypostatized real also decreased, even more than in the case of the chariot. The index of being of this figure became increasingly utopian. And at the same time its formation was to go beyond the destruction of the existing world to the daybreak of a new one in its place, with baptized astral traces surrounding sheer community. A crystal made of soul is conceived in this last attempted figure of the highest good, but in such a way that anima mea is likewise completely expressed and coincides with the content of a transfigured nature. Here the non-atmospheric severity culminates, in view of the highest figure, and it must be essentially figure, not atmosphere, for the positive ultimum is intended as situationlessness, without storms and clouds. As it is not yet there, a lot stirs around the ultimately intended thing. Not only the end ferments or shines ahead, even on the way witnesses move about. Feeling and severity discern a wealth of outer states and forms, which are, because they signify the valuative, or at least harmonize curiously with what lives on this in man. Here of all places not everything can be put down to empathy or interpretation of a subjective, therefore arbitrary kind. On the contrary, poetic and plastic utility values of this kind prove in each case and particularly inevitably to be materially co-determined. Never yet has a May morning, however gloomy the mood of the person experiencing it, given rise to sad feelings, it appears quite objectively as cheerful. So that even with the most unbridled imagination the poetry of the night wind cannot be confused with that of the morning gleam, nor the cipher of the mountain top with that of the moor. The more irrefutable and objectively unmistakable such empathy and interpretation is, the more surely it is objectively well-founded. This kind of feeling of nature has in vain been completely subjectivized or diffused into mere beauty, especially in the meaning of illusion which the last century gave to this term. The question cannot be dismissed: what is objectively qualitatively in an autumn evening, what qualities are at work in the seasons, in their landscapes, in the air, enlivening look of spring? What communicates itself in the aura which the heath, the high forest, the high mountains and the sea, in such an unmistakable yet materially different way, have around them, or which, different right down to the smallest detail, surrounds an abandoned house, a rainy night in an industrial area, the emeralds and turquoises of the surge of a southern sea, tropical light. The Mechap.Eichel theory of nature has discarded colors and even more so aura from their world, but they survive in the huge sector of the world which does not consist only of quantitative relations or beginnings. Even in the highly mechanistic business of the natural sciences, at least geography and to some extent geology have retained color, warmth, qualitative natural forms. Correspondingly these sciences were therefore debt to landscape painting, most clearly in the case of Alexander von Humboldt. And correspondingly, consciously qualitative valuative natural philosophy such as that of Goethe, Schelling, Hegel entered most closely into their kind of nature through colors, minds, crystalline forms. Into a nature which seemed to be partly overspread by objective melancholy, as if from a misfortune because of which it was there, and it seemed to be partly overspread by objective expectation, towards a solution and transfiguration, just as in this nature the gold tree was to grow in the inside of the mountain and light was to rise up from gravity. It was this romantic value nature of which Schelling said that it was the first or Old Testament in which things are still outside the center and therefore under the law but also that it was an older revelation than any written one, containing models which no man has yet deciphered, whereas those of the written ones have long since been give up. Tibidra fulfillment and interpretation, Werke VIP, p. 411, 415. And only this cloaked gallery of values, richly referring to the ultimate made possible, apart from the beauty of nature, the astonishing element in nature mythology, before which the religious self for so long stood rapt. Certainly, the religious animation of nature in particular was filled over and over again with sheer anthropomorphisms, far more than perceptions of the beauty of nature were, but just as the beauty of nature is not mere illusion, so that which is termed nature mythology is not everywhere one air superstition. When nature mythology believed that in storm night, thunderstorm, spring, and constellations, seen from the earth, it perceived eruptions or orders which were irrefutably supposed to operate outside the mechanical sector. As we have seen, precisely this interweaving of natural and of qualitative valuative categories turned out to be purely mythical, all too mythical in the case of Mani, in the nature mythology of good evil, light night, but even the organic universe in Leonardo, the musical universe in Kepler, the light intoxicated one in Goethe, is inconceivable without the survival of nature mythology. Musical for spirits airs, /newly born the day appears. Rocky portals boom and shatter Phoebus wheels roll and clatter / What a din the light then brings, no one hears unheard of things, *4. Goethe, Aurora here opens the gateway of the east, a symbol of the birth of light per se and not merely a retinal phenomenon resulting from the fact that the lower layer of air allows only red rays to pass through. For these verses by Goethe and the glance in them, the mere subjective retinal phenomenon, with nothing but quantum outside itself, is not sufficient, and likewise it is not enough for Shakespeare's inevitably compelling harmony between actions and landscapes. How else would the so strikingly attuned essence of nature around his characters be possible, the summer night around Romeo, the stormy heath around Lear, the north wind and winter around Hamlet, all the atmospheric nimbus and the specific locality, corresponding precisely here to the quality of characters and actions. To rule out any misunderstanding, the quantitative basis in physical processes is unaffected by all this, but it does not of course constitute the whole of nature, as qualitatively experienced, precisely also as aesthetically and qualitatively graspable. Least of all is the materialist interpretation abandoned when the mechanical quantitative is recognized in its limitations or even in its merely partial sector, for to no dialectical materialist depiction is the shift to qualities alien. Not even when these qualities do not break off physically but even in their aesthetic reflection call for an explanation, with their own potential for value quality even here. Which is why Goethe, in the context of nature as always and without any dualism whatever, makes and indicates the following connection, although for my part I am quite strongly attached to the theory of Lukatius and include all my pretensions. In the circle of life, it always greatly delights and refreshes me to see that all motherly nature, for tender souls, causes softer sounds and echoes to resound gently in the undulations of its harmonies and thus in so many ways grants infinite man a feeling of fellowship with the eternal and the infinite. Letter TOF. Stolberg, 2. February 1789. From which it becomes clear in the most innocent way that those artists who can be called landscape humanists do not therefore have to be subjective idealistic or non-committally anthropomorphizing but can be and often are more objective concrete than all mere quantum in matters of nature, with pars pro toto. The hugely bubbling world retort demands to be known by its fruits too, and in the quantitative age the art of nature kept its conscience. And furthermore, the background, one which is not only to be unmasked but also in important points to be unveiled and corrected, remains that which was once so over-imbued with soul but at the same time kept meaningful in nature mythologies. It is therefore not surprising that Christianity adopted, namely baptized, or at least rebaptized, determinations of nature mythology. They form the basis of all its religious feasts. This despite 1344. The Christian war against the idolization of nature, this war, one against the old eon and for the new, saw in nature tendencies and elements of a transfigured comrade, therefore a confederate. Thus Augustine taught almost a formed premonition of salvation in the shapes of nature, especially in the beautiful ones, ut. Pro eo quod nasi non possunt, quasi inodicere velvidiantur, de civdei 11, 27. Schopenhauer took up this theory in his philosophy of art. Wagner's Good Friday Theatre magic is based on it, but church feasts as a whole even before Augustine were so placed a 11d held as if nature were unconsciously joining in the celebration. As for example the feast of St. John on the shortest night, or the full paradox of Christmas on the longest night, at midnight the new sun rises. Although with Christ an unnatural beginning of light was supposed to be intended, one which stands in the way of the course of the world, which in Chesterton's fine phrase gives the suddenly pealing midnight bells a sound like the thunder of cannon after a battle just won, nonetheless Christmas was always experienced in connection with external nature, with its spark of light in outer darkness, as homeliness in the landscape itself. Until the age when large towns brought nature out of the field of vision, Advent, which precedes Christmas, was always understood as part of the natural cycle, and the cave of Bethlehem lay just as much under the old earth, as its explosive space, as it lay in a new world, as its birth space. Here belongs the star which stood still over the stable of the cave, indeed which symbolizes the new sun in whose sign the Christ of Easter rises up. For even the feast of Easter was celebrated in the midst of nature towards a different nature, Thus it turned out to be a curiously double spring festival, a transparent one in which again and again nature seemed fitted for transparency. The winter grave breaks open, and the withered and frozen world experiences that resurrection which in pagan myth is presided over by the vegetation god and in Christian myth by the victorious Jesus, completely in nature but no longer in the cycle of the old nature. Ancient Christendom celebrated not only Easter Sunday in this way but also, in an Advent vigil of a peculiar kind, the preceding Easter night, the coming of Christ for judgment was expected on this night. So although in the Christian Easter a different aurora was welcomed than that of the spring sun, it was equally one which could make use of the external signs of nature as if they were themselves symbolic. Christianity, with the pathos and the escape of anima mea, remained inexorable towards all astral myth. As towards genuine paganism, yet nonetheless it included such concordances. By no means only as a compromise, the feast of Christmas in particular came into being very late, with no connection to Near Eastern cults of the sun. It was first celebrated in Rome in the 4th century, but a movement and a latency in nature sought to express themselves here, into which the Christian calendar enters, to which, far outbidding and eschatological, it attaches itself. All this, however, is only possible because storm, winter night, aurora, times of day, seasons, forms of landscape, present real utopian ciphers, so that mythology and Christianity saw themselves obliged to decipher nature, humanistically, now with man as empathy but also with man as the key. But these ciphers, too, all have those of a summum bonum at their head. In the beauty of nature it ordered what in each case were its most beautiful images. In nature mythology it was ultimately transcribed as the new, secret sun of the mysteries, at midnight in its brightest gleam. Here is the function of a new, a material theory of signs, namely at last to do critically adequate justice to the available meanings and attempted readings, in a dialectical material process the welling of which precisely brings out the quality ciphers of that which is itself welling. Though what is perhaps to be interpreted in this is so little revealed to itself that its solution, far from being present or complete in a hinterworld or supernatural world, has as its time only the future, as its form only the real cipher, as its degree of reality only latency. But there are hints in the beauty of nature, the sublimity of nature, the mythology of nature, in the landscape of feasts, and all these witnesses and signs likewise converge in the direction towards a final figure. The searching for witnesses along the way is equally not limited to merely felt trace. Not to the hovering aspect of the landscape, not to the corresponding état d'âme of the feast and its nature-based time. But here too severity is answered outside, exactly as if the scene of nature itself were written on with engraved signs, none of which can help displaying and preforming human features and faces on the soil of the world. These signs occur as particularly laconic images, and in such a way that every one of these images of things signifies itself and something else in its own line of extension. That which is signified in the line of extension lies metaphorically, allegorically, above all symbolically in Ma's own line of extension. Its place is at the dialectical surface of decay of things, i.e. where they become as it were forms of departure from themselves. At this breaking point the metaphor already dwells, or rather that which in such a curious way makes possible the equation of a mental or social fact with a concrete fact. Here in particular allegory expressly dwells, insofar as it provides a symbol for a meaning, above all a meaning which is comprehensibly discerned and is yet surrounded by edges of significance. And even symbolism, which in contrast to ambiguous allegory quite unequivocally indicates a real cloakedness of the object, is located in the dialectical openness of things, for on these edges of significance lives the founding element of all real symbolism, latency. And unity, for allegories as well as for symbols, consists in the fact that objective utopian archetypes are at work in both, as the true real ciphers in both. This was formulated as follows in the AF Foundation, cf. Volume I, p. 164f. Archetypes of this type are not at all formed merely out of human material, neither out of the archaic, nor out of later history, but rather they demonstrate a bit of the double inscription of nature itself, a kind of real cipher or real symbol. A real symbol is one where the thing signified is still disguised from itself, in the real object, and not just for the human apprehension of that thing, for example. It is therefore an expression for that which has not yet become manifest in the object itself, but rather is signified in the object and through the object. The human picture of the symbol is only a representative depiction of this. Lines of movement, fire, lightning, sound, figure and so on, forms of well-defined objects, palm shape, cat shape, human face, Egyptian crystal style, Gothic forest style and so on, indicate these real ciphers. A sharply delineated part of the world thus appears as a symbol group of an object-based kind whose mathematics and philosophy are still both equally undeveloped. A panel of real symbols would therefore be one of marked severity, with nothing but characters, insofar as they have developed within the dialectical process, experiment of utterance and shaping. They are therefore not attainable by a mechanical leveling world picture but share their material with that of the concerned striking feeling for nature, of qualitative valuative mediation with nature as a whole. The objective categories or forms of existence in turn appear in this panel as what in the Pythagoreanism of the Renaissance, not yet reduced to quantities and not yet omitting definitions of quality, was known as signatures. In their multiplicity they are mere evidence forms from on the way, and as such they are utterly immersed in the dialectical process of which in each case they figure the gaining of self in existence. But as these real symbols describe, in a far more binding, far more corrected way than the hints in natural beauty, nature mythology, the nature of Christian feasts and other such chimings, the gain of the matter itself in each case, describe it in a way that can be noted, they also refer far more. 1347. Inexorably to the positive ultimum and to its fermenting latent form. At the end of such signatures, therefore, there again stands that which is truly most concentratedly indicated by the highest real symbols, such as the figure of kingdom. But also the entire world multiplicity of real symbols points to such an Ithaca, in it the incognito of the voyager and also that of the goal ends. Number and cipher of qualities, meaning of the highest good in nature. Nature in its beautiful forms speaks to us figuratively, and the gift of interpreting its cipher script is accorded to us in our moral feeling. Kant. What is measurable does not therefore cease to be full of sound. The mere outline, precisely this, may have it, for example that of the female body. Every map, with its river dash, mountain dash, and especially coastlines, conveys a life of its own, carpet-like, abstract, seen from above. The carpet itself expresses nothing but fiery abbreviations, oriental runes into which its flowers, animals, places, paths have transformed themselves. And for the first time in a long time expressionist, cubist, then surrealist experiments in painting made clear what disillusioned outlines are about, what it means to see the world as a rebus and to recognize it again in this form, not naturalistically. Interlags and pencils of rays, curves, and layered applications of color brought to light a different, more qualified space than that of real experience. Bit by bit the everyday context was disturbed, and everything, with its cooperation, had a pictorially or physiognomically revealing word put into its outline or into its mouth. This happened precisely where so-called abstract painting did not degenerate into an absolutely objectless play of forms but reduced or abbreviated things to ground line S. And it is not as if this figural essence is confined to Picasso's expressionism or to the geometrical Cézanne, with his conscientious measurement and weight, from which it was directly derived. Its closer location is, rightly, the ne-Pythagorean, ne-Platonic belief in figures in the Renaissance. This was naive in Raphael, sentimental in Dürer. The world is full of figure, as Dürer says, or as Vasari puts it in theoretical terms, depiction draws from many things a universal judgment, giudizio universale, like a form or idea of all things in nature, which is absolutely regular in its proportions. This is why depiction, not only in human and animal bodies but also in plants, paintings, and sculptures, recognizes the proportion of the whole to its parts and the proportion of the parts to one another and to the whole. Cf. Panofsky, Idea, 1924, p. 33. This proportion, however, was regarded not only as formal in the modern, all too often purely formalistic sense but as formal in the older Aristotelian scholastic sense. It was therefore regarded as substantial in terms of content, and at the same time as valuative per esse. The figure which is well balanced in itself and yet significantly humane, called consinitas in Alberti, divina proportio in Pacoli, was regarded as an ethical model throughout the Renaissance, one derived from the revived Pythagoras. It is scarcely necessary to mention that without the emergent bourgeoisie's interest in calculation even Pythagoras would not have been revived, but over and above this the belief in a writing of nature in numbers and figures, continued to have an astonishing, instructive effect. It is the belief which liberates the same mathematical natural science which later, by rejection of all qualities, scientifically killed it. Nonetheless, one almost seems to be hearing a piece of Cézanne and even, in the depths, of the late, Pythagorizing Plato, when Galilei signs the field of his investigations thus: the true book of philosophy is the book of nature, which always lies open before our eyes. But it is written in different letters from those of the alphabet. These letters are triangles, squares, circles, spheres, cones, pyramids and other geometrical figures. Nor have these figures quite lost a qualitative character in Galilei, one which is fully alive in those German philosophers of the Renaissance who sought to or were able to give not calculation but naturalistic physiognomy their own contribution. Paracelsus sought nothing but form analogous ciphers in plants and metals, especially in curative ones. On a larger scale he called this the art signata. This is the art which confers on things and above all on the specificity of their forms not in different names but such as express their nature and at the same time the corresponding, hostile or concordant, relation of these natures to one another, above all to that of man and of his parts. With the idea of correspondence or concordance of signatures a different, very ancient motif entered this theory, that of the sympathetic connection of natures, mediated by the last child of the astral myths, astrology. W hat in earth is iron, says Paracelsus in the book of Paramirum, is in man Gaul, in the heavens Mars. Such astrological correspondence here gave the thing archetypes their connection, from top to bottom, from bottom to top throughout the cosmos, or rather the ground for their analogy which was assumed to be object-based. But equally every nature retains its independence as that of its signature, which in Paracelsus indicates. 1349. The morphological aspect now of the species, now of the individual character. Jacob Boehme, in many respects his disciple, writes precisely of such marked features in the book De Signatura Rerum, and there is no thing in nature which is created that does not also reveal its inner form outwardly. As we know from the power and shaping of this world how the essence reveals itself in bodying forth in a metaphor, as we know and see such things from stars and elements as well as creatures, trees, and herbs. These objective signatures were supposed to be imprinted most closely in Hebrew characters, as the oldest, but also in the then undeciphered, or completely fantastically interpreted, Egyptian hieroglyphs. Sometimes Chinese script, made known by the Jesuits, also lent itself to such speculations, all the more easily because it was itself celebrated there and then by Chinese mystics as a sign of essence, not only as a thing or thing complex sign. From Chinese characters, the understanding of which significantly does not presuppose any knowledge of the Chinese language, a direct transition occurred to Tao painting, so that it was not at all remote from the meaning of the theory of signatures when this painting was praised by Yang Chu, the mystic, as the blossom land of characters in which essences are expressed. It is known that even Leibniz, in pursuance of his plan for a Characteristica Universalis, wanted to study the Chinese script from this point of view in terms of its sign art. Returning to Paracelsus and Boehme, around their theory of signatures stands the most artificial voluminous of all, with the direct Pythagorean traditio n, developed I in the Jewish Middle Ages, and it came down to the Renaissance through Ryuklin. It is the theory of signatures of the Kabbalah, expressed in Hebrew characters and the numerical values corresponding to them. Characters and forms of nature, especially those named in the Bible, are connected with one another here in creation, just as the forms of the characters designate the inner forces of the thinking spirit, so the forms of nature are supposed to proclaim the hidden forces of the Creator. Hence the Kabbalistic teaching, Bina, divine intellect, in which are inscribed the ways of the characters, the form of all particulars and genera, the form of every herb and so also of the minerals, and the ways of these images are contained in the three characters of the holy name, cf. Molitor, Philosophie der Geschichte oder über Tradition, 2, 1834, p. 249. This of course passed out of its Pythagorean emanation essence into both wild and pedantic numerical and letter mysticism, but always, even here, Pythagoras is behind it. For it was his school which first understood numbers both in numerical quantitative terms, as units for counting, and above all in qualitative valuative terms. On the qualitative side, numbers were pronounced to be 1350. Values or non-values depending on whether they were odd or even, to the odd numbers corresponded the limited, the one, the right, the male, the light, the good, and to the even numbers the unlimited, the many, the left, the female, the darkness, the evil. And it was only in the modern era that the rift or schism began which, since Kepler at the latest, has opened between the two sides of Pythagoreanism. Between the quantitative side, on which mathematics proper, which has since been strictly scientific, developed, and the figural qualitative, symbolic side on which so-called holy mathematics was supposed to dwell. The latter had grown on a different social foundation than that which ultimately was interested solely in methods of calculation and the quality-less world corresponding to it. And holy mathematics had ultimately attached itself. A use to which it had certainly not seemed predestined in its Pythagorean beginning, in number mystical terms to an ever more superstitious world of spirit, to real hypostases of mere charade and not only, as formerly, of form ideas. Nor had the program of an individuated and qualitative theory of figures, or even a morphology of marked forms which develop as they live, come anywhere near becoming legal in its own mathesis. The number and figure quale, this other side of Pythagoreanism, has remained only as a memory or an uncomprehended field. As a field on which poetically, at best poetically, the metaphors, allegories and symbols stand, as well as the emblems of meaning in the use of which Baroque drama so excelled, cf. W. Benjamin, Ursprung des deutschen Trauerspiels, 1928, p. ISSFF. Tieck, in his fairytale The Rune Mountain, describes yet another kind of mathesis of murmuring inorganic nature, as a tablet which he receives on the mountain. The tablet seemed to form a strange, incomprehensible figure with its different colors and lines. He took hold of the tablet and felt the figure, which at once invisibly passed into his inner being. Navalus came close to getting on the track of the theory of signatures again, even in unpoetic form. Not without reason had he written the strange, only ostensibly anti-humane, only ostensibly astral mythic sentence, "S tones and substances are the highest, man is true chaos." And he saw this chaos in natural lines affecting in fantastic manner even the paths of men. Whoever follows and compares them will see strange figures arise, figures which seem to belong to that great cipher language which one can discern everywhere, on wings, egg shells, in clouds, in snow, in crystals and in rock formations, in freezing waters, on the inside and outside of mountains, plants, animals, human beings, in the lights of the sky, on worked and painted discs of pitch and glass, in the filings around the magnet and in strange conjunctures of chance. 1351. Werke, minor, 4, p3. This is analogy formation and scarcely more, although one among sheer object-based allegories. It is, like every analogy, the remnant of a correspondence between the forms of things, although the methodological background of this concordance idea has collapsed. For this background was, as became clear in the case of Paracelsus, astrology, a sympathetic connection between signatures. This is now finished. But what is not ultimately finished is powerful physiognomy itself, or that qualitative and value meaning of Ptha Gorani.sm so impressively recalled once again in the Renaissance. This as it were numismatic value set also maintains its order not by astrology but by its relation to the form problem of the highest good. And just like the highest good itself, the qualitative signatures are not intentionable and methodologically graspable in any other way than by a thinking of process. They are not static. And so that there should be no misunderstanding at the end, caused for example by the reactionary use of marked form for which neither Girton nor Aristotle, nor even Paracelsus are to blame, all these problems together with that of a qualitative theory of the expression of natural qualities and natural forms do not stand of course contrary to analyzable, causal dialectical happening but are in the midst of it. They are solely tension forms, dialectical material process, figures and have around them, before them, the uncompletedness of latency. For precisely this reason object-based severity or figural severity ultimately demands a truly figurative mathematics, as the heir to the other world of Pythagoreanism. It demands, instead of the quality-free mathematics which alone has developed a mathematics of qualitative arisings and formings, indeed of latent final formings, for neither dialectics nor process figures exist without quale, the new and latent ultimum. But that form of mathematics which has since become scientific is, as a system group of closed deductions, not interested in the problems of becoming, despite some dialectical aspects in differential calculus. It has long since ceased to be interested in the quale or in its structure, especially its hierarchical structure, despite some more recent connections of this kind, construction of the color continuum. By projective geometry, even the application of group theory, by Spieser, to the ornament. However, transitions from scientific mathematics to the problem of becoming, expressed in a non-equation, even to a world hierarchy of the quale, have always existed, most impressively in the huge sound figure world of Kepler. For the unity of form and value meaning, even the hierarchy of value, is already given in Pythagoras, that unity which again and again connects the idea of allegorical emblems, of objective real symbols, with the theory of signatures. Indeed even with the problem 1352 of a kind of non-Euclidean theory of signatures, but in such a way that the space of contemplation, with its qualities and forms, is never completely abandoned, but is transformed with regard to the utopian edges of meaning around all signatures. With reference therefore to the form problem of the highest signature, i.e. of that which signs the intentioned end of all meanings, this final element striking into itself and thus no longer meaning, unmeaning, also governs the theory of signatures, as the highest good. This is theory of form towards the highest good, expressed in line formations of a dialectically experimenting, utopian morally evident kind. Every one of these forageations attempted to lead out of a confused space. Something arranges itself into clarity, often quite simple such as that of a curve, of a circle, often into a clarity such as that of light shining through foliage. So-called abstract painting, as noted, has made us aware again of such forms, existing or pushing forward in that which exists. Playful and abstract in the negative sense though such experiments may sometimes look, they draw on the sphere which is filled with living or real possible ciphers. In particular all successful art, as form creation, far from offering or being merely aesthetic pleasure, has contributed to the problem of the cipher. Organic and remarkably close to the reality of the experience in Greek art, crystalline in Egyptian art, with a kind of meta-organic, supracrystalline symbol of construction in Gothic art. No statement which is binding even merely in its orbiting is to be found concerning the possible final figure. Finally, every such absolutely attempted signature expresses its content only privately, namely in reference to the evil of which the figura perfect Iones is utopianly free. Just as in life the highest good can at first only be definitely intended as anti-pressure, anti-fate, anti-death, so in the problem of its signature it only definitely appears, completely analogously, as anti-labyrinth. This and only this is the attained, the achieved, he absolutely certain in all its orbitings, whether this is, in terms of the extremist attempt at repose, the figure of Buddha or, in terms of the highest life, even the figure of kingdom. Every orbiting around something achieved is such that its meaning content, although it may at last satisfy, points still further in itself, as conceived in Christian mysticism, Bach's John Passion aria, "Behold my soul," in the form of the cowslip. All these are ciphers of Hoekoming and of homeland, attempted signatures of the fundamental, the main matter. A.Nd nature, which with sickness, hostility and disparateness to man thwarts so many things, which for Christianity stands precisely at the place and blocks the place where the kingdom, new heaven and new earth, belongs, this same nature, as beauty and symbolism, does not refuse to provide external objects for the ciphers of homecoming, to be materially involved with the cipher S. It is capable of doing this because it is itself in process and not only in statics, and because the subject of the process of nature, insofar as it is not a hypothetical one, belongs to the mediatable environment of the human subject. Nature is capable of not only standing disparately sideways onto human ranks of purpose above all because it is anything but a bygone or a so-called residuum to the prehistory of man. It is not only the soil of man but also his lasting surroundings. It is certainly not a burnt-out ruin but rather the architecture for a drama that has not yet been performed. In all human history so far the drama that could completely transform nature into a bygone has at least not yet been played to its end. If human history has not yet dawned into brightness, then certainly nature has not yet done so through human history. Therefore nature, a nature which is not past but surrounds us on all sides and arches over us, with so much brooding, uncompletedness, meaning and cipher in it, is not a bygone but rather morning land. If it keeps the right place blocked and occupied, the space which Christian wishful hope called kingdom, then this also means that it is located at this topos of the highest moment. In every beauty, every symbolic cipher of its de nobis residential agiter nature both rises up out of its place and occupies it again, with inconspicuousnesses, sublimities of the authentic which belongs in this place. The authentic is the highest good, it is the most qualified form of existence of what is according to possibility, hence of our matter. The authentic dawns thus in the entire potential of matter, towards a final one, adequately qualified and figured. This, its kingdom figure which does not yet exist, governs, throughout great dangers, hindrances, and orbiting s, all the other figures of the good path, and in it the one / authentic, according to the intention, is formed like joy. These are the frontier definitions of intention towards the highest good and the frontier concepts of every thought that moves towards the absolute of human wanting. They are in their essence thorough remotenesses, unto the Jews a stumbling block, and unto the Greeks foolishness, but have been part of the optimum since the first fire started on earth and the first goal ever staked out on it. Stuff of hope. It is not true that the shortest line is always the straightest. SS. Lessing. It is not enough to portray what exists, it is necessary to think of what is wished for and what is possible. Gorky. The great truth of our age, to knowledge of which we have not yet been helped, but without knowledge of which no other truth of importance can be found, is that our continent is sinking into barbarism because the conditions of ownership of the means of production are maintained by force. Brecht. The true architect. No one has yet been satisfied by mere wishing. It does not help at all, in fact it weakens, if it is not joined by keen wanting. And with it a keen, circumspect glance, which shows this wanting what can be done. But all this comes out into the open not least through the individual, the merely specific person, not taking his so-called specific share too seriously. That is to say, not too seriously in a petit bourgeois fashion, neither seeing nor wanting to see further than his nose. The person who is merely an AO in this way may feel involved in common events so long and insofar as they affect him personally from time to time. But once this is over, the all too private person withdraws again until further notice into his normal condition. He lays the cards of the common good, one which to him appears merely external, on the table and calls it a day. But then again this type would scarcely be the way he is without his contrasting brother, the utterly industrious one, who may even still be found, against the grain of the matter, and not only as bourgeois and thus soulless and reified. His being himself does not then so much enter, in bourgeois conformist or even snobbish fashion, a little narrow wigwam and perish in privacy, but rather dissolves in sheer external relations. Thus a mere sprint of industriousness results here, though it may perhaps be of public benefit. And because little that is personal, human, expressive goes into this any more, but merely more born or created nonentity, often little real benefit results. For a group is generally worth no more than those who form it, and bustle in which nobody moves finally becomes mere repetition and therefore stagnation. Created and voluntary nonentities do not add up to anything, and curd cheese when trodden on becomes flat, not strong. Worst of all when a group has become half red, but the other half is just as petit bourgeois, and this other half passes on, inculcates and develops all the noble qualities of the bourgeois conformist. There is not only the love of external kitsch here, but even more dubious would be the production of human kitsch, indeed of the degeneration of human relations, in the midst of the ascent to the farthest and boldest goals. The road is not blocked by this, certainly not, but it is made more difficult and is artificially prevented from remaining such a fresh one as it is, and a widely appealing one. Therefore trained men, the true architects of our happiness, will have to bestir themselves without losing themselves. And likewise they pursue their own life with such common will and glance that not only their own life remains in this as something individual, all too private. Struggle and help then begin so convincingly, and neither mere narrow condition nor what is merely drilled in an empty fashion is to be found. And it is part of liberating help that it is also able to smile. To overturn all circumstances in which man is a degraded, a subjugated, a contemptible being. What was it that led those who did not need it, so to speak, to the red flag? Perhaps a temperament which, because it exists, is aghast itself at the misery of so many. Perhaps the conscience which because of this misery is pricked in some passive members of the ruling class, while the active partners in the business tuck into the profit quite undisturbed. Perhaps the thirst for knowledge also helped the knife of scientific analysis to cut off the bough on which a young man or a young girl with a comfortable background and future had hitherto been sitting. Of course this kind of knowledge can scarcely be gained unless there is a previous moral interest in gaining it. Even less can active, revolutionary conclusions be drawn from this knowledge if it was gained merely contemplatively and continues as before. Sombart, for example, once said that he was greatly embarrassed whenever he was asked if he was a socialist. For the question was, he said, absolutely ambiguous, depending on whether it referred to the subjectively desirable or the objectively inevitable aspect of socialism. In the latter case, Sombart said that on the basis of his scientific insight he was unfortunately a socialist, whereas in the former case, if he was asked about his attitude, he was emphatically anti-red because of his bourgeois values, quod erat demonstrandum and clearly demonstrated by Sombart's case. But on the other hand the above-mentioned temperament, even together with conscience and attitude, is not sufficient in all cases for class treachery against the well-born. Marx himself, in a circular, attacked a certain Krieg who, purely from the heart, i.e. ultimately like a benefactor from on high, had declared war on misery. He also criticized Krieg's causal agent in this point, namely the lovelorn temperamental do which Marx found not only among German socialists but also in many humanely intended passages in Ludwig Feuerbach's work. And indeed Feuerbach himself was not at all close to the socialist movement, not even to the revolution in 1848, although he did declare his support for the Workers' Party in his old age. Thus at least a combination of temperament, conscience, and above all knowledge is required to set socialist consciousness off against the individual previous social existence. With the important and contrasting effect of making consciousness no longer correspond to what was for so long an individual social existence, so that in places a state occurs which is described in the Communist Manifesto and is now revealed objectively, not just psychologically. Finally, at periods when the class struggle approaches the decisive point, the process of disintegration within the ruling class, within the old society as a whole, takes on such a violent, such a glaring character, that a small part of the ruling class dissociates itself from it and joins the revolutionary class, the class which bears the future in its hands. Manifest der Kommunistischen Partei, Dietz, 1950, p. 19. However, with this threatening defection of the best young intelligentsia from its class, with this particular effect caused by the sight of ruin, sight of the future, and humanity, the mandated defensive movement against this also intensifies. The strongest one was fascism, but more refined obscurations also existed long before it and then around it, and are now rising up again in its second flowering. Their common task is to distract in reactionary fashion the impetus towards the espousal of socialism, and if despite this Marx cannot be secreted, then he must be greatly reduced in stature and in particular, incredibile dictu, made unrevolutionary. For example, as a kind of degenerate relative of Kierkegaard or even of Pascal, in which case he is not really an economic rebel, but more remarkable as one of them that are quiet in the land. And, quite consistent in the screening off of the red flag, an existentialist called Nittermeyer testifies that one cannot do justice to Marx if one simply taints his achievement with what vaunts itself today as Kommunist ideology. And Heidegger himself, in the Lucas a non-Lucendu entitled Letter on Humanism, in the denazification period at least, was able to caress downright patronizingly an emasculated or decapitated, but nonetheless, or precisely for this reason, all the more contemplative Marx. But it follows from this too that the affinity consisting of temperament, conscience, and objective insight together, by means of which the intelligentsia so often overtook on the left, makes Marx unsurpassable. Because the unadulterated Marx is an all too certain model of the path of red intelligentsia, it is humanity actively comprehending itself. With him it emerges early and visibly, as a particular, never soft endeavor. Both because this impassioned man feels that he is himself a human being and because others are human beings too and yet for the most part are treated like dogs. Those who maltreat them thus are therefore not included in any mercy, on the contrary, to tolerate them would be to act inhumanly towards the humiliated and the insulted. The feigned goodness, as Munzer called this in Luther, who condemned so tenderly for the masters all violence not perpetrated by them, is a far remove from Marx. Also far removed is the false kind of peaceableness which according to Marx was part of, and is still part of, the jelly of an indiscriminate pardon. For its purpose is to ensure that no decisions are taken which could prove especially troublesome to a ruling class which was partially defeated in 1918 and even more so in 1945. Instead, Marx cultivates not a general and abstract but an addressed humanity, one which is directed towards those alone who need it. And together with Munzer, Marx took up the scourge with which Jesus chased the money lenders out of the temple. Therefore his humanity, precisely as concrete humanity, also contains a decidedly embittered streak, i.e. it contains in the SAE act, depending on the side to which it turns, certainly as much anger as it does an exhortation, and seeks, finds, communicates objective salvation. Thus even in misery Marx sees not only misery, in the style of all the abstract merciful and even of the abstract utopians, but the revolting element in misery now becomes truly so, namely active force of revolt against what is causing misery. Thus misery, once it realizes its cause becomes the cf. Psalms 35, Lo, for they speak not peace, but they devise deceitful matters against them that are quiet in the land. 1358. Revolutionary lever itself. And the humanity of Marx, which is turned towards the humblest of his brothers, proves itself by comprehending the humbleness, the resultant nullity of most of his brothers in its foundations, in order to prize them from the foundations. The 0 point of extremist alienation which the proletariat represents now at last becomes the dialectical point of change. Marx teaches us to find our all precisely in the nothing of this 0 point. Alienation, dehumanization, reification, this becoming commodity of all people and things, which capitalism has to an increasing extent brought with it, this in Marx is the old enemy which in capitalism, as capitalism, finally triumphed as never before. Precisely humanity itself is the born enemy of dehumanization, indeed because Marxism in general is absolutely nothing but the struggle against the dehumanization which culminates in capitalism until it is completely cancelled out. It follows e contrario that genuine Marxism in its impetus, its class struggle and its goal content is, can be, will be nothing but the promotion of humanity. And in particular, all the cloudings and deviations along the way can only be really criticized, indeed removed, within Marxism, for it alone is the heir of the humaneness which was intended in the earlier, revolutionary bourgeoisie. And Marxism alone, with its realization that class society, particularly capitalist class society, causes every form of self-alienation, has advanced to the eliminable root of that society. Even to the extent that as the eliminating power of the proletariat grows stronger, Marxist humanity can describe ever-increasing circles, definitely beyond the radically exploited, definitely towards all who suffer common deprivation under capitalism. The arch-humanistic element in social revolution finally removes the covering of self-alienation from all mankind. But it does so only with war to the palaces, peace to the huts, as the great Democrat George Buchner put it, and with the sharp philanthropy of the statement by Marx, the critique of religion ends with the doctrine that man is the highest being for man, therefore with the categorical imperative to overturn all circumstances in which man is a degraded, a subjugated, a forsaken, a contempt. _blee being, Introduction to the Critique of Hegel's Philosophy of Right. And finally it is clear that this material categorical imperative is certainly not confined, as those who seek to split Marx in half claim, to the writings of the young Marx. And certainly nothing about this imperative has been suppressed when Marx transfers what he earlier called real humanism into the materialist interpretation of history. As early as 1845 in the 11 Theses on Feuerbach, Thesis 6, as is well known, states, but the human essence is no abstractum inherent in the separate individual. In its actuality. 1359. It is the ensemble of social conditions. Even earlier, in 1844, in the preface to the Holy Family, the following highly materialistic assertion about the same humanum is made: real humanism has no more dangerous enemy in Germany than spiritualism or speculative idealism, which puts self-consciousness or even spirit in place of the real individual human being. It is true that in Marx's later writings the term alienation, i.e. the negative foil to the humanum, does recede somewhat, but alienation recedes only as a term, not as the matter on which the humanum passes judgment. The humanum remains, precisely in the later analyses of the proletarian working day and of all the rest of the ensemble of social conditions inflicted on the proletariat, as the standard of measurement the standard of judgment. In place of the many examples available, let us cite just one particularly late and particularly striking one. The realm of freedom in fact begins only where work determined by deprivation and external expediency ceases. It therefore in the nature of things lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. Das Kapital, Il, Dietz, p. 873. And the unleashing of the wealth of human nature, blossoming out on the soil of controlled necessity. Real humanism is certainly not suppressed by this, on the contrary, precisely as real and not formal humanism, it is first set on its feet. Humanity gains space in a democracy made truly possible, just as the latter itself represents the first humane dwelling place. Therefore the humanum, precisely as a distant goal in social tendency, is absolutely dominant here. Marxism, correctly practiced, if possible liberating itself from and unburdening itself of its wicked neighbor, has from the beginning been humanity in action, the realized human face. It seeks, takes, and follows the only objectively genuine path to this, only thus is its future both inevitable and homelike. Secularization and the power of setting things on their feet. The human must be brought out into fresh and strong air, so that it can walk and at last break out of the merely inner mode, which has been preached long and vainly enough. But it is sometimes said, though in more than suspect places, that this kind of thing is not breaking out but sinking down. What is set on its feet has then, so to speak, only come down from the nag to the ass, and then to the plebeian pedestrian. Or it was even irreverently brought down from a sacred space and made worldly. When it appears historically, this is also called secularizing, though then in a 160 less pejorative sense. The state, for example, transformed ecclesiastical lands, goods, and privileges into worldly ones, in 1648 in Germany, more thoroughly in 1803, in France in 1789 and finally in 1906. But secularization certainly has become pejorative when a reactionary fashion then applies it to Marx, because he has set many things on their feet. Even this kind of thing, despite the walking feet, is supposed to be nothing but second-hand, as the Americans say, who ought to know. Man, for example, or even his blessed life, did this not exist before Marx, in significantly more enhanced, more sublime form, and did not Marx diffuse this? Did not the blessed life merely become happy, indeed one with only material goods in mind? Does not Marx, ask these bank clerks of the idea, sell formerly high values at heavily reduced prices, affordable by far too many, and what is acquired looks that cheap? Such a dumper of goods, when he is selling them off, then no longer needs to be specially taken into account there and then, by the relieved commodity expert, peace commodity expert so to speak. Instead, the true lover of man and his salvation returns to the true sources of supply and finds them where the political song never seems to have sounded, let alone graded, at all. Thus Marx is elegantly got rid of, and yet with a sense of morning red, of new beginning. But then this morning red must have glowed as far back in the past as possible, and the new beginning lies behind holy smoke and not in the so-called barren late age of today. Marx himself is then supposed to appear almost decadent, at the least he becomes civilizatory in the bad sense. Just as with reactionary intent a distinction was once made between authors and writers, with the latter being regarded as comparatively trivial, so the secularizing Marx is then also regarded as part of the asphalt. All this because man and several great things related to man were here set on their feet. This disparagement of one's own age is certainly widespread among the bourgeoisie in other respects too. To this extent it is not only confined to Marx, the hero whom they are so particularly fond of belittling. The fatigue of a declining class does not believe itself capable of much more. The most general watchword was provided here by Spengler. Now there is a late age and nothing more, sterile wakefulness instead of the once young culture-bearing soul. This continues just as sweepingly in Toynbee, presenting his own democracy and science itself as secularized. Even this is only an almost meaningless repetition of something that the Greeks and Romans did before us, and did supremely well, Civilization on Trial, 1948, p. 237. However, all retractions of the characteristic, though no historical, bourgeois value would not be fulfilling their social mandate unless they dismantled both the liberal past and also, above all, the calling of our time towards the future. How consoling if even Marxism, precisely Marxism, purely chronologically, according to its status in the universal autumn of culture, cannot be anything of substance, let alone containing future. And how discouraging this is intended to be for a youth susceptible or inclining to socialism. Here Marx is not only the post 19th century, as the Nazis used to say, but even if he were an pre-SSED the 20th century he would have only the past in him, not the future. And yet the business of antiquarian Marx killing is still not exhausted, for the disparagement of one's own age would not be complete without the idolatry of the moonlit magical nights of yore. The revolt of the masses, the Yule of the inferior, the D-in of the mob at the end of all culture concerts would not look so pitiful if even its music, in whatever it may resound, could not be passed off as a mere derivative of better times, spiritual, idealistic, speculative ones. Without such a tone from the past the rectification would not be complete, the total business of secularization would not be destructive in the area which matters for capitalism. Marx, in well-known lines from the postscript to the second edition of Das Kapital, first identified the setting on its feet of the past, with regard to the Hegelian dialectic, which was standing on its head. It has to be turned upside down in order to discover the rational core in the mystical shell when this, together with the also familiar Marxist genealogy in German classical philosophy, was understood not as bringing over but as it were as bringing back to safety, i.e. into an allegedly solely classical origin, there then arose the formerly common improvements on Marx by a Marburg Kant or also, significantly weaker, by a neo-Hegelian Hegel. But at least there was no irrationalizing here yet but rather idealizing, i.e. Marxism was, without regard for its most characteristic, proletarian revolution, LRY source, whittled down to at least still rational, though definitely non-materialistic theory s. But in the late bourgeoisie, especially the German, a rationalization now increasingly emerged, the belittling of Marx by the playing off of truly mythical originals against alleged imitation could now go ahead. Consequently a radical attempt at extermination of Marx through a kind of accusation of plagiarism ousted the Kantianization or Hegelianization of Marx. Thus a quite unspeakable kind of source fetishism blossoms here, going back from Marx to Joachim of Fiore or Augustine or ultimately to the mythical expectations of salvation of primeval times. The great heretic and future dreamer Joachim of Fiore is just about allowed to pass, although he too was only a kind of Isaiah of the 13th century, but Marx, because he is the critical case, is stopped and unmasked as a soi-disant church robber. All this especially in the decrescendo of secularization, one tainted with the foul odor of revolution. Humanity according to this view is nothing but the Son of Man trivialized, proletarian solidarity merely the kitsch edition of early Christian love communism, the realm of freedom merely the kingdom of the children of God, at the level of godless pseudo-enlightenment. These are thus the adventures of ideas, in Whitehead's telling expression, where the ideas are no longer worth twopence but are supposed to earn it when they cease to be spiritual. A typical example of this kind of thing is Lowett's genealogical research into the mythological grandmother, this at least with the secondary aim of portraying the grandson as one who squanders old temple goods in both senses of the word. Here exploitation is prehistory or, I 1.1 biblical terms, the original sin of this eon. Here historical materialism as a whole is salvation history in the language of national economy and communist religion a pseudomorphosis of Judeo-Christian Messianism, Weltgeschichte und Heilsgeschichte, 195 3, p. 47 ff. Indeed it is not surprising, in the case of a Marxism so deeply submerged, utterly exposed as plagiarism and magically dispersed, to find the scandalous statement here that, see paired with Marx, Hegel's philosophy is realistic, lc. p. 54. This is the kind of thing that comes out when the power to set things on their feet, to save the rational core, appears exclusively as secularization. A secularization which does not cheer the supporters and provers of spiritual princedoms in any case. Especially after it emerges that a society without lords and servants is the thing which has so long been sought in vain under the name of humanization. And likewise the very same thing which was thwarted or prevented by class society for so long, along with the stuff of hope which is still only forming. For precisely a good substance is not weakened when it has been corrected. Whereas the real regurgitators only have before them, in dull and duller form, what was once better or at least newer food. And these regurgitators include precisely those figures who criticize giants for the fact that they must also have had parents of stature. Curious then that they do not also criticize pilots for being epigonic, because Elijah has already traveled through the air, indeed much further. Whereas the secularizers themselves are in fact epigonic and, so to speak, genuinely so, for they all originate from semi-reactionary or completely reactionary romanticism. At that time mythology as a whole appeared to men such as Kreutzer, and especially Welcker, as the first origin of all science, as a kind of clairvoyance as it were before the mere day of the brain. Indeed it was supposed to have been the unattained whole of a knowledge which has existed from time immemorial, and everything later which propounds anything, such as Plato's theory of ideas, is a faint echo of this, therefore likewise secularized. However, as Marx wrote to Ruge in 1843, it will become apparent that the world has long possessed the dream of a matter, of which it must only possess the consciousness in order to possess it in reality. It will become apparent that it is not a question of a great thought dash between past and future, but of the carrying through of the thoughts of the past. After the manner of the secularizers, such a statement would then itself be regarded as secularized from the romantic original, whereas of course it is very essence of originality. Namely a completely new position precisely with regard to the past, or more accurately, as Marx says, with analysis of the mythical consciousness which is unclear to itself in the past, and of course not with an abstract breaking off from the past. Therefore a good substance is in fact not weakened when it is corrected, and even more obviously it is not secularized when, once set on its feet, it is realized. It is unnecessary here to stress the completely new which Marx, with a proletarian revolutionary mandate behind him, had to find in order to carry through the good ideas of the past at all. The pioneeringly new in the cognition of surplus value, in the economic dialectical interpretation of history, in the relation between theory and practice, if the secularizers do not understand this, if, given their bourgeois interest, they do not want to understand it, if out of ignorance they cannot understand it, then this is merely an indictment of their own restorationist mentality, certainly not of Marxism. And this backwardness least of all says anything about the new humanity, activity, changing of the world, the corrected forward dreaming in always open Marxism. Here there is no ci-devant myth which has cracked and turned cold, but a veil is parted, always intended light comes. To remain even outside Marxist setting on its feet, let us look at morality. Has it been diminished when it no longer happens for the sake of an otherworldly reward, or has it not on the contrary become purer? Let us look at Christianity itself. Was it diffused by Thomas Munzer when it was no longer taken quietistically, nor in the venial otherworldly sense of de-inning at Christ's expense? Did it not on the contrary become more genuine and a real outpouring of itself by being driven into activity, into this worldly contemporary history, revolution, and that other incarnation of Christ which to the Baptists and to the Hussites before them appeared as mystical democracy? Let us look at the history of science which in any case originated among the Greeks as a break with myth, however often myth, with shifting weight, was coupled with the elucidation of the idea. Did philosophy and science become poorer, or were they not rather enriched by the never seen, never thought, when Socrates sought to bring them from heaven down to earth, when Democritus Ananke certainly did not secularize the mythical Amwara or goddess of fate? Or when Aristotle, with his pair of ontologic concepts, dynam is entelechy, matter form, brought to the mythical woman-man hypostasis, apart from the disenchanting applicatio something thoroughly new, responsible, tenable in truth? Certainly there is a true intending in mythical or in mystical clothing, one which, in humanity, in dialectics, which is already to be found in Chinese myth, definitely seeks to be directed towards a phenomenon of light in future rising, above all in messianic breakthrough flashes of myth. And the friend of genuine enlightenment in particular will scarcely deny to such premonitions his deep and also gratefully learning astonishment. But something which corrects, augments, illuminates the world from within itself, always rises up only at the scientifically achieved position of consciousness, one of course which is still inhabited. It can no longer rise up and be understood in a society where, as Eduard Spranger argued, only two philosophies exist, one of despair, which abandons everything, and one of the cobweb, which seeks to make medieval scholastic pearls of wisdom long since left behind us into the last clerical word. Only creative Marxism is our age, captured in the form of ideas, an age which creates, inherits, and realizes at the same time. Where humanity no longer stops at the heart or at ideal encouragements, which do not cost a penny. Where the earth can truly be on the point of towering through the world, without this remaining a mythical image to which the affined goodness of verbal myth rumination of today assimilates itself. How different the realization of that which is recognized as right looks, its implementation in Marxistically comprehended tendency, according to real possibility and its perspective. This practice certainly is least of all a secularization of the heights when it removes every above in which man does not occur. Unless secularization is understood in an itself new, only now Marxist sense, corresponding to theory practice. Then, with positive irony, even a saving of this pejorative word used so spitefully takes place, in a way which the smatterers among its despisers expected least of all. Where all great thinkers before Marx were essentially satisfied merely with the becoming philosophical of the world, there now really begins in the horizon of Marxist humanity, suo modo, a process of making philosophy worldly. So that it is completely set on its feet and thus proves itself to be as qualified for, as it is skilled in, the rebuilding of the planet Earth. But precisely without any reduction of the truly great thoughts of the past, on the contrary full of thoughts and therefore not poor in deeds. Or does the deed come, as the sun comes from the clouds, from thoughts? Will the book soon live? Is the Marxian question in Hölderlin's poem to the Germans. That which emerges so purely and decisively as task least of all causes comprehended hope to be wrecked. Forward dream, sobriety, enthusiasm, and their unity. No dreaming may stand still, this does no good. But if it becomes forward dreaming, then its matter looks consuming in a quite different way. Even the weary, weakening quality that can be characteristic of mere longing then disappears, on the contrary, longing now shows what it can really do. Men have always been expected to cut their coat according to their cloth, they learned to do so, but their wishes and dreams did not comply. Here almost all men are future, rise above the life that has been granted them. Insofar as they are discontented, they consider themselves worthy of a better life, even if this life is pictured flatly and egoistically, they perceive the inappropriate as a barrier and not merely as habit. To this extent even the most private and unknowing wishful thinking is to be preferred to unconscious walking in Indian file, because it can be informed. It is capable of revolutionary consciousness, it can climb into the carriage of history without having to leave behind what is good in dreaming. Quite the contrary, the carriage is not as narrow as barren, meager, or ignorant times choose to imagine or find appropriate for themselves. Social progress certainly demands, roughly if need be, that prejudices, false consciousness and superstition are thrown out and remain behind, but for this very reason it never demands that forward dreams should remain behind. The objectively possible, to which the dream must hold if it is to be worth anything, holds the dream too, in pre-ordering fashion. The objectively mediated and for this very reason non-renouncing waking dream of perfect life thus overcomes its proneness to being deceived like dreamlessness itself. The latter, allied with holding to self or with a realism which seems to be such only when it is resigned, is precisely the predominant state of people who think much but recognize little in a society without perspective, together with wealth of inaccuracy. They all have an aversion to forwards and to the penetrating glance forwards, though in varying degrees and with varying streams of timidity. Half Greek humility and half positivist caution are taxed in order to make of the fact that we cannot see around the corner a so to speak anti-Marxist metaphor, all in order to remain in the same state of interested dreamlessness. Although here even the simple fact of the truth that we cannot see around the corner becomes shallow as soon as a mirror is used, and above all, It certainly is possible to hear around the corner, it is possible to overhear where the tendency may turn after the next bend in the road. This dialectical turning can be actively promoted, and precisely the genuine word for reason has an acoustic sense of meaning, that is to say it is derived from the word for hearing. But dreamlessness as fate inhibits even further, because the corner, or rather its unpleasantly pre-effective unbourgeois beyond, appears almost as eschatological, and accordingly Greek humility defends itself against Christian presumption. Or rather not against the latter as the voice of Patmos but only against eschatology, the eschatology as which, Marxism is again presented here. Just as if Marxism were a world beyond, full of crazy rapture, and not very intensely this world itself, in piercing analysis of its impulses, in controlling anticipation of its possible good fruits. Yet it is precisely this intense element, in view of its disturbing diagnosis and prediction, which may not only appear penetrating but intrusive, precisely when wealth of inaccuracy and another wealth, of obviously macabre external brilliance, conceals the emptiness of its own evening, the fullness, however harshly rising, of the next morning. Then forward dreamlessness is a protection which seems philosophical as it were but is in reality scarcely philosophical at all, it is not on the watch for the things that are to come. Thus there is in this voluntary-involuntary scepticism fear instead of hope, instead of the grasping of the future as the greater dimension of the present. As Leibniz says, there is an antiphony, even as far as parting, if not failure, with averted gaze. Fear in particular, eyes Sartre, is a state which cancels out the person, accordingly the animatingly opposite is true, subjectively and especially objectively, of hope. And even if in the building of mere. The German words in question here are Vernunft and Vernehmen. Castles in the air, the total expenditure one way or the other scarcely matters, from which misdirected and ultimately fraudulently used wishful dreams then result. Hope with plan APD with connection to the due possible is still the most powerful and best thing there is. And even if hope merely rises above the horizon, whereas only knowledge of the real shifts it in solid fashion by means of practice, it is still hope alone which allows us to gain the inspiring and consoling understanding of the world to which it leads, both as the most solid, the most tendency-based and concrete understanding. Undoubtedly the consolation of this understanding of the world must be strenuously formed as well. It would have been easier to build Rome in a day than Athens, and what a difficult path, often demanding with every step, stretches ahead until the topping out ceremony of the regnum humanum. Socialist realism must, however, have a perspective, as even Lukács says of the promoted path tendency, otherwise it cannot be socialist. Reason cannot blossom without hope, hope cannot speak without reason. Both in Marxist unity, no other science has any futur, no other futur any science. Walking upright, this distinguishes men from animals, and it cannot yet be done. It exists only as a wish, the wish to live without exploitation and masters. Here in particular, daydream, $1 lasting as it was necessary, hovered above the previous becomeness, unsuccessful becomeness, went on ahead of it. And various seekers of how to walk upright also went on ahead of it, in the admonitory sense which Ludwig Born, in Fragments and Aphorisms, rightly expressed as follows: before an age sets out and moves on, it always sends on ahead capable and trustworthy people to stake out its new camp. If these messengers we allowed to go their way, were followed and observed, we would soon find out where the age is aiming. But we do not do this, we call these precursors troublemakers, misleaders, and fanatics and hold them back with force. But the age moves on with its entire train, and because it finds nothing ordered and arranged it settles down wherever it will and takes and destroys more than it needs and requires. This has certainly changed since Marx, or rather in those countries where Marxism took power, here quarters are arranged for the future. And even the waking dream of the regnum humanum is here no longer in the air or in the sky or merely in works of art such that the paths there are taken only as escape routes and the resignation walks along them for which the beautiful blossoms only in song. In place of the Walpurgis night, where to our astonishment it seems /Mammon in the mountain. 1368. Gleams, asterisk. Another kind of gold is certainly now given the opportunity to be deposited from the previous utopia ideology mixture. But the anticipatory of course must blossom, it still has its function, especially when this takes place in sobriety instead of in effusiveness and clouds. Likewise enthusiasm assists sobriety, so that it does not abstractly immediately foreshorten the perspective instead of keeping it on the globe of concrete possibility. Enthusiasm is imagination in action, and the acid of sobriety must here become the most precious rather than the generally cheapest ingredient. Nothing is further from authentic, Marxistically practiced sobriety than common sense, than that not at all so sound, not at all so human element in so-called sound human common sense, which on the contrary may be full of petit bourgeois prejudices, but in turn nothing is closer to it than the bon sens, so different from common sense, which is also found precisely in Marxistically practiced enthusiasm. Common sense, typically undialectical, decrees that people always remain people. It will, if it spends its life in Central Africa, consider it absurd that water can also occur in solid form. It has declared it impossible that China can ever be a republic. Bon sens on the other hand, this hallmark, mark of fullness, of truly sound sobriety, does not rule off or rule out any perspective except that which could lead to things which bring no blessing. And precisely this is characteristic of Marxism, as the above-mentioned quartermaster of the future. It removes the frozen solid antithesis between sobriety and enthusiasm by bringing both to something new and causing both to work together within it, for exact anticipation, concrete utopia. Sobriety is not there simply to clip the wings of imagination, as if the Enlightenment were identical with Gottsched or even with Nicolai, and enthusiasm, precisely as imagination in action, is not there to light with nothing but the absolute, as if revolutionary romanticism were identical with Quixotry. Also, to set the hour hand we have to turn the minute hand, and likewise, the totem of a large ship on a long voyage must conversely be illuminable in all the painstaking details of revolutionary work. Therefore it is equally unwise and alien to Marxism to reach under reality with nothing but sobriety, as it is to overreach it with nothing but enthusiasm. The real, precisely as that of tendency, is attained only by the constant oscillation of both aspects, united in trained perspective. Thus Lenin wrote for the 4th anniversary of the October Revolution, not on the basis of enthusiasm directly, but with the support of the enthusiasm born in the Great Faust, Part I, 3914 is. Revolution, on the basis of personal interest, of personal interestedness, of the viability principle. Uspold strive first to build the solid FOID bridges which in a petit bourgeois country lead via state capitalism to socialism. In no other way will you arrive at communism, in no other way will you lead dozens and dozens of people to communism. But closely intertwined with this cool realism is and remains the factual yet enraptured realism which Lenin identifies in his treatise on left-wing communism as commensurate with Elah, and not, or example with breaking, in the real itself. History in general, and the history of revolutions in particular, is always richer in content, more diverse, more many-sided, livelier, cleverer than the best parties, the most class-conscious vanguards of the most progressive classes imagine it to be. This is also understandable, for the best vanguards give expression to the consciousness, the will, the passion, the imagination, of tens of thousands, but the revolution, in moments of the particular impetus and of the particular exertion of all human capacities, is realized by the consciousness, the will, the passion, the imagination, of dozens of millions of people. And the model for the cold stream for the sake of this warm stream, for the warm stream which needs the cold stream of analysis precisely to show its separate stages, is analogously found in Marx himself. As in this empirical prophecy, Antonio plus Tasso, as it were, corrected all in one. He law can never be higher than the economic configuration and the cultural development of society which is conditioned by this. In a higher phase of communist society, when the enslaving subordination of individuals to the division of labor and thus the antithesis between physical and intellectual work has disappeared, when work has become not only a means of life but itself the first need of life, when with the all-round development of individuals productive forces have grown as well, and all the well springs of cooperative wealth flow more fully, only then can the narrow bourgeois horizon of law be completely surpassed, and society will be able to write on its flags, each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. Kritik der Gotha Programs, Berlin, 1946, p. 21. Only with such analysis, if need be, corresponding to the hazardous straits, even an analysis ad pessimum, only combined with such perspective is there the consoling understanding of the world which is called Marxism and which for this very reason is not contemplative but an instruction for action. The unsuitability of the forces of production, which have long since been socialized, to their private capitalist form of appropriation, this fundamental contractation in developed capitalist society can be ephemerally concealed by hectic 1370 booms between crises and by quack theories, but it remains, and only Marxism is both the detective and the liberator, both the theoretical and the practical solution to this most persistent of contradictions. And only Marxism has given rise to the theory practice of a better world, not in order to forget the existing world, as was common in most abstract social utopias, but in order to change it economically and dialectically. Never without inheritance, least of all without that of the primal intentio of the Golden Age, but Marxism, in all its analyses the coldest detective, takes the fairytale seriously, takes the dream of a golden age practically, real debit and credit of real hope begins. The circumstances so far have not been such that it was possible also to enter in life into the more perfect perspective. The circumstances of the more perfect itself are not such, because it is not yet there, because in alienation so far it has been kept particularly remote. The relation of neediness to the warming, even to the enthusiastic elements of most of the wishful images shaped in previous becomeness was therefore over and above the contemplative resignation or, which amounts to something similar here, religio n. But if the real essence of the substances of hope is adequately to strike into existence, gaining ground, hand and foot, then the point of entry, equipped both with prose and symbolic value, is classless society, usque ad finem. Certainty, unfinished world, homeland. There came to him an image of Ma's whole life upon the earth. It seemed to him that all man's life was like a tiny spurt of flame that blazed out briefly in an illimitable and terrifying darkness, and that all man's grandeur, tragic dignity, his heroic glory, came from the brevity and smallness of this flame. He knew his life was little and would be extinguished, and that only darkness was immense and everlasting. And he knew that he would die with defiance on his lips, and that the shout of his denial would ring with the last pulsing of his heart into the maw of all-engulfing night. Thomas Wolfe, UCANT Go home again. Better thus. The wish builds up and creates the real, we alone are the gardeners of the most mysterious tree, which must grow. The urge to become commensurate with self draws in soul, it is the thought solution for the complete crystal of renewed reality, and mind seeking change by thinking things out of the 1371. World and thinking things into the world creatively, directed powerful as a magnet over into our futui into the future of the world, which constantly looks towards us and leaves good and evil equally undecided solely to feeble choice. It revolves around us and does not know where it is going, only we ourselves are the lever and the engine. External and revealed life falters, but the new thought finally breaks out, into the full adventures, into the open, unfinished, reeling world, in order, in its strength, girded with our suffering, with our defiant premonition, with the tremendous power of our human voice, to name God and not to rest until our innermost shadows have submitted and the fulfillment of that hollow, fermenting night has been achieved around which all things, men, and works are built. Ernst Bloch, The Spirit of Utopia, 1918. Correct thus. Three categories of the dialectical process are therefore central: front, novum, matter, all three presuppose the most honorable human quality for their grasping and activation, hope. Front, this is the most advanced section of the age, where the next age is decided. Novum, this is the real possibility of the not yet conscious, not yet become, with the accent of the good novum, of the realm of freedom, when tendency is activated towards it. Matter, this is not the mechanical lump but, in accordance with the implied meaning of the Aristotelian definition of matter, both what is according to possibility, i.e. that which is defined in terms of conditions by what in each case is capable of appearing historically, and also what is in possibility, i.e. the real substratum of possibility in the dialectical process. Precisely as moved being, matter is being which has not yet been delivered, it is the soil and the substance in which our future, which is also its own future, is delivered. Problems in abundance therefore lie before contemporary philosophy. To the West at present they are, although overdue, not yet ready for the overclimb. Looked at in this way, ex orient lux, this old saying both from geography and Christianity, acquires a fresh refunctioned truth. From the eastern point of present-day humanity comes light. Germ philosophy, from Hegel to Marx, first articulated this: German philosophy must remain worthy of this obligation. Ernst Bloch, On the Present State of Philosophy, 1950. Even mediated wishing does not yield, does not renounce. It never loses sight of itself, however much it is impeded or made expensive. It does not cling to the given, but finds it appropriate, whenever it sees the visible which exists, not quite to believe it. Whereas the subjective hope which is hoped with is sure of itself and certain, even when that which is designated by it, i.e. objective hope, which is hoped in terms of content, can be at 1372. Best only probable. The subjective hope is spes, qua spiritur, the objective is spes, qui spiritur, the former, hoping hope, is therefore also really believed and has, suo modo, confidence, whereas the second, hoped hope, if it already had complete confidence to support it, would not be hope at all. In other words, the matter designated in hoping hope, however inflexible, however actively inspiring to the end, the objective matter of hope in the world itself, is definitely not yet guaranteed sure and certain of itself, otherwise the confidence of hoping hope, instead of being brave and, as so often, upright paradoxical, would merely be trivial. True hope as such, i.e. hope which is mediated in terms of history and tendency, stands least of all in an empty space from which nothing moves towards it, in which it would therefore somewhere be possible to go adventurangi. But precisely because true hope moves in the world, via the world and works in mediation with its objective process, it stands together with this process in a hazardous business, that of the front. And only if the legitimately expectable and attainable goal, namely socialist humanization, is not obscured by the inadequate, is not bitterly led away down false roads, can the objectively valid laws of dialectical development and its more distant possibility also effectively guide and be happily fructified. In itself certainly decided as hoping hope, the outcome itself must yet be decided, in open history, the field of objective real decision. This is the category of danger or of the objective unguaranteedness even of mediated, of docta spes, there is as yet no unwavering situationlessness of a fixed result. There is none as yet in the dark sense, such that decidability, novum, objective possibility would be extinguished and not every lost battle could be fought out better once again. But nor is there as yet situationlessness in the bright sense, the brightest sense of all, which denotes existence without alienation, unequivocally matured, naturalized value. Optimism is therefore justified only as militant optimism, never as certain, in the latter form it seems, in the face of the misery of the world, not merely wicked but feeble-minded. And real, best decidedness of all stands just as little somehow or somewhere in a hypostatized other world, as if its ens perfectissimum were an ens realissimum, existing enthroned above. Such accomplished fact of a higher order, which not only theistic religions but also metaphysical idealisms apply, on the contrary represents pure hypostasis. All the worse, all the more wrongly, when all previous philosophies, insofar as they have considered such distant regions of heaven, have dealt with their God, their substance, their absolutum as if these were a fixum, ad infinitum, indeed a realissimum without parallel, and as if all process were merely pedagogics. 1373. Towards this fixum or from it. Certainly everything, and above all human life, is a kind of transcendera, a venturing beyond the given, but this transcendera, as concrete utopian, also certainly does not involve any transcendence. This itself would again be a complete, a spectral givenness, and as surely as the conscience of concrete utopia does not cling positivistic ally to the factum of immediate visibility, even more surely it does not vaporize at mere factum hypostases of purely mythological invisibility. Philosophy instead proves itself as expedition with an in broadly ramified, unenclosed process, as courage for that unwielrentedness which puts hope precisely on the front. Not with unenclosedness as fate, not with mere endless approach to the goal, as with Tantalus in sensory terms and with Kant in moral terms. On the contrary, the unfinished world can be brought to its end, the process pending in it can be brought to a result, the incognito of the main matter which is really cloaked in itself can be revealed. But not by hasty hypostases and by fixed definitions of essence, which block the way. The authentic or essence is not something existing in finished form such as water, air, fire, even the invisible cosmic idea or whatever these real phys were called when they were made absolute or hypostatized. The authentic or essence is that which is not yet, which in the core of things drives towards itself, which awaits its genesis in the latency of process, it is itself only now undade, objective real, hope. And its name ultimately borders on Whata's impossibility in the Aristotelian sense and in a sense which goes far beyond Aristotle, on what is ostensibly the most certain thing there is, matter. For all its bearing, conditioning, and becoming would be a concept empty of meaning if that which wishes to and can come out already existed. This not yet is of course not such that, for example, in the atom or in the subatomic differentials of matter everything which comes out later or will come out later already existed according to its disposition in reduced form, as if encapsulated. Such a backward interpretation of the not yet would suppress or fail to understand precisely the dialectical leap into the new. Just as self-evidently, there is in the dialectical tendency latency, open to the novum, of material process no preordered, i.e. likewise finally posited purpose in the style of the old teleology, let alone a teleology mythologically guided from above. But of course with this old teleology, which is also reminiscent of providence, the genuine teleology problem itself is not discredited, nor can the genuine category of goal, then of purpose, then of meaning be further excluded, nor is it dogmatically settled once and for all. All the less so as precisely tendency constantly implies relatedness to goal, as progress without such relation. 1374. To goal could neither be measured nor existent in objective real terms, as a world without pursuable planning in and with it, without pursuable goals, purposes, meaningfulnesses in it would by no means be a Marxist one. Although the truth of teleology never consists of purposes already existing in finished form, but rather of those which are only just forming in active process, always arising anew within it and enriching themselves. The nerve of the right historical concept is and remains the novum, and of the right philosophical concept the better novum. And the utopian tenor in so many, if not most doctrines of essential being is concealed only because the purpose truth of all things was represented as one that is already absolutely in being and thus completely demonstrated. This truth as the appropriateness of things in themselves, this exhaustive essential being of truth, its basic essence, is then, even from this perspective, regarded as finished in and for itself, clear, elicited, and still cloaked only for the weak powers of comprehension of man. The rehearsals on the model which the individual metaphysical names of essential being may represent thus become the exemplum itself. The experiments around the authentic thus becomes sheer fixed ontology, and one of a highly contemplative kind. The contemplative character of most pre-Marxist philosophies thus consumes a highest available existence, although the latter, with much polyphonic light, can only be anticipated. In such ontic hypostasis the method becomes the mere consuming path, the result becomes the palace which is already complete anyway at the end of the path, the metaphysics of the Henkaipan becomes the finished inscription on the palace. Then it is not only matter which is unknown but, even where matter is known, its most important truth, that of being matter forwards. However, not only art but especially philosophy now consciously has the active function of pre-appearance and precisely of the pre-appearance of an objective real pre-appearance as the process world, the real world of hope itself. And this remains founded solely in matter, matter which is certainly moved in many forms and not stereotyped, as both what is according to possibility, conditioning through laws, and being in possibility, revealing through substance. The perceiving of this genesis is the organ of philosophy, the dialectically aimed, systematically open view into tendency-shaped matter is its new form. The tomorrow in today is alive, people are always asking about it. The faces which turned in the utopian direction have of course been different. In every age, just like that which in each individual case they believed they saw. Whereas the direction here is always related, indeed in its still concealed goal it is the same, it appears as the only unchanging thing in history. Happiness, freedom, non-alienation, golden age, land of milk and honey, the eternally female, the trumpet signal in Fidelia and the Christ-likeness of the day of resurrection which follows it, these are so many witnesses and images of such differing value, but all are set up around that which speaks for itself by still remaining silent. The direction towards this materially and not only logically enlightening entity must be invariant, this is discernible at every place where hope opens up its absolute and attempts to read it. There is no doubt at all, and no doubt was left about it, an unilluminated, indirect hope can easily merely lead astray, for the true horizon does not extend beyond the knowledge of realities, but precisely this knowledge, when instead it is Marxist and not mechanistic, shows reality itself as one of, the horizon and informed hope as one commensurate with this reality. The goal as a whole is and remains still concealed, the absolute of the will and of hope still unfound, in the agent of existing the light of its whatness, of its essence, of its intended fundamental content itself has not yet dawned, and yet the nunc-stands of the driving moment, of the striving filled with its content, stands ahead, utopian and clear. T. Erminus, says Abelard, the restless scholastic, est ilia civitas, ubi non prevenit rem desiderium ne desiderio minus est premium, the goal is that community where the longing does not anticipate the matter nor where the fulfillment is less than the longing. This is being like hope, is the finally manifested what and essence content of our striving that factor, a quid pro quid, i.e. a what and an essence that are such that the intention in them can be cancelled out. But precisely also the human capacity for such an absolute concept of goal is the tremendous aspect in an existence where the best still remains patchwork, where every end and again becomes a means to serve the still utterly opaque, indeed in and for itself still unavailable fundamental goal, final goal. Marx describes as his final concern the development of the wealth of human nature. This human wealth as well as that of nature as a whole lies solely in the tendency latency in which the world finds itself, vis a vis tout. This glance therefore confirms that man everywhere is still living in prehistory, indeed all and everything still stands before the creation of the world, of a right world. True genesis is not at the beginning but at the end, and it starts to begin only when society and existence become radical, i.e. grasp their roots. But the root of history is the working, creating human being who reshapes and overhauls the given facts. Once he has grasped himself and established what is his, without expropriation and alienation, in real democracy, there arises in the world something which shines into the childhood of all and in which no one has yet been, homeland.